Chapter 1. Traversing Marvel. In the bustling and vibrant city of Los Angeles, where skyscrapers pierce the sky and traffic flows incessantly, a young man named Lin Yu stands wide-eyed, his face etched with disbelief as he gazes at the unfamiliar surroundings. Where on earth am I? Is this still my homeland? He murmurs to himself, his voice quavering slightly with fear. This does not appear to reflect the aesthetics of Huaxia. Could it be America? Lin Yu contemplates internally, his expression increasingly one of astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in the popular game Naraka, blade point at an internet CAF in his homeland, and now he finds himself inexplicably transported to this entirely different world. This moment, Lin Yu stands frozen, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding architecture. Towering skyscrapers, vibrant neon signs, and hurried passers-by evoke a sense of both novelty and trepidation. Everything here starkly contrasts with the familiarity of Huaxia, imbued with an exotic allure. However, this sense of wonder is swiftly supplanted by a profound dread, as he suddenly realizes he is in the legendary land of America, notorious for its rampant gun violence and high crime rates. The oft-quoted phrase, land of the free, where gunfights occur every day, incessantly echoes in his mind that I am only 25. Am I destined to perish here at such a young age? At the very least, let me restore my phone to factory settings. No, I must find a way to survive. With clenched fists, Lin Yu silently encourages himself. Despite the turmoil within, a fierce instinct for survival gradually calms him, prompting him to contemplate how to navigate this precarious predicament. Ding! A crisp notification sound suddenly rings out. Battle system bound. Please select your career abilities. In the next instant, a melodious female voice resonates deep within Lin Yu's mind. Simultaneously, a dazzling image imbued with futuristic sci-fi elements and technological brilliance materializes before him as if conjured by magic. The visuals within this scene shift and intertwine, a mesmerizing dance of light and form. A system? So, I have traversed? Lin Yu's eyes widen, disbelief painted across his face. He pinches his arm hard, feeling a sharp pain, which only intensifies his astonishment. Ding! Indeed, the host has traversed into the Marvel Universe, and the current timeline is 2008. The host is presently situated in Los Angeles, America. The charming voice of the system reiterates, affirming this bewildering reality. What? Not only am I in America, but it's also Marvel. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu is utterly flabbergasted. He could never have imagined that a scenario typically reserved for novels and films would unfold so tangibly in his own life. As memories of his uneventful 25 years flood back like a tide, he resolves to confront this unexpected and unknown twist of fate. My name is Lin Yu, and I never anticipated that I would traverse into another realm. He found himself transported to the Marvel Universe, where human life held little value, and awakened a system. Yet, the mere existence of a system signifies hope. As the saying goes, heaven does not completely seal off every path for man. Perhaps this is a splendid opportunity to alter his fate. With this thought, Lin Yu's previously desolate heart rekindled a flicker of vitality. Please select your occupational abilities promptly. The system's urging voice resonated perfectly, pulling Lin Yu's thoughts back to reality. Only then did he finally regain his composure and begin to scrutinize the information displayed on the luminous screen before him. Eternal Cycle. Once this choice is made, you shall possess an enhanced version of the hero's power from the Eternal Cycle, thus officially activating the Eternal Template. Legend of the Condor Heroes. Should you choose this option, you will not only acquire an upgraded array of martial arts manuals, but also activate the template of Chivalrous Spirit. The Eternal Cycle has traversed with me? On one side lies a network game, while on the other rests a classic martial arts novel. There's no need for deliberation. The choice must undoubtedly be the Eternal Cycle. After all, who does not relish the exhilarating and fantastical battle scenes that stir the blood? With this in mind, Lin Yu unhesitatingly reached out to select the Eternal section. Congratulations, host, on successfully making your choice. The template is currently loading. Please hold on. Ding! Template loading complete. A mysterious treasure chest has now been unlocked for the host. Before Lin Yu could react, a treasure chest radiating resplendent light opened automatically. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance surged forth in all directions, illuminating the entire space. As the light gradually dissipated, a towering, formidable figure emerged alongside a deep, resonant voice. I am a Marquis Yue Shan of the Wuji Empire. The speaker was a robust and imposing man, standing majestically in the void, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance and authority. Soon after, he flickered and transformed into a brilliant streak of light, darting into Lin Yu's body with astonishing speed. In the next moment, Lin Yu felt a searing torrent surge within him, as if it were about to incinerate him entirely. This wave of heat swiftly spread throughout his being, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, without warning, Lin Yu soared into the air, as if lifted by an invisible force. Simultaneously, a golden light erupted from his body, rapidly expanding outward at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, as the golden light faded, Lin Yu coalesced into a towering figure of 2 to 3 meters in height. This figure was clad in a resplendent suit of armor, each piece glimmering with an intense radiance. A mysterious and dignified mask obscured his true visage. In his grasp, he held a long battle spear, its sharp tip gleaming ominously, exuding a chilling presence, and trailing behind him were several ethereal ribbons that danced gracefully in the breeze, further enhancing his majestic demeanor. What stands out most strikingly is the golden light that bursts forth from the pair of eyes concealed behind the mask, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The heavy and robust iron armor is seamlessly connected by a smooth and lustrous orb that emanates an extraordinary gleam, creating an impression of natural harmony. Upon closer inspection, a mysterious divine seal at the center of the forehead radiates a blinding red light. 8th and 9th mystical arts. Battle deity techniques. What is this? The Divine Lord Seal. As Lin Yu beheld the scene before him, a wave of astonishment and disbelief surged within him, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy that he could scarcely contain. That he could hardly fathom his extraordinary fortune to draw the Erlang god right at the outset. Gratitude to the Erlang Jinjuan, thanks to the Jade Emperor, and to Xiaozha Maria. In this moment, Lin Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. The Divine Lord Seal is not merely powerful, it is a sight to behold that no one could possibly resist. Chapter 2. Unyielding power. As Lin Yu experienced the monumental transformation within himself, he couldn't help but marvel in silent astonishment. He felt an inexhaustible surge of formidable strength coursing through his veins, akin to a torrential river. He was confident that with a single punch, he could obliterate a car into a mere heap of scrap metal. Moreover, Lin Yu discovered that his height had increased from 178 centimeters to 188 centimeters. System level. Level 1. Experience points. 0-1000. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 25. Height. 188 centimeters. Template. Yue Shan items. Huaxia armor. Hongguang weapon. Gun battle flag ding. A crisp and resonant notification echoed. The template abilities had been activated. The host was urged to observe closely. Lin Yu, upon hearing the sound, focused intently on the introduction text that gradually materialized before him. Template. Yue Shan template level. SSS. Upon seeing this rating, Lin Yu felt a surge of awe. The SSS rank represented the pinnacle of ability levels, and possessing such a template was akin to taking flight from the ground. He then read the detailed skill descriptions below. Skill. Charge. This skill can be activated in any state. When invoked, it allows the user to repel enemies before them with overwhelming force. Furthermore, it bestows an astonishing hundredfold power, rendering any enemy struck instantly immobilized, devoid of any capacity to resist. Skill. Charge. Fierce. While like a deity descending from the heavens, the user leaps into the air and then plummets towards the enemy, delivering a shockwave capable of inflicting immense damage. Simultaneously, the struck adversary will enter a temporary state of weakness, making them vulnerable in the ensuing battle. Skill. Vanquishing the hostile. Upon activation of this technique, the user transforms into a divine warrior, gaining unparalleled divine strength. At this moment, every seemingly mundane attack will receive significant damage enhancement, along with a persistent weakening effect. Execution can be performed without charging energy, even possessing the ability to bypass armor, rendering the enemy's defenses utterly futile. Skill. Vanquishing the hostile fortified formation. After completing the transformation, the user can unleash a heart-stirring battle cry. This roar not only enables the user and all allied members to swiftly recover a portion of their health and stamina, but also provides a powerful immunity to control effects, ensuring that the team maintains stable output and agile responses amidst fierce combat. Both character skills and ultimate skills have a cooldown of 10 seconds, and the ultimate can be unleashed without the need for rage, allowing transformation at any time and place without limitation. Finally, a prominent note appeared. Note: all skills and templates encompass more than just the introductory capabilities. This template is an enhanced version. The host is encouraged to explore independently. This statement undoubtedly left Lin Yu with boundless imagination, as he understood that the potential of this template extended far beyond what was presented, waiting for him to delve deeper and uncover more hidden mysteries and surprises. Moreover, to Lin Yu's astonishment, he discovered that upon transforming, he not only donned a magnificent suit of armor but also received an exquisite set of Huaxia treasure armor, Hongguang defensive level SS, as a bonus from the system. This splendid armor radiated with a resplendent glow and was meticulously crafted. Additionally, there was a unique hairstyle linked to the Journey to the West Qing Yuan June, with the option to choose the hair color. Lin Yu decisively selected white, exclaiming how striking the white hair looked. He was also equipped with a weapon, a gun, accompanied by a battle flag skin. Although the skin was somewhat lackluster, it possessed the quality of being light and agile. To Lin Yu's amazement, he found that not only did he possess formidable powers upon transformation, but even in his ordinary state, he exhibited extraordinary prowess. Merely feeling the immense strength within him at this moment, Lin Yu was certain of his formidable capabilities. However, the exact extent of his power would require personal experience to ascertain. Nevertheless, he firmly believed he was no less formidable than the celebrated superheroes. This armor seemed tailor-made for him, ensuring his ability to engage in combat unscathed even without transformation. Most importantly, it was simply breathtaking. This made Lin Yu utterly enamored with it. After all, who doesn't harbor dreams of being a general? Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Lin Yu continued to explore the system. He soon discovered a plethora of diverse and unique skins available for selection. However, these skins were not free. They required a certain amount of currency for purchase. Their variety was vast, mirroring the game's design, encompassing costumes, ornaments, hairstyles, and an array of powerful weapons. Just like in the game, the weapon system was fully operational. And upon acquiring a weapon, it would automatically impart the techniques associated with it. The Soul Jade mode was also essential, akin to the game, divided into blue, purple, and gold Soul Jades, all purchasable with currency. Lin Yu immediately recalled the dual dagger Soul Jade, Qian Kuan Yue Shan, imagining the overwhelming power it would unleash when used. There was also the staff's Wu Qing Qimia formation, the nunchakus Hu Xiao Long Pao, and the daggers Gui, Ku Shin Hao. These techniques not only boasted high damage and strong control, but were primarily impressive. Then, Lin Yu pondered a crucial point. If he could bind to Yue Shan, could he also bind to other heroes? With this thought in mind, Lin Yu inquired of the system. Ding. Yes. Unlocking other heroes can be achieved by opening treasure chests or completing tasks. Successfully fulfilling the tasks issued by the system will unlock additional heroes. Keep up the good work. Host. Indeed. He knew it was possible. With this newfound knowledge, Lin Yu felt invigorated. If Yue Shan was already so powerful, unlocking other heroes would render him invincible. Once Lin Yu clarified all these matters, he finally had the bandwidth to notice his surroundings. At this moment, he realized he was in a dim and profound street. This street was enveloped in darkness, eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Otherwise, the commotion from earlier would have surely startled any passersby. How might I thoroughly test my own abilities? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he smote his forehead with his palm. How could he have forgotten? In this marvel-infused America, the most abundant entities were undoubtedly the myriad of villains. Criminals were as plentiful as the stars in the sky. It would hardly be unjust to eliminate a random gang member. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu acted without hesitation, decisively departing from the dimly lit street. Simultaneously, he maintained a heightened sense of alertness and focus, attentively listening to every sound surrounding him. At that moment, a sharp and brief gunshot echoed from a distance, seemingly originating from the southwest. Responding to the sound, Lin Yu moved swiftly, his form darting towards the source of the gunfire like a wraith. Upon arriving at the designated location, he was met with the sight of a dilapidated factory, where a group of individuals was engaged in a fierce gunfight. In the midst of this chaos, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he donned the Han Guang armor. With a brilliant flash of light, the armor seamlessly enveloped him. Remarkably, even his hairstyle transformed instantaneously, morphing into the system's special gift, a flowing mane of snow-white hair that danced in the wind. Rather than hastily arming himself with weapons, he resolved to first gauge his newfound strength with his bare fists. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his might and, like an arrow released from a bow, propelled himself towards the fray. As he closed the distance, Lin Yu leaped gracefully, executing a breathtaking descent that epitomized the essence of a superhero. With a thunderous impact, the unyielding concrete floor yielded to his landing, creating a vast crater. As dust swirled around him, Lin Yu rose slowly, his posture regal and imposing. At that moment, the onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. What on earth is this? Is this still a human? Good heavens! Have I seen God? Quick, shoot him. Upon hearing these words, the assailants snapped back to reality, hastily opening fire. Yet Lin Yu would not grant them such an opportunity. He deftly evaded the bullets and appeared before one adversary, delivering a devastating punch that felt as if a truck had collided with him. The man was sent hurtling backward, his body crumpling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The others, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly shocked and paralyzed with fear. Is this truly a human? One individual had already scrambled to a safe distance to observe the unfolding chaos. What manner of monster is this? Clad in Eastern armor? Could he be from Huaxia? Yet, I have never heard of such a formidable figure emerging from there. Unable to ponder further, he continued to watch the battle. Lin Yu's gaze intensified, and with a surge of strength in his right arm, he unleashed a punch with resolute ferocity, aimed directly at the nearest foe. After Lin Yu unleashed his punch, he did not cast a glance at the unfortunate soul. Simultaneously, bullets rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, yet he remained unfazed. The bullets struck his body, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds, but they failed to penetrate his armor, ricocheting off as if they were hitting an impenetrable wall. In an instant, Lin Yu's figure flickered as he swiftly pivoted, delivering another fierce punch with his left hand. This blow was executed with such speed that it caught his opponent completely off guard, sending him crashing into a stone pillar, which shattered upon impact. A bullet soared toward Lin Yu's head, but with remarkable reflexes, he pinched it between two fingers and flicked it back with precision. The projectile hurtled back to its origin, piercing straight through the assailant's brow. Witnessing this, the others hesitated, and one man fell to his knees, pleading, "Oh God, please don't kill me. I'll give you money, all the money I have." The remaining individuals quickly followed suit, begging for mercy. After dispatching the two, Lin Yu gained a clearer understanding of his strength. He held no interest in these men. However, he insisted that they transfer all their funds to the bank account of the fallen assailant before departing with the card in a nonchalant manner. His prowess indeed proved formidable, and he harbored no fear of their potential tricks. He had already noticed that they all bore identical tattoos, unmistakable gang insignia that would be easy to trace. With their wealth depleted, he could simply seek out their leader, thereby contributing to the betterment of society. Lin Yu recognized that he had acquired the ability to protect himself in this perilous Marvel universe. Chapter 3. Tony, I am a billionaire. 3 months later, Los Angeles. Over the past 3 months, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to his surroundings and engaged in several assassination missions on the dark web, amassing a considerable fortune. He invested some of his earnings to resolve his identity issues through Gene Bing and purchased a luxurious villa. Occasionally, he would venture out to combat crime, and his reputation soared in the area. However, to maintain anonymity and avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Yu acquired a mask within the system, ensuring that his identity remained concealed in this world. Each day, Lin Yu reveled in the intoxicating lifestyle of Los Angeles, driving his recently acquired Ferrari to gatherings hosted by affluent individuals he met through Gene Bing. During this period, he witnessed the extravagant lives of the wealthy. Besides completing missions, Lin Yu also invested his earnings in Stark Industries stocks. Not long ago, he eliminated a European tycoon, transferring all his assets to himself in the Marvel Universe. Profit could be effortlessly made by investing in Stark Industries. He was not merely indulging in leisure. He was consistently monitoring Tony Stark's movements. However, aside from making headlines and entertainment news, Stark exhibited no peculiarities. Lin Yu felt a pang of envy, admiring Tony's carefree lifestyle. One day, Lin Yu received an invitation to a gathering. Upon arriving at the venue, he was taken aback to see reporters present. Just as he pondered the situation, the roar of a sports car interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he observed a striking vehicle from which emerged a man, the illustrious Tony Stark. Lin Yu was not particularly surprised. After all, this was Tony's signature style, flitting between various parties and entertainment venues. Indifferent to the spectacle, Lin Yu sauntered over to an unoccupied table, sipping his drink while watching Tony's performance with keen interest. Before long, Tony Stark approached Lin Yu, appraising him from head to toe. With a nonchalant shrug, he remarked, "Well, I expected someone who recently invested heavily in Stark Industries to be an elderly gentleman. Greetings. Before you stands the billionaire playboy, Tony Stark." With 2 beautiful women draped on his arms, Tony introduced himself. Lin Yu smiled subtly, unfazed by Tony's jest, as he believed Stark was well aware of his background. "Hello, Tony. I am Lin Yu. I have always been particularly fascinated by Huaxia culture," Lin Yu replied. Tony smiled, but Lin Yu dismissed the notion that Stark could genuinely be interested in a man, especially one he perceived as even more handsome. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, responding with mild interest, "Oh, perhaps we can have an engaging conversation about it sometime." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tony quickly lost interest. He had come to the gathering for enjoyment and had merely approached Lin Yu out of curiosity after hearing his assistant, Pepper, mention him frequently. After all, women were the priority. However, as Tony observed the women in attendance frequently glancing at Lin Yu, he felt a twinge of disdain. After all, it was merely a matter of good looks. Nevertheless, due to Lin Yu's status as a significant benefactor, Tony extended an invitation for Lin Yu to join him in indulging in revelry. "Lin, behold these women. With just a gesture, they would flock to me," Tony remarked, draping an arm over Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, understanding that wealth indeed brings a different kind of privilege. "Tony, how well versed are you in the martial arts of Huaxia?" Tony, caught up in the merriment, looked at Lin Yu with surprise. "Lin, are you not aware of my fondness for Wing Chun? The entertainment magazines have failed to mention it." Tony responded with a hint of incredulity. "Well, why the sudden inquiry? Do you aspire to learn martial arts?" He clinked glasses gently with Lin Yu, No, allow me to introduce myself. My martial prowess is unparalleled. Lin Yu replied with an air of nonchalance. Tony scrutinized Lin Yu for a moment, his expression one of disbelief. Lin Yu hardly appeared to be a martial artist, especially when compared to his driver and bodyguard, Happy, whose imposing physique bore the marks of a seasoned fighter. In contrast, Lin Yu's delicate demeanor left Tony unconvinced. Noticing the look on Tony's face, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile subtly, knowing he had piqued Tony's curiosity. Tomorrow, you shall discover the truth. What? Nothing. I shall come to find you tomorrow. Tony shrugged and, with two beautiful women in tow, departed from the table. Finding himself somewhat bored, Lin Yu finished his drink in one gulp and subsequently left the gathering, accelerating his sports car away like an arrow released from a bow. How utterly mundane. Meanwhile, Tony, witnessing Lin Yu's departure, sighed and shrugged before returning to his jovial company of women. Come, ladies, show me what you're capable of. As Lin Yu drove swiftly, he parked his car in the garage, but upon entering the first floor, he sensed something amiss. There was another person's breath within the house. Focusing intently, he discerned the sound emanating from the second floor. A faint smile crept upon his lips. He was eager to discover who possessed such audacity. Yet, beneath the calm exterior, a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. One should note that individuals inclined to stealthily infiltrate others' homes under the cover of darkness, without even turning on the lights, are exceedingly rare, likely limited to agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, and a select few others. With an impassive expression, Lin Yu proceeded up the staircase, seemingly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Each step he took echoed with a crisp and rhythmic sound, resonating like a drumbeat in the stillness of the hallway. Sharp and clear. Finally, upon reaching the door to the living room, he grasped the cold doorknob with one hand while the other coiled with latent energy, poised for action. With a faint click, the door swung open. Without hesitation, Lin Yu unleashed a punch, propelled by the force of the wind, aimed directly into the room beyond. However, when he clearly discerned the silhouette standing behind the door, he was momentarily struck dumb. Hastily, he summoned all his strength to retract the punch he had just thrown. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he managed to halt his advance just before his fist was about to make contact with her body. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu gazed at this unexpected visitor with a mix of helplessness and bemusement, remarking, "My dear lady, should one not enter another's abode through the front door at such a late hour? What if I had not returned?" Before him stood a tall and slender figure, reminiscent of a model, exuding an enchanting grace. Her fiery red hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, harmonizing beautifully with her jade-green eyes, creating a striking and captivating allure. Clad in a sharp and tidy work uniform, she further accentuated her poised demeanor, setting herself apart with an air of distinction. Who else could she be but Natasha Romanoff, the future Black Widow? Chapter 4. The astonished Nick Fury upon seeing a woman of my caliber. Do you not harbor any unconventional thoughts? Natasha gently turned her body, her luscious lips parting slightly as she delicately bit her cherry-red, sensuous lower lip, casting a sultry gaze upon Lin Yu. Each of her movements, each expression, was imbued with an endless allure and provocation. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. I can see that you are indeed beautiful, yet your romantic history gives me pause. He continued, pray tell, who exactly are you? Should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, the FBI will be more than willing to assist in my inquiries. With no further ado, Lin Yu strode into the room, deftly unfastening his suit jacket and carelessly tossing the exquisitely tailored coat onto the nearby sofa. He then approached the center of the sofa, seated himself with an air of nonchalance, crossing his legs. From his pocket, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, extracted one, and lit it, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, he lifted his gaze towards Natasha, awaiting her response. At that moment, a low, urgent voice echoed in Natasha's earpiece. Nick Fury's voice. Stop dawdling. Get to the point. Responding promptly to the directive, Natasha walked directly across from Lin Yu and took her seat. Her emerald eyes fixated on him, she paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Lin Yu arrived in the United States 3 months ago. In this brief span, he has seen an influx of substantial funds, nearly $20 billion. A burgeoning young tycoon in Los Angeles, he has also made significant investments in Stark Industries stock. She continued, you claim to possess capabilities that anyone could uncover. Lin Yu smiled, his demeanor relaxed as he replied. What you've mentioned can easily be unearthed by those with the right resources. Without hesitation, Natasha countered. All right, let us discuss something more intriguing. Her gaze was unwavering and incisive. Just 3 months prior, an intense gang brawl erupted in an abandoned factory in Los Angeles. Survivors recounted the appearance of a man clad in Chinese armor amidst the chaos. This man ruthlessly took the lives of 3 individuals. Natasha vividly recounted the incident. Since that day, this enigmatic figure has been sighted frequently throughout Los Angeles, akin to a specter of the night, executing a sweeping campaign against local gang factions. Moreover, he has infiltrated the dark web, undertaking various assassination contracts. Her voice lowered slightly, shrouded in mystery. In a mere 3 months, numerous gang leaders have met their demise. Do these events bear any connection to you? Natasha's gaze remained firmly locked on Lin Yu, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression, patiently awaiting his reply. Lin Yu had never contemplated concealing his true identity from S.H.I.E.L.D. He felt no trepidation towards their formidable power. Thus, he never made a concerted effort to obscure his whereabouts, merely avoiding drawing the attention of the general public. I am but a law-abiding citizen. How could this possibly concern me? Lin Yu exhaled a plume of smoke, smiling as he spoke. Mr. Lin Yu, I implore you to respond to my inquiries. What of it then? Are you intending to apprehend me? Or perhaps extend an invitation to join your so-called Bureau of Strategic Assault and Logistics? Natasha's exquisite visage remained utterly unperturbed, yet beneath her seemingly tranquil exterior, a tempest of emotion raged within. Meanwhile, Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly be privy to such classified information? Could it be that a spy lurked within their ranks? With this thought, Nick furrowed his brow. He demanded to know how he had acquired this knowledge. Nick called out to Natasha with an even tone. Taking a deep breath, Natasha endeavored to calm her restless heart. She then raised her gaze to Lin Yu, inquiring with measured composure, Mr. Lin, how did you come to know of our existence? Lin Yu rose slowly, approaching Natasha and gently patting her shoulder before striding toward the window. He gazed intently at the darkened sky beyond, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Ms. Natasha, the world is vast. It is not solely the domain of your agents and intelligence agencies that can procure information. Natasha felt a slight jolt at his words, though her demeanor remained placid. To be frank, you are correct. One wonders just how much more Mr. Lin knows. Lin Yu refrained from responding immediately, understanding that Natasha must be astonished. He offered a slight smile, turning to face her, and casually remarked, what I know specifically is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we can embark on a mutually beneficial collaboration, would we not? He had no intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., yet their resources could certainly be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Natasha's brow furrowed slightly as she sank into deep contemplation. Collaboration? She refrained from disclosing their speculations regarding Lin Yu's true prowess. Through meticulous analysis of the traces left by Lin Yu in battle, the agents had concluded that his strength was unfathomably formidable. They discovered that a single punch he had thrown unleashed a force of at least 10 tons. Moreover, based on footage provided by satellites, it was evident that this barely scratched the surface of Lin Yu's capabilities. At that moment, the communication line fell into a brief silence. Despite Nick Fury's intense desire to recruit Lin Yu to his side, the formidable nature of Lin's abilities compelled him to proceed with caution. After much deliberation, it seemed there were no other options. Did he truly have to resort to extreme measures? Contemplating this, Nick made a decisive resolution: initiate a video call immediately. I shall speak with him personally. Without hesitation, Natasha swiftly activated her specialized device, and in an instant, Nick Fury's holographic image was projected into the air. Lin Yu gazed intently at the familiar figure before him, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within his heart. The sense of familiarity washed over him like a tidal wave, instantly recalling memories of films he had previously watched. Mr. Lin Yu, greetings. I am Nick Fury, the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Attack and Logistics Support, proclaimed a tall man with dark skin and an eye patch who stepped forward. Compared to the FBI, the name of your Department of Homeland Strategic Attack and Logistics Support is quite lengthy and difficult to remember, Lin Yu replied with a furrowed brow, unabashedly expressing his thoughts. He indeed found the name overly complex and rather forgettable. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Natasha's face as she stood nearby. She cleared her throat softly, attempting to alleviate the slightly awkward atmosphere. Nick Fury, however, appeared more composed. He feigned a cough to ease the tension and then, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Ahem, the name is indeed somewhat long. To be honest, we have been discussing how to modify it, but we have yet to reach a consensus. After a brief pause, Nick Fury continued, Nevertheless, sir, these matters are ultimately trivial. What truly matters is the subject I wish to discuss with you next, as it pertains to the safety of the entire world. At this juncture, Nick Fury's sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu as he continued, Mr. Lin Yu, although I am not fully acquainted with your specific abilities, various indications suggest that you possess extraordinary powers. Moreover, I sense that you are confident in your own strength. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, a faint smile played at the corners of Lin Yu's lips as he responded, Indeed, I do possess certain special abilities, and I am confident in my ability to handle most situations. Is that the sole reason you've sought me out? Nick Fury shook his head, his expression growing grave. Not quite, Mr. Lin Yu. Even someone like you has only scratched the surface of the world you inhabit. Beneath this seemingly tranquil facade lies a multitude of dangers and unknowns. Our organization is dedicated to safeguarding the world from these threats. Therefore, I hope you will join us in our mission to preserve peace and security. Lin Yu felt a smile tugging at his lips. It was quintessentially Nick Fury to believe he could achieve anything. While Lin Yu couldn't claim to fully comprehend the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he was certainly familiar with most of its plotlines. Nick Fury would never suspect that Lin Yu had read the script. Are you implying that your so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support is more comprehensive than what I already know? Lin Yu replied, maintaining an impassive expression, feigning surprise. Indeed, it is imperative to underscore a crucial point. For the matters I am about to disclose, one must be psychologically prepared in advance. Only then can one genuinely embrace and comprehend the gravity of my forthcoming words. His countenance was grave, his gaze intensely fixed upon the other, as if imparting an invisible weight of pressure. Throughout history, we have never relinquished our quest to explore the cosmos. Yet, within this seemingly boundless universe, there exists a multitude of extraterrestrial life forms, many of which remain unknown to us. Among them are species endowed with formidable power and advanced technologies. At this juncture, he could not help but furrow his brow, his tone growing increasingly somber. Years ago, a faction of these beings descended upon our Earth. Fortunately, at a critical moment, we were graced with the presence of the courageous and indomitable Captain Marvel, who emerged valiantly. She possessed immense strength, leading us to successfully repel and vanquish those aggressive extraterrestrials. It was her existence that ultimately spared humanity from calamity. Had we failed to fend off those invaders, the fate of humankind would have been unthinkable, potentially facing a dire invasion. One might wonder if there is truly a need for such psychological preparation. Could this be the premise of a newly released science fiction novel? Perhaps aptly titled Captain Marvel? Director Nick Fury, as you have stated, given that even individuals like myself, endowed with superhuman abilities, exist in this world, it is hardly surprising that extraterrestrial encounters could occur. Furthermore, even if we were to confront these so-called aliens, my capabilities would render them unable to inflict any substantial harm upon me. With that, Lin Yu smiled confidently, a glimmer of assurance gracing his features. This assertion did not stem from his familiarity with the Marvel Universe. Even in alternate realms, the emergence of beings possessing extraordinary abilities or formidable strengths renders the existence of powerful extraterrestrial races a perfectly plausible reality, particularly in the realm of ancient cultivation novels. Other races, by human standards, could also be classified as intelligent and powerful extraterrestrial beings. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's remarks. Why do you deviate from conventional logic? Under normal circumstances, one might expect that upon hearing of a past extraterrestrial invasion of Earth, which was ultimately thwarted by brave heroes, leading to the salvation of humanity, an individual would feel an innate reverence or at the very least, a sense of awe towards such a narrative. Surely, one would display astonishment, for the tale is replete with peril, excitement, and the extraordinary, transcending the bounds of everyday understanding and touching upon the very survival of the human race. This individual's calm demeanor struck him as unsettling. Do you not fear extraterrestrials? Why is that? Nick Fury inquired, intrigued, as he pondered whether mere strength would suffice to combat such formidable foes. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yu wasted no time and immediately transformed. He soared into the sky, and suddenly, a divine mark appeared on his forehead. White feathers emanated from it, and a radiant golden light began to shine from his heart, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. In an instant, he transformed into a divine general, his towering figure manifesting in the living room, clad in formidable armor that exuded an aura of majesty. Subsequently, he grasped his hand, and a three-pronged, double-edged blade gracefully materialized within his grasp. The profound 8-9 mystical arts, the formidable battle god technique. This stunning scene left Natasha and Nick Fury utterly astounded and speechless. Chapter 5. The hidden people observing the astonished expressions of the two. Lin Yu merely smiled slightly, feeling no surprise whatsoever. He understood well that anyone witnessing such a breathtaking scene would find it difficult to suppress the astonishment bubbling up from deep within. After all, the ability to transform at will into a towering armored giant, a legendary power, is far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. At that moment, Nick Fury was engaged in a mental whirlwind. Could Lin Yu be an extraterrestrial? Impossible. His unique design style unmistakably reflected a rich essence of Chinese culture. Could it be that he was a superhero hailing from the ancient and mysterious land of China? Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury inquired, Mr. Lin Yu, could you please explain the nature of this ability? Are you still human? Lin Yu replied, shouldn't you consider what you were asking? He reverted from his transformation and sat down on the sofa. Of course, I am human, albeit with some unique abilities. You may refer to me as a hidden person. Hidden person? Natasha and Nick Fury furrowed their brows, racking their brains for any information regarding the hidden people, but to no avail. They had never even heard of them. After a moment, Nick Fury finally asked, then, Mr. Lin, how many of you? Hidden people are there? Do you pose any threat to the human world? It was understandable for Nick to ask this, as his mindset often revolved around the notion that there are always those wishing to annihilate the Earth. Lin Yu exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled gently at the two. Currently, there is only me. Rest assured, as long as you do not harbor intentions to harm me, I shall not entertain such thoughts either. After all, there are many things in this world worth cherishing. Are there not? Pausing momentarily, Lin Yu turned to Natasha and added, such as this beautiful agent before me. Natasha remained expressionless, while Nick Fury's gaze flickered, as if contemplating something. Natasha was well aware of Nick Fury's discussions regarding Captain Marvel and recognized that the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division indeed held some secrets and technologies pertaining to extraterrestrials, although she was inclined to believe in the existence of aliens in the universe. Having never truly encountered one, she found herself confronted with the reality that this hidden person was an exceptionally dangerous individual. In this vast world, despite the myriad differences and conflicts among people, as long as there is no overt hostility, they generally coexist peacefully. After all, one can never predict whether a seemingly normal individual might suddenly resort to violence. However, if there exists a singularly unique person, like Lin Yu, who feels no sense of belonging to Earth and lacks the recognition of humanity, the situation becomes increasingly complex and perilous. One could never know when he might unexpectedly unleash violence upon those around him, a prospect that is indeed chilling. Lin Yu firmly believed that he was an ordinary human being. Regardless of the past, present, or future, he has never altered his self-awareness. Even when endowed with extraordinary powers beyond ordinary imagination, he has never considered himself to have transcended the realm of humanity. He has always looked down upon the lofty, disdainful attitude that comes with such power. Initially, Nick Fury was filled with anticipation at the prospect of successfully persuading Lin Yu to join his meticulously crafted Avengers initiative. However, as time passed and he observed Lin Yu's various behaviors, Nick gradually realized that this aspiration was likely to be in vain. The carefully prepared rhetoric no longer held any sway. Blue Star, this beautiful planet, remains humanity's sole sanctuary to date. Should it suffer catastrophic devastation, humanity would lose its last refuge with dire consequences. Fortunately, from the current circumstances, Lin Yu harbors no frenzied intentions of world destruction, which undoubtedly alleviated Nick Fury's concerns. The furrowed lines on Nick's forehead softened as he regarded Lin Yu with an air of undeniable authority. So, Mr. Lin Yu, how do you propose we collaborate? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu displayed a reassuring smile. Indeed, Director Fury is a man of wisdom. My demands are modest. If you could gather some insights into the so-called superheroes, I could assist you with matters that may prove challenging for you, such as the recent rampage caused by the Green Behemoth in New York. At this, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly before relaxing them. It came as no surprise that Lin Yu could handle the Hulk. He found himself puzzled as to how Lin Yu was aware of his capabilities. However, if the other party chose not to disclose, they could not compel him to speak. Given the prowess demonstrated by Lin Yu moments ago, engaging in confrontation would likely yield unfavorable odds for them, even risking instant defeat. Thus, confrontation was not an option, at least with their current capabilities. They were insufficient to elicit the desired revelations from this enigmatic individual. Moreover, did he possess knowledge of extraterrestrials? How many enemies lurked beyond Earth? This was what Nick found most intriguing. Observing Nick Fury's demeanor, Lin Yu was acutely aware that Nick was indeed a worrywart. As long as Asgard stands, Blue Star shall remain safe. Even if Asgard were to fall, it would hold little significance. A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he began to speak. In this vast and boundless universe, countless intelligent life forms exist, their numbers beyond counting. Furthermore, their technological advancements far surpass those available on our Blue Star. For instance, the wormhole transit technology we are currently studying allows them to traverse distant star systems instantaneously. There are interstellar warships, well-equipped and formidable, capable of dominating the battlefield in interstellar warfare, and the astounding interstellar energy cannons, each capable of obliterating a small asteroid with a single strike. However, all these advanced technologies and high-tech weaponry are still far beyond our reach. Even if you were to gain extensive knowledge about them, it would likely only exacerbate your concerns. After all, with our current technological prowess, reaching such heights will necessitate a long and arduous journey of exploration and development. As Lin Yu paused momentarily, he continued, regarding the various races within the cosmos, their abilities vary immensely. Some races may possess an innate power to manipulate elements such as fire, frost, or lightning. Others may excel in telepathy, capable of discerning others' thoughts and controlling them. There are even those who can achieve invisibility or shape-shifting due to their unique physical attributes. In essence, the multitude of races brings forth a diverse array of extraordinary abilities. Of course, aside from those remarkable powers that are inherent, the average physical prowess of nearly all extraterrestrial beings far exceeds that of humans. This is indisputable, whether in strength, speed, or endurance. they possess a significant advantage. Thus, overthinking is of little use. In the vicinity of our blue planet, which includes several other worlds, these collectively form what is known as the Nine Realms. Among these realms lies a place called Asgard, the dwelling of the Aesir gods. To you, they are the legendary deity race, ruled by the god King Odin. The blue planet. This beautiful orb has always been laid bare before the gaze of extraterrestrial beings. Throughout the ages, numerous aliens have visited the blue planet, including the Kree from distant galaxies and the shape-shifting Skrulls. However, due to Odin's presence, even if other races covet the blue planet, they dare not act with impunity. After all, Odin's renown and might are sufficient to instill fear, compelling those who might wish to infringe upon the blue planet to exercise caution. Lin Yu was acutely aware that he resided in such a Marvel universe filled with uncertainties and enigmas. Naturally, he would refrain from divulging significant information about the future, lest it alter the trajectory of the world's development, rendering the intelligence he once held so firmly elusive and unpredictable. However, for certain matters that would not dramatically impact the overarching situation, Lin Yu was willing to provide explanations and clarifications when appropriate. In just a few years, Thor would arrive on Earth, and thus everything would commence. Upon hearing Lin Yu mention the Kree and Skrulls, Nick Fury recognized that Lin Yu possessed far greater knowledge than himself, which lent further credibility to Lin Yu's words. With this realization, Nick Fury finally placed his trust in Lin Yu and slowly responded, "Mr. Lin Yu, I look forward to our collaboration. We will inform you once we locate the Hulk." "I appreciate your assistance in advance." Lin Yu smiled in response. After their exchange, the two departed, but before leaving, Natasha turned back to gaze deeply at Lin Yu, who returned the look with a meaningful smile. As they left, Lin Yu activated the system. "System, are there any tasks available? I eagerly anticipate the second hero template." Lin Yu inquired lazily, sipping his red wine. "Ding. A new mission has been issued. Rescue Tony Stark after his attack. A reward of 1,000 experience points awaits." Upon seeing this, Lin Yu felt invigorated. After 3 long months, was the narrative finally set to follow its rightful course? Let me witness the prowess of these superheroes. The following day, in Los Angeles, at Malibu Beach, one of the most prestigious enclaves of wealth on the West Coast, numerous celebrities and affluent individuals own residences here, including, of course, Tony Stark. Sunlight cascaded over the bustling streets of the city as a crimson Ferrari raced by like a bolt of lightning. Behind the wheel was Lin Yu, who deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, the Ferrari rumbling with a deep and powerful growl. He sped along, ultimately arriving at Tony's luxurious seaside villa, which boasted an exceptional location and breathtaking views. Lin Yu gently parked his car at the entrance of the villa and stepped out, clad in a well-tailored suit, exuding a commanding presence and undeniable charm. As he approached the grand entrance, a warm male voice suddenly called out, "Hi. Hello. Mr. Lin Yu. Welcome." Recognizing the voice, Lin Yu instantly deduced it belonged to J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony's all-capable, intelligent butler. He smiled in response. "Hello. J.A.R.V.I.S. continued. "I am Mr. Stark's personal butler, J.A.R.V.I.S. It is a pleasure to welcome you. Please come in." With that, the grand door of the villa opened slowly, and Lin Yu stepped inside. 10 minutes later, "You say you practice mysterious Eastern martial arts. Are you certain? I think it would be best for you to return home and continue investing in my stocks," Tony Stark remarked, immediately teasing Lin Yu upon his arrival. Pepper stood beside them, smiling awkwardly while casting a disapproving glance at Tony. Lin Yu remained unfazed. Tony continued his playful banter. "I must acknowledge your keen eye for investments and concede that you are an elegant and dashing gentleman. After all, at last night's gala, you were the focal point of attention among the ladies. However, I find it hard to believe that someone who appears less than formidable can practice martial arts." With that, Tony turned to Lin Yu and added, "Perhaps you could demonstrate? You must understand, Mr. Stark, that one cannot judge a book by its cover. Age and appearance do not define everything," Lin Yu replied while savoring a cup of exquisite tea. "And what of that? I am a billionaire," Tony declared with a hint of pride. "Very well," Lin Yu said, raising his hands in resignation. Without hesitation, he brought his palm down onto the glass table before him, shattering it instantly. Crash. "Oh my goodness." The sound of the shattering glass elicited gasps from Pepper and Tony. Pepper, astonished, jumped to her feet, exclaiming, "How did you do that?" Tony exclaimed in disbelief, "This is special glass." "As you can see, Tony," Lin Yu remarked, mimicking the motion of his strike. Tony quickly interjected, "Stop. I believe you. J.A.R.V.I.S. Assess the force of that strike." "Indeed, Mr. Stark. The data has been thoroughly analyzed. I can hardly believe that Mr. Lin's recent strength measured an astonishing 800 pounds. Jarvis's voice has taken on a more human-like quality. Lin Yu. Whoops. I lost control of my strength. I shall be more cautious next time." Tony regarded Lin Yu with a hint of skepticism. scrutinizing him for a considerable time before finally speaking. Very well, I am inclined to believe you, Lin. Pray, enlighten me on how you accomplished this feat, as it seems you have not exerted your full potential. Chapter 6. Tony Chinese Kung Fu. Tony. Do not be so astonished, Lin Yu exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Are you certain? In my earlier years, I visited martial arts masters in China, but never encountered someone like you. You are simply extraordinary. Tony, brimming with excitement, continued, Jarvis is my artificial intelligence butler. He can monitor the entire house at any time and effortlessly retrieve your records from the government database. Nothing in this world poses a challenge for Jarvis, as evidenced by the data we just discussed. The more Tony spoke, the more exhilarated he became, even rising to his feet. Lin, you must undergo a checkup with me. Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head and, after finishing his tea, replied, Tony, I am not displaying these abilities for you to study. Rather, I intend to treat your body. As he spoke, Lin Yu rose and approached Tony, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before continuing. In our Chinese martial arts, medicine and practice are intertwined. My medical skills are exceptional, and I can discern your physical ailments at a glance. Damn it, my body is in excellent condition. I have always exercised. I am incredibly strong. How dare you suggest I am unwell? You had better rephrase that. Damn it, Tony Stark exclaimed in a fit of anger. You cannot defeat him, Tony. Pepper, who had been standing quietly for a long time, finally interjected, her tone calm yet incredulous. You say you exercise frequently? I apologize, sir, but I truly do not wish to criticize. I can see your shortcomings immediately, Lin Yu replied with a hint of amusement. Tony Stark, exasperated yet amused, retorted, all right. I will temporarily believe your words. If you cannot deliver, I will show you what a real man is made of. He then turned to Pepper and instructed, Pepper, brew a cup of coffee. I want to see how this self-proclaimed doctor intends to treat me. Pepper stifled a laugh, for it was rare to see Tony so flustered. However, at least he acknowledged Lin Yu's abilities. She shot Lin Yu an apologetic glance before rising to prepare the coffee. Lin, how do you plan to treat me? It better be effective. Come on, show me how Chinese medicine works. Tony declared, gesticulating animatedly as if to prove a point. With a smile, Lin Yu stepped forward and patted Tony's shoulder, saying, It will be swift. Tony, it is quite simple. Are you familiar with Loft magazine? The entertainment media claims that all 12 cover girls have slept with me. Well, part of that is true. The girl from March had a scheduling conflict, but fortunately, the December cover features a pair of twins. If you can cure me, money is no object. Tony Stark proclaimed. Tony, I do not lack funds, do I? I am assisting you because I do not wish for my profit-generating asset to falter due to a minor health issue. Lin Yu responded with a serene smile. Well, then you are truly insufferable. So let us begin. What do you need me to do? Tony replied, exasperated yet resigned. As the iconic figure of the Marvel Universe, befriending Tony Stark could only yield benefits, especially since Iron Man had been one of Lin Yu's favorite superheroes, second only to Spider-Man. Since we are to assist him in his healing, let us do so thoroughly. A complete cleansing of his meridians is in order. Although Lin Yu lacks internal energy, the heroes within the Eternal Calamity are predominantly Qi practitioners, and thus possess an essence of Qi within their beings. Lin Yu is no exception. Utilizing this Qi to unblock the meridians and expel impurities from the body is a task well within his capabilities. You need do nothing but sit cross-legged. I will first assess your physical condition, then proceed with a comprehensive cleansing of your body. It may be quite painful, so bear with it. The thought of Tony's inevitable cries of distress brought a smile to Lin Yu's face. What do you mean? Tony inquired, suddenly recalling the dramatic portrayals in Chinese dramas. Well, what are you doing? I feel something swimming around inside me. What have you done? As Lin Yu began to channel the Qi to clear the meridians, Tony Stark could no longer contain his astonishment. Be quiet, Tony, Lin Yu urged, stifling his amusement. If you wish to prevent this energy from spiraling out of control within you, I suggest you close your mouth immediately. Though filled with curiosity, Tony Stark heeded this warning and fell silent, grappling with his myriad questions while silently experiencing the unusual sensations brought on by the mysterious energy coursing through him. As moments ticked by, not even 10 minutes had passed before Tony suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Yu's Qi, resembling a nimble serpent, darted through Tony's meridians, relentlessly striking at the blockages in his acupoints and pathways, gradually aiding in the unblocking of the channels. However, Tony's agonizing cries were unbearable, a cacophony that pierced the air. With a decisive surge of Qi, Lin Yu stunned Tony into unconsciousness, finally restoring a semblance of peace to the surroundings. With unwavering focus, Lin Yu continued to manipulate the Qi, meticulously unblocking each and every meridian within Tony's body. Upon successfully clearing all pathways, he did not cease his efforts. He guided the Qi to traverse Tony's meridians once more, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Once this was accomplished, Lin Yu exhaled deeply, then gently waved his hand, summoning a soft current of energy to support Tony, who floated serenely in the air. Lin Yu began to circle around Tony, executing a series of precise strikes aimed at shattering the toxins and impurities that had solidified within his body. As Lin Yu's chi traversed more extensively, steam began to emanate from Tony, as though he were being cooked. In the final moments, Lin Yu expelled the toxins from Tony's body and gently lowered him to the ground. Gradually, black filth enveloped Tony's Stark, exuding a foul odor. Pepper, who had witnessed the entire process from a distance, stood agape, bewildered by the spectacle. How did Tony end up floating? What is happening? Lin, did you do all of this? How did you accomplish it? Can Chinese martial arts do this? Are you sure it's not magic? Oh, my apologies. I believe you would refer to it as sorcery? Pepper stammered in her clumsy attempt at Mandarin. Lin Yu took a deep breath, his hands gradually rising in a motion reminiscent of expelling air, before forcefully pressing down. With this action, he exhaled a cloud of murky gas. After completing this series of movements, he adjusted his breathing rhythm slightly. After a moment, Lin Yu finally spoke. Pepper, I am utilizing the energy within my body to assist Tony in eliminating the toxins accumulated within him. Over the years, Tony's frequent exposure to various harmful substances and the intense pressures of his work have led to a significant buildup of toxins in his system. It is precisely these toxins that have contributed to his deteriorating health. Fortunately, we have successfully expelled them now. And as long as he takes adequate rest and consumes plenty of tea, his body will gradually regain its health, perhaps even becoming stronger than before. Having conveyed this, Lin Yu rose and walked steadily towards Pepper. He took the steaming cup of coffee from her hands, took a delicate sip, and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. After this detoxification, his body is now covered in a thick layer of grime. So, you should hurry and take him to get cleaned up." Upon hearing this, Pepper snapped back to reality, though a look of anxiety soon crossed her face as she hurriedly inquired, "But Lin, how exactly do we wake him up?" At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly waved his right hand vigorously, and a fierce gust of energy surged forth, striking Tony, who lay unconscious on the sofa. In an instant, the previously tranquil sleeper jolted awake, gasping as he expelled a large mouthful of blackened blood. "Shit. Lin, what did you do to me? I feel like I've just woken from a deep slumber. What the hell is this? Why do I smell so foul? What are these black substances?" Tony exclaimed in terror as he surveyed the dirt covering his body, before rushing towards the bathroom. Pepper couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Hearing her laughter, Tony quickened his pace. Naturally, Tony Stark's bedroom boasted an expansive bathroom, and after showering for a solid half-hour, he finally managed to wash away the thick layer of grime. Now, he soaked in the bathtub, contemplating the images displayed by Jarvis. He was aware that this world harbored many powerful super beings, such as the recent Green Giant, the vampires in Hell's Kitchen, the vampire Hunter Blade, and the daredevil who opposed Kingpin. While ordinary people might be oblivious to these entities, it was effortless for him, equipped with Jarvis, to uncover the truth. To be honest, it would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. However, he had greater faith in his intellect, believing that technology was his true ally. Yet, witnessing Lin Yu's actions had shaken his convictions. "Scan my bodily condition, Jarvis." After a brief pause, Jarvis's human-like voice resonated once more. "Sir, the scan results indicate that your bone density appears to be significantly enhanced, and the condition of all your organs and muscles is exceptionally pristine. In essence, your body is as immaculate as an unblemished surface." Tony Stark's pupils constricted, taken aback by this revelation. "Moreover, sir, your current physical state surpasses that of 20 years ago," Jarvis added. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes narrowed again, prompting him to inquire, "Have you detected Lin's physical condition, Mr.? Lin exhibits a unique energy activity within him that I am unable to assess," Jarvis replied. Tony found himself perplexed, pondering why Lin would choose to reveal such prowess upon their first meeting. The strength Lin displayed could easily have been employed to eliminate him without warning. What purpose could this serve? Lin interjected, "You are overthinking it. I could still eliminate you even if you were on guard." Shaking his head, Tony forced himself to dismiss these thoughts and began to cleanse himself of the grime. In the living room, Tony emerged from the bathroom to find Lin engaged in light-hearted banter with his secretary, and felt a surge of irritation. In a huff, he plopped down onto the sofa, staring at Lin. "What is this? Superpowers? Or some form of so-called magic?" Tony asked directly. Chapter 7. We Are Brothers. Lin Yu was not surprised. Having watched the film, he was well aware of Jarvis's capabilities, especially since Tony had introduced him to them. This understanding prompted Tony to be straightforward, believing there was no need for Lin Yu to mask his intentions. With a slight smile, Lin Yu refrained from immediately addressing Tony's skepticism. He gently set down his coffee cup, his fingertips tapping a rhythmic pattern on the table. "Tony, do you know why Eastern martial arts masters assess the character of their disciples?" Lin Yu suddenly inquired. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Because they're afraid of teaching a villain?" "Not merely that," Lin Yu replied as he stood and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. "The true essence of martial arts transmission revolves around the concept of fate and connection. Not everyone is suited for cultivation, nor can everyone grasp its intricacies. He turned to face Tony, his gaze deepening. But you are different. You possess an extraordinary level of insight and focus, and more importantly, a profound sense of justice within you. Tony scoffed. Justice? Are you certain you're talking about me? Absolutely. Lin Yu returned to the table. You create weapons yet aspire for world peace, do you not? Lin Yu was merely attempting to engage Tony in conversation, planning to intrigue him first. However, Tony's expression shifted to one of seriousness, reflecting the very thoughts in his mind. You know me well? Tony narrowed his eyes. So, what exactly do you desire? Lin Yu spread his hands. I seek a partner who can truly comprehend this power, not a student, nor a follower, but a comrade who can stand alongside me. He locked eyes with Tony. Consider the possibilities when technology intertwines with ancient martial arts. Tony fell into contemplation. Pepper noticed this rare, serious expression on his face. An intriguing proposition. Tony finally spoke, but I prefer to rely on data. Are you willing to undergo some tests? Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. I would welcome that. The ensuing scene left Pepper astounded. In Stark Industries' private laboratory, Lin Yu's physical data surpassed human limits entirely. This is impossible. Tony stared at the numbers on the screen. Your muscle fiber density is 30 times that of an average person? Bone strength. Good heavens. This is harder than titanium. Lin Yu retracted the testing equipment. Now do you understand why I emphasize the careful selection of a successor? Such power, if placed in the wrong hands, would spell disaster. Tony interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But if it were in our hands? Precisely. Lin Yu nodded. I can teach you the foundational methods of cultivation. As for how much you can master, that depends on your innate talent. Tony suddenly wore a sly grin. I bet I can surpass you within a month. I eagerly await that day. Lin Yu laughed, but perhaps before that, you should first learn the art of proper breathing. Pepper observed the interplay between the two, marked by both rivalry and mutual respect, and could not help but smile. She quietly whispered to J.A.R.V.I.S. Prepare the medical bay. I have a premonition that Tony will push himself to his limits. All is ready. Miss Potts, J.A.R.V.I.S. responded calmly. However, according to Mr. Lin's data analysis, Mr. Stark indeed possesses remarkable potential. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the laboratory, Tony, filled with anticipation, eagerly began to practice the first breathing technique that Lin Yu had taught him. He had a faint inkling that this would mark a pivotal moment in his life. Yet, he also felt the weight of pressure, as all of this stemmed from Lin Yu's ordinary capabilities. According to Lin Yu, what formidable power would he wield if he were to transform? Perhaps only the immensely powerful Hulk could hope to exchange blows with a transformed Lin Yu. Furthermore, martial arts rely not solely on raw physical strength. They also require a degree of mental fortitude to sustain them. Nevertheless, Lin Yu intended to see if there might be better things for Pepper in the future. But for now, he and Tony would ensure her safety without worry. In the following days, Tony immersed himself in the practice of I Ching Jing. And due to the direct impartation of knowledge, he grasped the concepts rapidly and advanced at an impressive pace. There exists a form of energy in this world, though ordinary people remain oblivious to it. Recently, the system awarded Lin Yu a new function, which he had been curious about for some time. Blade resonance. When an enemy attacks you in close combat with a weapon, you can raise your weapon to block, subsequently triggering blade resonance. The enemy, upon being affected by blade resonance, will drop their weapon and be repelled by the counterforce, entering a state of temporary paralysis. Currently, blade resonance is at level 1. And upgrading to level 2 will unlock the function for ranged weapons. What? It can even resonate with ranged weapons? This enemy stands no chance. One can only commend the system. Lin Yu was increasingly eager to engage in battles with formidable foes. After spending a few days at Tony's residence, Lin Yu set out, having fulfilled Tony's request for guidance during this period. However, he received a message from Nick Fury. The Hulk had emerged. General Ross was still dispatching teams worldwide in search of Banner, unaware that Bruce Banner had been under S.H.I.E.L.D.S. surveillance all along. After transforming into the Hulk, Bruce Banner became an uncontrollable variable, necessitating constant oversight from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury believed that it was better to keep such a powerful weapon under control rather than risk letting it roam free. Previously, they had refrained from alarming the target. But now, with Lin Yu, there was no fear. In a certain location in Brazil, Bruce Banner had been in hiding for over 6 months. And he had now gained the ability to manage his anger, transforming at will. Lin Yu directly approached the place where Bruce resided, alone, while others remained at a distance. Only Lin Yu could converse with Bruce Banner. Even if negotiations fell through, Lin Yu was unafraid to face the Hulk. Lin Yu waited in Banner's home for about half an hour before Bruce returned. Who are you? Dr. Banner inquired, maintaining his composure. Yes, Lin Yu replied, eschewing conventional tactics. Well aware of Banner's deep-seated mistrust of government personnel. I remember now. I have seen you on television. You are that armored hero from Los Angeles. Are you affiliated with the military? Bruce Banner inquired. At this moment, Lin Yu had donned his Hongguang armor, his identity unmistakable. He tossed his proof of being a Stark Industries shareholder towards Bruce and declared, "Take a look. I am merely an ordinary person, not a government operative. Nor do I have any interest in aiding them. What, then, is your purpose in seeking me? I am perfectly well as I am and wish to remain undisturbed. I believe you will find this encounter disappointing." Bruce Banner, preoccupied with organizing his belongings, paid no heed to Lin Yu. With a confident tone, Lin Yu continued, "I am convinced that disappointment will elude me. You have consistently regarded the Hulk as a nuisance, resisting and rejecting him. Do you believe that is effective? The more you suppress the Hulk, the greater the turmoil he brings forth when he emerges. You are aware that you cannot suppress him indefinitely. You think you are evading disaster, but in truth, you are orchestrating it." Bruce Banner slammed his hands down on the table, towering over Lin Yu as he shouted in frustration, "Do you have a better solution? Damn it, I have even attempted to take my own life, to no avail. Tell me, what alternatives do I have aside from suppressing him?" Chapter 8, The Great Battle with the Hulk. Do not be anxious, Dr. Banner. Lin Yu approached casually, pulling a chair over and settling down. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, skillfully lit one, and took a deep drag. As the smoke curled around him, he continued in a leisurely manner, "Dr. Banner, in truth, I, like you, possess extraordinary abilities. To the outside world, we may be regarded as outcasts or monsters. Yet I beg to differ." Lin Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Dr. Banner. "Though we wield powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, we have never harbored intentions to harm humanity. At least for me. I've never felt that I've stepped outside the realm of humanity. We remain human, albeit just a tad more formidable than the average person." He paused for a moment, took another puff, and exhaled a ring of smoke before continuing. "Moreover, consider this. There are many individuals in this world with special abilities akin to ours. Among them are those who are benevolent and just. Yet there are also those with sinister motives. Some deeply twisted individuals wreak havoc upon cities, mercilessly slaughtering innocent citizens. While ordinary criminals can be dealt with by agencies like the FBI, those endowed with superhuman abilities may require the intervention of us superpowered beings to handle." At this point, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, gazing meaningfully at Dr. Banner. "In this vast universe, countless unknown races exist. With your impressive 7 doctoral degrees, I am certain you possess far greater knowledge on this matter than I do, correct?" Upon hearing this, Banner appeared perplexed. "Are you suggesting that I join some organization? Perhaps the Department of Homeland Strategic and Logistics Support? If so, I must decline." With that, Banner resumed organizing his belongings, showing little interest in Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu, undeterred, stood up and stretched before looking directly at Banner. "No, I am personally inviting you. I intend to form a team that specializes in managing these extraordinary incidents, independent of any organization. However, I truly cannot control the Hulk. That creature has an exceptionally volatile temperament," Banner lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Though he could barely suppress the urge to transform into the Hulk, once that green giant emerged, it heralded an impending disaster. Wherever the Hulk appeared, that place would swiftly descend into ruin, obliterated by his relentless destruction. In truth, if given the choice, Banner would prefer to be an ordinary person, leading a tranquil and simple life, free from the burdens of endless worry and guilt. At that moment, Lin Yu approached with a smile, declaring earnestly, "Thus, I have come to assist you. As long as you can summon the Hulk, leave the rest to me. I will handle him." Hearing this, Banner felt a surge of curiosity and could not help but ask, "How do you intend to deal with the Hulk?" Lin Yu's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "It's simple and straightforward. Just give him a good thrashing." Banner, taken aback by this audacity, widened his eyes and scrutinized Lin Yu, pondering what audacity he possessed to claim he could vanquish the Hulk. Observing Banner's hesitation to act, Lin Yu wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Bruce Banner. Poor Banner had no chance to react. He felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, and in an instant, he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently against the solid wall. With a muffled thud, Banner's body was embedded deep into the wall, his head slumping helplessly to the side. Those familiar with the films knew that this was the most effective way to summon the Hulk. Subsequently, Lin Yu accessed the system's weapon shop to purchase the Golden Quality Sword, Chi Xiao, and the Golden Soul Jade, Phoenix Feather. The 7-star dueling technique was unnecessary. Reality was not a game, and rushing into the enemy's face would be sheer folly. However, Lin Yu did not rush to wield the weapons. Instead, he acquired the Golden Soul Jade, Wind and Fire Piercing Foot, placing both weapons into his arsenal. With unwavering determination, he gazed at the Hulk, contemplating how well his fists could contend against such a formidable foe. Drawing in a deep breath, he slightly crouched, channeling his strength into his right arm. In mere seconds, a series of actions unfolded with lightning speed. Lin Yu unleashed a fierce strike, his right fist slicing through the air towards the Hulk. Unexpectedly, The seemingly motionless banner on the ground suddenly sat up as if awakened by some mysterious force. Almost immediately, his body began to expand at an astonishing rate, heightening. Muscles bulging, his skin transforming into a vibrant green. In the blink of an eye, a towering green giant, the Hulk, stood before him, approximately 2-3 meters tall. The Hulk erupted with a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to declare his discontent. His eyes, ablaze with fury, fixed intently on Lin Yu, brimming with unrestrained rage and hostility. Without a moment's hesitation, the Hulk lunged forward, his massive strides akin to a tank charging at full speed. As the distance closed, he raised a fist, larger than an average human head, and brought it crashing down towards Lin Yu with earth-shattering force. Faced with such ferocity, Lin Yu remained undaunted. Laughing heartily, "Come at me." At that moment, instead of retreating, he advanced, extending his own fist to meet the Hulk's formidable blow. In an instant, their fists collided in midair, producing a deep and resounding impact. Boom. The sound resonated like thunder, echoing all around. The surrounding air seemed to vibrate with the intensity of the clash, sending dust swirling into the atmosphere. In this intense confrontation, neither side could claim superiority. As their fists met in a stalemate, suspended in midair, Lin Yu understood that this was not the limit of Hulk's strength. For his very essence was that he grew ever more formidable with each surge of rage. Lin Yu relished the thrill of delivering that punch. Once more. Before Lin Yu could make a move, Hulk's fist was already upon him. Undeterred, Lin Yu advanced, countering the blow. This time, Hulk's strength was slightly more formidable, however. Lin Yu had already summoned nearly all his power. It seemed that a single template was insufficient, as his initial strength was still too feeble. He needed to embark on tasks urgently. Chapter 9. Phoenix Feather. After his confrontation with Hulk, Lin Yu retreated with an ethereal swiftness, distancing himself several meters in the blink of an eye. Only when he felt secure, far from the imminent danger, did he come to a halt. In the next moment, with a gentle flourish of his right hand, an ancient and exquisite sword, the Qi Shao, materialized in his grasp. The black scabbard was adorned with enigmatic and archaic engravings, exuding an aura of timelessness. As Lin Yu gripped the hilt and drew the sword from its sheath, a brilliant crimson light erupted forth. The fiery blade resembled molten lava, ablaze in radiating waves of searing heat, as if it had just emerged from divine flames. He slightly lifted his right foot, leaning back, as he firmly held the longsword. Gathering strength for a decisive moment, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the approaching Hulk, who was charging toward him with furious intent. Witnessing Lin Yu's retreat, Hulk was consumed by rage, unleashing a thunderous roar as he accelerated toward him. As the distance between them dwindled, and a collision seemed inevitable, Lin Yu abruptly raised the longsword, releasing the pent-up energy in an instant. In that fleeting moment, two immense and razor-sharp waves of sword energy surged forth like lightning, cleaving directly toward Hulk's formidable form. A resounding crash echoed as Hulk was struck by the overwhelming force of the sword energy, losing his balance and hurtling backward like a cannonball for several meters. When Hulk crashed heavily to the ground, two jagged wounds of varying lengths marred his seemingly indestructible skin, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the lacerations. However, thanks to Hulk's extraordinary regenerative abilities, these seemingly grievous injuries began to heal at an astonishingly visible pace. "Ouch! That was quite damaging," Lin Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. He never anticipated that his released sword energy could breach Hulk's renowned impenetrable defenses. In previous Marvel films, Hulk only sustained injury during cataclysmic events, like the snapping of fingers that could obliterate worlds. Yet, considering the golden quality of his long sword and the soul gem, such damage was not entirely unexpected. Hulk, now fueled by unquenchable fury and might, charged once more. Faced with this formidable adversary, Lin Yu's expression hardened as he raised the long sword high. In an instant, two more formidable waves of sword energy erupted from the blade, slicing toward Hulk with precision. Two thunderous impacts resounded as Hulk's massive form was once again repelled, soaring backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained vigilant, fully aware of Hulk's terrifying trait. The angrier he became, the more formidable his strength. Thus, Lin Yu dared not hesitate for a moment. He quickly adjusted his breathing and stance, pooling every ounce of his power, silently awaiting Hulk's next, even more ferocious assault. On the other side, Hulk, witnessing his repeated failures to touch this seemingly insignificant yet remarkably tenacious adversary, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rising within him. He let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. In an instant, Hulk summoned his strength, propelling himself into the sky like a meteor ablaze with fury, descending upon Lin Yu with tremendous force, launching an assault. Seeing this, Lin Yu swiftly switched to his long spear and battle flag, gripping the spear with his right hand. As Hulk approached, he struck out forcefully. The spear collided with Hulk, and Lin Yu expertly manipulated the weapon, battering Hulk relentlessly, rendering him unable to move and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. After delivering several strikes, Lin Yu leaped into the air, bringing the spear down heavily upon Hulk once more. Hulk was sent flying like a cannonball, demolishing surrounding structures in his wake. Lin Yu chuckled, relishing the effectiveness of his weapon. However, in the next moment, the smile on Lin Yu's face abruptly froze. Hulk, consumed by rage from the relentless assault, unleashed a thunderous, frenzied roar, pounding his broad chest with his massive fists, as if to expel all his pent-up fury. As Hulk's emotions escalated, his physique subtly swelled, emanating a presence even more formidable than before. In the blink of an eye, Hulk lunged toward Lin Yu with the speed of lightning. Lin Yu, sensing the imminent threat, raised his weapon to defend himself, but alas, Hulk wielded no melee weapon, and the defensive effect was not triggered. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto a pile of firewood outside. Wood splintered, dust billowed, and the scene was one of utter disarray. Coughing violently, Lin Yu struggled to rise, rubbing his aching arms with a sense of helplessness and frustration. He couldn't help but mutter in exasperation, "This damned green giant is an absolute bug. How could he suddenly unleash such immense power? One punch sent me flying so far. It's utterly ridiculous." Reflecting on his brief encounter with Hulk, Lin Yu realized that if he did not transform, he would be unable to stand a chance against him. Resolute, he cast aside any hesitation, his gaze firm, and decisively activated his transformation mode. In an instant, he soared into the air, as a blazing inferno began to emanate from his heart, rapidly enveloping his entire being. From a distance, Lin Yu appeared as a battle god reborn from the flames. Hulk, poised to launch another ferocious attack on Lin Yu, was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief at the spectacle before him. As Lin Yu was enveloped in flames mid-air, Hulk felt a sense of bewilderment. Has this fellow lost his mind? What on earth is he attempting to achieve? Unperturbed by Hulk's reaction, Lin Yu was entirely focused on harnessing the tumultuous energy within him, urging the flames to envelop his form more swiftly and completely. The raging inferno gradually subsided, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent and resplendent suit of armor that adorned Lin Yu's body, transformed into a divine warrior. He emanated a chilling and formidable aura. Heaven and earth unite. The sun and moon shine together. With a gentle grip of his right hand, a three-pronged, double-edged blade materialized. Lin Yu brandished the sword horizontally, pointing it toward Hulk, feeling the surging power within him. Lin Yu couldn't help but reflect on the practicality of the Erlang goddess strength. Alas, possessing such immense power alone is insufficient. If he were truly Erlang god, would he not be invincible? Contemplating this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret. Come forth, let me see if the green giant can withstand this. Chapter 10, Banner, and No. Lin Yu tightly gripped the long halberd, positioning it horizontally behind him while leaning forward with slightly bent knees, gathering his strength. His gaze remained fixed ahead, not daring to relax for even a moment. On the other side, Hulk felt an overwhelming surge of anger at being toyed with. His eyes widened, and he let out a deafening roar, akin to a raging beast, as he charged towards Lin Yu with the might of a runaway tank. At the very instant Hulk was about to pounce, a gleam flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted tremendous force through his arms, swinging the glimmering halberd with thunderous momentum. With a swift whoosh, the halberd sliced through the air, delivering a formidable blow to Hulk's massive frame. Hulk barely had time to react before he was sent flying like a cannonball. However, Lin Yu had no intention of stopping there. With the agility of a swift wind, he dashed forward, propelling himself off the ground, soaring gracefully through the air in an elegant arc. Simultaneously, he pulled the halberd back, channeling all his strength into his arms. And as he descended, he brought the weapon crashing down towards Hulk's retreating figure. With a thunderous boom, the halberd struck the ground with cataclysmic force. The hard earth shattered like torn paper, scattering countless fragments in all directions. The powerful shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Just as Hulk had regained his footing, he found himself struck again, caught off guard by the overwhelming impact. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Yu relentlessly pressed the attack, pivoting the halberd with the might of a mountain descending upon an egg. The colossal weapon glinted coldly in the sunlight as it descended mercilessly upon Hulk. With a dull thud, Hulk was swept away by the immense force, dragging a long trail across the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Once more, Hulk was sent tumbling into a heap of rubble, raising a storm of dust that obscured the scene. Lin Yu gazed at the chaos before him, reflecting inwardly on the formidable power that accompanied his transformation. Indeed, it felt as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Remarkably, a mere gentle strike had sent Hulk flying far away. At that moment, Hulk roared back from the debris, muscles bulging and veins protruding, resembling an enraged beast exuding boundless fury and ferocity. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on Hulk, calculating the optimal moment to strike. Finally, the opportunity arose. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skill, the execution move following his transformation. Lin Yu's figure spun rapidly, the halberd in his hands twisting like a nimble dragon, swiftly aligning with the direction of Hulk's position. Immediately, the long spear struck heavily against the formidable body of Hulk with a sweeping motion. The sound of a dull thud resonated, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Simultaneously, a debilitating state was inflicted upon Hulk. The immense blow left a ghastly wound on his body, blood splattering everywhere. He emitted a roar of pain and fury, his form hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. However, this time Hulk did not spring back to continue his assault as before. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the horrifying wound on his body, acutely aware of the strength within him ebbing away, his eyes filled with rage and reluctance. He lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu, panting as if he intended to devour his opponent whole. For a moment, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The atmosphere tensed to the breaking point. Time seemed to freeze, with the world falling silent save for the heavy breaths of the two combatants. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Hulk could not withstand the debilitating effects of the finishing move. His body swayed a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground, reverting back to his original form as Dr. Banner. Observing this, Lin Yu gradually released his transformation as well. He surveyed the devastated battlefield, a smile creeping onto his face. Reflecting on the breathtaking battle with Hulk, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. Indeed, Hulk was a harbinger of destruction. His power was terrifying, turning everything into ruins wherever he went. After a brief respite, Lin Yu walked over to Bruce Banner's side. He bent down and carefully helped Dr. Banner to his feet, leaning him against a nearby wall. At this moment, Banner appeared pale and extremely weak, yet his consciousness remained relatively clear. Lin, I just witnessed everything. I must say, you are remarkably strong. Truly formidable. Cough. This is the first time I've seen Hulk injured, and so severely. Banner said weakly, somewhat drained. Lin Yu smiled slightly. As I mentioned, Doctor, I would subdue him. Now let us get you some treatment. With that, he assisted Bruce Banner in departing from the scene. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the agents of the S.H.I.E.L.D. were exchanging glances. They had just witnessed the battle, and Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess left them in shock. They were well aware of Hulk's strength, but Lin Yu had defeated him relying solely on his personal might. One could only imagine the level of danger Lin Yu posed. Upon arriving at the temporary outpost with Bruce Banner, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately stood up, regarding Lin Yu as if he were a monster. Noticing their reactions, Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk, finding it somewhat amusing, and he teased, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there something on my face? Why is everyone staring at me like that?" At his words, the agents felt a wave of embarrassment, turning away to feign indifference as they looked elsewhere. At that moment, Nick Fury approached with purposeful strides, accompanied by Natasha and Hill, and stood before Lin Yu. Nick Fury first cast a meaningful glance at Bruce Banner before turning to Lin Yu and stating, "Mr. Lin Yu, might you consider entrusting Dr. Banner to our care? We possess an exceptionally suitable environment for Dr. Banner to conduct his research, along with a team of professionals who can provide the requisite training. This arrangement would greatly minimize the chances of the Hulk going out of control." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu couldn't help but inwardly scoff, thinking to himself how brazen Nick Fury truly was. Nonetheless, he maintained a courteous smile and replied, "Director Fury, do you genuinely believe that your current capabilities can restrain the Hulk?" These words plunged everyone present into a profound silence, leaving no one able to respond to the query. Even the usually self-assured Nick Fury realized that it would be quite improbable to take Banner away from Lin Yu. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed instead, if possible, "Could Natasha join your team? She is one of our most elite agents, possessing extensive combat experience, and I believe she could significantly enhance your team." After listening to Nick Fury's words, Lin Yu slowly turned his gaze towards Natasha, studying her intently for a considerable time. Ultimately, he gave a slight nod, signaling his agreement to the request. Subsequently, the group boarded an aircraft, departing with Banner and Natasha, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 11. The Guardians Alliance. After a lengthy journey through the skies, the aircraft finally descended smoothly at Los Angeles International Airport. The cabin door gradually opened, and Lin Yu was the first to disembark, followed closely by Natasha and Bruce Banner. The trio stepped onto this familiar land, brimming with opportunities. Upon exiting the airport, Lin Yu guided Natasha and Bruce towards his suburban villa. Prior to their arrival, Lin Yu had discreetly established a clandestine base within the subterranean level of his residence. This facility was well-equipped and fully functional, serving as their temporary refuge and operational command center. Today, Lin Yu was not driving his usual Ferrari. Instead, he was behind the wheel of a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, a gift from Tony Stark. This spacious and comfortable vehicle effortlessly accommodated the three of them, contrasting sharply with the rather confined space of a sports car. Lin Yu skillfully maneuvered the Phantom into the villa's private garage. As the engine fell silent, he exited the vehicle first and ushered the others inside. Upon entering through the grand doorway, they were greeted by an opulent spectacle, lavishly adorned decor, exquisite furnishings, and resplendent crystal chandeliers, all of which epitomized the wealth and taste of a capitalist. Faced with such grandeur, Dr. Banner felt a wave of disorientation. Just a day prior, he had been hiding in some far-flung corner of the world, eking out a meager existence. Yet now, he found himself residing in a villa of such lavish design. The stark contrast stirred emotions within him, leaving him at a loss for words to articulate his complex feelings. Natasha also appeared somewhat unsettled. Accustomed to operating from the shadows on various clandestine missions, she now found herself stepping into the spotlight, as if emerging from darkness into light, which left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Observing their slightly discomposed expressions, Lin Yu shook his head in mild exasperation and remarked, "Dr. Banner, you are a leading scientist. Surely you can afford a villa? And Miss Natasha, I recall you've been here before. Why the surprise?" At this teasing remark, both individuals turned away awkwardly, avoiding Lin Yu's playful gaze. "In truth, I have no money," Bruce Banner said with a hint of resignation. Lin Yu continued, "During this time, Natasha, you will take care of Dr. Banner. I won't be at the villa for long." Upon hearing this, Bruce furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Lin, about the plan you mentioned, what exactly is this team like?" Natasha, too, displayed curiosity. She was well aware of Nick Fury's true intention in sending her to Lin Yu, merely to secretly observe and act as a spy. Now, hearing Bruce broach such a significant topic, she turned her gaze toward Lin Yu, quietly awaiting his response. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, sketching a faint smile. He leisurely walked towards the sofa and settled down with an air of tranquility, crossing his legs comfortably. Then, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, deftly lit one, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke before speaking in a measured tone. "In truth, I have long harbored a plan. After careful contemplation, I have resolved to name this soon-to-be-formed team the Guardians Alliance. As the name suggests, our mission is to safeguard societal tranquility and the security of all humankind." After a brief pause, Lin Yu took another puff of his cigarette and continued, "Anyone who has paid attention to the news would undoubtedly realize that the world we inhabit is far from peaceful. A growing number of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities are engaging in reckless behavior, breaking the law, and even extraterrestrial beings are lurking, plotting an invasion of our blue planet. In light of this situation, our only recourse is to unite and fortify ourselves. Only then can we bear the responsibility of defending our world." Having spoken, Lin Yu wore a smile, his gaze soft yet resolute as he looked at the two individuals before him. He understood Bruce Banner well. If he wished to successfully invite this exceptionally talented yet complex scientist to join the Guardians Alliance, it was imperative to be forthright and share all pertinent information without reservation. As for why he chose the name Guardians Alliance rather than Avengers Alliance, the reason was quite simple. Lin Yu felt the latter was inappropriate. In his view, the term Avengers implies that an enemy has already arrived and inflicted harm, thus prompting revenge. This was not his intention. He aspired to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy before they truly invaded, repelling them entirely. Hence, after thoughtful consideration, he resolved to designate this organization as the Guardians Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce Banner spoke with determination. "Lin, I must say, I wholeheartedly agree with your vision. However, I am currently still a wanted man. Furthermore, do we not appear a tad undermanned?" As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Natasha, the implication unmistakable. In truth, Bruce Banner had always harbored reservations about S.H.I.E.L.D., viewing them as relentless pursuers, not fundamentally different from General Ross of the military. In response, Natasha replied without hesitation, "Though I may lack superhuman abilities, my combat experience is extensive. Moreover, regarding the official and legitimate status of our team, Nick will assist with that. Even your warrant, Dr. Banner, I can have revoked." Faced with Natasha's unequivocal statements, Bruce Banner could only helplessly raise his hands in acceptance of reality. Lin Yu understood Natasha well. Her willingness to sacrifice for humanity, as depicted in the films, was truly commendable. Perhaps she is merely overwhelmed by solitude. After all, those who were raised within the confines of the Red Room are devoid of familial affection. This sentiment can be discerned from the film's portrayal of Dr. Banner's emotions. However, with Lin Yu's presence, such circumstances shall not arise again. Lin Yu continued, stating, "There is no need for concern regarding personnel. Our forthcoming objective is to assemble other superpowered individuals who share our vision and invite them to join our cause. Naturally, those who are perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of world destruction need not apply. What are your thoughts?" Upon concluding his remarks, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the two. "I have no objections. I am in agreement." Bruce Banner and Natasha responded in succession. "Very well, it is settled then," Lin Yu proclaimed as he rose to his feet. Chapter 12. Spider-Man. Upon stepping out of the villa, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air and the warm sunlight. He drove his sports car towards Tony's residence, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. On one hand, he was eager to discover Tony's progress in his studies during this time. After all, the martial arts secrets he had imparted were not easily grasped by the average person. They required immense dedication and effort to master. On the other hand, he was also keen to learn about the unfolding narrative. Although Tony had acquired martial skills, Lin Yu felt that, without the iconic armor, Tony could not truly be regarded as a formidable superhero. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Yu pressed down on the accelerator. The sports car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the roar of the engine piercing the air and stirring up a gust of wind. Before long, he arrived at Tony's luxurious seaside villa. Nestled amidst verdant trees and tranquil surroundings, the villa was a stunning sight. It stood on an expansive lawn, its white façade strikingly elegant against the backdrop of nature. "Welcome home, Mr. Lin Yu. The gentleman is currently busy in the laboratory," announced Jarvis, his voice warm and melodious, just as Lin Yu approached the entrance. "Hello, Jarvis. Thank you for the update." Lin Yu replied with a smile as he strode confidently into the villa. He traversed the spacious and bright living room, ascended the staircase, and sank into the soft, comfortable sofa on the second floor. In just a few minutes, Tony bounded up the stairs, his face aglow with excitement. He gestured animatedly with his hands, his words tumbling forth in a rush. "Lin, this is absolutely astonishing. That technique you gave me, the Jing. What is this miraculous thing?" Tony's exhilaration left him somewhat incoherent, his pronunciation faltering, yet his delight and curiosity were unmistakable. "It is an ancient and enigmatic martial arts manuscript." "Tony," Lin Yu replied leisurely, flicking the ash from his cigarette. His eyes narrowed slightly as he explained in a relaxed tone. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened further, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. "There exists a form of energy within my body that even advanced instruments cannot detect. This is truly incredible. Can you fathom what this signifies? It means that with this energy, I could potentially create astonishing inventions, such as powerful new weapons." Tony's excitement escalated, his enthusiasm manifesting in animated gestures and movements. "Calm down, Tony. While this energy indeed resides within you, it is not inexhaustible. It is finite, and once depleted, you must patiently await its gradual replenishment. Much like the human body's recovery mechanism," Lin Yu clarified, raising his hands in a gesture of explanation. Tony momentarily paused, a hint of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained his spirited demeanor, exclaiming excitedly, "So what? At least for now, this surge of energy flows through my body. I can distinctly feel myself becoming immensely powerful. Does this not qualify as a superpower? Moreover, just yesterday, I inadvertently wrecked my Audi R8. As he spoke, a hint of regret flickered across Tony's face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded gently, responding in agreement. "Indeed, you are correct. Furthermore, you are merely at the nascent stage of your journey. As time progresses and you accumulate more energy, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. As for the present, to accurately gauge your true power, let me ponder. Ah, yes, Captain America, that renowned superhero, judging by your current condition, you should be on par with him." Upon hearing this, Tony could no longer contain his inner joy and burst into laughter. His father often used Captain America as a paragon to inspire him, recounting various tales of the hero's valor. Now, to discover that he possesses strength comparable to that of the legendary superhero, he felt that perhaps this iconic figure was not as formidable as he had imagined. Lin Yu, understanding his thoughts, reiterated, "Tony, do not confine yourself to this. Your power will gradually amplify, and Captain America will be left in your wake." Tony shrugged nonchalantly, as if struck by a sudden thought. "Lin, where have you been recently? Off sailing on a yacht? Attending a raucous party?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then looked at Tony earnestly, saying, "Tony, I have formed a team dedicated to addressing paranormal events and extraterrestrial invasions. I hope you will join." "What kind of team? Who else is involved?" "If there are attractive women, I might consider it," Tony remarked, casually swirling the vibrant ruby red wine in his glass before taking a sip. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, a look of exasperation crossing his face. "And what about that hulking green giant you remember? A few days ago, I specifically went to recruit him, along with a beautiful, agile female agent. What do you think?" Lin Yu smiled, raising his glass to gently clink it against Tony's. However, Tony resolutely shook his head, decisively rejecting, "No way, I'm not interested in joining some tedious masked vigilante club." Lin Yu, upon hearing this, remained calm. After all, Tony was still the carefree playboy, yet to experience the profound bond of life and death with Ethan, and therefore unable to grasp the heavy pain and calamity his advanced weapons had inadvertently inflicted upon countless innocents. Nevertheless, it mattered not. When the time came for Tony to awaken and recognize all of this, it would not be too late to invite him to join. For only when he dons that iron armor will Tony Stark truly embody the essence of a superhero. "All right, Tony, for now, focus on continuously enhancing your own strength. I must seize the moment to continue recruiting more like-minded individuals. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise or new developments occur, please keep me informed promptly. With these words, Lin Yu slowly rose to his feet, his gaze profound and imbued with significance as he stared intently at Tony before turning and striding away. His next objective was to seek out his good neighbor, the young man known as Peter Parker. Chapter 13. Peter Parker, is it true? Recently, Peter Parker has been beset by worries, primarily due to his nightly endeavors to assist others and champion justice. This relentless pursuit has left Aunt May in a state of constant anxiety, fearing for his safety in the perilous world outside. After all, in Aunt May's eyes, regardless of Peter's extraordinary abilities, he remains but a child. Little does she know that Peter Parker is, at this very moment, the beloved neighborhood Spider-Man. Just earlier, Peter had successfully thwarted 2 criminals attempting to commit robbery. Donning his iconic spider suit, he meandered homeward, only to be taken aback upon discovering a luxurious Ferrari parked outside his residence. A wave of confusion washed over him as he pondered, who could this wealthy individual be? Suddenly gracing my home, driven by curiosity and bewilderment, he cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a young, handsome man clad in a sharply tailored suit, engaged in lively conversation with Aunt May. What was even more peculiar was the fact that this stranger was smiling warmly at him. Without need for further introduction, this man was none other than Lin Yu. Upon seeing Peter return, Aunt May enthusiastically called out, "Hey, Peter, come over and have a good chat with your teacher." With that, she turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Peter stood there, utterly perplexed, with a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. However, in an attempt to comprehend this strange situation, he composed himself, offering a polite nod to Lin Yu and inviting him into his bedroom. As soon as they entered, Lin Yu spoke up. "Hi. Hello, Peter. I'm Lin Yu. You can call me Lin." Peter felt somewhat flustered, for someone who rarely socialized. Lin Yu's sudden interjection disrupted his rhythm. "Oh, hi, Lin. May I ask? I don't seem to know you. I am a shareholder of Stark Industries, Peter. Moreover, I am a very close friend of Tony." Lin Yu confidently revealed this heavyweight connection. As anticipated, Peter Parker's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, before he exclaimed, "Wow, sir, you are actually very good friends with the renowned Tony Stark?" Observing Peter's incredulous yet exuberant expression, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, my boy, you heard correctly. Furthermore, if you wish, I could even arrange for Tony to personally invite you to Stark Industries for further studies." "Oh my goodness, that is so cool. Yay." Peter was nearly beside himself with joy, waving his arms exuberantly like a child who had just received their most cherished toy, his face radiating uncontainable delight. After a considerable time, Peter seemed to finally regain his composure from the overwhelming excitement. Suddenly, he realized he may have acted somewhat inappropriately. Feeling flustered, he stammered, Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Lin. I find myself at a loss for words to adequately convey my gratitude towards you. However, I must inquire, what brings you here today?" It was only at that moment that Peter suddenly recalled that he had never previously encountered the stranger standing before him. Upon hearing Peter's question, Lin Yu approached Peter's computer chair with a measured pace and took a seat. He then offered a slight smile, locking eyes with Peter, and spoke in a calm, resonant voice. "Mr. Peter Parker, I have come to you in my capacity as the primary decision-maker of the Guardians Alliance, extending an invitation for you to join our esteemed team. Of course, to the outside world, you are perhaps more widely recognized by your other identity, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Peter Parker. What the hell? How does he know? Peter was utterly astonished, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Resembling a child caught in the act of pilfering candy, utterly bewildered, he stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Observing Peter's reaction, Lin Yu couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he continued. "For the general populace, your true identity may remain a mystery. However, we possess a dedicated intelligence network that makes acquiring such information relatively effortless." Nodding thoughtfully, Peter acknowledged this. As a bright student, he understood that in this technologically advanced era, obtaining personal information through various means was not particularly challenging. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his unique abilities would inevitably attract attention. "Then, Mr. Lin Yu, what exactly does the Guardians Alliance do?" I'm still just a student. Will joining you interfere with my studies?" Peter could hardly contain his curiosity and anticipation, eagerly inquiring. At that moment, visions of himself undertaking missions danced in his mind, for the name Guardians Alliance resonated with an alluring sense of mystery that captivated him. Lin Yu, observing the eager young man before him, couldn't suppress a laugh and then earnestly explained, "We are a collective of individuals like you, endowed with extraordinary powers. Our mission is to address various supernatural incidents, prevent extraterrestrial invasions, and safeguard the peace and tranquility of our planet." "Wow," Peter exclaimed in awe. He could scarcely believe his fortune. Was Lady Luck truly smiling upon him? Such an opportunity was beyond his wildest dreams. This is incredible. I want to join. I want to join Mr. Lin Yu, he exclaimed in excitement. Lin Yu rose to his feet, extending his hand to shake Peter Parker's, and presented him with a business card. Peter, use this to contact me. I will notify you when there are missions. Subsequently, Lin Yu opened the door. All right, I understand. Peter responded enthusiastically. Lin Yu departed from Peter Parker's abode, feeling a wave of sentimentality wash over him. Spider-Man truly was quite the chatterbox. Yet encountering him left Lin Yu in a state of disorientation, as if he were still entrenched in the realm of reality. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he made his way to his villa. Damn it, Tony, do you realize what time it is? He exclaimed, his voice brimming with ire. It's the dead of night. And you dare to disturb my slumber? Lin Yu's frustration boiled over as he raged into the phone. On the other end, Tony seemed blissfully unaware of the inappropriateness of his timing, his voice tinged with excitement. Brother, don't be angry just yet. I have delightful news. I've just successfully captivated a female journalist. She came to interview me, but the audacious woman had the gall to label me a warmonger right to my face. Naturally, I couldn't let that slide. So I engaged her in a battle of wits, and the outcome? She was utterly vanquished. Listening to Tony's self-satisfied banter, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. So, you called me in the dead of night merely to flaunt your so-called prowess? Please, if it weren't for my assistance in treating your health. Do you honestly believe you could manage these matters so adeptly? Though deeply frustrated by Tony's disregard for time and circumstance, Lin Yu was acutely aware that, based on past experiences, a new chapter of events was about to unfold. Chapter 14. The story begins all right. Let us get down to business, Tony. Lin Yu shook his head in exasperation, somewhat speechless. As expected, Tony immediately uttered the words Lin Yu had anticipated. Well, I need to make a trip to Afghanistan soon to promote my new weapons to the U.S. military over there. What do you think? Are you interested in accompanying me? Tony raised an eyebrow and spoke to Lin Yu on the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, inwardly musing, of course I won't go. If I were to tag along, how could Tony seamlessly transform into the illustrious Iron Man? With a smile, Lin Yu replied, No, I have other important matters to attend to. If anything unusual arises over there, just have Pepper contact me. Without hesitation, Lin Yu declined Tony's invitation. However, Tony seemed unwilling to give up easily. He slightly raised his voice, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction. All right, to be honest, I wouldn't bother traveling to such an inhospitable place if it weren't for promoting weapons. But Lin, what on earth is going on with you? At this juncture, Tony paused momentarily before continuing. I've never seen a girl willing to stay by your side. This simply won't do. As your good brother, I cannot stand by idly. Therefore, I've arranged a grand party for you at the largest bar in Los Angeles tomorrow night, and all the beautiful girls there will be yours. Go for it, buddy. As Tony became increasingly enthusiastic, Lin Yu hurriedly interrupted. All right, Tony. Thank you. Unaware of the trending internet memes from 2 decades later, Tony misinterpreted Lin Yu's expression of gratitude as genuine appreciation. A hint of pride flickered across his face as he muttered, No need to thank me, Lin. It's the least I could do. Now, go back to sleep, young man. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Lin Yu, left in bewilderment by the abrupt disconnection, inwardly grumbled, If it weren't for your nonsensical call, I would not have been jolted from my sweet dream. How frustrating. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the unfolding events signified the dawn of an era belonging to superheroes. With this thought, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Tony, about to embark on his journey to Afghanistan, would likely remain there for quite some time. Although Lin Yu possessed the capability to rescue him at this moment, he deemed it wiser to wait until Tony conceived the idea of creating the Iron Man armor before offering his assistance. After all, though Tony had surpassed the ordinary limits of humanity, his skills and reaction speed remained finite. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one may be, they are still vulnerable to a kitchen knife. Moreover, the Jing that Lin Yu imparted to him primarily serves to enhance internal strength and facilitate healing. Thus, in the face of the whistling bullets and RPGs, even if Tony's inner strength were boundless, he would find himself overwhelmed. Time rushed by, and before long, a week had passed. Mr. Lin Yu, is this our base? It's absolutely amazing, exclaimed Peter Parker, his excitement palpable as he danced about, surveying Lin Yu's underground sanctuary with wide-eyed wonder. However, when he realized that their team appeared to consist of only the 4 of them, concern etched his brow as he asked, But, are we really just 4 people? Isn't that a bit few? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu offered a gentle smile, rising from the sofa with poise to approach Peter. He lightly patted Peter's shoulder in reassurance, saying, Peter, do not fret. Our alliance has only recently been established, and many matters require gradual development. Rome wasn't built in a day, was it? I believe that in time. More like-minded companions will join us. With that, Lin Yu returned to his seat, gazing at Peter with a warm smile. Simultaneously, Natasha and Banner, also seated on the sofa, cast friendly glances towards Peter, sharing knowing smiles. They held a certain admiration for this young addition to their alliance. At least he wouldn't be a burden. Unless, of course, he were Chris Paul, in which case they might have to reconsider whether he should fetch water or buy hamburgers. This was not the NBA. And Peter was no rookie. In fact, Peter was quite remarkable. They had heard about him from Lin Yu. At that moment, a phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Lin Yu gestured for everyone to continue chatting while he stepped onto the balcony to answer the call. As soon as he picked up, Pepper's anxious and somewhat fatigued voice came through. Lin, where are you? Tony has been missing for 3 whole days. The anxiety in her tone was palpable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu had a clear understanding of the situation, yet he responded with composure. Pepper, please don't panic. Calm down and tell me exactly what has happened. I am confident that Tony is safe. Sure enough, moments later, Pepper spoke with evident remorse. I'm sorry, Lin. I should have informed you about this sooner. I thought I could handle everything on my own, but it seems I was mistaken. Her tone was rife with guilt and regret. Following that, Pepper recounted the details of the incident. 3 days ago, a shell suddenly struck the convoy that Tony was part of. By the time the rescue team arrived, they only found numerous bodies of American soldiers. After thorough verification, we can ascertain that Tony did not perish in that explosion. However, concerning his current condition, I have tried every avenue to gather information, yet I have come up empty. As she spoke, the weight of worry became increasingly evident in her voice. Lin Yu listened intently to Pepper's narration, her mind swiftly formulating a preliminary plan. However, given Natasha's identity and capabilities, she must have been aware of this matter long ago. After all, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., obtaining such crucial information in a timely manner is hardly a challenge. As for why Natasha had not conveyed this intelligence to him promptly, it could be surmised that she believed Lin Yu possessed remarkably robust channels for gathering information. Chapter 15. The rescue of Tony. Lin Yu tightly gripped his phone, his tone resolute as he spoke to Pepper on the other end. Do not worry, Pepper. I will certainly bring Tony back safely. Just give me some time. Upon hearing Lin Yu's unwavering words, the weight on Pepper's heart finally began to lift. After all, she was well aware of Lin Yu's unfathomable capabilities. In that moment, she could only silently pray, hoping that Lin Yu would soon return Tony safely. After hanging up, Lin Yu slowly turned and walked into the living room. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed that everyone's gaze was fixed intently upon him. Facing the curious and inquiring looks of the crowd, Lin Yu smiled and asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? At that moment, Bruce Banner broke the silence, his expression serious as he inquired, Lin, what exactly has happened? I seem to have heard something about Tony Stark being in trouble. Before Lin Yu could respond, the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, became visibly anxious. He eagerly interjected, Lin, is this true? What exactly has happened to Mr. Stark? Oh, please let him be all right. After saying this, Peter clasped his hands together, closed his eyes tightly, and began to fervently pray. Once the prayer was concluded, he continued to gaze at Lin Yu, his face filled with anticipation for a definitive answer. After all, they had heard Lin Yu mention that he was a close friend of Tony Stark. In stark contrast to the anxiousness of Peter Parker and Bruce Banner, Natasha, seated on the opposite side, appeared remarkably composed and unruffled. With a serene smile and arms crossed over her chest, her beautiful face bore no hint of turmoil, as though she was already well versed in the events at hand. Seeing this, Lin Yu shrugged helplessly, then spread his hands, before heavily sinking into the soft couch and lazily remarked, Perhaps it would be best for Natasha to explain the specifics to you all. The two turned their surprised gazes toward Natasha. Unlike Peter Parker, Bruce Banner, aware of Natasha's identity, quickly understood the reason for her calm demeanor. Observing their reactions, Natasha's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as she began to speak. 3 days ago, Tony Stark was involved in a terrorist attack in Afghanistan. However, what is astonishing is that after a thorough search and investigation, his body was not found at the scene. Based on the current clues and circumstances available, we can preliminarily conclude that he is likely still alive. Yet, despite our relentless efforts to locate him, we remain uncertain of his whereabouts. Tony was attacked? The words erupted simultaneously from the mouths of both individuals. Their shock was entirely understandable. After all, who would dare provoke the world's richest man without cause? Not to mention, he was one of the military's significant clients. It is well known that Stark Industries has always been renowned for its advanced and formidable weaponry technology. Bruce Banner furrowed his brow and inquired, what kind of person would dare to assault Tony Stark? Do we need to take immediate action to rescue him? Peter Parker nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, yes. We must swiftly devise a means to locate and save Mr. Stark. At that moment, Lin Yu calmly lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before saying, according to the available intelligence. The perpetrators are none other than the infamous Ten Rings gang. These miscreants are known for their nefarious deeds and will stop at nothing. Moreover, among them is a figure known as Mandarin, who wields 10 rings, each endowed with unique and formidable powers. Hearing this, Bruce Banner nodded in affirmation and replied, "Lin is correct. We must formulate a plan." The other two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Bruce Banner's statement. However, at that moment, Lin Yu, who had remained silent, gently shook his head and slowly spoke. "You need not partake in this operation. Dr. Banner, your current task is to focus on recuperating. Natasha, you must concentrate on training Peter, imparting to him some practical combat techniques and battle experience. As for the mission to rescue Tony, I shall take it upon myself." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Lin Yu. Although they felt a lingering sense of concern, they unanimously nodded, understanding his intentions. Lin Yu was filled with curiosity about the long-rumored Mandarin and was eager to witness firsthand the extent of this enigmatic figure's abilities. Additionally, the mystical rings he possessed were objects of great desire for Lin Yu. Furthermore, the audacious assault on Tony by the so-called Ten Rings gang, in Lin Yu's view, was evidence that such lawless and reckless individuals had no right to exist and must be met with the appropriate retribution, ensuring their complete eradication from this world. Time swiftly passed, and 2 weeks had elapsed in the blink of an eye. In the vast, boundless desert, the sun hung high, mercilessly scorching the earth. The golden sands became blistering hot, as if they might ignite at any moment. A fierce wind howled, whipping up clouds of yellow dust, forming surging dust storms that swept in all directions. Deep within this unbearably hot and perilous desert, a live figure raced at an astonishing speed. This was Lin Yu. His stride swift and agile, each step kicking up billowing clouds of sand. From a distance, he resembled a dust storm traversing the arid landscape. Lin Yu removed the mask he had purchased from the system shop and spat out a mouthful of sand. This wretched place was hardly fit for human habitation. Everywhere he looked, the swirling sand infiltrated his eyes, nose, and mouth. "System, how far am I from Tony's location?" As Lin Yu shielded himself from the swirling sand, he inquired about his surroundings. After 2 weeks of searching in Afghanistan, he had questioned the local villages and even gang members, who could only provide him with the location. But the vastness of the desert left him pondering where he might find Tony Stark. After a prolonged and fruitless search, it suddenly occurred to him to check whether the system possessed a positioning function. To his astonishment, the system accurately pinpointed Tony's location. "Well, that's fortunate," Lin Yu thought, as he recalled the importance of the mission to rescue Tony, which had been weighing on his mind. Furthermore, successfully completing this task would enable him to unlock the next hero template. "Beep. You are now 10 kilometers from your target location," the system announced. Upon hearing this distance, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. 10 kilometers? That's not too far. With his pace, he could reach the destination in no time. With this thought, he quickened his steps, moving purposefully toward his objective. Before long, a camp-like area came into view, surrounded by barbed wire, clearly indicating a high level of security. At the entrance, a group of armed members from the Ten Rings gang patrolled back and forth, their expressions serious and their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Chapter 16. Overcoming trials. Lin Yu had always resided in the tranquil and harmonious lands of Huaxia, and his knowledge of the distant Afghanistan was limited to tales of its chaotic and tumultuous situation. He had never ventured into that enigmatic and perilous territory. However, Destiny's will has now brought him here, and upon setting foot on this land, he realized that reality was far more dire than the rumors suggested. Particularly in the Gumara region, the desolation and ruin were starkly evident. Aside from a handful of relatively intact small towns, the majority of the area was a harrowing spectacle. The buildings lay in shambles, the streets were deserted, and an intangible fear seemed to envelop the entire region. According to local residents, those who could not resist had mostly been taken captive by the infamous Ten Commandments gang to serve as cannon fodder. During his journey to this location, Lin Yu encountered nearly empty villages, occasionally spotting 1 or 2 emaciated wild dogs scavenging among the ruins, which only heightened the sense of desolation. He found it perplexing why the Ten Commandments gang would choose such a barren locale as their stronghold. After some inquiries, he discovered that they had entrenched themselves within an abandoned Soviet factory. Once a monumental industrial marvel, it had now succumbed to rust and decay, becoming a refuge for terrorists. And our brilliant inventor, Tony Stark, was now ensnared in this wretched place. Calculating the days, he realized he had been imprisoned here for almost a month. At this moment, the atmosphere in the cave holding Tony Stark grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Today marked the 25th day of his captivity. The merciless terrorists had long since lost their patience with him, repeatedly threatening his life if he failed to produce weaponry. Tony Stark understood all too well that any further delay could very well spell his doom. His only glimmer of hope rested in the urgent creation of an armored suit capable of aiding his escape from this dire predicament. Only then could he grasp that slender thread of survival. Just then, a sinister-looking terrorist, with a cold demeanor and heavy footsteps, barged in. Tony instantly recognized him from his previous encounters alongside the bald leader. This man surely held a significant position within the organization. Upon entering, the terrorist's gaze locked onto Ethan like a hawk, and he strode over without hesitation. Seeing this, Tony hurried to intervene. But he was acutely aware of his own limitations and feared that a careless move might result in fatal consequences for the man. The terrorist, resembling a ferocious beast, violently shoved Ethan against the wall, swiftly drawing a pistol from his waistband, the dark muzzle pressed firmly against Ethan's temple. He then bellowed at Tony Stark, his voice raw with desperation. "Quickly, how much longer will it take for you to produce the weapons?" Faced with the imminent threat, Tony endeavored to compose himself before responding. "At least 2 more weeks. The equipment here is woefully inadequate, making it nearly impossible to complete the task in such a short time." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the terrorist, consumed by rage and humiliation, forcefully slammed Ethan's head against the table with the weapon in his hand, growling, "I don't have the luxury of time to wait for you. I'll give you at most 1 more week. If you fail to deliver by then, Mr. World's Richest, you can expect to meet your maker." With that, he turned and strode away. Once the menacing figure had departed, Ethan, his face etched with worry, turned to Tony Stark and said, "Tony, what shall we do? If they truly lose their patience, we may very well be doomed." Hearing this, Tony took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within him. After a moment, he slowly replied, "Do not fret, Ethan. I firmly believe that Lin and Pepper will devise a way to rescue us." Ethan felt a sense of helplessness. Over the past 20 days, Tony had mentioned Lin Yu more than once. He wished to believe that Lin Yu possessed extraordinary abilities, yet nearly a month had passed. If help did not arrive soon, it might indeed be too late. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was already adorned in the resplendent Hanguang armor, his hair flowing elegantly like that of a noble. Between his broad forehead, a divine eye glowed ominously with a red light, emanating an aura of formidable power. This time, Lin Yu chose the formidable Zhan Ma Dao. Having spared no expense to procure a crimson-quality Fei Jiangji and a golden soul jade, Guo Guanzhanjiang. As he gripped the spear, it harmonized with his essence, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Guo Guanzhanjiang. Upon successfully charging, it conjures a warhorse, allowing the wielder to mount and unleash a devastating series of strikes upon enemies in their path. Note, the soul jade is an enhanced version from the system. Specific effects are for the host to discover. Like a bolt of lightning, Lin Yu surged forth, gathering his energy long before reaching the entrance. With his right hand firmly grasping the spear that shimmered with a red light, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. As he sprinted, the spear radiated an imposing force, leaving behind dazzling trails of crimson light in its wake. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance sensed Lin Yu's approach, their eyes widening in terror. They immediately raised their voices in alarm. "Who are you? You cannot enter here. It is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." However, before they could finish, Lin Yu unhesitatingly unleashed the power he had long been accumulating. In an instant, a grand and formidable warhorse materialized beneath him, its entire being ablaze in a fiery red hue. Clad in robust crimson armor, the horse's galloping hooves radiated blinding red light, emanating a palpable sense of imminent danger. Meanwhile, the once imposing halberd in Lin Yu's grasp suddenly expanded severfold. As the warhorse charged like the wind, Lin Yu wielded the halberd with both hands, striking left and right, mercilessly reaping the lives of enemies in his path. In an instant, the entire scene descended into utter chaos, filled with screams of agony and wails of despair. The terrorists, caught off guard, had no time to react before they fell beneath the relentless blade of Lin Yu's fearsome weapon. The cacophony of cries echoed throughout the base, quickly alarming the surrounding terrorist leaders, who emerged to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the unstoppable force that was Lin Yu and his steed, they were left utterly bewildered. "What is this creature?" Chapter 17. Tony, I want to eat 10 burgers. When they finally came to their senses, they erupted into a furious roar. "Shoot! Shoot! Kill him at once!" With this thunderous command, a torrential hail of bullets rained down upon Lin Yu. However, in the face of this barrage, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed, displaying not a trace of panic. Clad in impenetrable armor, the bullets ricocheted harmlessly off him, inflicting no damage whatsoever. At that moment, Lin Yu surged forward like a tempest, racing toward the camp nearest to Tony Stark. Within the cave, Tony and Ethan were engulfed in worry. Though Tony suspected someone had come to rescue him, he could not be certain. But upon hearing the cacophony of screams outside, a wave of exhilaration surged within them. As Lin Yu completed his charge, his gaze locked onto the cave where Tony was hidden. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward with the grace of a swift cheetah, arriving at the cave's entrance in the blink of an eye. The soldiers guarding the entrance had barely begun to pull their triggers when Lin Yu swung his razor-sharp spear, obliterating them in an instant. Without hesitation, Lin Yu raised his spear and delivered a fierce horizontal sweep at the cave entrance. A thunderous crash echoed as the rocks crumbled, revealing Tony and Ethan who had been concealed within. Staring at the formidable Lin Yu, clad in battle armor and wielding a spear, Tony and Ethan were left utterly astonished. After a moment, Tony regained his composure, a glimmer of uncontainable joy illuminating his face. He turned to Ethan, exclaiming excitedly, "See, Ethan. I told you Lin would come to rescue me." He then cast a mildly reproachful glance at Lin Yu, lamenting, "Lin, why did it take you so long to arrive? I've been waiting here for nearly a month. This time, I want to eat 10 burgers." Lin Yu had no time for frivolous banter. He bellowed, "Mr. Mustache, please close your mouth at once and follow my lead. I will guide you to safety." Tony, ignited like a powder keg, retorted, "Damn it, Lin. If you keep calling me Mr. Mustache, I swear I will tell all the ladies at the party that you are nothing but a completely humorless wooden block of a man." Despite his complaints, Tony understood the gravity of their situation and the urgency it demanded. Thus, he quickly sprang into action, frantically gathering essential items with Ethan. Just as they were about to step out of the cave, Tony suddenly halted, glancing back longingly at the unfinished Mark I. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely turned and followed Lin Yu out of the cave. As they emerged, the scene before them was nothing short of shocking. The scene lay in utter disarray, with shattered limbs strewn haphazardly across the ground, blood staining the area, and the air thick with a pungent, metallic scent. Tony, witnessing this harrowing spectacle, felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Despite being a weapons dealer with a certain psychological resilience to such horrors, he found himself overwhelmed by discomfort. In stark contrast, Ethan was far less composed. He felt a wave of nausea surge up his throat, quickly turning away to bend over and retch violently. "Lin, how could you do this?" Tony managed to ask, suppressing his unease. Lin Yu, gripping his long spear tightly, swung it with fervor, deflecting the relentless bullets that rained down upon them. Without so much as a glance back at Tony's inquiry, he nonchalantly replied, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." With an air of ease, Lin Yu called out, "You two go ahead, I'll handle them." Without hesitation, he charged into the fray, using his body as a shield for the other two. Bullets fell like rain, yet Lin Yu did not flinch, allowing them to ricochet off his armor. He positioned his spear, gathering strength silently. At that moment, as he plunged into the throng, he unleashed his pent-up power. In an instant, a majestic warhorse materialized before him. Gripping his gleaming spear, Lin Yu appeared as a god of war, plunging headlong into the enemy ranks, entering a state of unparalleled ferocity. The foes had no time to react before the galloping steed trampled them mercilessly. Lin Yu's spear became akin to the scythe of death, each strike showering the ground with blood. Cries of anguish echoed as the battlefield became littered with fallen bodies, trampled by the warhorse and slain by the spear. Chaos engulfed the entire base. Under the indomitable cover of Lin Yu, the trio, Tony Stark, Ethan, and Lin, successfully broke through the encirclement and emerged outside the base. There, fortuitously, they spotted a jeep. With swift reflexes, Lin Yu opened the door, signaling for the others to get in. Once they were securely seated, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the jeep surged forward like an arrow. The base receded rapidly behind them, gradually becoming a blurred memory. At last, Tony Stark, who had been apprehensive, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, a tide of curiosity washed over him. He turned, fixating his gaze on Lin Yu, and eagerly asked, "Lin, why have you never revealed your extraordinary abilities to me until now? And what about that suit of armor you wear? Its craftsmanship is simply impeccable. I've never encountered such a material before. It withstood that barrage of bullets without a single mark." In response to Tony's teasing, Lin Yu merely smiled enigmatically. "That's a secret." Tony, perplexed, looked at Lin Yu, his brow furrowed. "What? A secret? What, pray tell, is the material of this armor?" he inquired. "And how has your hair transformed into such a lengthy and alabaster hue?" A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips, revealing a hint of mystery as he replied nonchalantly, "Tony, this is a secret that belongs solely to me. As for the armor, one might say it is a generous gift from the heavens." Upon hearing this, Tony helplessly raised his hands, expressing his exasperation at such ambiguous responses. Meanwhile, Ethan, who had been seated nearby, gazed at Lin Yu with eyes filled with gratitude. Just then, as if recalling some pressing matter, he urgently interjected, "We find ourselves ensnared in this vast desert, and escaping is no trivial endeavor. Tony, did you not previously mention your ability to contact military personnel? Could you devise a means to reach out to them for assistance? After all, this desert is immense, and relying solely on this vehicle may prove insufficient for our departure." With that, Ethan looked at Tony with eager anticipation, hoping for a reassuring affirmation. Chapter 18, Masterman. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu swiftly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and waved it before both himself and Ethan. With unwavering focus on the road ahead, he deftly controlled the steering wheel with one hand and spoke, "Before we initiated our operation, I had already informed Pepper. By my calculations, Colonel Rhodes is likely en route to us in a helicopter at this very moment." Ethan, seated in the passenger seat, could not conceal the joy that illuminated his face upon hearing these words. He exclaimed exuberantly, "Thank heavens! Thank God!" However, in the midst of their conversation, a melodious system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the task objective. As a reward, you have received 1,000 experience points, which have been successfully credited. Please check your account. Shortly thereafter, another notification sounded. Ding! Accumulated experience has reached 1,000. Your level has now advanced to 2. The hero template chest has been issued. And we shall now proceed to the draw. Moments later, the system announced once more. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the hero template, Jisong Hai. Jisong Hai skills, Raging Flame Force, a defensive stance that mitigates various forms of damage, including but not limited to magical harm and mental assaults. Upon successful defense, counter with a powerful punch or unleash a massive fireball to scorch the enemy. Raging Flame Force, Transformation, defends against melee weapon and magical damage. Upon successful defense, counterattack with significantly enhanced effects. Raging Flame Force, Giant Blaze, launches a colossal fireball imbued with magical damage, inflicting substantial harm while adding burn and weaken effects. With no limit on usage. Ultimate skill, Swift as Fire, accelerates movement, enhancing stamina and injury recovery speed, capable of blocking ranged weapon and magical damage during swift movement. Ultimate skill, Swift as Fire, Flame God, accelerates movement, able to block ranged weapons and magical damage during rapid movement, allowing for leaps that release explosive damage. Magical harm and weakening effects through massive fireballs. Ultimate skill, Swift as Fire, Berserker, accelerates movement, amplifying attack power during the ultimate phase. Attacking foes increases the host's base strength and the damage of fireballs. Ding! Considering the current circumstances are not suitable for immediate acceptance of this template, it will be temporarily stored in the system repository. Please select an open area for retrieval and fusion. Jisong Hai? Isn't that the fireman? Lin Yu felt a surge of joy, pleasantly surprised that the draw yielded the fireman template. With such a formidable hero template at his disposal, his inherent strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Regrettably, Lin Yu had secretly harbored hopes of drawing the Buddha template. Nevertheless, possessing the fireman template was hardly a misfortune. To his astonishment, he had anticipated an encounter with the enigmatic masterman. Yet they had surprisingly navigated this area with such ease. In the next instant, Lin Yu's exceptionally acute sense of danger alerted him to an overwhelming energy hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. There was scarcely time for contemplation. Instinctively, he forcefully turned the steering wheel. In an instant, the vehicle lost control, veering sharply to the left. Despite his rapid response, the colossal ball of lightning continued its relentless approach, striking the vehicle with a deafening boom. The Jeep, violently impacted by the ball of lightning, transformed into a towering inferno in the blink of an eye. According to logic, the occupants within the vehicle would surely find it impossible to survive. However, Lin Yu, endowed with extraordinary reflexes and remarkable speed, swiftly extended his right hand and grasped Tony Stark beside him, decisively leaping from the car. Unfortunately, Ethan, seated in the back, was not so fortunate. As the explosion subsided, Tony stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by the remnants of the Jeep, still shrouded in billowing smoke. He was engulfed by confusion, pondering how such an enigmatic lightning phenomenon could materialize in the vast expanse of the desert. His thoughts swiftly turned to Ethan, and his emotions surged. Unable to contain the profound grief and despair that welled within him, he cried out, "Ethan, no!" clutching his head with both hands. He clearly struggled to accept the unfolding reality. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. In the distance, a solitary figure approached slowly. Clad in a robe as dark as ink, the individual was enveloped from head to toe, with only their hands exposed, each finger adorned with a ring of various designs. Some set with brilliant gems, while others bore intricate engravings. This person was undoubtedly the legendary Mandarin, the true mastermind behind the 10 rings. Not the imposter from Iron Man 3. Cursing his own ill-fated tongue for bringing about this calamity, Lin Yu urged, "Tony, quickly grab that satellite phone and find a safe place to call Rhodes. You must act swiftly. The farther you flee, the better. Do not approach here again. Remember my words," he shouted while hastily thrusting the satellite phone into Tony's hands. "Wait, Lin, are you sure you can handle this?" Tony exclaimed. Urgency etched across his face. "Tony, I cannot ascertain who is stronger between us, but if I take you with me, I cannot guarantee your safety. So listen to me. Leave this place at once," Lin Yu insisted. Before Tony could respond, the Mandarin initiated his attack, addressing them with lethal intent. "Tony Stark is mine, otherwise it will be your demise." With a flick of his wrist, the ring on his right hand, adorned with a yellow gem, glimmered, and a beam of light surged towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu forcefully pushed Tony aside, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the flying general spear materialized before him. He raised the long spear to deflect the incoming beam of light. The sharp, piercing sound of the collision reverberated throughout the surroundings. "Run now, Tony," Lin Yu shouted. Upon hearing this, Tony hurriedly dashed toward a nearby rock formation, quickly retracting the flying general's spear. Lin Yu procured a golden-grade bow, the Crimson Moon. The fiery red arrow glowed ominously, adorned with the patterns of mythical beasts. Ding! A friendly reminder echoed in Lin Yu's mind. All ranged weapons enhanced by the system possess infinite firepower. Additionally, they come imbued with the effects of weakening and magic. Chapter 19. Wrath Unleashed. Just as Lin Yu exchanged for his bow and arrows, a sudden inferno erupted before him, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Reacting with remarkable agility, Lin Yu swiftly retreated to avoid the shockwave of the blast. Simultaneously, he deftly raised his bow, preparing to retaliate. Prior to this moment, Lin Yu had acquired the Golden Soul Gem Explosive Arrow and the Purple Soul Gem Fire Arrow. The Explosive Arrow. Each shot would produce an explosive effect, inflicting a debilitating curse and devastating magical damage. Each arrow he loosed would not only trigger a fierce explosion upon impact but also engulf his foes in flames, compounded by the weakening effect and magical devastation, ensuring their excruciating torment. Lin Yu moved with ghostly swiftness, evading his enemy's gaze in the blink of an eye. Steadying his left hand on the bow, he firmly placed his right hand on the string. In that fleeting moment, an arrow gleaming with radiant firelight materialized upon the bowstring. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed as Lin Yu, with precision, released an arrow with each calculated movement. In mere seconds, a barrage of arrows, enveloped in searing red light and roaring flames, soared toward Master Man with relentless speed. However, faced with this onslaught, Master Man appeared perplexed. He pondered to himself, has this fool lost his mind? Does he truly believe he can confront me with mere arrows? Yet, Master Man was not one to remain passive. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, and a ring glimmering with mysterious light shone brightly. Instantly, a formidable ice wall materialized, resembling an impenetrable shield. The speeding arrows collided violently with the ice wall, erupting in a cacophony of sound and scattering countless icy shards. Yet, Master Man scarcely had a moment to breathe. For Lin Yu's assault was relentless, crashing upon him like an unyielding tide. As the first ice wall barely held against the arrows, a second and third wave followed in quick succession, seemingly endless. With no choice, Master Man activated the ring once more, conjuring another ice wall to thwart the lethal arrows. Meanwhile, Lin Yu nimbly maneuvered, unleashing a continuous stream of arrows from his bow. Seizing the opportunity while Master Man struggled to defend himself, Lin Yu abruptly altered his strategy. Switching to the Golden Quality Cannon, Dragon S Roar, complemented by the Golden Soul Gem Fire Dragon Cannon and the Purple Soul Gem Scorching Cannon, unleashing a barrage of firepower. The Fire Dragon Cannon, significantly amplifying attack power, extending shooting range, enhancing projectile speed, and increasing explosive damage. The cannonballs morphed into ethereal dragon apparitions, charging toward the enemy, inflicting damage on all in their path. Lin Yu fired directly, unleashing a torrent of azure dragons toward Master Man, with a series of thunderous explosions. The formidable artillery erupted unexpectedly, striking Master Man with overwhelming force. Due to the sudden turn of events, Master Man was caught off guard, swept away by an overwhelming force. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, hurtling through the air at an astonishing speed. Lin Yu, seizing this perfect opportunity, swiftly switched back to his bow and arrows. As the bowstring sang, a flurry of arrows shot forth like lightning. Whoosh! 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 The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed in succession. And in the blink of an eye, they reached Master Man. Though consumed by rage, Master Man found himself unable to effectively control his body in his backward flight, helplessly watching as the arrows drew ever closer. 3 arrows struck Master Man in rapid succession, exploding violently within him, triggering a debilitating effect and unleashing a wave of damage that gnawed at his life force. In an instant, flames erupted from his body, engulfing him entirely. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the figure engulfed in a storm of dust and debris from the explosion, remaining vigilant. After all, he was acutely aware that Master Man had yet to unleash his full potential, with formidable abilities such as mental prowess and astonishing matter reconfiguration still in reserve. As expected, the next moment, a ferocious whirlwind roared from behind Lin Yu. With a swift movement, he evaded it like a specter. Without hesitation, he initiated the template fusion. A thunderous sound erupted as a towering figure appeared above Lin Yu, cloaked in blazing flames, resembling a deity of fire descending upon the earth. The handsome visage radiated confidence and composure. Burn everything. With this furious declaration, the figure transformed into a brilliant streak of light, shooting straight into Lin Yu's body. An immense surge of power flooded through his meridians, filling him with ecstatic delight. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air like a released arrow. Fueled by righteous fury, Lin Yu roared, and flames erupted from his form, as if he intended to incinerate the very heavens and earth. He was enveloped in searing fire, dragon horns sprouting from his head, while while his eyes blazed with fiery intensity, resembling a war deity in all his formidable splendor. It was none other than the essence of Jitsong Hai's ultimate skin, Flame Pearl. This was truly unexpected. This confirmed that the items released by the system were indeed masterpieces of the highest caliber. At this moment, Lin Yu had no time for further contemplation. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skill, Conflagration, Giant Flame. Instantly, a colossal fireball, 10 meters in diameter, blazed forth like a meteor of flame, hurtling through the air with breathtaking speed towards the swirling sands where Masterman stood. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, shaking the very earth. And then, another boom. With a resounding crash, the two earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the air, rendering the atmosphere oppressively hot, as if engulfed in a searing inferno. After a considerable passage of time, there was still no sound emanating from the direction of Masterman. Could it be that this fellow has perished? Surely not. This seems too fragile. Lin Yu found himself momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure and, like a streak of lightning, raced toward the site of the recent detonation. As he approached, a gaping abyss, unfathomably deep and measuring several dozen meters in diameter, came into view. There lay Masterman's grotesquely mangled body, sprawled helplessly within the pit. His form charred beyond recognition. Even the 10 mysterious rings that had once adorned his fingers were now conspicuously absent. What on earth? Where are the rings? How could such large rings simply vanish? Where could they have gone? Have they flown away? Lin Yu's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. In that moment, his mood plunged to the depths of despair. Chapter 20. The Astonished S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony had already retrieved his phone and dialed Rhodey's number. At that moment, Rhodey was aboard a helicopter, anxiously traversing the vast desert, desperately searching for any trace of Tony Stark. Before long, as Tony awaited with bated breath, a helicopter came roaring from the distance, hovering steadily above him. He hastily boarded the helicopter, his mind troubled by concerns for Lin Yu, who remained behind and might be in peril. Yet, despite his eagerness to return, reason reminded him that more pressing tasks lay ahead. Nevertheless, he urged Rhodey to reduce speed. Hoping to ascertain whether Lin Yu could keep up, he had no doubt of Lin Yu's capability to chase the helicopter. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, within the borders of the United States, stood a heavily fortified, technologically advanced building, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, after deliberation among the higher-ups, this organization had officially rebranded as S.H.I.E.L.D., bidding farewell to the cumbersome title of the Department of Homeland Strategy and Logistics. At this moment, the atmosphere within S.H.I.E.L.D. was tense and grave. Numerous staff members were intently focused on a massive screen. The display showcased live footage transmitted by satellite, and the central figure was none other than Lin Yu, who had just engaged in fierce combat with the Mandarin. At the very moment Tony placed the satellite call, S.H.I.E.L.D. successfully pinpointed the source of the signal and promptly retrieved corresponding satellite imagery. What unfolded before their eyes left everyone utterly astonished. Lin Yu's martial prowess was both unpredictable and formidable, evoking a profound sense of awe. Faced with this spectacle, the personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D. could not help but feel an unprecedented weight of pressure. Could such an individual truly be subdued by us? This question arose in the hearts of many. After all, the enigmatic figure known as Lin Yu was shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. It was no secret that S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury had long harbored aspirations of recruiting Lin Yu. However, when it came to the Avengers initiative, Fury remained tight-lipped. Only his most trusted confidants like Hill, Coulson, and Natasha were privy to its details. Unable to contain his growing concern, Coulson finally spoke up. "Boss, shouldn't we consider raising Lin Yu's threat level?" Nick Fury furrowed his brow, sinking into a moment of contemplation. After a pause, he replied slowly, "Yes, it is indeed necessary. Elevate his threat level to the highest degree and withdraw all personnel assigned to monitor him. For now, we should refrain from provoking him and await further information from Natasha." "Understood, sir." The others responded in unison upon hearing the command. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yu, having just endured a fierce battle, turned around to discover that Tony had vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Lin Yu activated the system's special positioning feature to ascertain Tony's current location. The results revealed that Tony was a considerable distance away, over 10 kilometers. Lin Yu pondered to himself that their intense skirmish with Masterman had lasted no more than 10 minutes at most. How could Tony have fled so swiftly? It seemed he must have boarded a helicopter to cover such ground in such a brief span. However, Lin Yu remained unfazed. The essence of Jitsong Hai not only greatly amplified his own strength but also endowed him with remarkable speed. Resolute in his determination, Lin Yu set forth in pursuit of Tony. Despite the helicopter's rapid flight, Lin Yu was undeterred. His figure was like a specter, each stride covering dozens of meters. In mere seconds, he traversed hundreds of meters, disappearing into the dust. Inside the helicopter, Tony appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet he summoned his strength to recount to Pepper the dangers he had faced and the precariousness of his safety. Despite his continuous chatter, his gaze remained fixated on the rear of the helicopter, as though something he had longed for was about to materialize. Suddenly, a fiery silhouette flashed before his eyes like a bolt of lightning. The speed at which the figure approached was astonishing. Closing in on the helicopter in the blink of an eye, a wave of uncontainable joy blossomed on Tony's face. "Road, quickly, lower the helicopter," he shouted excitedly to Rode, who was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events and failed to respond promptly. In the next instant, the helicopter's body jolted violently, causing the occupants within to sway unexpectedly, scrambling to steady themselves. Rewinding a few seconds, Lin Yu had noticed the helicopter from a distance. As he closed in, he took a deep breath and, summoning all his strength, leapt forward with a tremendous force. This leap was executed with every ounce of energy he possessed, and he successfully grasped the descent line beneath the helicopter. Seeing this, Tony urgently leaned out of the cabin to look outside. As he had anticipated, it was indeed Lin Yu, steadily climbing up the descent line. Before long, Lin Yu managed to enter the helicopter's interior. However, the moment he stepped into the cabin, he was met with Colonel Rhodes' astonished and incredulous expression. "Has he always been this formidable? This is hundreds of meters in altitude," Rhodes exclaimed. Glancing outside, and then back at Lin Yu, the implication clear. "Haha, Lin, I knew you could defeat that guy. I'm so relieved you're safe," Tony exclaimed, though his gaze bore a hint of melancholy. The loss of Ethan had deepened his appreciation for the precious bonds of family. Despite the absence of any blood relation, Lin Yu and Tony had once sworn brotherhood. Although Tony himself was somewhat unclear about the true significance of such a bond, he had since regarded Lin Yu as his brother. Initially, Lin Yu intended to express something, yet upon witnessing Tony's demeanor, he could not resist the urge to tease. "Dear Mr. Mustache, if you do not release my hand soon, I shall have to disclose to the enchanting ladies at the gathering that the illustrious Mr. Tony Stark has an affinity for men." Upon hearing this, Tony was instantly incensed. He promptly released his embrace around Lin Yu and, raising his voice, exclaimed, "Go to hell. I have already told you not to call me Mr. Mustache. Lin, you are truly a despicable rascal." Observing this scene, Lin Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Nevertheless, he extended his hand and gently patted Tony's shoulder, sincerely stating, "Tony, I am genuinely sorry about Ethan." Hearing this, Tony momentarily froze, then let out a deep sigh. Ethan merely longs to return home and live a simple, stable life. Yet, as the world's richest man, I am unable to fulfill even such a modest desire for him. "It is not your fault, Tony," Lin Yu consoled him. Nevertheless, Tony continued to gaze into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 21. New Elements. Lin Yu observed the scene before him and ultimately chose silence. He slowly raised his hand and gently patted Tony's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. He understood that this emotional turmoil was something only Tony could resolve. The news of Tony Stark's return spread across the United States with astonishing speed. In a matter of moments, both high-ranking military officials and various intelligence agencies breathed a collective sigh of relief. They were acutely aware that if this pivotal figure were to meet an untimely fate, the repercussions would not only provoke the wrath of their superiors but could also unleash a catastrophic storm that would affect the nation's economy. However, not everyone was elated by Tony Stark's safe return. Among the discontented, Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries, stood out prominently. As the leader of the second-largest weapons manufacturing company in America, he had long regarded Tony Stark as a thorn in his side. Naturally, witnessing his competitor return unscathed left him in a wretched mood, wishing fervently for Tony Stark to vanish from public view entirely. Moreover, one person's reaction was even more intense: Tony's uncle, Obadiah. At that moment, he sat alone in his office, fixated on the television screen broadcasting news of Tony Stark's homecoming, his expression dark and foreboding, as if it could drip with malice. His contorted and sinister demeanor instilled a chill in those who beheld it. He could not fathom how Tony had managed to escape the clutches of the Ten Rings. In contrast, Tony Stark immediately sequestered himself in his laboratory upon setting foot on home soil, dedicating himself wholly to new research and development endeavors. Lin Yu, well acquainted with Tony's current thoughts and actions, refrained from interrupting him. He was eager to witness the birth of Iron Man, even contemplating the prospect of having Tony craft a suit for him. Yet, he recognized that it was not the right time. The current armor was not yet adequate. As anticipated, the very next day, major media outlets were ablaze with sensational headlines reporting a startling event. A mysterious figure clad in iron armor was soaring through the skies of Los Angeles. The news spread like wildfire throughout the city, causing a considerable uproar. Lin Yu was well aware of the implications. It could only mean that the Mark II had officially made its debut. Just as he was about to inquire further from Tony regarding the specifics, his phone rang urgently. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Tony. He answered promptly, and Tony's exuberant voice erupted from the other end. Hey, Lin. You won't believe what I'm about to tell you. This is truly a piece of news worth celebrating. Hearing Tony's excited words, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Though he maintained an air of composure as he replied, Oh, is that so? Tony, do tell me what this wonderful news is. Have you perhaps succeeded in charming the cover girl of a fashion magazine again? However, Tony swiftly refuted. No. It is not some trivial gossip. I am referring to today's headline news. Surely you have seen it? Indeed, that Iron Man soaring through the skies is none other than myself. More accurately, it is the battle suit that I have meticulously crafted. He continued, What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? This suit, however, still requires some refinement. For instance, it is currently devoid of a formidable weaponry system, and it faces issues with ice formation during high-altitude flight. Can you imagine? Lin, just yesterday, I plummeted from several thousand meters while wearing this suit. Damn. At that moment, I truly believed I was about to meet the Grim Reaper. After expressing these thoughts, Tony continued to elaborate on various details of the suit. Lin Yu, faced with Tony's incessant chatter, maintained a calm demeanor and after Tony finished, replied, Oh really? Mr. Iron Man, how does it feel? I believe your suit could use some enhancements. Just from the images, I can tell I could easily resolve its issues. Furthermore, the color is quite unappealing. Tony, upon hearing this, was not offended but rather appeared somewhat disheartened as he replied, Lin, where are you? Hurry, come to my villa. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu drove his Ferrari, pressing the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, sped towards Tony's residence. Before long, the striking sight of Tony Stark's seaside villa came into view. Lin Yu parked the car steadily in front of the door and walked toward the entrance. Just as he approached the threshold, the familiar voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. greeted him. Long time no see, Lin. The sir is waiting for you on the second floor. Good to see you again, J.A.R.V.I.S. Thank you for the notification. Lin Yu casually responded. To be honest, he harbored a deep admiration for the intelligent butler. Who would not yearn for such an omnipotent artificial intelligence? Lin Yu quickly ascended the stairs to the second floor and immediately spotted Tony Stark leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping a glass of green liquid. It was evident that this was chlorophyll, a crucial element for sustaining Tony's life. Prominently displayed at the center of his chest was the glowing arc reactor, the very core of Tony's existence. Tony, I have some grim news for you. Your time is limited, Lin Yu said, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he exaggeratedly attempted to frighten him. Hearing this, Tony initially looked perplexed, then furrowed his brow, questioning, Kid, what do you mean by that? Explain yourself clearly. I feel in excellent health. With the benefits of his unique training, Tony's physical condition was indeed improving. Yet he remained vulnerable to the toxicity of palladium. In response to Tony's inquiry, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed, smiling slightly as he began to articulate. There are toxins within your body, and these toxins are a result of the arc reactor in your chest. Am I not correct? Upon hearing these words, Tony let out a resigned sigh, raising his hands in exasperation as his gaze fell upon the glimmering arc reactor embedded in his chest. With a bitter expression, he murmured to himself, This contraption, while it has saved my life, also resembles a ticking time bomb, threatening to claim my existence at any moment. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, did not betray a shred of surprise. He was acutely aware that the only way to fully resolve the predicament Tony faced was for him to discover an entirely new element. Contemplating this, Lin Yu lifted his head and suggested, Tony, have you ever considered utilizing an alternative element in place of palladium? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the once dim light in Tony's eyes ignited like a spark in the darkness, illuminating a glimmer of hope. Yet, this flicker was fleeting, extinguishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. Adjusting his posture to find a more comfortable position, he languidly replied, Lin, matters are far more complex than you envision. However, you do raise a valid point. I shall consider it. At that moment, the room was suddenly filled with the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir. Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. has arrived to see you. All right, let him in, Tony replied lazily, showing no inclination to rise and greet his visitor. After all, for a singular genius inventor and the world's wealthiest individual like Tony Stark, such official organizations held little allure. Before long, Nick Fury and Agent Coulson entered the room side by side, making their way directly to the second floor. Upon catching sight of Lin Yu, who was leisurely sipping juice on the sofa with a serene smile and a tranquil demeanor, Nick's eyelids twitched slightly. In contrast, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed, maintaining his calm demeanor as he quietly observed the two men before him. Chapter 22. Nick Fury, the essence of existence and fortune. Nick Fury, a figure of considerable stature and authority, possesses a fortitude of character that could be deemed an indispensable survival skill. Faced with an exceedingly awkward situation, He effortlessly glosses over it, as if it were of no consequence. With an expression of serene composure, he directs his gaze toward Tony and, in a tone imbued with sincerity, articulates, "Mr. Stark, I must commend you. The suit that traversed the skies of Los Angeles these past few days is indeed astonishing. I am deeply impressed by the unparalleled intellect and extraordinary creativity you have exhibited." Upon receiving this praise, Tony's lips curl upward, revealing a subtle yet unmistakable smirk of pride. And he readily nods in agreement. After all, he has always held an unwavering confidence in his astute mind, and to receive such candid affirmation from another is, without doubt, gratifying. Noticing Tony's acceptance of his compliment, Nick Fury swiftly shifts the conversation, continuing, "However, I believe that such an advanced technological marvel, one of great benefit to our nation, would be better served under the unified management of the government. For instance, having our SHIELD oversee its regulation would undoubtedly ensure its optimal efficacy." At this juncture, Lin Yu stands silently nearby, yet internally he is elated. He muses that had it been anyone else in this predicament, they might have capitulated under the immense pressure from various sources and willingly surrendered their technological achievements. Yet, Tony is not one to easily succumb to external pressures, especially within the narrative context. Even when faced with the formidable demands of the military and other factions, he only reluctantly acquiesced at the last moment, providing Colonel Rhodes with a suit known as War Machine. Upon hearing Fury's words, Tony initially pauses, then erupts into laughter as if he has just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Once he manages to quell his amusement, he regards Fury with a teasing expression, shaking his head as he states, "Hey, buddy, please get your facts straight. You are speaking before the world's wealthiest individual. How could I possibly relinquish my creations so casually? You are overthinking this." Fury, unfazed by Tony's reaction, maintains his impassive demeanor, as if he anticipated such a response. He is acutely aware that persuading this proud and obstinate individual to part with his possessions is akin to chasing phantoms. Nevertheless, he has more pressing matters to convey. Calmly, Nick Fury retrieves his credentials from his pocket and solemnly presents them to Tony. Ignoring Tony's astonished gaze, he proceeds to the sofa and takes a seat without a hint of hesitation. After adjusting his collar, Nick Fury slowly begins, "Mr. Stark, the SHIELD is poised to establish a brand new organization dedicated exclusively to addressing various extraordinary incidents and formidable challenges that ordinary humans cannot confront. We earnestly hope that you will consider joining us, as this initiative was originally founded by your esteemed father, Howard Stark, along with Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Ms. Peggy Carter. Today, we have officially named this forthcoming team the Avengers. Should you choose to lend your support, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for us all." Observing the conversation between the two, Lin Yu stifled a chuckle at the predictable turn of events. Nick Fury, as anticipated, extended this invitation with evident urgency. However, Lin Yu was acutely aware that Tony would never join. His allegiance would lie with his own Guardians of the Galaxy, rather than the Avengers. Upon hearing Fury's words, Tony cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Yu, memories of Lin Yu's enthusiastic invitation to join a certain organization flashing through his mind. With a slight smirk of disdain, he replied indifferently, "Oh, Nick Fury, I have no interest in participating in this so-called superhero gathering. Such tedious activities do not appeal to me. I prefer to revel in the freedom of life, pursuing the existence of a carefree playboy and billionaire." Having spoken, Tony prepared to rise from the sofa, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to usher his guests out. At that moment, Lin Yu, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Director Fury, you mentioned that Tony's father was one of the founders of SHIELD. It stands to reason that he must have left behind many valuable possessions for his son. Shouldn't it be appropriate to return what rightfully belongs to Tony?" Lin Yu's words instantly altered Tony's demeanor. He turned sharply to glare at Nick Fury, his eyes filled with skepticism and ire. Meanwhile, Nick Fury maintained his impassive facade, though internally he had begun to harbor resentment towards Lin Yu for his unwarranted interjection. Taking a deep breath to steady his rising agitation, Tony enunciated each word with clarity. "Mr. Fury, I request that you return all possessions my father bequeathed to me without delay." Faced with Tony's resolute stance, Nick Fury could no longer evade the matter and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Stark. That is undoubtedly your rightful property. This afternoon, I will arrange for them to be delivered to your villa. SHIELD has unfinished business, so I must take my leave." With that, he rose and departed alongside Coulson. At the door, Coulson could not restrain himself from asking, "Boss, are we just leaving like this?" Nick Fury's expression soured, yet he resignedly replied, "With Lin Yu present, our success is unattainable. Let us return to SHIELD. Lin Yu was preparing to leave Tony's villa, but before his departure, he mysteriously remarked, "Tony, you might want to take a closer look at what your father left behind. He was a genius. Much like yourself, a true genius. Tony was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Lin Yu's words, yet he nodded in agreement. He too was curious to discover what his father might have bequeathed to him. This thought, however, cast a shadow over him, as he felt a deep sense of melancholy. His father's departure had been so abrupt that he hadn't even had the chance to bid farewell. Chapter 23. The Gathering. At this moment, Lin Yu hurried to assess the progress of his investment in Tony Stark's company stock. When Tony Stark mysteriously vanished, the shares of Stark Industries plummeted like an avalanche. Being well-versed in Marvel lore, Lin Yu recognized that the moment had arrived. To prevent others from seizing this opportunity, he unhesitatingly poured his entire fortune into acquiring Stark stocks. He planned to commence his buying spree as soon as Tony Stark returned and held the much-anticipated press conference. Now, he had transformed into a super-rich tycoon with assets worth billions. On the day of his return, Tony Stark's press conference created a global sensation, just as anticipated. The world-renowned arms magnate announced that he would cease the sale of weapons. This astonishing decision left everyone speechless, struggling to believe it. Some television programs even mockingly suggested that if Stark Industries truly abandoned the arms trade, bankruptcy would not be far behind. However, despite the overwhelming skepticism and criticism from the public, Tony remained unfazed, immersing himself in the development of the Mark II armor at home. Although the outside world was in turmoil, it seemed that only his research mattered to him. That evening, the citizens of Los Angeles witnessed a steel armor soaring through the sky. Before his departure, Tony extended an invitation to Lin Yu to join the evening gathering. Without a second thought, Lin Yu accepted. Although he was uncertain about the purpose of this gathering, he knew that wherever Tony appeared, an entourage of beautiful women would surely follow. With this thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. As night fell, brimming with curiosity and intrigue, Lin Yu could not resist inquiring, "Tony, what exactly is this gathering about? I am also a wealthy individual in Los Angeles, yet I have not received an invitation." Upon hearing this, Tony burst into hearty laughter, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Don't worry, my friend. To be honest, I did not receive an invitation either. But what does that matter? With my status and position, who would dare refuse Tony Stark entry to his own gathering?" Since they were attending a soiree, it was only fitting to don more formal attire. Both had prepared for this. When they appeared before each other in their suits, Tony's gaze fell once again upon Lin Yu. This was not the first time he had seen Lin Yu in such formal attire, yet each time left him speechless. Standing at a towering height of 188 meters, Lin Yu possessed a tall and slender frame, complemented by a strikingly handsome visage that even outshone that of the renowned Wu Yanzu. At that moment, Tony's only thought was to distance himself from this individual as swiftly as possible. Unable to suppress the thoughts swirling within him, Tony could only lament, "Lin, you are truly insufferable. Do you really think all Asians are as tall as you?" In response to Tony's jibe, Lin Yu erupted into hearty laughter, retorting, "Haha, don't forget to thank me, Tony. Ever since you started practicing Yi Jin Jing, you've grown to 180 centimeters. You were only 174 before." Tony could only respond with silence. Lin Yu was no stranger to such grand and formal occasions. As the two stepped out of the car, it came as no surprise that Tony Stark instantly became the center of attention, pursued by a throng of eager reporters. After all, every move of this ingenious inventor and the world's richest man was under scrutiny. Yet, equally captivating was Lin Yu, the newly appointed major shareholder of Stark Industries and a figure many young women in Los Angeles dreamed of marrying. The photographers, of course, seized this rare opportunity, directing their lenses towards him, the flashes of light pulsating like a heartbeat. As they strolled into the venue, their gaze was drawn to an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, who was animatedly conversing with three stunning women. Noticing this, Tony approached and lightly patted the old man's shoulder, greeting him with a smile. "Hey, you look great, Hafe." Without a backward glance, he continued on his way, clearly familiar with the elder. The old man, taken aback by the sudden gesture, slightly trembled before turning around, just in time to lock eyes with Lin Yu, who was following closely behind Tony. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment, yet Lin Yu distinctly sensed an unspoken understanding in the other's eyes. To his surprise, the elderly gentleman bestowed upon Lin Yu a mysterious smile, before nonchalantly turning away to resume his jovial interaction with the lovely ladies beside him. Lin Yu was well aware that this was none other than the illustrious Stan Lee, the legendary creator of countless iconic Marvel characters. He was no stranger to this charming old man, known for his frequent cameos and adaptations of his works. However, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the rumors suggesting that Stan Lee was an observer's eyes and ears. Yet, with his keen intuition, Lin Yu couldn't help but speculate that the old man harbored deeper secrets, perhaps even something cosmic in nature. Unfazed by these musings, Lin Yu reassured himself, knowing that with the system at his disposal, he could act freely. Shaking off the thoughts, he sought out Tony and dove into the night's revelries. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain crevice, gently illuminating Lin Yu's face as he slowly opened his eyes. he found himself in Tony's lavish, technologically advanced home. However, the room was devoid of any presence. Tony had seemingly vanished. Stretching languidly, Lin Yu shrugged, unconcerned about Tony's whereabouts, and chose to disregard it altogether. He languidly rose from his bed, donned in a loose-fitting nightgown, and ambled into the living room. The room was eerily quiet, with only a few gentle breezes caressing the curtains. Lin Yu casually grasped a glass of wine from the table and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, sipping the wine slowly while admiring the breathtaking scenery outside. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the tranquility. "Good morning, Mr. Lin Yu." It was evident that Jarvis was greeting him. "Good morning, Jarvis." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed on the view outside. At that moment, a figure rushed into the living room. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, had returned. Lin Yu instinctively glanced at Tony and couldn't help but furrow his brow. The suit was marred with numerous scrapes and scratches, as if it had just endured a fierce battle. He straightened up, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Where have you been? You look rather disheveled." However, Tony Stark did not immediately respond to his question. Instead, he strode directly to Lin Yu, seized the wine glass from his hand, and poured himself a generous measure of whiskey. Raising the glass, he downed the contents in one swift motion, placing the empty glass down with a thud. Taking a deep breath, he finally turned to Lin Yu and spoke slowly, "I just returned from Afghanistan, where a group of deranged Ten Rings terrorists were mercilessly slaughtering innocent civilians. I was furious. I took matters into my own hands to eliminate them. However, during this operation, I discovered that someone in our company has been secretly selling weapons to these terrorists behind my back." At this point, a flicker of anger flashed in Tony's eyes. Chapter 24. Obadiah, there's time to eliminate them, Lin Yu uttered coldly. Upon hearing this, Tony became agitated, waving his arms passionately as he exclaimed, "I suspect Obadiah is behind this. Everything is connected to him. He has always vehemently opposed my decision to shut down the weapons division, using my health as a pretext to conspire with the board to oust me from the chairman position. Even my recent kidnapping, I suspect, was orchestrated by him. He is one of the founders of Stark Industries. I don't understand, Lin. Ever since my father passed away, he has helped me stabilize my position within the company, allowing me to gradually establish myself. For a long time, I regarded him as an uncle. Lin, can you comprehend this sentiment? Much like the bond we share." Lin Yu nodded slightly, lit a cigarette, and, in a leisurely manner, replied, "Tony, your father endured the brutal era of World War II when he chose to establish the weapons manufacturing division. That was his decision. Now, your choice to close the weapons division stems from your own profound sense of justice and responsibility. As for Obadiah Stane, he only values the Tony who revels in weapon production, not the one who obstructs his profit. What do you think, Tony?" In truth, Tony had already suspected the truth, but emotional attachments rendered him unable to accept the harsh reality before him. At that moment, Lin Yu slowly rose and walked to Tony's side, gently patting his shoulder. He then gazed thoughtfully out the window and said, "Tony, with your experience and insight as the world's richest individual, you undoubtedly understand that in the tumultuous realm of commerce, profit is always the foremost concern for a businessman." Having said this, Lin Yu turned and gracefully settled onto the sofa, deftly extracting a cigarette from the pack and lighting it. As the smoke wafted upwards, he continued, "Just like this burning cigarette, once I have consumed it entirely, it loses all significance and value and will naturally be discarded." After a brief pause, Lin Yu continued, "Obadiah has consistently aided you in solidifying your foundation and stabilizing the situation, not out of pure altruism, but because he relies on you, this super genius, to create advanced weaponry and the core technologies that have propelled Stark Industries to its position as an industry titan, continuously generating immense wealth for him. After all, for decades, he has willingly played the role of the subordinate to both you and your father. Now, perhaps he believes the time has come for him to seize control and dominate everything." With that, Lin Yu fell silent, quietly observing Tony as if awaiting his response. The room was enveloped in silence, the only presence being the faint smoke swirling in the air. Tony, upon hearing this, wished to speak, yet he sighed deeply. Then, with a grave expression, he said, "I need to gather some evidence, Lin. I've decided to send Pepper to the company to investigate, hoping for some insights. Can you assist in ensuring her safety?" Lin Yu was fully aware that the plot was about to unfold, yet he maintained an air of calm. He contemplated the situation, deciding to bide his time and wait for the Iron Tyrant to make an appearance before taking action to resolve the issue. This approach would allow Tony to endure some hardship and take a beating, as only through such trials would he be compelled to reflect on his mistakes and subsequently enhance his armor. After all, at present, the suit was not only made of fragile materials prone to damage, but also lacked various functionalities. The following day, Lin Yu arrived early at the spacious parking lot of Stark Industries, where he found Pepper already waiting for him. She was elegantly clad in a meticulously tailored business suit, accentuated by a pair of high heels, exuding a captivating yet competent demeanor. Indeed, she carried herself with remarkable poise. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Pepper approached him with a bright smile and embraced him. She then said, "Lin, if it were anyone else responsible for my safety, I would feel uneasy. With you here, no matter what challenges arise today, I shall remain unafraid." At her words, Lin Yu could not help but smile slightly. Previously, Tony had showcased his fierce battle against the Mandarin to Pepper, which had led them to unconditionally trust Lin Yu's capabilities. For the two of them, who were the most important people in his life, there was no need for concealment. Pepper walked gracefully down the bright and spacious corridor of Stark Industries. As the executive assistant, she was ostensibly responsible for managing various critical business affairs, yet in reality, she spent most of her time attending to the personal life of Tony Stark, the genius billionaire and notorious playboy. This fact was well known throughout Stark Industries, with everyone aware of the extraordinary intimacy between her and Tony. Lin Yu followed Pepper quietly, his expression impassive, dressed in an all-black suit and donning sunglasses. His tall stature made him appear as a true bodyguard. Those unfamiliar with his identity would hardly recognize him as the new shareholder of Stark Industries. Along the way, employees greeted Pepper with warmth as she passed, yet she remained focused ahead, offering only the occasional nod in a courteous but distant manner in response to their salutations. In contrast, Lin Yu remained taciturn, as if everything around him were of no concern. Before long, they reached the door to Tony Stark's office without obstruction. At that moment, Lin Yu instinctively stepped forward, gently pushing open the heavy wooden door and gesturing for Pepper to enter first. Without hesitation, she walked straight to Tony's desk. Retrieving the USB drive he had entrusted to her from her pocket and skillfully inserting it into the computer interface, successfully accessing the company's core server system. After a swift search, Pepper finally located the highly protected secret drive among numerous files. Upon clicking to open it, a series of astonishing pieces of information unfolded before her, including detailed manufacturing plans for the Iron Tyrant and a video recording of Tony's abduction. "Oh my God, Lin, it really is him," Pepper exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Lin, I require you to safeguard some evidence. Please stand watch at the entrance." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu approached the door to stand guard. Well aware of the unfolding narrative and the imminent arrival of Obadiah, true to expectation, a tall figure emerged from the distance, steadily advancing toward them. It was indeed Obadiah. Lin Yu extended his hand to block the entrance, remaining silent as he regarded him. Obadiah, upon noticing this, furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to push Lin Yu's hand aside with force, yet it remained steadfast. After sizing up Lin Yu, his expression darkened as he spoke. "Mr. Lin Yu, what is the meaning of this? Although you are a new shareholder, this is my company. Am I not permitted to enter?" Chapter 25. The Iron Overlord. A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he calmly regarded Obadiah before him. With unwavering conviction, he addressed Mr. Stain. "I beg your pardon, but I am currently employed as Ms. Potts' bodyguard. She has explicitly instructed me that no one is permitted to enter this room. Therefore, I must kindly ask you to refrain from proceeding any further." At that moment, Pepper's voice emerged from within the room. "Lin, that is Tony's uncle. Let him in." Upon hearing Pepper's words, Lin Yu immediately comprehended the implication, realizing that she had successfully safeguarded the critical evidence. Without hesitation, he withdrew the arm that had been barring the entrance. Upon witnessing this, Obadiah's taut expression finally softened slightly, yet he remained silent, striding directly into the office. Once inside, he navigated confidently to the cabinet replete with an array of exquisite wines, selecting a bottle of premium red wine with casual ease. Turning to face Lin Yu and Pepper, he inquired with a smile, "Tony always has a fine collection of wines. I hope you won't mind if I indulge in a glass, Pepper?" Before waiting for a response, he uncorked the bottle and filled a glass to the brim, his steps unceasing as he made his way toward the computer. Rather than objecting to Obadiah's actions, Pepper returned his smile warmly, replying, "Of course, we have no objections, Mr. Stain. These fine wines were indeed prepared with you in mind. Since that is settled, we shall take our leave. Farewell." With that, Pepper exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yu, both nodding in silent agreement to depart together, only to be halted by Obadiah's voice. He did not impede their exit. Rather, he simply remarked, "Please inform Tony that I will communicate with the board to bring him back. Stark Industries cannot cease weapon production. I will convey your message to Tony." With that, Pepper and Lin Yu exited the office, heading downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they immediately spotted Coulson, who had been waiting there, a meeting prearranged by Pepper. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly led Coulson to a secluded area. She then handed him the USB drive, detailing its contents. Entrusting such matters to the FBI and their professionals was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Coulson, receiving this vital evidence, wasted no time. He promptly connected the USB drive to his laptop and meticulously perused the files. After reviewing the information thoroughly, he nodded gravely and swiftly retrieved his phone. reporting the situation to Nick Fury and several relevant government agencies, preparing to request an expedited arrest warrant for Obadiah. Standing silently nearby, Lin Yu observed the unfolding events with keen interest. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Tony's number. Soon, the familiar yet slightly urgent voice of Tony resonated from the other end. "Lin, what's the situation?" Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Tony, the evidence is irrefutable. We have just transferred all the findings to Coulson. I trust he will act swiftly. However, you know well that Obadiah is not easily apprehended." At this point, Lin Yu sighed, acknowledging that Obadiah, a high-ranking official at Stark Industries, was indeed a challenging target. Capturing him would be arduous. The true challenge lay in ensuring his conviction. Stark Industries contributes a substantial amount to the government annually. This financial influence was precisely why, throughout the film, Tony often disregarded governmental directives. Ultimately, he capitulated to external pressures, reluctantly providing his friend Rhodey with a suit of armor. After ending the call, Lin Yu and Pepper awaited Coulson's procedures to apprehend Obadiah. Observing the cumbersome processes Coulson was engaged in, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration towards the wealthy elite. Despite the overwhelming evidence, they remained untouchable. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Side quest initiated. Participate in defeating Ironmonger. Reward: 2,000 experience points and a mysterious treasure chest. Open system interface. System level: 20,000. Host: Lin Yu. Age: 25. Height: 188 centimeters. Template: Yue Shan, Jisong Hai. Meanwhile, the situation on Tony's side grew increasingly urgent. Obadiah had launched an assault, ruthlessly seizing the crucial reactor. Fortunately, since Tony received the Yi Jing from Lin Yu, his physical abilities had significantly improved. Once the unbearable ultrasonic control subsided, Tony quickly grasped the reactor from the table and donned his armor without hesitation, racing towards Obadiah's research base in Zone 16. En route, Tony ensured to inform Lin Yu and Pepper. Upon receiving the news, Pepper immediately sprang into action, leading Lin Yu, Coulson, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rapidly to the destination. Before long, their group reached the front of Obadiah's research facility. At the entrance stood a massive, imposing iron gate. Pepper hurriedly approached, pulling out a card from her bag and expertly presenting it to the card reader. Just as everyone anticipated the gate to slowly open, an alarming siren blared, and the screen prominently displayed the words "Access denied." Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Pepper was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such a situation. Lin Yu appeared remarkably composed, fully aware of the unfolding situation, having seen the film before. Observing this, Coulson swiftly retrieved a compact bomb from his backpack, intending to place it upon the door lock. However, before Coulson could take action, Lin Yu abruptly extended a hand to halt him, stating, "There's no need for that." With a sudden surge of power, Lin Yu spun around, and with the explosive strength of his legs, delivered a cyclone kick directly towards the formidable iron door. A deafening crash ensued as the seemingly indestructible door succumbed to the immense force, instantly detaching from its frame and hurtling inward into the base, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The iron door crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, while the others remained unfazed, as they were all well aware of his formidable prowess. Chapter 26. Tony vs. Ironmonger. Lin Yu strode swiftly to the forefront of the group, his gaze firmly fixed on the tightly shut door ahead. For he was acutely aware that Obadiah Stane was currently within, preparing to don his counterfeit armor. Following closely behind Lin Yu was Coulson, who mirrored his every step, attentively scanning the surroundings, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The other team members remained equally vigilant, hastily drawing their handguns and forming a protective perimeter around Pepper to ensure her safety. Once they cautiously entered the room, they began a meticulous search. After a thorough investigation, they ultimately uncovered a replica of the Mark I armor nestled in a corner. Compared to the original, this imitation appeared significantly larger, its size nearly double that of its predecessor. Undoubtedly, Obadiah Stane had been secretly conducting research for quite some time, successfully crafting even a prototype. Just as the team marveled at the counterfeit armor, two brilliant beams of light suddenly illuminated the previously darkened corner, blinding like the headlights of a car. Lin Yu recognized these beams as emanating from the ironmonger that Obadiah Stane was wearing. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly pulled Pepper out of harm's way. At that very instant, a colossal iron fist, reminiscent of a gigantic hammer, hurtled from the shadows, crashing down towards the spot where Pepper had just stood. Thanks to Lin Yu's timely intervention, this lethal strike missed its mark. In the wake of this near catastrophe, the heavy sound of metallic footsteps echoed as Obadiah Stane, piloting his towering ironmonger, emerged slowly from the darkness. This behemoth stood over 4 meters high, exuding a suffocating aura of intimidation, akin to an unassailable fortress of steel, leaving the onlookers trembling in fear. From within the formidable metal frame, Obadiah's voice emerged, tinged with a sinister and manic edge. "Lin Yu, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by the profound bond you share with Tony, even going so far as to protect his woman. However, the time has come for you to repent. With his words hanging in the air, the Ironmonger lifted its enormous mechanical fist, poised to strike Lin Yu with tremendous force. Yet, in the face of this impending onslaught, Lin Yu could not suppress a smile. Who had granted Obadiah such audacity? However, Lin Yu had no intention of swiftly dispatching him. This encounter was intended as a trial for Tony's rookie adversary. In the blink of an eye, the massive iron fist bore down upon Lin Yu. Calmly, he extended his right arm, effortlessly absorbing the impact of the formidable blow. In that moment, the air grew still. Obadiah's eyes widened in disbelief. His face a canvas of shock as he grappled with the surreal occurrence before him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Could the armor be malfunctioning? But he had meticulously inspected it moments ago. Impossible. It was utterly inconceivable. Beside them, Coulson and his cadre swiftly emerged from their astonishment. Without hesitation, they raised their firearms and aimed at the colossal metallic head of the Ironmonger, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire that fell like rain. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunshots and the sharp clinks of ricocheting bullets. Yet, astonishingly, the impenetrable exterior of the Ironmonger bore not even a single scratch from the assault. Observing this scene, Coulson's expression turned to one of incredulity as he glanced at Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu maintained a serene smile and remarked with a tone laced with derision. Obadiah, it has become evident that without Tony, you are utterly inept. Even this imitation armor proves to be of no consequence in my presence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Die, you monster. Obadiah, not lacking in intellect, recognized Lin Yu as no ordinary foe and promptly raised a heavy machine gun to commence firing. The staccato of gunfire thundered as bullets, like a torrential downpour, surged towards Lin Yu with a piercing whistle, each one seemingly imbued with lethal intent. Determined to pierce him through like a beehive, Pepper and the others, having been subtly guided by Lin Yu's prior indication, had already retreated cautiously outside. They now observed the unfolding conflict within the room with bated breath. To their astonishment, Lin Yu had effortlessly donned a dazzling suit of crimson armor that shimmered with radiant light, his flowing white hair casting an ethereal aura that left the onlookers spellbound. With agility, Lin Yu began to evade the oncoming bullets. As he darted backward, multiple phantoms materialized before him. Similarly, as he veered to the left, more illusions emerged. No matter which direction he moved, these uncanny specters accompanied his every swift maneuver. In the game Eternal, this technique is referred to as the long flash, typically employed to evade powerful charged attacks from adversaries. In fact, Lin Yu had previously executed this maneuver during the rescue of Tony. This was no mere virtual realm. At this very moment, the sheer intensity of witnessing such a display of skill and reality was beyond the capacity of words to convey. As the gunfire finally ceased, Obadiah's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock, rendered utterly speechless and numb. His mind was a tempest of incredulity and dread. What on earth was this? Could this truly be the realm of human capability? He would swear on his life that he had never encountered anyone who could so effortlessly evade a torrential hail of bullets. Just then, with a resounding crash, Tony descended like a meteor from the heavens, landing with the grace of a superhero. His armored suit shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. He swiftly approached Lin Yu, gently patting him on the shoulder, his gaze firmly fixed on the Ironmonger. Leave this guy to me. Today, I shall personally defeat him. With that, his visor swiftly descended, and the eyes within it ignited with fierce determination. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the impending battle. However, he was undaunted. Unlike Pepper and Coulson, he wasted no time in swiftly maneuvering alongside Pepper and the others to a relatively secure distance. It was only when they felt they had distanced themselves from the danger zone that they paused to catch their breath. Lin Yu took a moment to steady his breathing before turning to Pepper and saying, "Pepper, this place is far too perilous. Quickly find a concealed spot to hide. Do not wander about. I shall assist Tony." With that, Lin Yu executed a clean and precise leap, propelling himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. And in the blink of an eye, he landed atop a nearby skyscraper. Thereafter, utilizing his agile and nimble physique, he deftly navigated between towering edifices, racing purposefully toward Tony's location. Alas, Lin Yu lacked the ability to fly as Tony did. After a swift journey, he successfully reached the roof of Stark Industries, where he awaited the imminent climax of the battle. Should the narrative unfold as anticipated, this location would serve as the decisive battleground in the fierce confrontation to come. Chapter 27. The demise of Obadiah due to the limited energy provided by the aging reactor, despite Tony Stark's desperate efforts to evade the relentless pursuit of Ironmonger. He ultimately found himself helplessly ascending into the sky alongside his adversary. In an instant, two streaks of fiery tails illuminated the air, capturing the attention of the citizens of Los Angeles, who bore witness to the breathtaking spectacle of two armored figures soaring like brilliant meteors into the heavens. However, at this moment, Tony's energy reserves dwindled to a mere 7. Just as he approached the apex of his ascent, Ironmonger extended its massive mechanical arm and seized him tightly. Seated within the colossal Ironmonger, Obadiah's mechanical hand clamped viciously around the neck of Mark III. As he sneered at Tony, "What other tricks do you have, Tony? Behold, my armor far surpasses your little contraption in size and possesses greater might." Yet, in the face of such peril, Tony remained remarkably composed. He countered, "Oh, is that so? Pray tell, how do you intend to address the freezing issue?" At these words, Obadiah Stanane momentarily froze, only for his expression to shift dramatically. It dawned on him that, having ascended to such heights, the frigid air had already enveloped Ironmonger, swiftly forming a thick layer of ice upon its exterior. The once mighty propulsion system began to falter, and even the headlights of the armor dimmed into silence. "Allow me to assist you," Tony chuckled lightly. Then without hesitation, raised his arm and struck the head of Ironmonger with considerable force. With a thunderous crack, a small chunk of ice encasing Ironmonger's head shattered instantly. In that moment, the uncontrollable Ironmonger released its grip on Tony, plummeting earthward like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, after an arduous battle, the Mark III piloted by Tony Stark had exhausted its energy reserves. Fortunately, it still retained a modicum of backup power. Thus, as it hurtled towards the ground, Tony deftly maneuvered the Mark III, activating the thrusters in its limbs to slow its descent. Amidst roaring blasts and dazzling flames, the Mark III bobbed precariously in the air, intermittently firing its thrusters 4 or 5 times before finally landing safely atop the Stark Industries building. Upon landing, the Mark III was firmly grasped in the clutches of Ironmonger. Devoid of energy, the steel armor resembled a mere toy, subjected to Ironmonger's relentless torment, its exterior being grotesquely deformed under the pressure of the mechanical hands. If this continued, it seemed inevitable that Tony Stark would be crushed alive. "Deploy heat-seeking missiles," Tony commanded Jarvis, left with no other option. Countless small incendiary devices erupted from the armor, raining down upon Ironmonger's head, disrupting its targeting systems and finally compelling Ironmonger to release its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Tony concealed himself behind a staircase exit on the rooftop. He cautiously extended half of his head, raising his voice to call out, "Lin, where are you?" Lin Yu had been observing the commotion from the sidelines for quite some time. Realizing that it was finally his turn to take action, he leaped off the rooftop without hesitation, landing gracefully on the ground. After touching down, Lin Yu couldn't resist teasing, "Mr. Mustache, look at your current state. Do you require my assistance? I must say, Tony, you need to help me forge a suit of armor. Watching you soar through the skies fills me with envy." Tony, who had initially appeared anxious, instantly wore a mask of fury upon hearing Lin Yu's words. His eyes widened as he retorted angrily, "Lin, how many times must I tell you not to call me Mr. Mustache? Furthermore, if you desire a suit of armor, you must first deal with him." Lin Yu laughed heartily and then turned to Obadiah, saying, "This elderly gentleman resorts to the despicable tactic of bullying his own nephew to achieve his goals. You are indeed a failure, Mr. Stain." Before Obadiah could muster a rebuttal or retaliate, Lin Yu vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Ironmonger. In an instant, his right arm bulged with muscle, a tremendous force surging forth as he struck Ironmonger's impenetrable exterior with a resounding blow. The impact echoed like thunder, sending Ironmonger hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball. Unable to withstand Lin Yu's overwhelming power, Ironmonger's massive frame began to disintegrate mid-flight, scattering countless metal components everywhere, clattering to the ground like rain. Amidst the chaos, Obadiah, previously hidden and severely injured, revealed himself, gasping for air with an utterly disheveled appearance. Lin Yu strolled over, halting in front of Obadiah. He extended his right hand, effortlessly grasping Obadiah by the neck, lifting him as one would a mere chick. Despite their similar heights, Obadiah appeared diminutive and fragile in Lin Yu's grasp, with a countenance as cold as ice. Lin Yu gazed intently at the nearly lifeless Obadiah and spoke in a chilling tone, "You can only blame yourself for choosing the wrong path and becoming a villain. It is time to perish." With that, Lin Yu tightened his grip slightly. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed from Obadiah's neck as his head tilted helplessly to one side. The flame of life extinguished in an instant, leaving him devoid of vitality. Witnessing this, Tony opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet after much hesitation, he ultimately remained silent. Perhaps, at that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the distinction between good and evil. Lin Yu flung Obadiah's lifeless body to the ground, producing a dull thud. He straightened up and slowly turned to Tony, offering him a faint smile. "Tony, perhaps we have grown up in entirely different environments. But one thing is abundantly clear to me. Those who seek to take my life must never be allowed to escape. This individual not only desires to extinguish my existence, but harbors malevolent intentions towards you as well. Tony, you may perceive him as your uncle. Yet have you considered Pepper's safety? What if he retains formidable influence and power while imprisoned, and seizes the opportunity to strike at Pepper during our moment of inattention? Lin Yu's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it upon Tony. Tony stood silently, his expression inscrutable as he observed the unfolding events, uttering not a single word. Noting the tension, Lin Yu refrained from further remarks, quietly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With practiced ease, he extracted two and offered one to Tony. Thus, the two stood side by side on the rooftop, ensconced in silence. They ignited their cigarettes, allowing the white smoke to curl gracefully upward, dissipating into the gentle breeze. For a moment, the rooftop was enveloped in an eerie stillness, broken only by the faint sounds of inhalation. Finally, as Lin Yu and Tony extinguished the last remnants of their cigarettes, it seemed the tempest had momentarily subsided. The ensuing matters would now revolve around the bureaucratic tussle between Tony and the government. Before long, agents from SHIELD hastily arrived on the scene. However, upon their arrival, they were astounded to find that, apart from the chaos, nothing of value remained. Left with no alternatives, the agents proceeded to follow protocol, engaging in perfunctory interactions with the government representatives while initiating their investigation. Chapter 28. I am Iron Man at that moment. Lin Yu's system emitted a notification indicating the completion of a task. Ding. The host has completed a side quest. A reward of 2,000 experience points has been credited. And a hero template treasure chest is currently being drawn, along with a mysterious treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hero template Ning Hongye. Ning Hongye, skill, Kunlun Decision, unleashes the power of Kunlun to launch enemies into the air, inflicting substantial damage and interrupting all enemy attacks. Skill, Kunlun Decision, seal, inflict significant damage on enemies while rendering them immobile for 10 seconds, sealing their internal energy. Skill, Forbidden Healing, deals damage to enemies while temporarily reducing their stamina and healing effects. Ultimate skill, Scarlet Illusion, harnesses the power of the Yin God to automatically lock onto all enemies within a designated area, rendering them unable to attack for 5 seconds, interrupting their flight state, and stunning marked enemies for an additional 5 seconds while applying a weakening effect. Ultimate skill, Seal, utilizes the Yin God's power. Marked enemies will be unable to use any energy for 3 minutes and will experience a stunning effect. Ultimate skill, Unbound, employs the Yin God's power, allowing the user to become invisible and approach enemies. Marked enemies will not suffer from stunning but will experience a weakening effect. The mysterious treasure chest has been drawn. And congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of Sword Flight, Enhanced System version, which includes a magical energy shield, ensuring not only a flight speed comparable to Superman, but also the ability to survive in a vacuum. Note: only a long sword can be used for sword flight. The host can wield other weapons while mounted on the long sword. Ding. Due to the current environment being unsuitable for the template, it has been stored within the system space. Ning Hongye, the power of the Yin God. This is truly impressive, and the ability to control others. And sword flight. What man wouldn't desire that? Lin Yu could not help but laugh heartily, marveling at how his wishes had been granted. Who needs battle armor now? The following morning, as the sun began to rise, its rays filtered through the thin clouds, casting light upon the earth. Lin Yu arrived early at Stark Industries, for today was destined to be an extraordinary day for the city. Tony Stark was set to hold a highly anticipated press conference to address the startling events of the previous night's Iron Man incident. Upon his arrival, Lin Yu found the venue thronged with media representatives. People buzzed with conversations about the astonishing spectacle from the night before, eager to glean some concrete information from the upcoming conference. Amidst the crowd, Coulson and Rhodes were busily engaged, their expressions tense as they meticulously prepared a set of remarks to assist Tony in deftly sidestepping critical questions while soothing the public's concerns. Unlike the other invited guests who proceeded to take their seats in the designated area, Lin Yu chose to remain in a discreet corner at the back, silently observing the stage ahead. At last, Tony Stark made his entrance, striding confidently onto the platform, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the room. In a manner reminiscent of a cinematic narrative, the intrepid journalist took the initiative, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Tony as she pointedly inquired, "Mr. Stark, please. In all honesty, can you confirm whether you were the one piloting that suit of armor last night?" Faced with such a direct interrogation, Tony maintained an air of remarkable composure. He raised his head to meet the journalist's gaze and began to respond. Eventually, he spoke. "I'm clearly not cut out to be a hero. I possess a multitude of character flaws. I have made numerous mistakes, and I have been quite public about them." His words conveyed a sense of self-deprecation and resignation, yet there lingered an impression that this was merely his customary smokescreen. Beside him, Rhodes could no longer contain himself and turned to Tony, saying, "Just read the script." Standing on the dais, clutching the speech, Tony's gaze flitted across the pages, as if engaged in an intense inner struggle. Finally, taking a deep breath, he raised his eyes and met the unwavering stare of Lin Yu, who seemed to impart a sense of confidence. With a newfound resolve, Tony looked at the speech and declared, "The truth is." At this juncture, he paused, the audience collectively holding their breath in anticipation. Then, standing tall, he proclaimed those iconic words, "I am Iron Man." In that instant, the entire auditorium erupted like a powder keg ignited. The journalists were momentarily stunned, then sprang to their feet, surging toward the stage in a tidal wave, cameras flashing incessantly. Microphones thrusting forward in eager pursuit of exclusive interviews. Meanwhile, Tony wore an expression of sheer enjoyment, seemingly unfazed by the throng, reveling in his moment of glory. Observing this ostentatious display, Lin Yu shook his head in bemusement. Reflecting upon the myriad experiences he had endured, he found himself speechless. Just a short while ago, through astute narrative judgment, Lin Yu had seized two remarkable opportunities to invest in Stark Industries stock at a low point. Now, the shares he held had ballooned like a rolling snowball, approaching nearly $100 billion, catapulting him to the position of the second-largest shareholder in Stark Industries. With the Stark Industries Expo on the horizon, Lin Yu recognized that the stocks in his possession were poised for another surge. This grand exposition would not only showcase Stark Industries' latest and most avant-garde technological innovations, but also herald the prospect of the company's stock price reaching new heights. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily crept across Lin Yu's face, for he was acutely aware that his wealth was on the brink of another explosive growth. However, he also understood that this expo heralded the official commencement of the narrative arc for Iron Man 2. In the days to come, unforeseen challenges and opportunities would undoubtedly await them. The story had begun to shift, yet at this moment, he felt fully prepared to embrace all that lay ahead. However, Lin Yu pondered quietly to himself that he must engage in a conversation with Tony before the official action commences. After all, he was resolute in his desire to recruit this genius inventor, billionaire, and playboy into his Guardians alliance. Moreover, there were other potential superheroes who could be successfully persuaded to join, thereby further strengthening their nascent team. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following morning. At that moment, Tony was entirely absorbed in tinkering with a new type of smartphone developed from an innovative concept proposed by Lin Yu, albeit still in its preliminary version. Lin Yu, comfortably seated on a plush sofa, casually inquired, "Tony, what do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Tony slowly turned his head. Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Yu perched on the sofa, then helplessly spread his hands and smiled as he replied, "Shouldn't I become the superhero Iron Man? Saving the world?" Chapter 29. Tony joins the alliance. Lin Yu shook his head in resignation, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet he patiently inquired, "Well, what else?" Upon hearing this, Tony slowly set down the object he had been fiddling with, his expression shifting to one of solemnity and earnestness as he gazed intently at Lin Yu, his eyes deep and resolute. After taking a deep breath, he began, "Lin, do you realize? While most children at the tender age of 4 were preoccupied with playing in the mud and engaging in make-believe, I had already successfully designed my very first circuit board. By the age of 6, while other kids were oblivious to the concept of a car engine, I had independently completed the design for a V8 engine. At 17, I graduated early from MIT with outstanding grades. By 21, I had taken the reins of the vast Stark Industries, propelling it to unprecedented heights through my own diligence and ingenuity. I created the world's most advanced and powerful weaponry, thereby ensuring the safety of countless lives and properties. However, I later realized I was gravely mistaken. The world does not require the Tony Stark who merely sought wealth and pleasure, but rather a hero who can rise to the occasion, donning a suit of armor to protect all. At this juncture, Tony gradually returned to the sofa, leaning slightly forward, his eyes still fixed on Lin Yu as he continued. "I may not possess the astonishing superpowers you do, but I am equipped with a brilliant mind and cutting-edge technology. To me, becoming the world's richest man has lost its significance. My sole purpose now is to unhesitatingly don that iron suit in times of peril, charging into battle to uphold justice and shield the innocent in desperate need of protection from harm." At that moment, Iron Man pointed to the glowing blue arc reactor embedded in his chest, his tone resolute as he declared, "Do you see this? It is far more than just an ordinary device. It holds profound significance for me. Whenever I look down at it, it serves as a constant reminder of my value in this world. As long as it remains, I can feel the pulse of life and the surge of power. Should it be removed, only death awaits me. Therefore, I shall never forget the mission I bear, regardless of the time or place." Tony Stark's words resonated with sincerity, emanating from the depths of his being, devoid of any pretense or hypocrisy. Lin Yu perceived that this was perhaps one of the key reasons so many people were drawn to the character of Iron Man. Despite his often haughty demeanor and sharp tongue, he was perpetually engaged in self-improvement and growth. When extraterrestrial forces invaded Earth, he did not hesitate to leverage his armor technology to equip the entire Avengers Alliance, fortifying them against outside aggression. Lin Yu took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke, his gaze unwavering and profound. He gazed at Tony and slowly began, "Do you truly believe that I am not engaged in this endeavor? I have long since informed you that the founding purpose of the Guardians Alliance is to safeguard the peace of this world and to repel the invasions of extraterrestrial beings from beyond our atmosphere. Tony, in a gesture of resignation, spread his hands and shrugged, responding, however, these matters should rightly be the responsibility of the government. At this remark, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, albeit with a hint of mockery and disdain. He raised an eyebrow and teasingly remarked to Tony, consider, if you will, those politicians in America. Can you genuinely place your trust in them? They are perpetually scheming to acquire your advanced technology, devising myriad ways to seize control of it. If it were possible, they would undoubtedly wish to transform you into a mere tool obedient to their every command. These self-serving individuals are solely concerned with their own interests. I dare not harbor any illusions about them. Tony Stark opened his mouth, seemingly ready to counter, but ultimately chose silence. Observing this, Lin Yu continued, I'm acutely aware of your inner concerns. Regarding the reactor issue, rest assured, I shall find a way to assist you. Have you been contemplating that when your life reaches its end, all troubles will vanish? However, I shall not permit such a scenario to unfold. No matter the obstacles we face, we shall overcome them together. After speaking, Lin Yu rose and gazed out at the scenery beyond the villa, expressing with a tinge of sentimentality, you have Pepper, and you have me, Tony. It would be a profound regret if I could not fight alongside you. Tony scrutinized Lin Yu deeply, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the emotional atmosphere, and thus replied, all right, Lin, you have persuaded me. I shall join this so-called superhero gathering, the Guardians Alliance. Okay. Tony spread his hands in acquiescence. In the afternoon, Lin Yu led Tony to the basement of the villa, intending for him to meet the others. As Peter Parker's idol, Lin Yu was certain that the young man would be elated to see Tony. With a smile adorning his face, Lin Yu guided Tony, the two walking side by side down the corridor. They arrived at the basement door, and Lin Yu halted. Turning to Tony with a smile, hey, Tony, how about you knock on the door? I wager that when that kid sees you, he will be so thrilled that he won't be able to utter a word. At this, Tony rolled his eyes, replying with exasperation, oh come on, Lin. You know I am only interested in beautiful ladies. But since you insist. With that, Tony extended his hand and lightly tapped on the door. As the knock echoed, Peter Parker's vibrant voice resonated from within the basement. Is that you, Lin? Oh, I'm coming. Just a moment. Accompanied by hurried footsteps approaching the door, the sound of the lock turning soon followed. With a soft creak, the basement door slowly swung open, revealing the youthful and vibrant visage of Peter Parker. He was muttering excitedly, Lin, you wouldn't believe it. My abilities have significantly improved. However, before he could finish his sentence, he froze, his gaze fixated on the figure standing beside Lin Yu. Before him stood a tall and imposing man, elegantly clad in a finely tailored suit that accentuated his extraordinary demeanor. It was none other than the renowned Tony Stark. Peter was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, entirely oblivious to his earlier intentions. Noticing Peter's astonished expression, Tony glanced at Lin Yu, who merely shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. Feeling somewhat awkward, Tony cleared his throat and took the initiative to greet Peter, saying, Hi, you must be Peter Parker, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Tony Stark. Only then did Peter regain his composure. Overwhelmed with excitement and flustered, he hurriedly exclaimed, Oh, please come in. Hello. I'm Peter. Yes, that's right. With that, he opened the door wider. Chapter 30. The assembly of the Guardians. The two individuals closely followed in the footsteps of Peter Parker as they made their way into the basement. Upon beholding the scene before them, Tony could not help but scoff. It was rather rudimentary. However, in truth, the surroundings were not as meager as they appeared. Rather, from Tony's perspective, a man accustomed to the finest advancements in technology, these devices were hardly worthy of his attention. Lin Yu observed Tony's reaction with a knowing smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Natasha and Banner noticed Lin Yu and Tony's arrival and rose to greet them. Natasha smiled warmly, extended her right hand, and introduced herself, stating, Hello, Tony. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Natasha Romanoff, and, well, I am also an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony paused momentarily, a hint of surprise crossing his features upon hearing Natasha's introduction. He turned to Lin Yu, seemingly seeking an explanation. Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of innocence. Eventually, Tony regained his composure and politely responded, Oh, hello, Miss Romanoff. I am Tony Stark. Tony then shifted his gaze to Bruce Banner, who stood nearby, wearing spectacles and a pristine white lab coat, exuding an air of refinement. Following Lin Yu's previous suggestion, Banner had been diligently researching his blood samples of late. I know you, Dr. Banner. I hope we can find common ground, Tony exclaimed with a smile, extending his hand enthusiastically to clasp Bruce's. His eyes sparkled with sincerity and anticipation, for he considered Banner to be a rare intellect, rivaling his own brilliance. At that moment, all eyes simultaneously turned toward Peter, who appeared bewildered, his eyes widened in confusion. Hello, Mr. Stark. As I mentioned earlier, I am Peter Parker. Peter stammered as if awakening from a dream, hastily extending his hand for a brief shake with Tony. While shaking Peter's hand, Tony glanced at Lin Yu, a smirk playing on his lips, teasingly remarking, "Are we still recruiting child labor for our league? This fellow looks like a Navi young lad." Peter? As soon as the words fell, Peter's expression morphed into one of astonishment, two large question marks seemingly hovering above his head. The group was initially taken aback by the comment, but soon erupted into laughter. The already bashful Peter Parker turned crimson, appearing as shy as a young maiden, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly stepped forward, smiling as he interjected, "All right, Tony, do not underestimate Peter. He is the celebrated friendly neighborhood Spider-Man who recently captured the hearts of New Yorkers. Moreover, this lad possesses considerable strength, should he choose to engage. A single punch could send you flying." After Peter's arrival, Lin Yu utilized his connections to relocate Aunt May and Peter to Los Angeles, where Peter also transferred to a high school in the city. Once everyone was seated, all eyes turned to Lin Yu, eagerly awaiting his words. After surveying the gathering, he spoke slowly, his deep, resonant voice weaving a tale. It was in 1995, at a time when Nick Fury was merely a level 3 agent with an S.H.I.E.L.D. One day, a mysterious woman descended from the heavens without warning. Her name was Carol Danvers. Pausing momentarily to gauge the expressions on the faces around him, Lin Yu noticed their anticipation and continued. She claimed to hail from the vast expanse of the universe, even asserting that she was an unequivocal extraterrestrial. In truth, she was a native of Earth, having lost her memory due to certain extraordinary circumstances. Adrift and disoriented, she nevertheless divulged countless cosmic secrets to Nick Fury. Among these revelations were the Skrulls, capable of altering genetic structures at will, originating from the distant constellation of Andromeda, the Kree, born as fierce warriors of immense power, as well as the Pegasus Project and the legendary Tesseract. As Lin Yu passionately recounted the tale, the crowd's gaze instinctively shifted towards Natasha. After all, Nick Fury was her superior. At that moment, Tony interjected, raising his hand. If I may be so bold, was Nick Fury already an eye-patch-wearing one-eyed man at that time? His remark plunged the room into a brief silence. Observing the atmosphere, Tony shrugged. "All right, forget I asked. Please, carry on." After a brief pause, Lin Yu resumed his narrative. Subsequently, Nick Fury embarked on a perilous journey alongside this woman, facing a myriad of unforeseen circumstances and overcoming countless obstacles together. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the extraterrestrial foes threatening them. In the ensuing years, Nick Fury quietly devised a monumental secret, the formation of a superhero team endowed with extraordinary abilities. He was acutely aware of the unprecedented threats looming over Earth, understanding that only by uniting such individuals could they better protect their cherished home. Years went by, and Nick Fury gradually ascended from his humble beginnings as an obscure level 3 agent to the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once constrained by various limitations, he had harbored grand ambitions yet lacked the means to realize them. However, the present was different. Equipped with the strength and resources to actualize his vision, he resolved to formally initiate his long-planned endeavor. This venture would be christened the Avengers Initiative. As the crowd listened, their inner confusion gradually began to dissipate. At that moment, the typically reticent Bruce Banner unexpectedly spoke up, inquiring, "Is this the reason why Nick Fury is so intent on capturing me?" Before Lin Yu could respond, Natasha swiftly interjected to clarify, "Not quite. If given a choice, Nick Fury would actually prefer to recruit you. Unfortunately, the power of the Hulk is exceedingly formidable and difficult to control. A single misstep could potentially unleash unimaginable disaster. You must be aware of this yourself," she concluded with a shrug. After hearing her words, Bruce Banner nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Chapter 31. The shock of Nick Fury. Those self-important and aloof politicians would never easily acquiesce to this plan unless an imminent invasion by extraterrestrials were to threaten Earth. Their hearts are steeped in fear, apprehensive that they cannot fully wield such immense power. Do you comprehend this? Tony spoke gravely. As someone well acquainted with the psyche of these politicians, given his frequent dealings with high-ranking officials in the U.S. government, Lin Yu nodded slightly in agreement and added, "Indeed, this is precisely why Nick Fury has consistently postponed this matter. After all, in previous years, the number of individuals possessing superpowers was relatively scarce, making it challenging to find particularly suitable candidates to execute this plan. However, as I gradually uncovered these intricate details, I conceived this initiative. Yet, as Tony just articulated, the purpose of establishing this alliance is to safeguard all of humanity. It must never devolve into a mere tool for a politician's personal gain. What are your thoughts?" The attendees collectively nodded in affirmation of Lin Yu's sentiments. Upon concluding his remarks, Lin Yu leisurely retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, deftly extracted one, and placed it between his lips before igniting it with a lighter. As the flame flickered, the tip ignited, and wisps of smoke began to rise and disperse into the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, he continued, "At that moment, I unexpectedly emerged in Los Angeles." Capturing the attention of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. One night, Nick dispatched his agent Natasha to my residence, attempting to persuade me to join their organization. I chose to decline. At this juncture, Lin Yu suddenly turned to Natasha with a playful remark, "Miss Natasha, I hope next time you want to sneak into someone else's home while the owner is away. After all, a beauty like you might tempt others beyond restraint." As his words hung in the air, laughter erupted from Tony and the others, while Natasha appeared somewhat embarrassed yet graciously nodded in acceptance of the good-natured jest. Once the laughter subsided, Lin Yu cleared his throat and continued, "Following my refusal, Nick Fury did not relent but instead shifted his focus to another superpowered individual, Dr. Banner. However, due to the formidable and unpredictable strength of the Hulk, this recruitment endeavor ultimately ended in failure. Despite this setback, Dr. Banner remained under the vigilant scrutiny of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is worth mentioning that my successful discovery of Dr. Banner was significantly aided by the clues provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. With this, Lin Yu cast his gaze toward Bruce Banner, seated nearby, who acknowledged him with a nod, signifying their shared understanding of this past event. Subsequently, Tony encountered trouble in Afghanistan. Upon his return, he crafted the Iron Man suit, transforming into Iron Man, and Nick Fury began to harbor intentions of enlisting Tony. However, that effort proved unsuccessful. As long as I am present, I shall not allow Tony to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha, I shall not conceal the truth. There exist numerous Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. My reluctance to join your ranks stems from this very reason. For the organization has already been infiltrated. It is beyond salvation. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Yu took a puff of his cigarette, gazing at Natasha as he awaited her response. Natasha's pupils constricted in surprise. She had not anticipated that Hydra had penetrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Taking a deep breath, she finally replied, "I will report this to Nick Fury." Upon hearing her words, a faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he flicked the ash from his cigarette and turned his gaze back to Natasha, saying with a grin, "I believe that will not be necessary, Nick. I know you're listening. I trust you have heard everything I just said. As I mentioned, S.H.I.E.L.D. is now in a dire state, irretrievable. Should you wish to proceed with this plan, I extend an invitation for you to join us, but only in your personal capacity. You are an astute individual, and I am certain you comprehend the implications." The moment Lin Yu's words left his lips, a palpable shock rippled through all present, their gazes converging on Natasha, filled with confusion and astonishment. At this juncture, they all stood united on the same front, and Natasha's clandestine communications with others appeared somewhat inappropriate. What is this? A double agent? Natasha found herself in an exceedingly awkward position, however. Her formidable psychological resilience and years of experience as an operative allowed her to maintain her composure, sitting firmly in her chair with an expression of calm, betraying no hint of panic. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, on the other end of the earpiece, was equally taken aback by the unfolding events. Yet, it did not take long for him to regain his composure and reflect on Lin Yu's assertions. He had not anticipated the presence of spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., particularly from Hydra. Despite the turmoil within, Nick understood the necessity of a calm response and knew he must carefully consider Lin Yu's proposal. After a considerable pause, he slowly directed his gaze toward the earpiece, his lips parting as he spoke firmly to Natasha. "Tell him this is no trivial matter. I require time to contemplate before providing a final response. I will ensure he receives a satisfactory answer." Upon hearing Fury's words, Natasha acknowledged him and then turned to Lin Yu, stating, "Nick has said he will give this matter serious consideration." Lin Yu, hearing Natasha relay his message, merely nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he had anticipated Nick Fury's habit of eavesdropping on conversations. Thus, he felt neither astonished nor enraged. After all, Natasha ultimately remained under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command. Although she had collaborated with him and his associates, they had yet to share a true trial of life and death. Therefore, Lin Yu could not extend his complete trust to her, at least not at this moment. Rather than shrouding ourselves in secrecy and suspicion, it is far more advantageous to candidly address all matters, as this approach will undoubtedly clarify our relationships. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Nick Fury possesses considerable capability. Chapter 32, the plan as the crowd redirected their attention towards him. Lin Yu paused momentarily before continuing to speak with deliberation. "Currently, our alliance has only just begun to take shape. However, I trust that you all can see clearly that, given our present personnel situation, we are indeed lacking." At this juncture, Lin Yu lifted his gaze, surveying each individual present, and then spoke with gravity. Thus, the task before us is to earnestly recruit more superpowered individuals to join our ranks. We require additional manpower, my friends. He hesitated briefly, then turned to Natasha and continued. Natasha, to my knowledge, Nick has made some recent groundbreaking discoveries, and I believe he would be more than willing to share them with us. Damn it. Upon hearing these words, Nick Fury, situated on the other end of the earpiece, was once again taken aback. Why? How does Lin Yu know about this information? Just a short while ago, they had only discovered Captain America in the Arctic. How could Lin Yu learn of it so swiftly? Could it be that he has secretly embedded his own spies within S-H-I-E-L-D? Though countless speculations flashed through his mind, Nick Fury understood that this was not the moment for such musings. Steadying himself, he responded, Natasha, initiate the remote communication. This so-called remote communication was a cutting-edge technology recently developed by S-H-I-E-L-D. Through this remarkable means, not only could they engage in clear and fluid verbal exchanges akin to face-to-face conversations, but it also rendered hyper-realistic three-dimensional imagery. Without a moment's hesitation, Natasha followed the directive and swiftly operated the system. Before long, Nick Fury's familiar and authoritative figure materialized before the gathering. He cleared his throat and, with a smile, nodded towards each member of the Guardians Alliance. Ahem, superheroes, greetings. I'm Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, and it is a pleasure to meet you all here. The sight of his black leather attire and one-eyed appearance prompted Tony to irrepressibly inquire, I still want to ask, were you always one-eyed? The assembly fell silent. Seeing this, Tony raised his hands in an awkward gesture. Please, continue. Finally, Nick Fury turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Upon receiving a slight nod of agreement from Lin Yu, he proceeded with measured calm. Approximately a month ago, Bruce Banner ventured alone to a desolate area at the northernmost tip of Greenland. Our satellite had been closely monitoring his every movement. In that location, he raised a handgun and attempted suicide. In the instant of his death, he transformed into the Hulk, expelling the very bullet that had been intended to claim his life. Due to the Hulk's eruption, a massive avalanche ensued on Greenland. It was after this cataclysm that we made a new discovery. With that, Nick Fury turned, retrieving a photograph on the expansive screen behind him. Bruce Banner gazed at the image, a look of surprise crossing his features. This is actually Captain America? My recent incident unexpectedly led S-H-I-E-L-D to discover him. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had remained silent, suddenly nodded and interjected, Indeed. It is he, the American rear. Upon hearing this, all present turned their gaze towards Lin Yu in unison, unfazed by the puzzled expressions of the crowd. Lin Yu maintained his calm demeanor and countered, Am I mistaken? Everyone has seen the iconic posterior of Captain America in photographs. The others fell silent. And it was Nick Fury who finally spoke. We have already brought him back. Awakening him is merely a matter of time. Pardon me, Bruce Banner interjected, furrowing his brow and speaking with a hint of skepticism. Captain America is a figure from 70 years ago. Can he truly adapt to our modern way of life? Or who among you can assure me that he will choose to join us? This statement plunged the room into silence, each individual's face reflecting deep contemplation. At that moment, Nick Fury broke the stillness, saying unflinchingly, I will address this matter. S-H-I-E-L-D was originally founded by him, Howard, and Peggy. I believe that if he learns S-H-I-E-L-D still exists, he would willingly return to contribute his strength. However, Tony Stark appeared unconvinced, smirking as he retorted, Oh, are you certain that your spy organization is still deserving of trust? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter but stifled it, clearing his throat to say, All right, Tony, let us leave this issue to Nick. The prowess of Captain America is undeniable. Bringing him on board is imperative. I have another concern, Tony continued, his expression serious. The personnel issue is relatively easier to resolve, but how shall we tackle the identity problem? You all know that the government and the United Nations will never consent to this plan. As a figure of authority, he was acutely aware of the political maneuvering of those in power. Such uncontrollable plans were nearly impossible to gain their approval. In response to Tony's words, Lin Yu nodded in agreement and replied with an air of undeniable conviction. Of course, I fully comprehend this problem. However, we cannot afford to remain idle. If we wait until extraterrestrial beings actually arrive before taking action, I would rather stay home and await the headlines. Perhaps those present had not witnessed the terrifying spectacle of an alien invasion firsthand. Thus, they were oblivious to the calamity that would ensue should extraterrestrials successfully reach Earth. In fact, a review of the wars humanity has endured over the past several centuries, even millennia, can provide insight. In every brutal conflict, it is often the defenseless ordinary citizens who bear the brunt of the devastation, because they utterly lack any capability to resist foreign invasions. They can only be manipulated like lambs awaiting slaughter. Presently, we are even unaware of when our adversaries might arrive, and when death truly descends. These innocent souls will not even comprehend who has snatched away their lives. Having spoken, Lin Yu slowly rose to his feet and began to pace around the assembly, continuing his discourse. Ultimately, he reached the projection of Nick and addressed the crowd. Nick only witnessed 2 alien races in the past, but considering the vastness of the universe, how many other extraterrestrial beings harbor intentions towards Blue Star? Are you aware? The audience shook their heads in response, and observing this, Lin Yu spoke with gravity. I can reveal to you that our world, along with several neighboring realms, is collectively known as the 9 Realms. And it is the mythical god King Odin who governs these realms. Odin. Aside from Natasha and Nick Fury, the others expressed their astonishment. Chapter 33. The Ancient One indeed. It is Odin, Lin Yu acknowledged with a nod. Odin, Thor, Loki. These figures are not mere figments of legend. They are very much real. However, contrary to their mythical portrayals, both Thor and Loki are actually sons of Odin. After a brief pause, Lin Yu continued his narration. At that moment, Peter Parker, who had remained silent, could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, do gods truly exist in this world? If they do, are they really the omnipotent beings that people speak of? Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, collectively turned their gaze towards Lin Yu. Among them were Natasha and Nick Fury. Although Lin Yu had previously mentioned names such as Odin and Thor, he had only done so in passing, without delving into further detail. Now, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, filled with anticipation for a definitive answer. In the face of their eager scrutiny, Lin Yu maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied, what we refer to as gods are essentially just humans, albeit with significantly longer lifespans and far greater powers than ordinary mortals. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter posed another question. Just how powerful are they? How do they compare to Hulk? The others silently observed, awaiting Lin Yu's response. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Yu retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he lit it, casually crossing his legs. He then raised the cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, and with a playful grin, pointed at Bruce Banner, jesting, let us take Loki as an example. If he refrains from using magic, Hulk could easily overpower him. As for Thor, he isn't much different. While both possess divine strength, you all know Thor as the god of thunder. If he were to unleash his lightning against Hulk, Hulk might find himself at a disadvantage. However, in a close-quarters brawl, Hulk fears no one, not even me. If I were to engage Hulk in a fistfight without employing any special tactics, the outcome would undoubtedly be me on the receiving end of a beating. Hearing this, the audience gasped in astonishment at Hulk's formidable prowess. However, a sense of doubt crept into their minds. Were Thor and Loki truly so weak? In mythology, they are depicted as immensely powerful beings. At that moment, Peter seemed to have an epiphany and urgently asked, you haven't mentioned Odin at all. Just how strong is he? Lin Yu slowly shook his head, his expression turning serious as he replied, Odin is not just powerful, he is immensely so. Their abilities lean more towards magic. No, it is not merely strength, it is an unparalleled might. He stands as a supreme being on the same tier as the Ancient One, the guardian of our blue planet. Once again, the crowd was astonished. Could it be that Blue Star harbors so many formidable beings? Why have we never encountered them? After a prolonged silence, Tony could no longer suppress his inner curiosity and spoke up, shattering the tranquility. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Upon hearing Tony's inquiry, Lin Yu offered a slight smile and leisurely began to explain. This is naturally due to your inability to perceive them. They reside in the distant realm of Asgard, a place that can be regarded as an entirely different world to us. Moreover, within Asgard lies a rainbow bridge overseen by Heimdall, which can connect to any corner of the 9 realms. At this point, Lin Yu paused, his expression growing somewhat grave as he continued. However, according to the intelligence at my disposal, Odin's days are numbered. Once Odin passes, those extraterrestrial forces that once refrained from acting out of fear of him will undoubtedly resurface, once again turning their gaze towards Earth. Among them, the most powerful and perilous entity is Thanos from Titan. This individual, known as the Cosmic Overlord, wields terrifying powers capable of cataclysmic destruction. What? Upon hearing these words, the gathered crowd gasped in shock, unable to suppress their exclamations. Odin is on the verge of death. According to Lin Yu, Odin is so formidable, thus the adversaries who once sought to invade Earth must possess extraordinary strength as well. If Odin truly departs, how shall they confront these formidable foes when they arrive? In an instant, everyone fell into deep contemplation, and the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Just then, Peter Parker tentatively asked, what about the other individual? The one you just mentioned, who is of comparable strength to Odin and safeguards Blue Star. Will they also rise to protect our world? As Lin Yu was about to respond, a faint and peculiar rustling sound suddenly emanated from behind him. The attention of everyone present was drawn to this unexpected noise, and they all turned to face the direction from which it came. Before long, a mysterious halo radiating a brilliant yellow light began to visibly expand. Moments later, a figure clad in a yellow robe, her head completely bald, emerged from the luminous circle. Observing this scene, Lin Yu felt a pang of exasperation. In his moment of candor, he had forgotten that Master Gu Yi had a penchant for secretly observing others. Before Lin Yu could utter a word, Master Gu Yi had already fixed her gaze upon him, softly stating, "You are quite special." She then turned her attention to the others present, her tone resolute. "As long as I am here, Thanos shall not enter." Lin Yu felt resigned. Master Gu Yi always relished in maintaining an air of mystique. Yet, what could he do? After all, she stood as one of the most powerful beings at the pinnacle of strength. Nonetheless, with his own shielding abilities, Lin Yu was not overly perturbed. His defensive skill could not only withstand physical attacks but could also grant immunity to magical harm. However, he remained uncertain whether this skill could indeed be of any utility to a sorcerer as formidable as the Ancient One. Lin Yu took a deep breath, steadied himself, and with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone remarked, "Ancient One, why do you always appear so mysteriously? Each time, there is no sign of your arrival." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the Ancient One couldn't help but smile faintly, her profound and wise gaze resting upon him as she replied with keen interest, "Indeed. You truly know me. It seems you are privy to quite a bit of information." At that moment, those standing nearby were left in utter bewilderment, their eyes wide open as they exchanged glances. What? This is the legendary Ancient One? The powerful being who safeguards our blue planet? Others expressed their disbelief. The Ancient One paid no heed to the astonished reactions of the crowd. Instead, she turned back to Lin Yu and continued, "Are you not concerned about revealing such secrets so recklessly? The timekeepers will not easily overlook those who disrupt the rules." Lin Yu, however, wore a nonchalant expression, shrugging as he replied, "The Time Management Bureau? Why should I be afraid? Ancient One, why not simply pull me into the mirror dimension for a proper discussion?" With that, he cast a glance at the Ancient One before directing his gaze toward the onlookers, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. The ensuing conversation was not suitable for others to overhear. The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, smiling as she nodded at Lin Yu, saying, "You truly know everything." Before her words had fully settled, she waved her hand gently, and an extraordinary light enveloped Lin Yu in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the two vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Tony and the others watched in astonishment as Lin Yu and the Ancient One suddenly disappeared, left dumbfounded for a moment before regaining their senses. "Shouldn't we be concerned about Lin? Where have they gone?" Banner inquired tentatively. "If you can find them, feel free to do so," Tony shrugged, moving to the wine cabinet to pour himself a glass of red wine. Chapter 34. The Mirror World. As Lin Yu stepped into this peculiar realm, a world that utterly defied logic and was inverted in every sense unfolded before his eyes. Everything here appeared to be liberated from the constraints of gravity. The houses, roads, and even the entire city exhibited a bewildering array of irregular shapes. Some buildings resembled twisted pretzels, others seemed like enormous droplets suspended in midair, while still others appeared on the verge of collapse. The sight profoundly impacted Lin Yu, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Once, such scenes existed solely within the realm of cinematic special effects, yet now, Lin Yu found himself witnessing it all firsthand. Unable to suppress his astonishment, "Master Gu Yi, your abilities are indeed formidable. This mirror-like world is truly breathtaking." At that moment, Master Gu Yi stood quietly before Lin Yu. She gently pushed aside the hat that obscured her face, revealing her shining, mirror-like bald head. With a smile gracing her lips, her gaze, warm and profound, locked onto Lin Yu as she softly inquired, "How do you find it? Do you wish to learn to harness such extraordinary power?" Master Gu Yi spoke in fluent Chinese. Upon hearing her words, a spark of excitement flickered in Lin Yu's eyes, and without hesitation, he nodded in affirmation. Of course. Who could possibly resist such temptation? However, Master Gu Yi shook her head slightly, her expression turning serious. "There is no need to rush. First, please tell me, who exactly are you?" At this, a mysterious smile crossed Lin Yu's face as he calmly met her gaze and replied, "I did not expect even the all-knowing and all-powerful Master Gu Yi would encounter something beyond her understanding. You may consider me a time traveler, much like yourself, fully aware of the world's affairs, including all matters concerning you." Lin Yu's eyes held a steadfast gaze as he looked into Master Gu Yi's deep and wise eyes. She nodded slightly, her voice laced with intrigue. "I cannot see through you." Then, with a serious demeanor, Master Gu Yi pressed further, "Since you know everything, do you not fear the repercussions from the Time Management Bureau for your reckless disturbances of the timeline?" After speaking, she fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yu, seeking to discern any hint of vulnerability in his expression or reaction, eager to understand what emboldened this individual to challenge the authority of temporal laws. In the face of her piercing scrutiny, Lin Yu merely smiled serenely and slowly extended his right hand. In an instant, a fierce flame erupted from his palm, illuminating the surrounding space with its blazing light. Master Gu Yi watched the dancing fire with a sense of peculiarity stirring within her. This energy felt both familiar and foreign. It bore similarities to the powers wielded by the practitioners of Kunlun, yet there were distinct differences. Before Master Gu Yi could fully contemplate these disparities, Lin Yu displayed yet another remarkable ability. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the flame that had been grasped tightly in his hand vanished instantaneously, replaced by a gleaming longsword that shimmered with a cold light. Lin Yu gracefully conjured a stunning sword flower, and then casually tossed the long sword to the ground. At the moment it touched the earth, the seemingly ordinary sword suddenly expanded, hovering in midair. In an instant, Lin Yu deftly positioned himself atop the broad blade. With a mere thought, the sword lifted him into the sky, suspended in the air. At this moment, Lin Yu's garments fluttered elegantly, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens, emanating an unparalleled aura. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Master Gu Yi's pupils widened slightly, surprise etched upon her face. Yet, being a person of considerable experience, she quickly regained her composure, remaining silent as she quietly observed Lin Yu's subsequent actions. Satisfied that he had captured Master Gu Yi's attention with his display, Lin Yu sheathed his sword and descended gently to the ground. He approached Master Gu Yi and spoke with a calm demeanor. As you have witnessed with your own eyes, the power I possess does not originate from this world. Therefore, why should I fear the so-called Time Management Bureau? To me, they are merely ordinary individuals. I believe it is they who should be wary of me. It would be best if they refrain from seeking me out. The previously silent Master Gu Yi slowly began to speak. You are quite extraordinary. The Time Stone reveals nothing about you. I now believe your words. But what is your purpose in altering all of this? Shouldn't tea time adhere to its predetermined course? Furrowing her brow, she gazed at Lin Yu's tall and upright figure with a look of bewilderment. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he turned away, his gaze calm and profound as he contemplated the scenery before him. He softly replied, Master Gu Yi, had I not appeared, you would leave this world in just a few short years. I know you are weary. Your heart longs to follow the ancient one to the Vishanti. But what if I told you that I possess the power to defeat Dormammu and his ilk? Perhaps I cannot achieve this yet, but the days ahead are long, and I am continually growing and evolving. I wield the strength to defy the Time Management Bureau. If I merely stand by and allow events to unfold as they are destined, how am I different from the indifferent bystanders? As his words resonated, Lin Yu's bright, star-like eyes gazed intently at Master Gu Yi, revealing an unwavering conviction within. Hearing his declaration, Master Gu Yi's body trembled slightly, a hint of astonishment crossing her face. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Will I truly perish in a few years? Is it truly destined to be so? I have never dared to glimpse the future of this universe, for it is a sacred and inviolable timeline. However, regarding your abilities, I place my faith in you. Ever since the day I discovered your existence, I have been quietly observing you. I must admit, you are indeed exceptional. Master Gu Yi then turned her gaze toward the reflections in the mirrors. Lin Yu spoke once more. Enough, Master Gu Yi. There is no need for you to be entangled in this matter. If you place your trust in me, I assure you, I shall not allow you to perish. I am rather curious to see what challenges await me in the future. Upon hearing this, Master Gu Yi nodded thoughtfully, gesturing to create a luminous portal. She gazed at Lin Yu and said, Go forth and pursue your desires. Should you encounter any difficulties, I shall offer my assistance. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words, and stepped into the radiant portal. Tony and his companions were engaged in conversation, and upon seeing Lin Yu's return, they all turned their attention towards him. Chapter 35. Establishing the plan. As Lin Yu returned, everyone rose in unison. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tony eagerly inquired, Lin, where did you all go just now? And what was that yellow halo? Was it magic? As he spoke, he animatedly gestured with his hands. Observing this, Lin Yu proceeded to a vacant seat and settled down. He lifted his gaze to meet the expectant and puzzled stares of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied, Indeed, everyone, as you have seen, the individual we just encountered is none other than the renowned Master Gu Yi, the legendary guardian of the Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. He quickly pressed on, So, magic truly exists in this world? Lin, if you don't mind, could you introduce me to learn magic? You know I have an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a passion for learning. He finished by adjusting his suit. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. This guy had dismissed everything I told him before. However, the thought of Tony mastering magic and becoming a magical Iron Man sparked an amusing image in his mind. I recall that in a parallel universe, there exists such a concept, Supreme Sorcerer Tony. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu responded, Tony, should the right opportunity arise in the future, I will certainly facilitate an introduction for you. After all, the title of Magical Iron Man has a rather appealing ring to it. Naturally, Lin Yu was also eager to learn this wondrous magic, as the ability to traverse any distance with merely a simple circle was irresistibly alluring. Yet, considering his unique identity, He was uncertain if Master Gui would be willing to impart such magic to him. Quickly shaking off these thoughts, Lin Yu cleared his throat and stated, "All right. Let us continue our discussion regarding the identity of the organization. What are your thoughts and suggestions on this matter?" As his words lingered in the air, a contemplative silence enveloped the group. At that moment, the always serious Nick Fury broke the silence, articulating, in regard to this issue, "I propose that we consider forming a specialized superpower task force, dedicated to addressing various extraordinary events and undertaking significant missions. As for the specific arrangement of members, someone like Bruce Banner could initially join SHIELD as an external personnel, Natasha, being a current member of SHIELD, need only maintain her existing role. Furthermore, I will personally invite Captain America to join SHIELD, using his mission assignments as an excuse for him to train alongside you all while engaging in some inconsequential tasks." After concluding his remarks, Nick Fury turned his gaze back to Tony, continuing in a measured tone, "Thus, we require a base that is absolutely confidential and unknown, along with necessary equipment. Currently, there is no way to publicly disclose the situation or take overtly significant actions. However, if Tony were to join, everything would become manageable." Upon hearing this, Tony furrowed his brow in disbelief and turned to Lin Yu, retorting, "Then why not seek out Lin? He is currently seizing the opportunity to acquire shares at a bargain due to Stark Industries' plummeting stock price, and has already become one of the world's wealthiest individuals." In response to Tony's skepticism, Lin Yu merely shrugged nonchalantly and smiled, saying, "Why are you looking at me? I am not the world's richest person." Observing this exchange, Tony sighed in resignation and finally relented, stating, "All right then, I will take charge of the arrangements for the base." At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly stood up, firmly placing his hands on the conference table, and announced with a resolute and powerful voice, "Excellent. Let us solidify this decision now. Everyone, let us spring into action immediately." As Lin Yu's words echoed, all present nodded in agreement, subsequently rising from their seats and striding out of the conference room. The ramifications of Lin Yu's decisive actions resulted in a significant shift in the entire scenario. The previously methodical plot had been completely disrupted, leading to the premature establishment of the superhero team. Captain America made his debut 2 years ahead of schedule. If all goes according to plan, these superheroes will reveal themselves in the Marvel Universe sooner than anticipated, awaiting a monumental event capable of altering the world, such as the Battle of New York, which would then be presented to the public. At this juncture, the narrative is poised to transition into the storyline of Iron Man 2, followed closely by that of Thor. Lin Yu eagerly anticipates this segment, particularly intrigued by Thor's enchanted hammer and the power of lightning. Just how formidable is the lightning wielded by Thor? Can it truly inflict harm upon him? And what of Thor's sister, the goddess of death? How formidable is she? Meanwhile, Lin Yu has already divulged a plethora of crucial information to everyone, irrevocably rewriting the existing timeline, no longer adhering to the traditional chronology of the Marvel Universe. Such a monumental shift will inevitably trigger a cascade of repercussions, though the precise outcomes remain unpredictable, perhaps beyond the threat posed by Thanos, who seeks to annihilate the entire universe. There may be more unforeseen adversaries, poised to present unprecedented crises and challenges to the world. In summary, the immediate priority for Lin Yu is to continually enhance his own strength, ensuring he becomes increasingly formidable. Only then can he maintain his position in an ever-changing landscape. Furthermore, due to his presence, the civil war depicted in Captain America 3 is destined never to unfold. Thus, deftly navigating this looming conflict becomes a pressing conundrum for Lin Yu, necessitating thoughtful consideration and strategy. Ultimately, the Battle of New York, a breathtaking and world-shattering confrontation, is sure to become a pivotal moment. Undoubtedly, it will leave the entire world indebted to the Guardians of the Universe. From that moment onward, the Guardian Alliance could boldly initiate their actions without the need for subterfuge. However, the governments of various nations presented a formidable challenge. Despite Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities, he was still unable to withstand the devastating power of a nuclear bomb. Had he possessed the fortitude to confront such an explosive force, the current predicament would scarcely be regarded as an obstacle. It is essential to recognize that he was distinct from other heroes. Should he find himself in a dire situation, those adversaries would not relent, and they would be inclined to pursue a course of absolute destruction, leading to mutual ruin. Fortunately, with the system as his unwavering support, he firmly believed that failure was not an option. Reflecting upon the events depicted in the film, after the epic battle in New York, the entire world harbored gratitude towards the Avengers. Following Captain America's successful eradication of Hydra and Black Widow's resolute decision to disclose classified documents and sever ties with SHIELD, the Avengers' prowess surged to unprecedented heights, garnering respect and trepidation alike. However, as the saying goes, the taller the tree, the more the wind blows. Such formidable power inevitably incited profound apprehension among global governments. Thus, the Sokovia Accords came into existence, with as many as 117 nations signing this agreement as a robust countermeasure against any actions by the Avengers that might surpass their authority. After all, no one wishes to live under the shadow of a Damocles sword, uncertain of when it might fall and claim their life. Chapter 36. System Upgrade Regardless of the Circumstances. Lin Yu remained remarkably indifferent about becoming a citizen of his homeland. It held little significance for him. Within the cinematic narrative, the profound discord between Tony and Captain America stemmed from this very premise. In contrast to Captain America's somewhat naive and obstinate views, Tony's approach exhibited a maturity and sophistication that was unmistakable. He understood that the foremost task was to garner the unwavering trust of both the populace and the government. Once this trust was secured, subsequent matters would naturally progress with ease. After all, survival on this planet ultimately necessitates cooperation. Captain America, on the other hand, clung to a quintessentially American mindset. He vehemently resisted any form of constraint or control, fearing that he might become a formidable weapon. In essence, what he sought was nothing less than unfettered absolute freedom, for this nation has always exalted the principle of liberty above all else. The intertwining of these various factors ultimately culminated in the outbreak of civil war. As for the Winter Soldier, it was merely an unexpected incident that surfaced amid this fierce conflict. It was only when Thanos made his thunderous arrival that all grievances were set aside, and unity was forged to confront the external adversary. In such a context, the situation finally took a turn. The once controversial Avengers ascended to become the true decision-making core. In summary, after profound reflection, Lin Yu resolved to expedite the advancement of his meticulously crafted Guardians League into this pivotal stage. However, there remained a lengthy span of years before Thanos would officially make his entrance, a duration far too protracted for Lin Yu's patience. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumultuous thoughts within, he stepped out of the conference room. Tony sat in the spacious, brightly lit living room, gently swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he gazed contemplatively into the glass, seemingly engrossed in thought. At that moment, Lin Yu entered the living room with a smile, his strides light and buoyant. He boldly approached the sofa opposite Tony and, without hesitation, plopped down to face him. With practiced ease, Lin Yu crossed his legs and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one, he inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of white smoke before teasingly remarking, "Tony, look at you, lost in thought. What could possibly evoke such a grave expression from the world's richest man? Do share. I could use a laugh." Upon hearing this, Tony initially regarded Lin Yu with confusion, two large question marks seemingly hovering above his head. Subsequently, he rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation, "Lin, if it were up to me, I'd install an artificial intelligence butler system in your lavish villa, programmed to wake you from your dreams at midnight. You really are a complete rascal." In the face of Tony's ire, Lin Yu remained unfazed, bursting into hearty laughter. He chuckled lightly as he flicked the ash from his fingertips and replied, "Come on, Tony. Being awakened in the middle of the night for room service is one thing, but installing artificial intelligence is something I might consider. Now, do tell me, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Tony, with a resigned shake of his head, leaned back heavily against the plush comfort of the sofa. He raised his gaze to the ceiling, exhaling a long sigh before murmuring to himself, "What you just shared has stirred a wave of anxiety within me. It's astonishing to realize that so many formidable forces remain unknown to us in this world. In comparison, I feel my own development of this suit of armor pales in insignificance, wholly inadequate to confront the potential crises that lie ahead. Do you understand, Lin? I once believed myself to be the most intelligent person on this planet. However, I must concede that my father surpasses me in intellect. Upon my return, I must upgrade the armor. By the way, when you have the chance, please visit my laboratory for some testing. I require your data." Lin Yu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile slightly before responding, "Tony, in any endeavor, it is essential to proceed step by step, advancing gradually. I wholeheartedly support the notion of upgrading the armor. However, why the sudden interest in my data? Are you genuinely intent on creating a counter Lin Yu armor to combat me?" Hearing this, Tony spread his hands in a gesture of resignation and shrugged, saying, "All right, you got me there. But it's not just you. That hulking figure, Hulk, is also among my targets. After all, if I can create armor on par with both of you, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in future intense battles." After sharing these thoughts, Tony's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he earnestly advised Lin Yu, "By the way, there's another crucial matter. The Stark Industries Expo will be held tomorrow. You must attend, Lin." At that moment, Lin Yu was reclining lazily on the sofa. After contemplating Tony's words for a moment, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it makes sense. Having more suits like that is certainly prudent. I must admit, your mind is remarkably sharp, Tony. As for the expo, rest assured, I will be there on time." The two engaged in casual conversation on various topics for a while longer before Tony stood up to bid farewell. Lin Yu, meanwhile, continued to recline comfortably on the sofa, eventually drifting into a peaceful slumber. During the course of Lin Yu's dreams, his system silently underwent an upgrade, successfully transitioning to version 2.0. Ding. System upgrade complete. Activating armor mode. When the host engages in combat, current level 2, unlocking white armor. White armor. Ordinary bullets are ineffective, resistant to fire and RPGs, but cannot evade weapons of mass destruction, immune to 15 of magical effects. Ding. System upgrade. Issuing main quest. Confront the destroyer armor. Enlist the Thunder God. Task reward. 3,000 points. The next day, Lin Yu awoke leisurely. Natasha, Peter Parker, and others had refrained from disturbing him as he slept soundly through the night until dawn. Stretching languidly, Lin Yu found himself frozen mid-stretch. Has the system been upgraded? Armor? Well, I had thought it was absent. I never expected the system to finally recall it. Chapter 37. The Expo. After meticulously examining the latest updates, Lin Yu could not suppress his urge to voice his dissatisfaction. What was the situation? There was not even a trace of the purple or golden armors. Not even the blue armor was present. What on earth was going on? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the white armor, filled with curiosity. What distinguished this white armor from my Hanguang armor? At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. The Hanguang armor is directly worn on the body. However, all protective armors are donned in a phantom-like form, enveloping the host and providing comprehensive protection for the entire body. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal a glimmer of delight on his face. What? It offers full-body protection? That's rather impressive. This means I won't have to wear a mask anymore. Yet, I must still exercise caution around ordinary people. Exposing my true identity could lead to complications. Regarding the mission issued by the system, Lin Yu felt no inclination to investigate it further. In his view, the destroyer was destined for annihilation. It was merely a task to be completed in passing. Having clarified these matters, Lin Yu settled into his Ferrari, pressed the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, the vehicle darted towards Stark Industries like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the site of the expo hosted by Stark Industries. The scene before him was nothing short of breathtaking. The venue was teeming with people, a throng so dense it rendered the area nearly impenetrable. This spectacle showcased the immense allure and popularity of the expo. The Stark Industries Expo was not a new phenomenon. It boasted a history spanning several decades. During World War II, a younger Captain America, before engaging in the Super Soldier program, had visited the Stark Industries Expo alongside his dear friend Bucky. As a preeminent technology titan, Stark Industries has consistently been at the forefront of technological innovation. Each expo it hosted became a beacon for the future trajectory of technological advancement. Individuals from around the globe, enthusiasts, corporations, and official professionals alike flocked to this event, eager to absorb cutting-edge technological knowledge and inspiration. Ever since Tony Stark flamboyantly revealed to the world that he was the Iron Man, the popularity of this expo surged, drawing even more attention and admiration. At this moment, however, Lin Yu had no intention of jostling for a spot at the front to join in the excitement. He merely wished to stand back and quietly appreciate Tony's performance. After all, such ostentatious displays were best left to Tony, the superhero. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle sliced through the air, prompting the crowd to look upwards. A red and gold armored suit, gleaming with metallic brilliance, streaked through the sky like a meteor. It was none other than the Mark III armor piloted by Tony Stark, making a superheroic landing as it descended gracefully onto the meticulously prepared landing platform. The breathtaking scene instantly ignited the audience's fervor, with thunderous cheers and screams rising and falling like waves in a tempest. Standing beside them, Lin Yu quietly observed the ostentatious figure before him, who incessantly flaunted his charisma, soon finding it rather tedious. As time passed, the grand exposition swiftly drew to a close. Outside, in the parking lot, a pristine Audi R8 sat in serene stillness. Tony opened the door and, with practiced ease, settled into the driver's seat, igniting the engine. Accompanied by the deep and powerful roar of the motor, the car swiftly departed the lot, merging into the bustling flow of traffic on the road. Along the way, Tony was in high spirits, his words tumbling forth like a rapid-fire barrage as he exclaimed, "Lin, what do you think? Wasn't my entrance spectacular?" "Haha," he asked, his face alight with confidence. Lin Yu, seated in the passenger seat, couldn't he help but chuckle in response. Whether it was cool or not, I cannot say. But I reckon if I were to throw a punch, that suit would likely be rendered utterly useless. Haha. Taken aback by Lin's retort, Tony momentarily fell silent, unsure how to counter. After a brief pause, Tony suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, as if recalling something significant. "All right, Lin, on a serious note, I must sincerely thank you. If it weren't for your assistance in reminding Nick Fury to return my father's belongings, I might never have stumbled upon that crucial new element. It has resolved the palladium poisoning. He expressed with deep emotion, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. Can you imagine? Just last night, Tony Stark, successfully discovered a brand new element. This is a breakthrough worthy of the Nobel Prize. As he spoke, excitement radiated from him. Lin Yu, upon hearing Tony's proclamation, displayed no signs of surprise, for he understood that with Tony's prodigious intellect, a discovery from his father's relics was all but inevitable. His contribution merely expedited the process. Nevertheless, Lin Yu maintained a warm smile as he congratulated Tony. That is truly remarkable, Tony. To successfully tackle such a perilous dilemma that threatened your very life, one must admit. You are exceptionally clever. Tony, upon receiving such praise, slightly raised his chin and proudly replied, I know, I am Tony Stark. Such feats are merely to be expected. He continued, by the way, Lin, I have some splendid news. I just received an invitation from the Monaco Racing Club to attend the race in person. However, I am not content to be merely a spectator. I have resolved to participate. After all, I no longer need to worry about the dangers of poisoning, do I? Tony's excitement was palpable. Lin Yu recognized that the main narrative was about to unfold, and with a beaming smile, he replied, That sounds fantastic. Tony, I would be delighted to join you. This presents an opportune moment for me to thoroughly examine your racing prowess, Mr. Mustache. To my surprise, as soon as those words escaped my lips, Tony erupted in a fit of frustration, exclaiming, Damn it, Lin. How many times must I tell you not to call me Mr. Mustache? Witnessing Tony's fervent reaction, Lin Yu could not help but burst into laughter. With Lin Yu's involvement, the demise of the scepter is destined to unfold at a pace far surpassing that depicted in the film. Nowadays, Tony has not only successfully upgraded his reactor and freed himself from the torment of palladium poisoning, but his prowess has also seen remarkable advancement. Consequently, Ivan Vanko, the scepter, is likely to be so agitated that he finds it difficult to sleep at night. As for the scepter, Lin Yu finds himself devoid of any interest. After all, in his eyes, as long as Tony Stark is present, other so-called geniuses pale in comparison. Unless someone can genuinely rival Tony, it is challenging for them to capture Lin Yu's attention, even if they possess a modicum of intellect. However, aside from the scepter, there exists another antagonist, Justin Hammer. This individual is perpetually lost in delusions, vainly attempting to surpass Tony Stark. To this end, he relentlessly endeavors to imitate Tony's every action, yet regrettably, no matter how hard he tries, he remains forever out of reach. In a certain sense, Tony may indeed be the idol residing in his heart. Nevertheless, it must be noted that such minor bosses were prevalent in the initial 2 installments of Iron Man. Regarding these characters, Lin Yu harbors no interest whatsoever, even wishing for Tony to confront them alone. Everything hinges upon whether the system will issue relevant tasks. Chapter 38. The hearing, however. Lin Yu was acutely aware that the most pressing matter at hand was the impending hearing. He had sensed, in the past few days, that Tony Stark, in his Iron Man persona, had been making quite a stir. It was only natural for the government to covet the advanced technology of his iron armor. The military and Congress were practically clamoring for Tony to relinquish the core technology of his suit. Major media outlets were reporting on this matter with an almost frenzied intensity. Had it not been for Tony Stark's status as a billionaire with substantial influence, he might have already faced coercive measures from the government to surrender his creation. As night fell and the city illuminated, Tony's call came in the dead of night, just as anticipated. As soon as Lin answered, he was met with Tony's furious voice. Damn it, Lin. Those government officials are trying to lay their hands on my armor. Do they really think I would willingly comply? What are they thinking? Tony continued his tirade. There is no way I will hand over my possessions to them. Whether it be the government or the military, they can forget about me surrendering my personal property. Lin, we are on the same team now. S-H-I-E-L-D. You should shoulder some of the pressure for me. Upon hearing Tony's words, Lin couldn't help but smile slightly, reassuring him, Rest easy, Tony. Tomorrow's hearing poses no real threat to you. With S-H-I-E-L-D backing you, there is no need for anger. Yet Tony remained irate, exclaiming, These people are nothing but greedy parasites. They never think of anything substantial, always seeking to exploit others. At this, Lin couldn't suppress a smirk, nearly bursting into laughter. Aren't you, in fact, quite the capitalist yourself? However, these thoughts merely flitted through his mind. Regardless, Lin swiftly composed himself and continued to comfort Tony, saying, Don't worry. I will certainly assist you tomorrow. If things escalate beyond control, you can assert that the armor was entirely my creation, and you have no rights to it. Let them confront me directly. Lin had no fear of these so-called government officials. After all, they were merely representatives of the United States, which bore no significance to him. Recently, with the aid of Tony's financial prowess and network, Lin had successfully changed his nationality back to that of China. If possible, he planned to engage in a series of collaborations with the enigmatic S-H-I-E-L-D. Alright, All right, I trust you, Lin, Tony replied, visibly relieved after hearing Lin's reassurances. Subsequently, Lin decisively ended the call and comfortably settled into bed, preparing for a restful night's sleep. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the following day. Tony and Lin entered the solemn halls of the Senate side by side. Today's hearing, meticulously prepared for a long time, was announced on short notice, leaving Tony with little opportunity to prepare. The intentions behind the government and military's actions were glaringly evident. They sought to exert immense pressure on Tony through this sudden onslaught, compelling him to relinquish his iron suit. Given Tony Stark's formidable and extensive influence, any misstep could lead to an array of complications. Thus, not a single senator present at the hearing in the Senate stood on Tony's side, and unbeknownst to others, there lurked a member of Hydra among them. Much like a scene from a film, these senators suspected that Tony Stark had been secretly developing a weapon of mass destruction. Thus they resolutely demanded that he surrender the core technology of this weapon. Faced with such unreasonable demands, Tony naturally refused to acquiesce easily, engaging the senators in a battle of wits. Iraq? That sounds somewhat familiar. Shortly thereafter, the senators summoned Justin Hammer to testify. Following this, James Rhodes began to read aloud critical excerpts from his report, articulating with clarity, Iron Man does not belong to any department or agency of the government. Therefore, its existence undoubtedly poses a potential threat to our nation's security and overall interests. Lin Yu, who had been quietly observing the unfolding situation, recognized that the moment had arrived for their side to act. He subtly exchanged a glance with Natasha, who understood his intent and nodded in response. Subsequently, she swiftly directed her gaze towards a certain senator in attendance. At that moment, the senator unhesitatingly interrupted James Rhodes, his demeanor serious and resolute as he countered. No. Colonel Rhodes, I cannot concur with your earlier statement. In fact, Iron Man is not as you described, unaligned with any governmental entity. On the contrary, he is not only an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., but also a significant operative within their special combat team. Next, I call upon a representative from S.H.I.E.L.D. to testify. This individual is not only a shareholder in Stark Industries, but also a friend of Tony Stark and a distinguished member of S.H.I.E.L.D. He undoubtedly possesses ample authority to speak on this matter. As the senator finished speaking, Lin Yu slowly rose, wearing a composed and confident smile. He surveyed everyone present before speaking steadily and powerfully. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby represent S.H.I.E.L.D. to formally declare that Tony Stark has officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D. some time ago as an advisor and a core member of the Special Combat Team. I hold detailed evidence to substantiate the authenticity and legality of his identity. For instance, here lies a meticulously preserved employee dossier from S.H.I.E.L.D., which clearly records Tony Stark's personal information along with his date of employment. Additionally, there exists an exclusive and valid identification card for Tony Stark, which unequivocally delineates his position and corresponding authority within S.H.I.E.L.D. Lastly, I have also brought forth the detailed pay stubs issued to Tony Stark over the past few months. Taking all of this evidence into account, it is evident that Tony Stark's identity as a government employee is beyond dispute. Chapter 39. Justin Hammer. At this moment, upon the expansive and solemn podium, sat the senator occupying the central position, a member of the notorious Hydra organization. Lin Yu recognized him, as he had been prominently featured in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Presently, the senator was engaged in a heated debate with another legislator seated beside him. Observing this scene, Lin Yu offered a faint smile as he regarded the senator, whose brow was furrowed in confusion as he cast a questioning glance in Lin Yu's direction. Who exactly is this Lin Yu fellow? Why have I not heard of him before? At that moment, a figure stepped forward, Justin Hammer. Instantly perceiving the shift in the atmosphere, he decisively interjected, Mr. Lin Yu, if I may be so bold, let us set aside the matter of whether Tony Stark is a government employee. The sole purpose of my presence here today is to demonstrate that Iron Man is, in fact, an exceptionally powerful weapon. Pausing briefly, Hammer surveyed the audience before continuing. As the largest supplier of weaponry to the Department of Defense, I undoubtedly possess the requisite qualifications and expertise to ascertain whether an item qualifies as a weapon. It is well known that in Iron Man 2, Justin Hammer played the role of a buffoon. Throughout his career in weapon development, he had always been eclipsed by Tony Stark, an insurmountable peak. He had longed to surpass his rival, and when Tony announced the closure of his weapons division, Hammer finally achieved his ambition of becoming the foremost arms supplier to the Department of Defense. Yet, who could have anticipated that Tony's armored suit would emerge so spectacularly, delivering a resounding slap to his face and tarnishing his reputation? Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently remarked, if we were to adopt your perspective, should not all American citizens surrender every weapon in their homes, including even the kitchen knives used for slicing fruit? He paused, casting his gaze over the assembly before continuing. Indeed, the iron armor is equipped with a plethora of formidable weapons, such as incendiary devices and miniature rocket launchers. However, how can a handgun devoid of ammunition be deemed a true weapon? What substantial difference does it bear when compared to an ordinary wooden stick? It may even be less advantageous. Such reasoning is utterly preposterous. Mr. Lin, even without bullets, a handgun remains fundamentally a handgun. Are we to believe that a sharpened stick is incapable of becoming a lethal weapon? Justin Hammer retorted, his expression darkening as he countered Lin Yu's argument. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the conference room. The individuals present were utterly taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, completely at a loss as to why Lin Yu had suddenly erupted into such a fit of manic laughter. After a considerable pause, Lin Yu gradually managed to contain his amusement. He slowly returned to his seat, his gaze fixated intently on Justin Hammer, and spoke in a measured tone. If you believe that any object capable of inflicting harm can be categorized as a weapon, then such weapons are indeed countless. It is quite astonishing that you, as a supposed expert in weaponry, would utter such unprofessional remarks. I find myself questioning the expertise of this so-called weapons specialist, Mr. Justin Hammer. Frankly, I harbor significant doubts regarding your capabilities. I cannot help but ponder whether this is precisely why you have always remained in the shadow of Stark Industries. To define something merely by its potential for aggression is utterly ludicrous. If we were to adopt such a simplistic and crude logic, then by that standard, this handgun in my possession could likewise be classified as a weapon. If that is the case, Mr. Justin Hammer, would you care to accept this gun? It is indeed a weapon as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu unhesitatingly reached into the pocket of Natasha's overalls beside him, swiftly producing a handgun and extending it towards Justin Hammer. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in attendance in shock, even Tony Stark, who abruptly stood up. A look of concern etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Lin, please don't act impulsively. This is a hearing." Tony was acutely aware of Lin Yu's fiery temperament and genuinely feared that he might lose control and pull the trigger on Justin Hammer, which would lead to dire consequences. Justin Hammer stood frozen, devoid of any reaction. Observing this, Lin Yu calmly placed the firearm on the table and seated himself. A wry smile crept across his face as he slowly began. If you are interested in Tony's latest missile technology or weaponry, such as the formidable armaments equipped on the Iron Man suit, I suggest you reach out to Miss Natasha. She is a top agent with an S-H-I-E-L-D, and will discuss the pertinent details with you. At that moment, the Hydra senator, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally regained his composure. Witnessing Justin Hammer's increasing discomfort and disadvantage, he pondered for a moment before standing up and declaring, "I appreciate your remarks, Mr. Lin. However, hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing." Conveniently, let us view a segment of the footage from Colonel James Rhodes' report together. As anticipated, precisely as the film's narrative depicted, the footage had been surreptitiously replaced by Tony Stark with images of Hammer and the military conducting experiments on human armor. Consequently, what was once a tense congressional hearing was abruptly transformed, leaving both the Senate and the military in a state of utter embarrassment. To make matters worse, they found themselves publicly humiliated in front of numerous media representatives, a truly mortifying spectacle. Meanwhile, Tony displayed no restraint in his elation, boldly striding over to Lin Yu and enveloping him in a fervent embrace. In stark contrast, the Hydra senator still seated at the hearing table wore an expression of profound fury, his already dark countenance now resembling the hue of a liver from rage. Chapter 40. The Whip of Death. The hearing event finally came to a close, and Lin Yu's anxious heart was finally at ease. He was acutely aware that the high-ranking officials of the American government would never tolerate such occurrences to persist. Therefore, it was imperative for the Guardians Alliance to enhance its reputation and secure sufficient influence. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the highly anticipated Formula One Monaco Grand Prix was about to commence. It is noteworthy that among the world's 4 major automotive events, the Le Mans 24 Hours, the Indianapolis 500, the Monte Carlo Rally, and the Monaco F1 Grand Prix, Monaco proudly hosts too, underscoring the profound connection between the Monaco circuit and the realm of motorsport. Lin Yu had arrived alongside Tony and Pepper, accompanied by Natasha and Happy, who fulfilled both the roles of bodyguard and driver. They traveled on Tony's lavish private jet all the way to Monaco. Natasha once again appeared as Pepper's assistant. However, her true mission was to safeguard Pepper. Nevertheless, to Lin Yu, Natasha seemed more like a tourist on vacation. After all, with him present, who could possibly pose a threat to Pepper? As soon as they entered, Lin Yu spotted a clown. "Oh, look who it is, the ever-busy Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark. How does such a busy man find the time to grace us with his presence today? Could it be that the great Iron Man has decided to take a day off?" You must know that countless citizens are eagerly awaiting your heroic deeds to rescue them from peril, Mr. Stark. Justin Hammer, upon seeing Lin Yu and the others, began to speak with a mocking tone, a surge of unnameable fury bubbling within him. He could accept his defeat in the competition against Tony Stark, but he could not bear the humiliation of being rendered speechless by this seemingly unremarkable Eastern youth during that crucial hearing. For someone as proud as him, losing to Tony Stark might be tolerable, but being overshadowed by a nobody was an affront he could hardly forgive. However, despite dedicating considerable time and effort to investigate Lin Yu's background post-event, Justin Hammer was unable to uncover any valuable information. All he learned was that Lin Yu had been frequently seen alongside Tony Stark and was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Beyond that, crucial details regarding Lin Yu's past and family background remained a complete mystery. Furthermore, merely based on appearances, Justin Hammer perceived Lin Yu as nothing more than a slacker with no occupation. Although Lin Yu was tall and handsome, he paled in comparison to Justin Hammer. At least in Hammer's eyes, he believed that in terms of wealth, status, and personal charm, he far surpassed this individual named Lin Yu. Indeed, this was Justin Hammer's firm conviction. Whenever these thoughts crossed his mind, Justin Hammer would console himself, attempting to quell the turmoil and resentment stirred by Lin Yu. Very well, Mr. Justin, he reminded himself, you should recognize that those who have truly achieved monumental success in business have invariably relied upon their unique intellect, courage, and perseverance to carve out their own niche in the world. Merely imitating others will only render you a mere shadow of someone else, forever incapable of becoming your authentic self. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Yu gazed at Justin Hammer with unwavering confidence and poise, extending his right hand in a gesture of elegant courtesy. Initially, Justin Hammer held little affection for the seemingly youthful Lin Yu, harboring a hint of disdain deep within. Thus, he was reluctant to acknowledge Lin Yu's outstretched hand. However, adhering to the adage of not rebuffing a smiling face, he begrudgingly accepted the handshake, albeit with reluctance. Ah, splendid. Mr. Lin Yu, since you assert such confidence, pray tell, what remarkable achievements have you accomplished? Justin Hammer's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his words laced with provocation. To this, Lin Yu's expression brightened further, devoid of any anger. He turned to his companion, Tony Stark, before returning his gaze to Justin Hammer, responding with unflappable composure. My success lies in possessing the most astute and precise investment acumen in the world. This is not a talent afforded to just anyone. Taken aback by Lin Yu's unexpected reply, Justin Hammer momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, ready to retort, only to realize that Lin Yu and his entourage had already settled into their designated seats. At that moment, the reporters, who had been waiting nearby, converged upon them, directing their cameras toward the group. Among them was a particularly striking female journalist, Christine, who had previously garnered headlines for her fleeting romance with Tony Stark. Faced with such circumstances, Justin Hammer, despite his simmering displeasure, found it prudent to temporarily suppress his ire and turn to face the awaiting interview. Shortly thereafter, the television screen displayed images of Tony being interviewed on the racecourse. Thanks to Lin Yu's assistance in enhancing Tony's physical capabilities, Pepper had not steadfastly opposed Tony's request to participate in the racing event as she had in the past. Nevertheless, her underlying concerns remained, as even with enhancements, unforeseen incidents could still lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a new task: assist Tony in defeating the Whiplash to earn 2,000 experience points and a mysterious treasure chest. Observing the task prompt before him, Lin Yu understood there was work to be done. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, for the individual known as Whiplash had yet to make his official entrance. It would be prudent to allow him to engage with Tony for a spell before proceeding. Time quietly slipped away, and before long, a man with his upper body bare, wielding 2 electric pipes, stepped onto the track. Observing this, Lin Yu gradually rose from his seat and made his way towards the audience area. Natasha, ever vigilant, quickly sensed something amiss. Upon noticing Lin Yu's departure, she unhesitatingly followed him, inquiring, Lin, I just noticed that man has what appears to be a reactor on his chest, yet it seems distinct from the one Tony uses. Indeed, and I can discern at a glance that this reactor is subpar. It must be a counterfeit of Tony's. Lin Yu replied. Chapter 41, The Whip of Doom indeed. Standing there with the ominous whip, Ivan Vanko raised his arm, and the razor-sharp whip descended like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a dazzling flash and a deafening roar. A racing car, which had been speeding forward, was abruptly cleaved in two by the force of this whip. Fragments flew in all directions, creating a scene of utter horror. In this manner, the whip effortlessly dealt with the obstructing vehicle and continued its relentless advance, devoid of any expression. At that moment, a blue racing car came hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed, driven by none other than Tony Stark himself. Upon witnessing this, a faint smirk crept across the whip wielder's lips. He swung the long whip once more, aiming a vicious strike at Tony's car. With a sharp crack, Tony's vehicle was instantly split asunder, as fragile as paper, just as Tony was about to tumble along with his shattered car, facing imminent doom. Lin Yu knew it was time for him to intervene. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, then propelled himself upward with great force, soaring over the several-meter-high iron fence and landing firmly before the whip wielder. In the crucial moment before the whip could strike, Lin Yu deftly donned his armor. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand to meet the rapidly descending whip. A resounding clash echoed as the whip collided with Lin Yu's armor, sending sparks flying. However, rather than inflicting any harm, the whip rebounded as if it had struck an unbreakable wall. Simultaneously, Lin Yu yanked the car door with tremendous strength, rendering the seemingly sturdy door utterly useless in the face of his might. Inside the car, Tony seized the opportunity to crawl out with great difficulty. On the other side, Natasha swiftly emerged from the iron fence. She grasped Tony's armor case and unhesitatingly hurled it forcefully to the ground. Having successfully rescued Tony, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to the astonished whip wielder and quipped mockingly, "Look at your grotesque gear. It's truly the epitome of ugliness. In comparison to Tony's technologically advanced armor, it's like comparing heaven and earth." Upon hearing this relentless mockery, the whip wielder's face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. His fists clenched in fury, wishing nothing more than to teach Lin Yu a lesson. However, upon catching sight of Lin Yu's indomitable armor, a flicker of trepidation surged within him, forcing him to suppress the fury that threatened to erupt. "Who are you? Get out of my way." Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the whip wielder's seething anger could not be contained as he shouted at Lin Yu. In response to the whip wielder's inquiry, Lin Yu merely smiled coldly, dismissively replying, "Who am I? I am the righteous messenger who deals with arrogant scoundrels like you. Of course, if you wish to acknowledge me as your father, I wouldn't mind having such an unfilial child." Having spoken, Lin Yu disregarded the furious and humiliated Sang Bian, his figure flickering like lightning as he charged directly towards his opponent. Observing this, Sang Bian hastily swung the whip in his hand, attempting to thwart Lin Yu's advance. Unfortunately, to Lin Yu, his movements appeared as sluggish as a snail's crawl. With a swift motion, Lin Yu effortlessly deflected the incoming whip and surged forward, arriving before Sang Bian in the blink of an eye. He then raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap with breathtaking speed. The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the air, and Sang Bian was sent flying several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground. 5 distinct crimson handprints blossomed on his face, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth agape, reflecting his utter astonishment. In truth, Lin Yu had deliberately restrained his strength with that slap. Otherwise, with his prowess, a mere flick could have claimed Sang Bian's life. Yet, at this moment, in front of a multitude of onlookers, committing murder was hardly a prudent course of action. After all, he still needed to cultivate a commendable image and amass sufficient renown. Unless one day the world grew weary and averse to the Guardians' alliance, perhaps then he would be free from such concerns. At that moment, Tony had finally donned his battle armor. Upon witnessing the situation unfolding with Lin Yu, he found himself momentarily frozen in place, expecting a fierce conflict. He was astonished to find that the battle had concluded in mere seconds. Reluctantly, Tony stepped towards the fallen Sang Bian, casting a disdainful glance at his defeated foe. "You have lost, Tony Stark. This time, you have truly lost." Though severely injured, Sang Bian still refused to concede, vociferously shouting at Tony from the ground. "Lost what? You couldn't even withstand a single blow," Lin Yu replied, arms crossed, his expression one of incredulity. His frigid gaze sent shivers down spines. Meanwhile, Sang Bian erupted into a maniacal laughter that pierced the air. "Ha ha ha. He will die from palladium poisoning, suffering endless agony before his demise." His eyes glinted with madness and hatred as he glared at the figures before him. However, Lin Yu merely shook his head gently, extending a finger towards Tony's chest, and spoke slowly. "The poison has long been neutralized." At these words, Sang Bian's laughter abruptly froze, replaced by a visage of disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he not be poisoned?" he bellowed, his voice hoarse from agitation. At that moment, Tony, who had remained silent up to this point, finally spoke. His tone unexpectedly solemn. "It is true, my poison has been neutralized." With that, he reached out and effortlessly removed the reactor from Sang Bian's chest. Tony examined the reactor in his hand, then remarked, "Quite advanced technology, I must admit. Your invention is commendable. Alas, its rotation speed is still a tad slow. One might endeavor to exert greater power, which is indeed useful, albeit not excessively so." An impressive imitation, to be sure. Just as they engaged in conversation, the police finally arrived, albeit rather belatedly. The officers swiftly advanced, apprehending the injured individual with a whip and dragging him towards the police car. Reluctant to be taken away in such a manner, he vehemently shouted at Tony, "Tony Stark, your family, the Starks, are nothing but thieves and butchers. Retribution will ultimately find you, and the world shall consume you. I shall send you soap while you languish in prison." Tony retorted. Meanwhile, the vehicles on the racetrack came to a halt, and order was restored, while the audience continued to cheer exuberantly. This was far more captivating than a mere car race. Chapter 42. First appearance as Lin Yu and Tony turned to depart, they were suddenly enveloped by a throng of reporters, tightly encircling them with no way out. At the forefront stood Christine, who had previously enjoyed a close rapport with Tony. Clutching a microphone, her eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement as she eagerly inquired, Mr. Tony Stark, who is this? Asian youth beside you? We just witnessed him effortlessly leap over a metal fence several meters high. Could he possibly be a superhuman? Christine's face flushed with exhilaration, secretly relishing the fact that she had stumbled upon a sensational scoop. The impact of this revelation was poised to eclipse even the shocking assault on Tony Stark at the Monaco racetrack. The headline Iron Man Tony Stark battles mysterious Eastern superpowered armored man instantly materialized in her mind. Though it may sound peculiar, it would undoubtedly captivate countless eyes. Wouldn't it? Simultaneously, other reporters redirected their focus to Lin Yu, bombarding him with questions. Excuse me, may we know how to address you, sir? Could you enlighten us on whether you possess superpowers? That scene was utterly wild. You merely swatted someone away as if they were a fly, sending them flying several meters. Such strength seems beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Just as Tony was about to respond, Lin Yu interjected, Indeed, I am the one with superpowers. My name is Lin Yu. I am not only a shareholder of Stark Industries but also a member of the official organization's superpowered task force. With that, Lin Yu wore a composed smile. Tony, witnessing this, could only shrug in resignation, feeling helpless about Lin Yu's decision to potentially expose the Guardians' alliance to the public eye. The other reporters, upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration, were instantly electrified. They recognized the significance of this groundbreaking news. One eager journalist promptly raised his microphone and exclaimed, Mr. Lin Yu, hello. I am James, a reporter from the New York Times. May I ask if you could share more details about this superpowered team? For instance, does Mr. Tony Stark also belong to this enigmatic group? Additionally, what was the impetus behind the formation of this superpowered team, and what specific duties does it undertake? In response to the barrage of questions from the reporter, Lin Yu's lips curled into a polite smile as he replied, I regret to inform you, James, that I cannot disclose further details about the superpowered team at this time. As for whether Mr. Tony Stark is a member of this team, I believe it would be best left for him to answer personally. Our team is primarily tasked with addressing incidents that the authorities are unable to resolve, such as the recent unexpected situation, which falls squarely within our purview. We apprehend malevolent individuals and safeguard the common populace. The reporters, evidently eager to seize this rare opportunity, surged forward and encircled Lin Yu, bombarding him with a multitude of questions. However, confronted with such a throng, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly and gently pushed forward. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly casual gesture unleashed an immense force, sending the reporters reeling backward as if struck by an invisible tidal wave. In an instant, Lin Yu's form flickered, soaring high into the sky. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, he waved his hands, and a flash of cold light illuminated the air, revealing a resplendent longsword in his grasp. The sword expanded in size and hovered majestically above him. With a graceful step onto the blade, Lin Yu soared through the air, the sword slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing whistle, propelling him away at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This sudden spectacle left everyone present, including Tony Stark, utterly speechless. He gazed in disbelief at the direction Lin Yu had departed, pondering this extraordinary display. What remarkable prowess did he possess? Was it some form of legendary magic? Moments later, the reporters, shaken from their stupor, turned their attention back to Tony Stark, hoping to glean some insider information about Lin Yu from the world's wealthiest man. Reluctantly, Tony found himself addressing the swarm of reporters, though his thoughts were preoccupied with Lin Yu's astonishing feats. 3 days later, Tony remarked, Lin, the entire world is fervently covering your story. You have become an overnight sensation. How does it feel to be a superstar? Surely, the thrill of being in the limelight is exhilarating. As he swirled the wine in his glass, he spoke with palpable excitement. Sitting beside him, Pepper Potts could not help but roll her eyes, interjecting with irritation, Tony, can you please focus on your own situation for a moment? Didn't you promise the Senate that the Iron Man suit would never be revealed to the public? And now look at the mess we're in. How will you handle this? And who exactly is that man? The emergence of a small reactor will undoubtedly attract significant government scrutiny. They will not let this opportunity pass without making a fuss. They will pressure you to relinquish the suit as technology. At that moment, Nick Fury, seated nearby, cleared his throat, successfully capturing the attention of the group. He then spoke. Tony, what is your plan regarding the suit? The officials are clearly struggling to manage the fallout from this incident. It has escalated beyond control. Hearing this, Tony Stark fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he slowly placed the wine glass he had been holding down and said solemnly, I have conceived a plan. We can present a modified and limited version of the battle armor to a trustworthy individual within the military. In doing so, we would not need to disclose the core technology, thereby alleviating the pressure from the government for the time being. As for the candidate, I believe Rhodes is the most suitable choice. If we entrust this armor to him and allow him to make a public appearance in it, the government will lack sufficient grounds to compel me to surrender the armor. Upon hearing these words, Nick Fury nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed. Having Rhodes don the armor for a public display will not only quell governmental discontent but also pacify public sentiment. I must say, this is a commendable idea." Chapter 43. The God of the Hammer. Lin Yu sat quietly to the side, gazing ahead in silence. In truth, he was already well aware of everything unfolding before him. After all, the resolution depicted in the film was quite clear, and he certainly understood how it would all conclude. There was no other choice. They wished to continue their lives on Blue Star, and thus interactions with governmental entities were inevitable. Even Lin Yu himself found it difficult to remain aloof. Moreover, the Guardian Alliance lacked the absolute power to dominate all, so at this juncture, one could only adhere to the rules and proceed with due diligence. Upon seeing Lin Yu nod in agreement, Nick Fury continued, "There is another crucial matter to inform you of. Steve Rogers has awakened. But he must not be exposed too easily, or it will undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. We must first provide him with psychological support. Only then can we ensure he successfully integrates into this complex and ever-changing social environment." As soon as he finished speaking, Nick Fury suddenly shifted his gaze to Lin Yu and inquired, "Lin, there is a hammer that has fallen from the sky in New Mexico. No matter who attempts to lift it, all efforts are in vain. Do you know anything about this hammer?" At that moment, Tony, who had been silent, interjected, "A hammer that fell from the sky? Huh. Are you suggesting that someone is engaging in some sort of high-altitude shenanigan? Perhaps it is merely the prank of some bored individual." The others responded with silence. "All right, go on," Tony shrugged. "Okay, no problem. I will handle this matter. As for the hammer, I wonder if you all remember my previous tales of Thor?" Lin Yu reclined comfortably on the soft, plush sofa, his legs crossed leisurely, and replied unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly, and his eyelid involuntarily twitched. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, "Are you implying that this hammer is connected to Thor?" "Could it be?" Lin Yu gently nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he responded, "Indeed, as you have surmised, this is Thor's exclusive weapon, Mjolnir. His ability to wield the formidable power of thunder and lightning relies entirely upon this magical hammer." At that moment, Tony interjected once more, his curiosity piqued. "Does that mean if Thor were to lose this hammer, he would no longer possess the power of lightning?" Lin Yu nodded again in affirmation and elaborated, "That is correct. Thor's strength is fundamentally dependent on Mjolnir. Once he loses it, he would merely be regarded as a remarkably powerful human." Upon hearing this, Tony could not contain his laughter, teasingly remarking, "If that is the case, then Thor could be dubbed the God of the Hammer." "Ha ha ha, the God of the Hammer, Thor." Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Tony's teasing. He hadn't anticipated this joke would surface so soon. However, upon reflection, Tony's remark held some truth. In the early days, Thor indeed had a profound reliance on this hammer, aptly dubbed the God of Hammers. Yet, what was it that prevented others from wielding it? What was the underlying reason? Nick Fury promptly inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He then chuckled softly and replied, "The reason is not particularly difficult to grasp. That old codger Odin placed a restriction within this hammer, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to lift it." He paused briefly before continuing, as I mentioned earlier. "This is a weapon exclusively belonging to Thor, so how could anyone else possibly lift it with ease?" However, Lin Yu's tone shifted as he became more serious. "Of course, if one were to seek an alternative means of lifting this hammer, it is not entirely impossible. It must be someone of pure heart and unparalleled virtue. Mind you, I do not refer to those who merely refrain from wrongdoing. I mean someone who is genuinely kind-hearted and devoid of any ulterior motives. Such a requirement is exceedingly stringent, and in the grand scheme of the world, very few are capable of achieving it." After Lin Yu's explanation, both Nick Fury and Tony fell into a deep contemplation. They had never imagined that this seemingly mundane hammer concealed such intricate and stringent prohibitions. At that moment, Tony, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Lin, if that's the case, how are you able to lift this hammer? Look at yourself. You hardly seem like a paragon of virtue. I mean, you've taken down quite a few people in the past, haven't you?" As he spoke, Tony's gaze scrutinized Lin Yu, the implication unmistakable. Lin Yu thought about giving Tony a lesson on humility, to teach him who truly held the upper hand. "That's quite enough. Perhaps refrain from such comments next time. I have my own methods. Now, Nick, is there anything else? If not, let us conclude today's meeting." Lin Yu rolled his eyes at Tony and then turned to Nick Fury. Nick Fury shook his head, indicating there was nothing pressing, before departing with Coulson, who was happily conversing with Pepper on the first floor of Tony's villa. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having concocted an excuse, hastily took his leave. The urgency of his departure stemmed from the fact that the system in his mind had issued a new and critical mission. Special mission: save the human world and defeat the formidable army of symbiotes. Successful completion will yield 4,000 experience points and a mysterious treasure chest as a reward. Upon seeing this sudden mission notification, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Saving the human world? And an army of symbiotes? Is this truly the familiar Marvel universe? Wait, could it possibly be the Venom universe? The more I ponder, the more plausible it seems. As Lin Yu distinctly recalls a storyline from that very Venom universe, could it be that the system intends to transport me into that perilous realm to provide assistance? With this thought in mind, Lin Yu inquired of the system, "System, do I need to venture into another world to undertake this mission? When shall I return? Furthermore, what if I end up spending an excessive amount of time there? What if I encounter unforeseen circumstances, taking months, or even longer, to accomplish the task? Wouldn't this world descend into chaos?" Chapter 44. The Venom Universe in the Realm of the Task World. The time ratio between this universe and the main universe stands at an astonishing 10-to-1. This implies that while the host spends 10 days in that realm, merely a single day elapses here. The ethereal voice of the system echoed, and upon hearing this revelation, Lin Yu felt a subtle sense of relief wash over him. He promptly inquired, "If that is the case, please elucidate the nature of my mission. I possess not a shred of knowledge regarding that world, and it is imperative that you provide me with a thorough introduction." Accompanied by a melodious prompt, the system responded, "Ding. The universe you are about to traverse is a parallel world from a comic. Due to an unforeseen incident involving Venom, the main storyline of this universe has deviated significantly. Presently, a formidable army of symbiotes is aggressively assaulting the remaining human bases on Blue Planet. And your mission is to vanquish this menacing symbiote army and assist humanity in averting this crisis." Upon absorbing this information, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, gently stroking his chin as he sank into contemplation. An army of symbiotes? They sound rather formidable. I wonder how they compare to my own capabilities. Drawing from the knowledge gleaned from films and comics, he estimated that the strength of these symbiotes might reach around 10 tons at most. However, he felt undaunted, for he possessed an array of skills and weaponry that exhibited a certain degree of debilitating effects. His only concern lay in the possibility that these entities might refuse to engage in direct confrontation. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu lifted his gaze. His eyes resolutely fixed upon the direction of the system and spoke. "All right, I understand. Shall we commence the traversal immediately? Is there anything I need to prepare?" Ding. No preparations are necessary. You may experience dizziness, so brace yourself. Initiating traversal. 1, 2, 3. Before Lin Yu could fully react, the system had already begun its operation. In an instant, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. Miami, a bustling and vibrant city, boasts a population of approximately 600,000 inhabitants. Among them, around 95,000 reside in the enchanting Miami Beach, while the greater Miami area is home to a staggering 210,000 residents. Nestled at a mere elevation of 20 feet, it sprawls over an area of 45 square miles. Undoubtedly, this city ranks as one of the most densely populated in the United States, a testament to its prosperity. Moreover, Miami stands as the largest metropolitan area in the southeastern United States and ranks fourth among the super metropolitan areas nationwide. As a coastal city adorned with breathtaking scenery, it is not only renowned for its captivating landscapes but also houses an opulent shopping center that is nothing short of luxurious. Each year, millions of tourists flock to this locale, indulging in the delightful moments afforded by sun-kissed beaches and exuberantly shopping to satisfy their cravings for fashion and quality. The incessant influx of tourists has generated astonishing economic benefits for this city, with an annual gross domestic product soaring into the hundreds of billions of dollars. Typically, the sweltering summer months should herald the peak of the tourist season. During this time, Miami is invariably teeming with life, bustling with visitors from every corner of the globe, immersing the entire city in an atmosphere pulsating with vitality. However, at this very moment, what should be a vibrant downtown presents a rare tableau of eerie silence. Once bustling streets are now overgrown with weeds, and clouds of dust hang heavily in the air, making each breath a struggle. The exquisite buildings, once rich with regional character, have long since lost their former luster, now standing in a state of disrepair. Walls peel away, windows shatter, and remnants of destruction litter the ground, silently narrating the tumultuous saga of this city. Upon the crumbling facades, deep, jagged claw marks mar the surface, each groove reminiscent of the ferocious assault by an immensely powerful beast. These marks are lengthy and wide, embedded into the walls as if to evoke memories of an unfathomable horror. In this moment, the once vibrant city has succumbed to a suffocating stillness, devoid of life. Even the familiar sounds of honking cars have vanished, replaced by an oppressive silence that envelopes the city, rendering it almost unbearable, sending shivers down one's spine. The scene before us resembles a cinematic portrayal of a world overrun by zombies, a veritable apocalypse. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound pierces the stillness of the desolate city. Shortly thereafter, a vivid splash of red darts into view, moving with an astounding speed as it leaps forward. A roar reverberates through the streets, echoing like the growl of some primal beast. The red figure, now fully engulfed in frenzy, recklessly sprints towards the outskirts of the city. In its frantic dash, it crashes into various obstacles without a hint of hesitation, relentlessly fleeing. Hot on its heels, 3 gargantuan creatures pursue closely. Their massive frames not only imposing but also remarkably agile, racing forward with the ferocity of a tempest. Though they bear a resemblance to humans, they're pallid. Corpse-like eyes and gaping mouths filled with sharp teeth, occasionally flicking out serpentine tongues, unmistakably indicate their malevolence. Concealed within their bulging muscles are razor-sharp claws that obliterate the asphalt beneath them as they run. As the 3 monstrous figures draw closer to the fleeing red apparition, they emit low, menacing roars, as if intent on tearing their prey to shreds. The purple creature charging at the forefront was particularly striking, its powerful thighs kicking off the ground with each stride, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Suddenly, it leaped with tremendous force, its massive form hurtling towards the red figure like a cannonball, reaching its side in an instant. Simultaneously, its sharp claws gleaming with a chilling light lunged mercilessly at the red figure. In the face of such an abrupt assault, the red figure reacted with astonishing swiftness. Just as the purple monster lunged, her arms, which had been swiftly swinging, transformed in the blink of an eye into a colossal blade. Without hesitation, the red figure swung the massive sword towards the oncoming purple creature with fierce determination. Realizing the imminent danger, the purple monster desperately attempted to retract its outstretched claws. But it was too late. The blade, forged from the red figure's transformation, descended rapidly, offering no chance for the purple creature to evade or resist. With a dull thud, one of the purple monster's claws was severed at the root. Blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering into the air and creating a mist of crimson. The severed claw fell helplessly to the ground, landing with a heavy thump. Chapter 45. Gwen Stacy, the crimson figure, dared not hesitate for a moment, sprinting forward with fervor. For he was acutely aware that even the slightest pause could cost her life at the hands of the 2 menacing creatures in pursuit. At that moment, the grotesque monsters, their features twisted with rage, were relentlessly chasing the scarlet silhouette. As the figure raced ahead, anxiety gripped his heart, prompting him to call out, "Gwen, where do we go next?" Accompanying his urgent plea was a sharp, piercing sound. West, toward the human defense base. This figure was none other than Gwen Stacy. In a time before the terrifying symbiotes invaded Earth, she was widely recognized as the Spider-Woman, traversing the streets in her tireless fight against evil. However, the tranquility was short-lived. With the onset of the malevolent symbiote army's invasion, the once peaceful world was plunged into chaos and darkness. During her resistance against these invaders, Gwen was successfully parasitized by one of the symbiotes, yet empowered by the formidable strength bestowed upon her. This Spider-Woman not only survived but transformed into an even more potent entity, the Ghost Spider. Nevertheless, the situation grew increasingly dire. The symbiote army continued to swell, their forces crashing upon human territories like relentless waves in a storm, launching fierce assaults one after another. In the face of such brutal and unyielding warfare, humanity appeared fragile and was driven back relentlessly. In desperation, they erected walls, hoping to stem the tide of the enemy's relentless onslaught. Eddie Brock exerted every effort to quell the uprising, but ultimately fell short of his aspirations. His failure granted Dr. Drake, possessed by the symbiote, the opportunity to commandeer a spacecraft, racing toward the home planet of Venom. Soon after, the uprising returned to Blue Planet, bringing with it countless symbiotes. An unprecedented calamity ensued, as these malevolent beings ferociously attached themselves to humans, commencing their extermination. Initially, the unfortunate human populace found themselves nearly defenseless against these terrifying symbiotes. Their bodies were impervious to harm. Neither sharp blades nor powerful bullets could inflict meaningful damage. Moreover, these monsters could effortlessly morph their limbs into various lethal weapons, each assault capable of extinguishing a life in an instant. In such a desperate scenario, helpless humanity could only flee in panic, desperately seeking refuge. The symbiotes, keenly attuned to human fear and despair, seized the opportunity to proliferate their ranks. Their numbers surged exponentially, and within a brief span, the catastrophe rapidly spread to every corner of the globe. Once exalted, humanity had now been reduced to mere instruments and sustenance for the symbiotes, living a wretched existence fraught with uncertainty. However, fortunate was humanity, for they had not yet succumbed entirely to despair. Not long after, the leaders of various nations, through arduous research, finally uncovered the fatal weakness of the symbiotes. They are terrified of specific frequencies of sound waves and flames. This significant discovery offered humanity a glimmer of hope. The curtain rose on a counteroffensive against the symbiotes, Amidst the chaos of war and the thick smoke of battle, the entire world was engulfed in this brutal and intense conflict. After several months of relentless fighting, the power dynamics between humanity and the symbiotes began to crystallize. Although the majority of land had been seized by the symbiotic forces, humanity congregated within the cities, erecting impregnable fortresses fortified by sturdy architecture and advanced defensive mechanisms. Outside the cities lay an array of fearsome equipment, gigantic loudspeakers, flamethrowers, and powerful sonic devices. Whenever the symbiotes surged forth like a relentless tide, these formidable weapons would activate simultaneously, unleashing deafening sounds and searing flames, repelling the enemy time and again. However, despite the seemingly unassailable human defenses, the symbiotes possessed a grotesquely formidable ability: evolution. As time progressed, those symbiotes that had endured countless battles began to undergo continuous metamorphosis. Their bodies grew increasingly robust, their exteriors hardened to an impenetrable veneer, and their speed and strength were significantly amplified. The sonic and fiery assaults that once instilled fear in them now bore no effect. Faced with such a powerful and ever-evolving adversary, humanity's plight grew increasingly dire. As the crisis loomed once more, humanity found itself compelled to adopt a more sacrificial approach to eradicate the symbiotic army and the newly evolved variants. The battlefield gradually fell into a stalemate, with both sides engaged in a prolonged and fierce tug-of-war. Just as the conflict reached an impasse, the human camp unexpectedly discerned a matter of paramount importance. The symbiotes could be assimilated by humanity. These symbiotes possessed a unique ability to amplify the latent malevolence within the human heart infinitely. Yet, if the host harbored a sufficiently strong sense of justice that far exceeded their inner darkness, there existed a substantial possibility of successfully assimilating the symbiote and harnessing its power. The first to grasp this critical insight was Eddie Brock, who, without hesitation, allied himself with his partner Venom in the human cause. As the astonishing discovery spread, the human leadership regarded it as a treasure, disseminating various messages to the outside world, urging those who had successfully mastered the power of the symbiotes to swiftly respond to the call and join their ranks in a united front against the looming threat. The inclusion of these symbiotes significantly alleviated the pressure on humanity, with those unafraid of sound waves and flames addressing the formidable symbiotes, allowing humans to confront the ordinary ones. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy was formulating an audacious plan, leveraging the principle that the stronger the host, the mightier the symbiote. She intended to stealthily infiltrate the perilous symbiote encampment and achieve something monumental to secure an opportunity for humanity. In the beginning, Gwen was an unstoppable force, empowered by her formidable abilities. However, as time progressed, she gradually found herself overwhelmed. After all, she had not consumed sustenance for an extended period, and her strength was waning rapidly. To compound her predicament, a more powerful symbiote relentlessly pursued her from behind, leaving Gwen with no choice but to alter her strategy and embark on a path of escape. She was nearly drained of all her energy. At that moment, her symbiotic partner weakly implored, "Gwen, if we do not replenish our food supply soon, we may lack the strength to utilize our powers." This symbiote had originally been nameless while being bound to Gwen, but after their union, Gwen transformed into Ghost Spider, thus bestowing the name Phantom upon her partner. Confronted with such dire circumstances, Gwen had no alternative but to grit her teeth and summon every ounce of strength to continue her frantic flight. Just then, a ferocious roar echoed from behind. A wave of dread washed over Gwen as she turned abruptly, only to behold three colossal, grotesque creatures charging towards her with astonishing speed. Damn it! How could they catch up so quickly? Gwen cursed in despair, yet she understood that she could not afford to be passive. She must devise a way to shake off these tenacious foes once more. Chapter 46. The true god of the abyss. Lin Yu gradually opened his eyes, and the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. He found himself in a rural area. More precisely, it appeared to be a road in the outskirts. Yet it was overgrown with tall weeds, suggesting it had long been neglected. In the distance, a solitary house stood alone, casting a forlorn shadow. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, seeking any identifiable landmarks to ascertain his location, but aside from the weeds and the dilapidated house, there was naught but emptiness. Just as he was about to seek assistance from the system, a thought struck him. He had yet to assimilate the hero template he had previously unlocked. The template of Ning Hongye had been forgotten until this moment. Resolving to act without hesitation, Lin Yu promptly called out to the system, "Please assist me in merging the Ning Hongye template." Ding! The template began to merge, due to enhancements made by the system. A hidden reward was triggered, the blessing of the abyssal true god, Candle Dragon. As the system's notification resonated, a brilliant light abruptly illuminated the surroundings. In an instant, a woman clad in a fiery red gown materialized before Lin Yu. Her silver hair cascaded freely down her back, and she wore a form-fitting outfit woven from red and gold, adorned with exquisite golden embellishments and pristine white edges, exuding an air of both opulence and refinement. Furthermore, She donned black gloves, and a crimson mask obscured her face, emanating an aura of enigmatic allure. "I am the Kunlun Xin Nu, Ning Hongye." Upon uttering these words, a vast expanse within a 10-kilometer radius around Lin Yu was enveloped in a resplendent violet light, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated from the heavens. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of violet radiance erupted in the sky. This violet light surged forth like a tumultuous tide, rapidly spreading in all directions, transforming the nearby sky into a profound shade of purple. As the violet brilliance intensified, an immense figure gradually emerged from the void. The entity was so colossal that most of its form was obscured by dense black clouds, allowing only faint outlines to be discerned, evanescent and elusive. The figure fixated its gaze directly upon Lin Yu, unleashing a deafening roar that resonated with a power that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As the figure roared, an overwhelming torrent of rich violet energy surged forth from its enormous maw. This purple energy intertwined and coiled together, reverberating within the depths of its mouth. Before Lin Yu could further contemplate the unfolding events, the ethereal form of Ning Hongye began to radiate a brilliant red light, transforming into a straight beam of crimson that shot directly into Lin Yu's being. In an instant, Lin Yu felt himself uplifted by an unseen force, gently floating into the air. His originally dark hair began to grow at an astonishing rate, lengthening into flowing locks that shifted from black to white, with strands of silver dancing in the wind. Not only that, but the garments adorning his form transformed instantaneously into a long robe as dark as ink. This black robe, seemingly animated by an unseen force, billowed and rustled, rendering Lin Yu akin to a demonic deity in that moment. Lin Yu's eyes were completely enveloped by a rich, purple radiance. Beneath the concealment of his robe, his skin was adorned with a multitude of sinuous, luminous purple patterns that shimmered and pulsated, emanating an overwhelming surge of energy. Lin Yu slowly extended his arms, and in each palm, a flickering, dancing bolt of purple lightning materialized. These two arcs of purple lightning resembled agile dragons, and around them, countless tiny bolts of purple thunder crackled and burst forth. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded in this vicinity. While Lin Yu hovered above like a deity descended from the heavens. Ding! The blessing of the candle dragon has successfully merged, granting the host a portion of its power. Status acquired. Pseudo-true god of Ain. Pseudo-true god of Ain, transformed into the pseudo-true god of Ain, wielding the power of the Ain deity. Physical strength and attributes are significantly enhanced, allowing the summoning of purple thunder and punitive lightning circles upon enemies. Those struck will suffer immense physical damage and enduring magical debilitation. In this state, the host can command a fraction of the Ain deity's power for combat, freely manipulating it beyond just the punitive lightning and circles. The specific applications are left for the host to explore. Note, this Ain deity power has been optimized by the system, eliminating any risk of being usurped by the candle dragon. Once the host acquires the full power of the Ain deity, it may coalesce into the true pseudo-true god of Ain. At that time, cataclysmic devastation shall be at the host's fingertips. Note, the host is in a flying state during this condition, which can be interrupted. The exact capabilities in this template are for the host to discover. Pseudo-true god of Ain, a portion of the candle dragon's power? Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. The candle dragon is a true god of the second level in the realm of eternal cycles. This is a genuine powerhouse, capable of annihilating worlds and recreating existence itself. If he could attain the entirety of the Ain deity's power, would he not become invincible? Yet, even a fraction of that power is sufficient. I feel extraordinarily formidable at this moment. Gazing at the lightning in his hands and the transformation of his being, Lin Yu could distinctly sense an immense and surging force continuously pouring forth from within him. He realized that his strength had reached unprecedented heights, and that overwhelming sensation filled him with confidence. In my current state, I need not transform into a divine general to engage in a fierce battle with the Hulk. I could easily defeat him with my present capabilities. The candle dragon, once suspended in the heavens, gradually became ethereal, eventually dissipating without a trace. The apocalyptic horrors surrounding him swiftly vanished like a receding tide. Yet, Lin Yu remained suspended in the air, preparing to relinquish his current combat state. With his keen perceptive abilities, he detected a faint disturbance several kilometers away. He lifted his gaze towards that direction, his eyes brimming with intense purple light, with wisps of luminescence continuously spilling forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu's figure flickered as he dashed towards the source of the sound. Before long, upon reaching his destination, the scene before him unfolded, revealing three figures engaged in a breathtaking chase across the open expanse. To Lin Yu's astonishment, all three entities were symbiotes, the foremost among them. A crimson symbiote bore a striking spider emblem emblazoned on its chest. Realizing this, Lin Yu deduced that this must be Spider-Man, though he wondered how Venom had transformed into a red form. Without further contemplation, he raised his hand to unleash the profound skill of Ning Hongye, summoning beams of light that materialized from thin air and surged towards the symbiotes. 10 minutes prior, as she was relentlessly pursued by three menacing symbiotes. Gwen's heart brimmed with despair and resignation. The ceaseless life of flight demanded that she remain ever vigilant, her taut nerves never once relaxing. This prolonged state of alertness threatened to unravel her mental fortitude, overwhelming her with waves of exhaustion. Were it not for her extraordinary abilities as Spider-Woman, any ordinary person would have likely succumbed to the crushing weight of this relentless pressure and unending fear. The three symbiotes, closing in on Gwen with palpable excitement, let out a series of piercing howls. Among them, a green-skinned creature suddenly raised its arm, which astonishingly morphed into a cannon barrel in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, it aimed at the fleeing Gwen and unleashed a torrent of toxic green liquid. At that critical moment, Gwen Stacy felt an icy chill rise from behind her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. This was her unique spider sense. Almost instinctively, Gwen propelled herself to the left with all her might. The lethal toxin narrowly missed her, crashing violently into the ground she had just vacated. In an instant, a hissing sound filled the air as the once impenetrable asphalt began to corrode and melt at an astonishing rate, billowing thick smoke and releasing a noxious odor. A testament to the rapid deterioration. Just as the remaining two symbiotes prepared to seize the opportunity and launch an attack on Gwen, a sudden, ominous sensation enveloped all four symbiotes present, including Gwen. They felt every hair on their bodies bristle with an unprecedented sense of impending doom. As if the shadow of death was quietly descending upon them, their intended strikes were abruptly halted, and the three symbiotes exchanged wary glances, paralyzed by confusion and fear, uncertain of the terrifying presence that had instilled such profound trepidation within them. In the distance, several violet beams of light rapidly approached them, enveloping their entire bodies in an instant. However, Gwen Stacy remained unperturbed by this allure. Chapter 47. Are you Thor? Gwen Stacy stood there in bewilderment, blinking rapidly, questioning whether she was experiencing a hallucination. The scene before her was utterly incredible. Could she truly be witnessing a deity? This figure, this aura, and the crackling lightning surrounding him. Surely this was not the legendary god of thunder, Thor? Yet the question lingered. Why had Thor suddenly assumed the visage of an Eastern man? Not far away, Lin Yu hovered gracefully in the air, his snow-white hair billowing freely. Beside him, purple lightning flickered incessantly, and most striking of all were his violet eyes, which occasionally emitted flashes of purple light that instilled a sense of dread. At that moment, he resembled a demonic entity descending from the heavens. Three dazzling beams of light emanated from above Lin Yu, enveloping the three symbiotes in a firm grasp. The once menacing creatures now appeared as if they had been ensnared by a binding spell, utterly immobilized. Furthermore, a profound dizziness surged within them, causing their world to spin and their balance to falter. They could distinctly perceive their strength dissipating rapidly, rendering their bodies increasingly frail. Lin Yu swiftly approached Gwen, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he arrived before her, and said, "Hello, Gwen Stacy." As he spoke, he casually waved his hand at the three symbiotes, now devoid of any power to resist. Instantly, three robust bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, with a resounding crash, accompanied by blinding purple light and billowing smoke. The three symbiotes were reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the unfolding spectacle, her throat involuntarily swallowing. After a considerable time, she regained her composure and, with a quavering voice, cautiously inquired, Are you the god of thunder, Thor? Lin Yu? Then, Gwen awkwardly chuckled, suddenly realizing that something was amiss. She hastily asked, "Wait, you actually know me? This is quite strange. I am certain I have never seen you before. Who are you?" After uttering these words, she sensed her tone had been somewhat unfriendly and softened her demeanor. She continued to explain, "Oh, I apologize. Please do not misunderstand. What I meant to ask is, how do you know about me? After all, we have never met before. Have we?" At that moment, a grotesque, blood-red visage slowly materialized above Gwen's shoulder, emitting a sharp, raspy voice that asked, "Gwen, are you truly convinced that this fellow is human?" Upon hearing this, Gwen's expression shifted, and she quickly turned to reprimand the head, "Ghost, be silent." Then she cast an apologetic glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu merely smiled gently, unfazed, and softly replied, "In truth, I hail from a parallel world where a person named Gwen exists as well. With that said, I wonder if you can comprehend?" A peculiar radiance emanated from him, enveloping his entire being. When the light dissipated, Lin Yu had already dispelled his ghostly state, transforming back into an ordinary human form. Finally, he smiled gently at Gwen and waved his hand, saying, "All right, Ghost Spider, let us embark." Upon hearing Lin Yu reveal her identity, Gwen could no longer contain herself and inquired, "I understand the concept of parallel worlds, but how do you know my identity? Could it be, in that world, you and I are very good friends?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon a smile graced his lips. He had intended to maintain an air of enigmatic profundity, but did not anticipate that this individual would preemptively devise an excellent cover for him. Nevertheless, Lin Yu chose not to adopt this explanation. With a shift in thought, he shook his head, gazing steadfastly at Gwen, and softly replied, "Not quite. In fact, the world I mentioned is another parallel universe. I have encountered you in that realm." Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this, her expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. She instinctively murmured, "Another parallel universe? I can grasp that concept, but why have you come to our world?" "Just as you observed earlier, those creatures you just vanquished are symbiotes from another planet, and the entity resting upon my shoulder is named Ghost. It has been my companion. Humanity is facing a full-scale invasion." As she spoke, a hint of helplessness and concern crossed Gwen's face, and she sighed softly. In response to Gwen's queries and sighs, Lin Yu smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not worry. I have come specifically to assist you in overcoming this crisis. The human base is in that direction. Follow me." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu summoned the Qishao sword. The sword gradually expanded, hovering in midair. Lin Yu stepped onto its blade and turned to Gwen, gesturing for her to hasten her pace. Gwen Stacy's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the spectacle before her, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. The symbiote beside her mirrored her bewilderment, appearing as if it had encountered a deity. What is this?" Gwen exclaimed in astonishment, her voice laced with incredulity. However, despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, they hesitated not for an instant. Gwen and the symbiote lifted their feet, slowly stepping onto the radiant crimson sword. The moment their feet made contact with the blade, an extraordinary sensation surged within them, and a luminous shield appeared around them. At that moment, Lin Yu lightly waved his hand, and the sword seemed to respond to an unspoken command, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that raced towards the distant horizon. After confirming the direction of their journey with Gwen, Lin Yu positioned himself at the forefront of the sword, lowering his gaze to observe the roiling clouds below. The clouds, pure as snow and ethereal as a dream, continuously drifted away, evoking within him an illusion of being in a different realm. Once, the notion of flying on a sword resided solely in his dreams, an unattainable fantasy. Yet now, he found himself genuinely standing upon the sword, experiencing firsthand the exhilarating speed akin to the rush of the wind and the liberating sensation of soaring through the skies. In this moment, an indescribable thrill surged within his heart. Above all, he felt undeniably magnificent. At this instant, he stood tall, his garments billowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, indeed strikingly handsome. Chapter 48. The Human Defense Base. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu gradually gleaned an understanding of the general circumstances of this world through Gwen's narration. The plight of humanity is indeed precarious. The armies of symbiotes, bolstered by increasingly powerful symbiotes that continue to evolve, render every human invasion nearly insurmountable. The evolutionary prowess of these symbiotes makes them impervious to blades and bullets, and even water and fire cannot erode them in the slightest. They are akin to a glitch in reality. Faced with such formidable adversaries, humanity has no choice but to adopt a strategy of retreat, congregating in major cities to establish 6 primary defense zones as a bulwark against the onslaught. At this moment, Lin Yu and Gwen are en route to the Eastern Defense Zone located in the United States. Prior to her perilous escape, Gwen had managed to contact Eddie Brock and relayed her request for assistance to the higher echelons. However, the delay in response from the higher authorities is due to their immediate and cautious mobilization upon learning of the situation. Yet, while their intentions were noble, the reality proved harsh. The armed helicopters and armored vehicles dispatched were as fragile as paper before the symbiotes, swiftly reduced to heaps of useless scrap metal. As for the absence of venom in the rescue efforts, the reasons are well understood. After all, venom is regarded as the weakest among the symbiote family, often viewed as the underdog. Relying on its effectiveness would seem less practical than launching a missile. The speed of the flying sword is remarkable. Lin Yu had previously inquired with the system and learned that its maximum velocity could approach that of a silver Superman, nearly reaching the speed of light. Before long, the flying sword arrived at the human base, which resembled an impregnable fortress encircled tightly by steel walls. On these walls, squads of fully armed soldiers patrolled with synchronized and vigorous steps, vigilantly observing every movement in their surroundings. Meanwhile, on the open grounds within the fortress, another contingent of soldiers engaged fervently in rigorous training. In the heart of the city, an exhilarating combat training session unfolded. A symbiote, as dark as ink, clashed fiercely with another equally formidable symbiote. This ebony symbiote exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly overpowering its opponent within mere moments. With a slight shake of disappointment, it addressed the fallen adversary. "Comrade, your strength is still woefully inadequate. You must hasten your journey to become stronger." Next, this dark symbiote is Venom, diligently imparting combat techniques to those who have recently harnessed the power of the symbiotes, aiming to enhance their abilities through practical exercises. Among the trainees are soldiers and ordinary civilians alike, Yet regardless of their backgrounds, each individual is wholly engrossed in this training. As Eddie passionately elucidated the intricacies of combat, an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling streak of light approached with an astonishing velocity. The expression on Venom's face shifted dramatically. Before he could react, the crimson glow shot towards him like a meteor. Two figures suddenly materialized before the onlookers, hovering gracefully in the air. Poised upon a gleaming sword radiating red light, the man at the forefront donned a sleek black suit, his demeanor cold and austere. When his gaze met Eddie Brock's, a subtle smile graced his lips as he softly uttered, "Greetings, Eddie Brock." However, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Venom, which had been clinging to Eddie, seemed to sense an overwhelming dread and swiftly retreated into Eddie Brock's body. This sudden turn of events left Eddie momentarily frozen, bewildered and at a loss. "Venom, what on earth are you doing?" Eddie called out inwardly. Yet, Venom, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror, hastily responded, "Shit. This man is formidable," and fell utterly silent, disregarding Eddie's calls for further communication. Venom's unusual behavior astonished Eddie, even in the face of formidable foes. Venom had never exhibited such cowardice. At this moment, Venom seemed to feign death, ignoring Eddie's pleas. Filled with suspicion, Eddie redirected his attention to the enigmatic man before him. Just as he was about to inquire about the stranger's identity, he caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from behind. Eddie's heart leaped with joy, a smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Gwen, I didn't realize you were back." Gwen offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly, replying, "It's been a while, Eddie." Eddie Brock gazed at the extraordinary man whose presence stirred his curiosity, cautiously asking, "Who might this be?" Gwen took a deep breath, surveying her surroundings, and said, "This isn't the right place to discuss it. We can talk later." With that, she led Lin Yu towards the cafeteria, as she needed to eat. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu found himself seated on a sofa, facing a middle-aged man clad in military attire. This individual was Howard, the military minister of the defense zone, who had come specifically to inquire about Gwen's return. Upon entering the room, Howard immediately noticed the composed man seated across from him, though he merely sat there quietly. An exceptional aura emanated from him, exuding a powerful presence that washed over Howard like a tidal wave, invoking a sense of reverence. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Howard could no longer contain his impatience and broke the tense atmosphere by asking, "Gwen mentioned you came from another world to assist us in combating those symbiotes, a superhero. Perhaps, may I inquire as to how you were addressed?" Upon hearing Howard's inquiry, Lin Yu's lips gently curved upward, revealing a serene smile as he replied slowly, "Indeed. As she mentioned, I am from a parallel universe. I have come here upon hearing that you are facing a significant crisis." Howard fell into deep contemplation after listening to this. After all, in this world, extraterrestrials were no longer a rarity. Today, someone had personally informed him that they were from another realm, bearing the mission of salvation. However, upon further reflection, it was not entirely unfathomable. Howard steadied himself and reevaluated Lin Yu before him. He observed that Lin Yu possessed an attractive visage and a tall, erect stature, with lines that flowed naturally, exuding a unique aura. Yet, compared to the muscular beings of the symbiotic type, Lin Yu appeared more akin to an ordinary individual of high society. Chapter 49, A Singular Individual? Howard inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing as he turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "I wonder how you intend to deal with these troublesome symbiotes? Should we deliberate together and devise a feasible plan? This would also facilitate my communication of your thoughts to the higher-ups." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Should he reveal to the esteemed Howard that he intended to single-handedly infiltrate the stronghold of the symbiotes? Such a notion seemed utterly audacious. Yet for someone endowed with the capabilities of a system, it was not without merit. Since acquiring the system, Lin Yu had engaged in numerous battles but had yet to fully unleash his potential or partake in a truly exhilarating conflict. Now, faced with the symbiote legion, he resolved to liberate himself entirely, unreservedly exhibiting his prowess to ascertain the bounds of his capabilities. Moreover, Lin Yu was acutely aware of the adage that teaching someone to fish is superior to simply giving them fish. The symbiote's most prominent trait was their ability to evolve and strengthen by consuming other symbiotes. Consequently, why not leverage this characteristic to enhance Venom and Gwen's strength? He had already conceived a plan to keep Venom and Gwen by his side, capturing several symbiotes during their encounters to allow them to consume and assimilate, thereby augmenting their powers. With his mind made up, Lin Yu smiled and leisurely addressed Howard. "You are quite right, General Howard. I have already devised a battle strategy. My proposal is as follows. You shall dispatch Venom and Gwen to accompany me, and I will find a way to help them evolve and grow stronger. As for the others, they need only remain at the base and observe the developments." Howard was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished by Lin Yu's proposition. Staring blankly at Lin Yu, he thought, "Is this individual truly so reckless?" At that moment, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon Howard's perplexed visage, and he could hardly suppress a laugh. He restrained his amusement, understanding Howard's bewilderment. If someone were to approach him with such a claim, stating they could effortlessly defeat the formidable Thanos of the Marvel Universe with a single hand, he would likely wear a similarly incredulous expression. Regarding the enhancement of Venom and Gwen's abilities, Lin Yu considered the simplest and most effective method to be the extensive capture of other symbiotes, allowing Venom to devour them all. Through this approach, Venom would become immensely powerful, naturally ascending as the king of symbiotes and leading all others. Once Venom achieved this pinnacle, the remaining symbiotes would obediently heed his command. Thus, there would be no need to eradicate all symbiotes. Instead, their capabilities could be fully harnessed. For instance, the remaining symbiotes could be integrated into human endeavors, tackling tasks that humans find challenging, such as construction. Furthermore, the dietary requirements of these symbiotes were quite simple, merely providing them with ample chocolate sufficed. In contrast, human workers require timely remuneration. When one considers this, employing symbiotes as laborers appears exceedingly economical. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu rose from his seat without a moment's hesitation. Observing this, Howard instinctively stood as well and inquired, "Mr. Lin Yu, what is the matter? Are you feeling fatigued and in need of a respite? If so, rest assured, I will immediately arrange everything for you." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively and stated, "There is no time to waste. The plan is set, so let us proceed. I shall take Venom and the others to the symbiote camp now." Howard was left momentarily speechless. Without allowing Howard any opportunity to react, Lin Yu swiftly exited the room, making his way directly towards Venom, who was outside indulging in delightful chocolates with Gwen. At that moment, Venom was enjoying the treats, completely enraptured by the rich flavor of chocolate. However, in an instant, it sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching. This familiar yet sudden pressure startled it, causing the chocolate it was about to consume to hover in midair. Ever since Lin Yu acquired the power of the Shadow God, he unconsciously exuded an aura unique to that force. For a being like Venom, sensitive to power, this presence was undeniably intimidating. Thus, it was only natural for Venom to feel a sense of trepidation upon detecting this aura. Before long, Lin Yu stood before Venom and Gwen, a smile gracing his face as he casually announced, "Come along, Eddie and Gwen. I am taking you to work overtime." "Overtime?" Eddie and Gwen exclaimed in unison, their faces a picture of confusion and bewilderment. "Overtime? What kind of work? Is there still a need to work now?" In response to their queries, Lin Yu smiled gently and patiently explained, "Do not worry, it is not that dreary kind of work. We are going to capture some symbiotes to serve as your sustenance." "How does that sound? Exciting, is it not?" As soon as he finished speaking, the symbiote Ghost and Venom were both unable to contain their excitement. They eagerly extended their long tongues, as if they could already envision themselves devouring those formidable symbiotes soon. Well, I can hardly wait to become even stronger," Venom exclaimed with fervor, its voice brimming with desire. Ghost, too, was exceedingly thrilled, as evidenced by its constantly writhing form, revealing the joy within. Observing these two beings bubbling with anticipation at the prospect of gaining strength, Lin Yu could not help but wear a sly smile. "Let you enjoy this moment," he thought, "for soon there will be plenty for you to feast upon. Just hope you do not overindulge." As the crowd emerged into the open air, Howard gazed in disbelief at the exuberant duo of Venom and the unperturbed Lin Yu, inquiring, "Mr. Lin, are we truly proceeding in this manner? Do you not require our assistance?" Before Lin Yu could respond, Venom peeked out from Eddie's shoulder and declared, "Director Howard, trust me, Lin Yu is formidable. I can hardly contain my eagerness to become the leader of the symbiote." At this moment, Howard began to question his own reality. Was this individual truly serious? Alone? This world has become utterly insane. Chapter 50, Symbiote Howard stood at a distance, his heart in turmoil as he pondered whether to dare and secretly provide assistance to Lin Yu and his companions. On the other side, Lin Yu gazed at the exhilarated Venom and Phantom, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Are you ready, little Venom?" At this utterance, Venom's excitement faltered, an ominous premonition unfurling within. It sensed that something dreadful was about to transpire. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. And in the blink of an eye, the heavens transformed into a canvas of purple, with bolts of violet lightning flickering wildly, illuminating the surroundings in a surreal hue. Lin Yu slowly extended his arms, his body lifting off the ground. Simultaneously, his attire morphed into a flowing black robe, billowing in the wind. His previously lustrous dark hair instantaneously transformed into a cascade of silver strands, dancing with the breeze. When he turned his gaze, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling purple light, instilling fear in Venom's very core. "Let us go." With a gentle command, Lin Yu waved his arm, and a surge of power emanated from him. Venom and Phantom had no time to react, feeling their bodies lighten as they involuntarily ascended into the air. In the next moment, they found themselves racing alongside Lin Yu towards the gathering place of the symbiotes. As they traveled, wherever Lin Yu passed, thunder and lightning accompanied him, weaving a magnificent web of violet light that enveloped the trio. Howard, dumbfounded, watched this spectacle unfold. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the receding figures of Lin Yu and his companions, his heart brimming with shock and confusion. How could this individual, in the blink of an eye, transform from an ordinary person into a being akin to a god of thunder descending upon the earth? In the Eastern Defense Zone of America, the nearest gathering place of symbiotes was steeped in a tense atmosphere. The symbiotes were deeply engrossed in a fervent pre-war mobilization meeting. A day hence, this assembly of symbiotes intended to launch yet another assault on human strongholds, viewing the humans merely as delectable prey to be devoured. At this moment, a colossal, entirely yellow, evolved symbiote stood atop a platform. Its gaze was sharp, addressing the throng of lesser symbiotes below, instilling in them a fervor for relentless combat with impassioned rhetoric, attempting to imbue them with the resolve and courage to fight to the bitter end. The ranks of lesser symbiotes, serving as cannon fodder, were visibly animated, their eyes gleaming with greed and madness. They listened intently to their leader's motivational speech, howling with excitement and incessantly clamoring about the heads they would soon crush. Amidst this cacophony, the once clear sky erupted with a deafening clap of thunder that resonated through the heavens. In an instant, the entire sky was suffused with purple, resembling the onset of an apocalypse. This bizarre spectacle left the inexperienced symbiotes in profound shock as they raised their heads in terror, gazing skyward. Even the leader on the platform halted his oration, fixated on the violet lightning that began to shimmer and leap from the distant horizon. However, before they could comprehend the unfolding events, dozens of formidable purple lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the ground with ferocious intensity. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of dozens of unsuspecting symbiotic beings, who were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind not even a trace. The remaining symbiotic entities, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, were plunged into a state of sheer panic, their shrieks echoing as if the apocalypse had arrived. Subsequently, more bolts of thunderous lightning rained down from the sky, each imbued with boundless power. With deafening roars, symbiotic beings continued to be evaporated beneath this terrifying tempest, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Meanwhile, the symbiotic entity atop the platform finally regained its composure, striving to restore order amidst the chaos. It called out loudly, urging the surviving beings to seek refuge from the impending catastrophe. However, the events transpired far too rapidly, leaving many unable to react effectively. At that moment, a dazzling purple lightning streak surged from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, it had already approached with astonishing speed. Boom! Amidst the swirling dust, a figure gradually materialized. It was Lin Yu. Clad in a flowing black robe, he was accompanied by Venom and Phantom. Lin Yu then gracefully ascended into the air, his piercing gaze sweeping over the scene below. Soon, his eyes fixed upon the yellow symbiotic entity on the platform. Upon sensing Lin Yu's chilling scrutiny, the yellow being was immediately struck with terror, instinctively attempting to flee, only to discover that it had completely lost control over its own body. In the next instant, an invisible force firmly ensnared it, propelling it swiftly towards Lin Yu. In the blink of an eye, the yellow entity found itself before Venom. Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he addressed Venom. "Little Venom, it is your time to perform." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Venom instantly became exhilarated. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at the prey before it, reveling in the feast. The other symbiotic beings, witnessing this scene, felt their lives had taken a turn for the worse. "Our leader has been vanquished. What shall we do now?" Lin Yu observed the panicked symbiotic horde scattering in all directions. With a gentle lift of his arm, he waved his hand, unleashing the power of the earthly fiends manifested as the Thunder Circle. In that moment, multiple colossal circles materialized across the area opposite where Lin Yu and his companions stood. These circles were densely inscribed with runes, shimmering with a violet glow. The symbiotic army stared in terror at the ominous runes radiating a dreadful aura. Before they could fully grasp the nature of this phenomenon, thick purple lightning bolts erupted from the runes like roaring dragons. These bolts swiftly enveloped a vast swath of symbiotic beings. Accompanied by piercing wails, those struck by the Thunder Circle were obliterated, reduced to heaps of ash swirling into the air. Yet, Lin Yu would not allow these resources to go to waste. With a flourish of his sleeve, a multitude of surviving symbiotes broke free from the constraints of gravity, soaring gracefully towards the direction of Venom and the Phantom. Upon witnessing such a swarm of symbiotes approaching, a glimmer of excitement ignited in their eyes, akin to ravenous wolves spotting a tender lamb. The two reveled in exhilaration, howling with delight as they unleashed their voracious appetites, eagerly devouring the delectable offerings that had come forth. Observing their fervent feast and the relentless absorption of energy from the symbiotes, Lin Yu felt a stirring itch within himself. The power of the Yin spirit was undeniably formidable, and it was high time for him to indulge. With this thought, he activated his skill, swift as fire. Flames erupted around him, enveloping his entire form in a blazing inferno, as if the deity of fire had descended upon the mortal realm. In an instant, he shot upwards, hovering in the air before unleashing a fireball upon the symbiote horde below. This fireball struck fiercely, followed by a second and a third, each one emanating immense power. stirring a tempest of carnage amidst the ranks of the symbiotes. Chapter 51. The Gale and Thunder Blade in a Swift Motion. Lin Yu conjured several enormous fireballs in his hands. With a flourish of his arm, these blazing orbs shot forth like meteors, crashing down around him and igniting the surroundings in a fiery inferno. Thick smoke billowed and waves of heat surged, transforming the area into a sea of flames. As Lin Yu descended from the air to the ground, he opened the system shop. His gaze fixated on two premier weapons, the crimson quality Great Blade of the Wolf Lord and the golden Soul Jade of Gale and Thunder Blade. Simultaneously, he acquired a violet Soul Jade of Fiery Slash. The Great Blade in his grasp represented the pinnacle of weaponry, its damage potential elevated to the utmost degree. This blade, equipped with the Fiery Slash Soul Jade, imbued each ordinary strike with an additional burning effect, ensuring that every swing would sear his foes. The Gale and Thunder Blade Soul Jade, on the other hand, transformed a lengthy charging attack into a rapid spinning offensive, unleashing bolts of lightning during the assault, thereby utterly dismantling his enemies. This terrifying combination afforded Lin Yu an extraordinary enhancement in combat prowess. Despite the convenience of the power of the Yin God, nothing could compare to the fervor of close-quarters combat. Cold weaponry embodies the romance of a true warrior. Gripping the hilt of the Great Blade tightly, Lin Yu began to channel his energy towards the densely packed swarm of symbiotic entities at the heart of the battlefield, the blade's body glowing with a cerulean luminescence. At that moment, the Venom and Phantom, reveling in the exhilaration of their newfound strength, suddenly took notice of Lin Yu's actions, observing him fearlessly leap into the fray. Their previously gaping maws fell momentarily still, their movements halting. The two creatures exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, blinking in bewilderment. They struggled to comprehend Lin Yu's intentions. With the massive Great Blade in hand, Lin Yu approached the symbiotic entity step by step. But the complexity of the situation was beyond the grasp of Venom's diminutive mind. After a brief contemplation, Venom resumed its relentless consumption of the smaller heads, disregarding Lin Yu entirely. As Lin Yu neared the symbiotic entities, the charging of his Great Blade reached its optimal state. With a resounding chime, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, the blade whirling at an astonishing speed towards the dark mass of symbiotic creatures. The invincible whirlwind. The blade shimmered with tendrils of lightning, resembling a wild dance of silver serpents. Upon striking the symbiotic entities, the razor-sharp weapon cleaved through them effortlessly, splitting their forms in twain. Those caught in its path met with no mercy, their upper and lower halves disintegrating in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. With the added electric effect, the blade radiated a dazzling blue light as it spun at high velocity. The surrounding symbiotic entities fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. In that moment, the battlefield was enveloped in a shroud of blue luminescence as Lin Yu descended like a deity of death, conjuring a tempest of azure fury in the heart of the symbiotic realm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the two beasts were engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions, their initial excitement gradually morphing into anxiety. The thrill of devouring these symbiotes to grow stronger was exhilarating. Yet the pleasure of this frenzied consumption was fleeting. Initially, all seemed well, but as the Venom and the Phantom continued to incessantly devour the symbiotes, the satisfaction was slowly supplanted by a profound discomfort emanating from their stomachs. First came the second, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and so forth, as a relentless stream of symbiotes was fed into their maws. Ultimately, the Venom, burdened beyond its limits, truly comprehended the notion of a blessed burden. It was simply too much. Never before in its life had it consumed so much. If one were to inquire about the Venom's thoughts at that moment, it would express a sentiment of both pain and pleasure. It had devoured an astonishing number of its kin, and that immense power surged around its form like a torrential flood. Occasionally, a massive bubble would swell within, only to slowly recede, as if this formidable force was seeking an outlet for release. On the other side, Lin Yu's charge was nearing its conclusion. After a series of spins, he unleashed a final, forceful slash, toppling 7 or 8 symbiotes to the ground simultaneously. Then, wielding his broad blade with one hand, he leapt into the air, aiming directly for the most densely populated area of symbiotes. At the same time, several bolts of lightning coiled around the blade, crashing down in unison with his movement. In an instant, dozens of lightning strikes erupted from the ground, resembling serpentine dragons weaving their way forward, extending ever further. Where they passed, they left behind a shimmering trail of blue lightning illuminating the fissures below, and those unfortunate symbiotes caught in the tempest of electricity burst one after another, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Exhilarating. Witnessing such a grand scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in delight, his face alight with excitement. A vacuum zone formed around him. However, at that moment, Lin Yu had no time to revel in this. He swiftly sheathed his broad blade and replaced it with a golden quality weapon, the Staff of Righteousness, while simultaneously equipping the golden Soul Jade of the 5 Emotions and 7 Extinctions array. Without delay, Lin Yu grasped the staff tightly and leaped forward, plunging once more into the heart of the symbiotes. He firmly held the righteousness staff. After a moment of gathering strength, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, his entire power coalescing in his arms, and then he forcefully extended the long staff forward. Following this, he leaped up, landing securely atop the staff. With a light touch of his feet upon the staff, he harnessed this momentum, racing like an arrow towards the nearest cluster of symbiotes. As he neared the ground, he gripped the staff tightly, channeling all his strength into a powerful downward strike. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as a multitude of symbiotic entities were swept into the air like leaves caught in a tempest, utterly powerless to resist. These beings flailed chaotically in the sky, emitting shrill cries of terror. At that moment, Lin Yu resembled a god of war, wielding his staff with a fierce grace that sliced through the air with a piercing sound, creating a gust of wind with each movement. Every swing of the staff unleashed a fierce gale, and any symbiotic entity that fell within its shadow met an immediate and catastrophic demise. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions, transforming the battlefield into a gruesome inferno of carnage. Yet, Lin Yu did not relent. He continued to brandish his staff. Advancing step by step, before him, the once formidable army of symbiotic beings encountered their nemesis, retreating in disarray, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. The remaining entities, witnessing such a horrifying spectacle, were consumed by fear. Their courage to fight evaporated. One by one, they turned to flee from this dreadful place, but where could they escape? This region was enveloped by Lin Yu's earth-shattering power, rendering any attempt at escape futile against the specter of death. Before the entities could flee far, tendrils of earth-shattering energy erupted from the ground, ensnaring the fleeing beings like ferocious serpents, accompanied by their anguished screams. These unfortunate creatures were swiftly torn to shreds by the overwhelming force, dissolving into clouds of blood mist that vanished into the air. At last, Lin Yu executed a final, decisive strike with his staff, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated a swarm of symbiotic entities before they could even react, scattering their remains like confetti. Meanwhile, far away in the defense zone, Howard was transfixed by the large screen before him. As he beheld the unfolding scene, he was left in stunned silence, his mouth agape, unable to close it for what felt like an eternity. Prior to Lin Yu and his companions embarking toward the gathering of symbiotic beings, Howard had harbored concerns for their safety, prompting him to summon satellite imagery to monitor the area. He had hoped to grasp the situation promptly, ready to dispatch reinforcements should Lin Yu and his team encounter trouble. However, he could never have anticipated Lin Yu's unparalleled ferocity, single-handedly dismantling the entire army of symbiotic entities, leaving them in disarray and defeat. At that moment, only one thought consumed Howard's mind. This man is beyond human. Chapter 52. The roar of the tiger and the dragon. At this moment, Lin Yu was engulfed in a frenzy of battle, his vision clouded by the crimson haze of combat. Armed with a long staff, he had just concluded a fierce assault, before his adversaries could even react. He swiftly transitioned to wielding the red-quality nunchaku, Frenzied Dragon, along with the Golden Soul Jade, Roar of the Tiger, and Dragon. According to the game mechanics, to unleash the nunchaku's Roar of the Tiger and Dragon skill, one must accumulate 2 layers of the Dragon and Tiger technique. However, thanks to system enhancements, Lin Yu was liberated from any cumbersome maneuvers. With dexterous hands, he fluidly alternated the nunchaku from side to side, simultaneously channeling energy to prepare for a devastating strike. As a sharp clang echoed, Lin Yu unleashed a long-anticipated wave of power. From the first swing of his weapon emerged a formidable tiger, its gaping maw roaring with a thunderous ferocity. Following closely, the second swing conjured a colossal dragon, which let out a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the arena. The 2 phantoms, manifestations of his strikes, surged forth like lightning towards the symbiotes ahead. Wherever the dragon and tiger passed, swathes of symbiotes shattered like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into countless shards scattered across the ground. Lin Yu showed no signs of slowing down, the nunchaku whirled with increasing velocity, sending forth an unending torrent of dragon and tiger phantoms that relentlessly assaulted the symbiotes. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with anguished cries as the symbiotes, now gripped by terror, scrambled to escape the horrifying onslaught. Venom and Ghost stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they regarded their kind. Suddenly, they perceived them as far less formidable. This man possesses extraordinary strength. Why does he, with human semblance, wield such astonishing power? Venom directed a soul-searching inquiry at Eddie Brock. Come on, don't you understand? He is no ordinary human. No, what I mean is, among all of humanity, he is the only one so uniquely exceptional. Can't you see? Just like that brute, Riot. Eddie retorted angrily. While they bickered, Ghost quietly observed the scene before her. A sense of satisfaction welled within her as she reflected on her discerning judgment. After all, Gwen was also endowed with superpowers, and since merging with the symbiote, her strength had surged, becoming remarkably potent. In contrast, Venom seemed woefully inadequate, especially when compared to Lin Yu. With this thought, Ghost extended her hands once more, seizing a symbiote without hesitation and embarking on her extravagant feast, swiftly consuming it with practiced ease. Venom, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you really trying to outdo me? This cannot stand. No, I absolutely cannot fall behind you. Without further hesitation, Venom opened his gaping maw and began to voraciously devour the symbiotes around him, one after another. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, as Venom and Ghost engaged in an intense competition for sustenance, neither willing to yield. Not far away, Lin Yu had just completed a final, formidable strike with his weapon. As he slowly sheathed, he turned with an expressionless demeanor towards the fray between Venom and Ghost. The symbiotes that were still fleeing in all directions were filled with terror, desperately attempting to distance themselves from this formidable harbinger of doom. Within a radius of several dozen meters around Lin Yu, not a single symbiote could be seen. At that moment, they were solely focused on their escape. Fearful of being caught in the wake of Lin Yu's earth-shattering power, Lin Yu approached Venom, his gaze falling upon the scene of its struggle with Ghost. He lightly stroked his chin, his eyes intent, as if deeply contemplating a matter of great significance. After a moment, he finally spoke. Venom, how much stronger have you two become? How does it compare to that chaos? Venom, still voraciously consuming symbiotes, turned to respond. Brother, I feel immensely powerful now. However, that fellow is truly absurdly strong. With that, it shook its head in lingering trepidation. Upon hearing Venom's response, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, sinking into profound contemplation. He quietly observed Venom devouring symbiotes, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Suddenly, as if grasping a pivotal insight, he lifted his head sharply and declared, "This won't do. Relying solely on these ordinary symbiotes for enhancement is far too slow. Come, I know a way for you to consume higher-quality symbiotes." Upon hearing this, both Venom and Ghost froze in their actions. They exchanged glances, and then their eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. If they could successfully devour more powerful symbiotes, such as Scream or Pain, their strength would experience a significant boost, potentially surpassing that of Chaos. Venom, exhilarated, began to roar with excitement, while Ghost, unable to contain its joy, quickly extended its long tongue, waving it wildly in the air. In a certain symbiote stronghold, Chaos seethed with fury, glaring down at a group of trembling symbiotes below. Its fearsome visage twisted in anger, emitting chilling roars. While Lin Yu wreaked havoc alongside the two symbiotes, Chaos was consumed by rage. The annihilation of numerous elite symbiotes fueled a blazing inferno of wrath within Chaos, its large eyes bulging with extreme ire. Chaos could not fathom from which obscure corner of the world this human had suddenly emerged. Nor could it comprehend the audacity of using its own kin as sustenance to feed those two treacherous traitors. As information continued to stream in from its kin, Chaos was astonished to discover that Venom and Ghost's power had nearly reached its own level. This is not the end. What instills even greater terror in him is that deranged individual, crackling with electricity. If they are allowed to continue their unchecked consumption, the entire symbiotic race will face annihilation. Contemplating this, Rage felt an overwhelming surge of anger, and with a swift motion of his hand, he bellowed, "Step back." The subordinates, witnessing this, promptly retreated with a submissive demeanor, leaving the vast space occupied solely by the solitary figure of Rage. Given the current predicament, he was compelled to acknowledge the disheartening truth. His once ambitious plan to conquer the blue planet was now on the verge of utter failure. That human known as Lin Yu was exceedingly formidable, employing an array of unprecedented techniques that left him utterly bewildered. Chapter 53, The Uprising at this moment. The agitated subordinates were huddled together in a state of trepidation, deliberating on their next course of action. Among them, the red-haired screamer was vociferously raising his voice, his shrill cries reverberating through the air. "That man is exceedingly powerful. What shall we do? Perhaps we should all charge at him together and eliminate him," he exclaimed, gesticulating wildly with his arms and glaring with wide eyes. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the other symbiotes regarded him with expressions akin to incredulity. "What are you all staring at me for? Do you not believe that our combined might can vanquish him?" Screamer, feeling both embarrassed and enraged by their reaction, let out an even sharper roar. Just then, the silent figure standing behind him, Pain, who was adorned with long, writhing tendrils, could no longer contain himself. "Enough with the noise. Let us first see what our leader has in mind. This sudden appearance of a human is shrouded in mystery. Confronting him will not be a simple task." As the group grappled with their predicament, an unexpected and deafening clap of thunder shattered the previously clear sky. Almost immediately, a violet luminescence surged forth from the distant horizon, swiftly engulfing the entire firmament in a cascade of purple hues. The symbiotes, including Screamer, gazed up in bewilderment, questioning what was transpiring. In the next instant, dazzling bolts of purple lightning erupted at their gathering point. The power of the earth surged forth, transforming the surroundings into a tempest of electricity. Amidst the blinding radiance, Lin Yu, clad in a dark cloak, descended like a deity of chaos, accompanied by Venom and Phantom. With a mere glance, he swiftly identified the hastily emerging Screamer, Pain, and the other symbiotes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu waved his arm gently, and the symbiotes lost all control over their actions, hurtling uncontrollably toward him. As Screamer and the others drew nearer, Venom and Phantom became overwhelmed with excitement, their tongues flickering in anticipation as they emitted deep, exhilarated growls. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu directed Pain to fly before Venom. "Please, do not kill me. If you spare my life and make me your host, I promise you will grow even stronger." Pain pleaded desperately, terror-stricken by Lin Yu's terrifying display of power. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained unmoved by such entreaties, offering not even a single word in response. He merely nodded slightly, signaling Venom to take action. Upon receiving the command, Venom opened its ghastly jaws wide and lunged mercilessly at the hapless prey before it. "How does it feel now? Do you sense that you have become significantly stronger?" Lin Yu inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. It did not respond to Lin Yu's inquiry. Instead, it threw its head back and unleashed a deafening roar towards the heavens. To Lin Yu's astonishment, numerous robust tentacles began to emerge slowly from its back, presenting an exceedingly bizarre sight. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, he waved his arm once more, and the pleading screams were abruptly pulled forth by an overwhelming force, bringing the victim under the ghost's control. Naturally, the ghost would not refuse the delectable offering presented before it, as it opened its gaping maw to commence its feast. Simultaneously, the entity known as the Riot clutched a seemingly inconspicuous vial. Though it appeared unremarkable, the contents were of tremendous significance. It was a fragment of the formidable weapon, the Black Decay Blade, belonging to the god of symbiotes, Gnarl. Even this minuscule portion was sufficient for the Riot, for it promised a substantial enhancement of power, one that could surpass any previous limits. The loathsome human, who had long opposed them, would inevitably pay a grievous price for their transgressions. With this thought in mind, the Riot unhesitatingly removed the vial stopper and tilted its head back, consuming the liquid within. In an instant, an indescribable agony surged through it, as if countless steel needles were piercing its very being. Dark threads, as black as ink, erupted from the Riot's form at lightning speed, dancing chaotically in the air, intertwining and weaving into an intricate, dense net. The Riot howled in torment, its cries echoing throughout the heavens. Yet, the dark threads did not relent. Rather, they surged forth with increasing ferocity, enveloping the Riot's body in layers upon layers, rendering it immobile. Gradually, as the dark threads multiplied, the Riot was completely submerged in this abyss of darkness. At that moment, a thick black mist began to permeate the previously tranquil air, swiftly expanding outward. In mere moments, the entire region was shrouded in this enigmatic black fog, obscuring visibility entirely. In the very center of this black haze, a remarkable transformation was underway. A colossal black creature was slowly taking shape. As this gigantic entity fully materialized, the surrounding black mist surged violently, as if responding to some unseen call, accompanied by a chilling and terrifying aura that swept across the area. This presence was palpable, suffocating, rendering breath nearly impossible. The gathering fell into an eerie silence, as all gazes were fixated in sheer terror upon the sudden emergence of this monstrous being, hearts heavy with despair and dread. All symbiotes displayed expressions of fear, their eyes drawn in unison toward the source of the Riot, aware that an unparalleled beast was about to be born there. The venomous entity and the ghost simultaneously ceased their feeding, their bodies trembling slightly, evidently intimidated by the horrifying energy radiating from the Riot. Lin Yu, acutely perceptive of the altered atmosphere, narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the distant epicenter, striving to pierce through the layers of fog to discern the unfolding events. At that moment, Venom turned to Lin Yu and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother, I can distinctly sense that the chaos is undergoing an unprecedented evolution." Beside him, Phantom quickly nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, and this evolution is occurring at an astonishingly rapid pace, seemingly akin to that of the progenitor." Both Venom and Phantom could acutely feel the aura of chaos surging like tumultuous waves, its formidable power escalating at an alarming rate. The velocity of this ascension was truly terrifying, utterly beyond their previous comprehension of symbiotic evolution. Meanwhile, the whip floating in the air erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you pitiful creatures are doomed. Our master is evolving, and once it is complete, none of you will escape." However, before the whip could revel further in its mockery, Lin Yu, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "Ha! With such arrogance, you might as well meet your end with Gnarl." No sooner had he spoken than an invisible force abruptly yanked the whip before Venom. Following that, Lin Yu commanded loudly, "Devour. Relentlessly consume it." Chapter 54. The God of War in the Three Realms. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens, sweeping in like a tumultuous tide. The sheer force contained within that roar proved unbearable for the unfortunate symbiotic beings, rendering them into mere dust that dissipated into the air. The evolution of the creature had augmented its size severalfold. Lin Yu estimated it must now stand over 20 meters tall. Moreover, its once silver exterior had transformed into a riot of colors, with numerous sharp spines and long tentacles protruding from its body, alongside 2 robust and powerful arms. This chaotic figure, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Godzilla. Upon closer inspection, the likeness only grew stronger. At that moment, the creature had spotted Lin Yu hovering in the air, as well as the Venom and Phantom watching him. It roared with unrestrained fury, declaring, "None of you shall escape." Accompanying this furious outburst, its gaze swept sharply over Venom and Phantom before finally locking onto Lin Yu. Clearly, it had recognized this man, the ruthless slayer of its kin. Suspended in the air, Lin Yu was buffeted by the howling winds, his white hair billowing around him. His violet eyes fixed intently on the chaotic creature below, and he crackled with purple lightning, reminiscent of a thunder god descending upon the earth. This sight left the creature bewildered. How could this man appear even less human than itself? His appearance was far from that of an ordinary individual. It was unclear where he had emerged from, yet upon his arrival, he had unleashed a massacre upon their symbiotic kind. Having absorbed a fragment of the progenitor's power, the creature experienced an unprecedented surge in strength. Nevertheless, in the face of Lin Yu, it felt an overwhelming sense of fear and threat. Yet, it found itself with no choice. The man had declared war against them, and it was a matter of survival. Either he perished, or it did. With this realization, the creature could no longer suppress its inner fury and charged towards Lin Yu. Its massive form defied the pull of gravity, accelerating with alarming swiftness. Lin Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. Today, he would demonstrate to the creature what it meant to be the god of war in the 3 realms. He turned to Venom and Phantom beside him and casually remarked, "Venom, Phantom, you may go feast over there." No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, and an invisible force erupted forth. Venom and Phantom found themselves as if ensnared by an unseen hand, completely losing control over their movements, and were involuntarily lifted into the air, soaring away with the remaining high-level symbiotic beings. At that moment, a fierce flame ignited at Lin Yu's chest, rapidly spreading throughout his body. When the flame subsided, Lin Yu had transformed into a divine general. Clad in battle armor, a double-edged trident knife materialized slowly in his hand, exuding an unparalleled aura of power. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, 8 or 9 profound arts, the combat god technique. As he shouted, the violet sky transformed, dark clouds swirling, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. A surge of terrifying energy erupted from within him, sweeping outward with ferocity. As Lin Yu landed steadily on the ground, he swung his long blade horizontally with an imposing force, charging towards the tumult on his left. Simultaneously, he began to accumulate energy as he ran, preparing to unleash a fatal strike, emanating an aura that instilled fear in those around him. Lin Yu had inquired of the system regarding the absence of Yang Jian's linked skin, to which the system explained that it was an exceedingly rare item, unattainable through conventional purchasing methods. This revelation excited Lin Yu. Could it be that acquiring Yang Jian's skin would bestow upon him the divine powers of the Erlangshan? At that moment, the chaotic figure observed Lin Yu, who had already appeared abnormal, suddenly transform into a towering giant clad in armor, radiating an even more formidable presence. This unexpected change left the chaotic being momentarily stunned. A glint of malice flickered in its eyes, and then, with a fierce tremor of its tentacles, a barrage of venomous spikes, glowing with an eerie green luminescence, shot forth toward Lin Yu as he charged ahead. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed. With unyielding determination, he leaped into the air, gripping his trident-bladed knife tightly above his head, channeling all his strength into a devastating strike aimed at the colossal form of the chaotic entity. Sensing the imminent threat, the being rapidly maneuvered its numerous tentacles, forming a dense barrier in an attempt to intercept Lin Yu's fierce assault. Standing at an impressive 2.8 meters after his transformation, Lin Yu appeared diminutive compared to the towering chaos, which loomed over 20 meters tall. Nonetheless, the powerful aura radiating from Lin Yu intensified, and the blade of his long knife shimmered with a striking blue light. As the approaching tentacles neared Lin Yu, a burst of purple lightning erupted around him, obliterating the tentacles that dared to approach. Lin Yu, resembling a battle deity, surged forward unimpeded towards the chaotic being. With a thunderous clash, the long knife, wielded with immense force, struck the chaotic entity's shell. The once impenetrable exterior, capable of withstanding most assaults, was cleaved open, creating a gaping wound several meters in length. In agony, the chaotic being howled, its eyes filled with venom and rage fixated on Lin Yu, yearning to consume the adversary that had inflicted such humiliation. However, it swiftly retaliated, altering its course to deliver a powerful punch towards Lin Yu. While its tentacles unleashed venomous spikes, Lin Yu braced himself, positioning his long knife horizontally before him to deflect the blow. The moment their forces collided, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The tumultuous chaos felt an overwhelming force surging along the blade, instantly permeating his entire arm and rushing directly toward his body. He found himself utterly incapable of withstanding such formidable power. His massive frame was jolted back repeatedly by the terrifying recoil, his steps faltering and unsteady. In stark contrast, Lin Yu stood resolutely in place, unyielding and motionless. His expression was cold, and his gaze betrayed a hint of disdain. How foolish to compare strength with the mighty Erlangshan. With a slight flick of his wrist, Lin Yu swiftly repositioned the long knife, preparing to gather his strength once more. In the next moment, he leapt forward with a fierce intensity, akin to an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the tumultuous chaos with unparalleled ferocity. Startled, the chaos was taken aback, and without a moment to ponder, he hastily retreated, simultaneously extending several robust and powerful tentacles to thwart Lin Yu's relentless assault. However, a subtle smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth, revealing his contempt. With your clumsy form, you dare to aspire to my agility? A delusion indeed. Just as those tentacles were about to make contact with Lin Yu, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Yu ascended in midair as if he had no point of leverage, soaring upward as though standing upon an invisible support. This extraordinary and utterly illogical maneuver left the chaos in a state of shock. Seizing the moment of the chaos's bewilderment, Lin Yu's long knife whistled through the air. This time, he infused every ounce of his strength into the blade. In an instant, a cold gleam flickered. With a resounding crack, the chaos's elongated tail was severed cleanly. Blood erupted, splattering across the ground. Chapter 55. The tumult abruptly lifted its head, unleashing a cacophony of anguished roars that resonated with boundless pain and despair. The agony of its severed tail pierced like a razor-sharp dagger into its heart, shattering every nerve with an indescribable torment. This desperate wail generated a formidable shockwave that instantaneously penetrated the thick walls of the gathering place, swiftly propagating towards the blue planet. In that fleeting moment, the symbionts across the globe sensed the tumult's grievous plight, as if they shared a profound connection with it, all raising their heads to the heavens, collectively emitting a deafening chorus of roars in response. The sky was filled with a terrifying yet magnificent cacophony of cries, reverberating across the blue planet. Yet, amidst this heart-stirring spectacle, Lin Yu remained undeterred, his demeanor cold and resolute, fixated solely on one thought: he must deliver the tumult before Nair. With unwavering determination, he seized the glimmering trident blade, gripping its hilt firmly and positioning the long knife at his side. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength, leaping onto the tumult's back. Though the tumult was engulfed in excruciating pain, it was startled into a frenzy upon sensing Lin Yu's presence atop its back. Desperately, it summoned all its strength, commanding countless tentacles to ensnare Lin Yu. Each tentacle bristled with sharp barbs, the consequences of entanglement dire. However, Lin Yu, agile and deft, maneuvered gracefully among the protruding spikes. In the tumult's extensive existence, it had encountered no adversary as formidable as Lin Yu, save for its enigmatic progenitor. Regret momentarily flickered within the tumult. Had it absorbed more fragments of its progenitor to bolster its strength, perhaps it would not find itself in such dire straits. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu leapt to the tumult's neck, raising his long knife high, poised to sever the tumult's life. Yet, the tumult sensed an impending doom, its tentacles accelerating toward Lin Yu with alarming speed. Lin Yu's expression remained impassive, the long knife glinting coldly as it descended mercilessly. With a muffled thud, the tumult's grotesque head separated from its body. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze, enveloped in an eerie silence. The once raging symbionts, frantically thrashing and wailing, fell silent. However, this brief tranquility lasted but a heartbeat. The next moment, a keening wail, sharper and more sorrowful than before, erupted, echoing like the cries of 1,000 tormented souls. This lamentation appeared to be a somber farewell to the tumult, its powerful leader, filled with boundless grief and sorrow. Lin Yu, however, remained indifferent to the spectacle. With a swift motion, he leaped down from his elevated position. As he landed, his form began to shift, a flowing black robe billowing in the wind, his white hair cascading wildly. He then gestured subtly, and the tumult's body swiftly transformed into a sphere woven from countless slender black threads. The sphere writhed incessantly, seemingly retaining vestiges of vitality. However, Lin Yu harbored no interest in it. He regarded this self-aware symbiotic entity with disdain. With a casual wave of his hand, two shadows surged forth. It was Venom and Ghost. After a period of consumption and digestion, they had fully assimilated the energy they had previously absorbed. Yet their forms had become increasingly grotesque, adorned with an array of bizarre organs and structures. Observing these oddly shaped beings, Lin Yu felt a wave of exasperation. Must it be so unsightly? He then addressed Venom and Ghost with irritation, urging them to rid themselves of these disordered appendages, expressing his preference for their original forms. Furthermore, he commanded them to consume the sphere, entrusting them with the dominion over all symbiotic entities from that moment forward. Venom and Ghost exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, embarked on the revolutionary journey. In an instant, an invisible yet formidable power erupted from them. Simultaneously, an unseen sound wave surged forth like lightning. Wherever this sound wave traversed, the previously restless and chaotic symbiotic entities gradually calmed. They ceased their frenzied actions, attentively listening to the directives embedded within the enigmatic sound wave. This roar was not merely a simple growl. It contained subtle information, akin to a code, decipherable only by these symbiotic beings. As the roar propagated, a message spread throughout the symbiotic community. A new leader had arisen. This leader was Venom, a being of even greater power. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Yu remained in this realm, diligently managing matters pertaining to the symbiotic entities. He conferred with Howard to arrange everything, ensuring that the symbiotes received proper governance. Finally, once all affairs were in order, Lin Yu resolved to embark on his journey home. At this juncture, he bore the offspring of Venom and Ghost. These little creatures, though newly born, possessed the potential to grow increasingly formidable, as Lin Yu understood the intrinsic nature of symbiotes. Ding. Mission accomplished, earning 4,000 experience points and a mysterious treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the hero template, Teamer. The chest is currently being drawn. Teamer. Descendant of the Frost Wolf King skills, Wind Spirit. Teamer summons 3 protective spirits, each capable of negating 1 instance of ranged damage and magical harm. These spirits can also be launched, causing enemies struck to be lifted by a whirlwind, rendering them immobile. Wind Spirit. Tracking, the launched spirits automatically pursue enemies, disregarding distance. And upon impact, they explode. Wind Spirit. Assault. The launched spirits penetrate enemies while inflicting explosive damage, and within the wind cage, they can rebound, redirecting towards enemies trapped inside. Wind Cage. Teamer conjures a tempest, forming a cage that repels surrounding foes upon its release. The wind cage obstructs all ranged attacks. When enemies enter or exit the confines of the wind cage, their movements are rendered immobile. Wind Cage Enhancement. Anyone who traverses the wind cage is unable to move and is subjected to a vortex that draws them underground. Wind Cage Summoning. Upon activating the wind cage, one automatically acquires an unlimited number of sprites, which, upon striking enemies, trigger an explosion. Note: all skills can be used in conjunction. Ding. The treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to eliminate the consciousness of symbiotic entities. Observing the skill description of Teamer, Lin Yu felt no surprise. For Teamer himself is not particularly formidable within the context of the eternal cycle. Thus, the presence of such relatively ordinary skills did not elicit any astonishment. Chapter 56 Tony. You are truly infuriating, Lin exclaimed. Upon witnessing the rewards from the treasure chest, Lin felt a surge of joy, marveling at how the system seemed to provide exactly what he desired. However, despite his elation, he sought clarity regarding the purpose of these rewards. System. Could you elucidate what erasing consciousness specifically entails? If the consciousness is erased, will it still be capable of engaging in battle? Wouldn't it become an inanimate object? Ding. The term erasing consciousness merely refers to the deprivation of the symbiote's independent thought and self-awareness. Beyond that, all other functionalities will continue to operate normally, much like Tony Stark's intelligent assistant. J-A-R-V-I-S. The symbiote may lose its self-awareness but will still communicate fluidly with humans and act solely upon the host's commands. After hearing this explanation, Lin felt reassured. As long as the essential functions remained unaffected, everything would be manageable. Regarding the symbiotic battlesuit, to be frank, Lin believed he had no need for it. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered gifting one to both Tony and Pepper. Once they utilized the symbiote to produce offspring, he could then experiment with it himself. The combat prowess offered by the symbiote held little enhancement for Lin at this stage, especially since he had effortlessly slain even the mightiest of foes. With this in mind, Lin resolved to return to the Marvel Universe. System, send me back. Ding. Initiating transport. 1, 2, 3. Immediately, an overwhelming sensation of dizziness washed over him. When he finally managed to open his eyes again, he found himself on the streets of Los Angeles. Instinctively, he raised his wrist to check his watch, which indicated that only 3 hours had elapsed in this realm. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and swiftly dialed a number. The call connected promptly, and Tony Stark's frustrated voice erupted from the receiver. Damn it. Lin, do you realize that I had a date with the cover girl from the latest issue of Loft magazine tonight? Just as I was about to engage in delightful conversation with this enchanting beauty, your call interrupted me. You better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Lin couldn't help but chuckle at Tony's predicament. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, Tony, don't fret. I'm on my way to your villa, and I brought you something wonderful. Wonderful? What could it be? Damn it. I'm already half undressed. You're such a jerk. After a barrage of curses, Tony unhesitatingly ended the call. Once the call was terminated, Tony turned his gaze to the alluring woman lounging on the opulent bed beside him. He hesitated for a moment, then tossed his phone aside. A figure streaked across the sky, landing gracefully on the balcony of Tony's lavish villa. It was indeed Lin Yu, who made his way directly to the living room. After a brief exploration, he discovered that Pepper was not at home, and as for Tony, he was enjoying a delightful time with a cover girl in a romantic locale. "Ah, Mr. Lin Yu, welcome back home." Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ear, and Lin Yu recognized it as Jarvis. He plopped down onto the sofa, raising a hand into the air while casually inquiring, "Hello, Jarvis. Pray tell, where exactly is that rascal Tony at this moment?" No sooner had he spoken than a bottle of red wine from the cabinet seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, soaring directly into Lin Yu's hand. "Sir is currently at the Venice Hotel," Jarvis replied. Lin Yu shrugged, deftly uncorking the bottle of wine, allowing it to breathe slowly, and remarked, "Very well. I shall wait for him here." An hour later, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and soon after, Tony's figure appeared on the second floor of the villa. Upon seeing Lin Yu leisurely seated on the sofa watching television, a flicker of irritation crossed his face as he approached and casually plopped down on the adjacent sofa. He then seized the bottle of red wine from the table, poured himself a generous glass, and, after taking a sip, complained with a hint of dissatisfaction, "So, Lin, what pressing matter could possibly warrant my return? I just had to reluctantly abandon my date with that enchanting cover girl." In response to Tony's inquiry, Lin Yu merely smiled subtly, holding his silence while casting a meaningful gaze at Tony. Noting this, Tony shrugged and confessed, "All right, I admit I couldn't resist. What of it? A mere hour." The corners of Lin Yu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile as he focused his gaze on Tony, gently stating, "Tony, consider this. The entire ordeal has barely spanned an hour. Add to that the time you took to rush over, and it's likely no more than half an hour at most." Upon hearing this, Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes, a smile also breaking through his expression as he mockingly retorted, "Damn it, Lin, I am growing increasingly fond of disliking you." Observing Tony's reaction, Lin Yu refrained from further banter. He raised his hand lightly, and with a flicker of thought, a bottle materialized in his grasp. He then lifted it to eye level, turning to Tony with an air of mystery. "Tony, what if I told you there exists a wondrous symbiote that not only enhances your intellect beyond imagination but also bestows upon you formidable powers? What's more, this symbiote would inflict no harm upon you. Rather, it would heal your body, akin to how Hulk regurgitated the bullet that had been swallowed by Bruce Banner. What do you say? Interested?" Tony, initially taken aback, lifted his glass of red wine, taking a small sip while his gaze remained fixated on the writhing black tendrils within the bottle. After a moment of silence, he set down the glass, furrowing his brow as he asked, "You can't be joking with me, can you? Lin, what exactly is this?" After a brief pause, Tony seemed to recall the secrets he had previously shared with Lin Yu, and then continued earnestly, "However, since I met you, I have come to a profound understanding that beneath this seemingly ordinary world lies an abundance of events once deemed impossible. So, tell me, where did this come from?" Having spoken, Tony shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining as he gazed at Lin Yu, eagerly awaiting his response. "Tony, if I were to tell you that I visited another world and brought this back from there, would you believe me?" Lin Yu said, looking intently at Tony. Chapter 57, Venom Iron Man Another World? "Are you serious?" Tony inquired, his brow furrowed with skepticism. "I have indeed heard whispers of parallel worlds and the theories surrounding them, but I never imagined you would experience it firsthand." "Absolutely, Tony," Lin replied, a smile gracing his face. "I ventured into the parallel world of Blue Star, which is currently under siege by alien symbiotes. Thus, I took it upon myself to don the mantle of a superhero and bear the monumental responsibility of saving an entire world. As a reward for my valor, I successfully returned with these two formidable progenies of the symbiotes." Tony's expression grew increasingly troubled as he scrutinized the writhing black tendrils within the vial, his heart heavy with doubt. "Alien beings? Saving the world? Lin, you possess the ability to traverse parallel worlds? Yet, you have never revealed this to me before. Wait, are you not truly human?" "Lin, I demand a reasonable explanation." Rolling his eyes at Tony's barrage of inquiries, Lin calmly responded, "Come on, Tony. I am undoubtedly human. I simply hail from a unique lineage known as the Hidden Clan. Well, how shall I put it? It's somewhat akin to those beings from Asgard." Tony's confusion only deepened, and he shook his head, pressing further. "Hidden Clan? So, these extraordinary abilities you possess must stem from the remarkable gifts of your mysterious race? How many of you can share such formidable powers? Moreover, what is your perspective on humanity?" After hastily taking a sip of rich red wine to soothe his parched throat, Lin inhaled deeply and replied with unwavering seriousness, "Currently, I am the sole survivor of my entire clan. As for my abilities, they are indeed as you surmise. However, let us set that aside for now. This alien symbiote before you is a gift I specifically brought for you. Feel free to examine it." With that, Lin extended the vial towards Tony, gesturing for him to take a closer look. Tony hesitated momentarily, but after a moment of contemplation, he reached out and grasped the vial, looking up at Lin with curiosity. So, how is this supposed to work? Am I to drink it? At this, Lin chuckled and shook his head, explaining, if you truly drank it, that would be quite bold. Just twist off the cap. Without further hesitation, Tony decisively unscrewed the lid. Instantly, a mysterious aura wafted from the opening, revealing a writhing mass of black, slender tendrils within the vial. What on earth is this? Tony exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. At that moment, the peculiar black tendrils seemed to sense the external disturbance, abruptly becoming agitated. In a swift and unforeseen manner, an entity surged from Tony's palm, penetrating his body and vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The abruptness of this occurrence left Tony utterly astounded. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flowing black line erupted from his form, enveloping him and transforming him into an imposing symbiote that towered over 2 meters. With widened eyes and a visage etched with astonishment, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing in disbelief at the astonishing metamorphosis that had transpired within him. In a voice laden with shock and bewilderment, he queried, "What is this? How have I become this way?" Lin. At that moment, the symbiotic suit seemed to resonate with his inner turmoil, swiftly retreating like a receding tide back into Tony's body. Tranquility returned, yet he could distinctly feel a novel force coursing through him. In this moment, Tony experienced a clarity and vitality he had never known. As if every cell in his being had been infused with boundless energy, he sensed an inexhaustible strength within him, and his physical capabilities had been dramatically enhanced. It is noteworthy that Tony, having already honed his physique through the practice of the I Ching Jing, exceeded the average human in prowess. However, this transformative experience led him to believe he could effortlessly obliterate the Mark V armor with a single punch. This unprecedented sensation filled Tony with both exhilaration and confusion, prompting him to turn to Lin Yu and inquire, "Is this the extraterrestrial organism? Though its appearance is somewhat unappealing, I must concede, the power it bestows is undeniably formidable." Yet, before Lin could respond, Tony felt a peculiar movement at his shoulder. Suddenly, a black tendril shot forth, twisting and coiling through the air at remarkable speed, ultimately coalescing into a small, monstrous head. This head, adorned with sharp fangs and ghastly white eyes, faced Tony and protested vehemently, "Sir, I am not ugly. I am the most handsome symbiote of my kind. Damn it, what is this abomination?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. He was overwhelmed with a profound sense of revulsion and fear towards this unknown entity that could reside within him, as no one would willingly allow a creature of uncertain origin to inhabit their body. Just then, Tony felt an unusual sensation emanating from his chest, as if a force was stirring within him. Following this, a loud thud echoed, as though a heavy object had struck the ground. Tony looked down to find a miniature reactor, shimmering with radiant light, lying quietly on the floor. This small device had once resided deep within his chest, providing a continuous source of power for his suit and serving as the linchpin of his life as protection, shielding him from the lethal shrapnel that perpetually sought to claim his life. However, what astonished Tony even further was yet to come. Beside the reactor, a scattering of gleaming metallic fragments of various sizes and shapes lay strewn about. These metallic shards were, in fact, the very culprits that had long lurked within him, posing a grave threat to his life. Tony stood in stunned silence, gazing at the reactor that had fallen to the ground along with those perilous metal pieces, momentarily at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, he finally shifted his gaze to his own chest, where a place once designated for the reactor now appeared astonishingly smooth, as if it had never been damaged at all. Trembling, Tony reached out his hand, cautiously touching his chest. When his fingertips met the reality of flesh and blood, the sensation left him utterly astounded. "Oh my God, Lin, what manner of extraterrestrial being is this? This capability is simply," Tony gesticulated animatedly, at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 58. The Meow Hammer. Do not be anxious, Tony. Relax. Lin Yu reassured Tony with a smile and a light-hearted tone. "This symbiote has been thoroughly processed by me. Its self-awareness completely eradicated. Much like J-A-R-V-I-S, this symbiote retains only the fundamental functions of communication and combat. So you need not worry about it losing control or behaving unexpectedly." Observing Tony's lingering skepticism, Lin Yu added with a grin, "If this does not put your mind at ease, why not don your armor first? Then you can experience the effects of merging with the symbiote. Trust me, it will surely bring you delightful surprises." Upon hearing this, Tony, though still harboring some doubts, swiftly donned the Mark V armor with J-A-R-V-I-S assistance. The black tendrils surged forth like a tide. However, this time they did not adhere directly to Tony's body, but enveloped the exterior of the armor. The Mark V, originally adorned in hues of red and gray, transformed instantly into a deep, resplendent black. Tony instinctively raised his hands to admire the spectacle, an unprecedented sense of wonder flooding his heart. In that moment, he felt as if he had become one with the armor, a ceaseless surge of power emanating from within, allowing him to truly perceive a significant enhancement of his strength. After a brief hesitation, Tony resolved to test this newfound might. He aimed at the massive floor-to-ceiling window before him and without hesitation unleashed a repulsor blast. The room reverberated with the sound of shattering glass. As the window splintered into countless tiny shards that scattered across the space, J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed the data from that attack. Tony commanded, eager to discern the precise energy output of his strike. In the next moment, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated in his ear. Sir, the analysis indicates that the energy released by that repulsor blast was 30 times the original capacity of the Mark V armor. Wow, holy cow, Tony exclaimed. Unable to contain his astonishment, Lin Yu observed Tony's reaction with a smile, deftly retrieving a pack of cigarettes. Noticing Tony's intense demeanor, he refrained from offering one and instead lit a cigarette for himself, saying, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. You must bestow upon it a striking name. But before that, let it take you out for a spin." Upon receiving the command, the symbiote acted without hesitation. It swiftly merged with Tony, and together they soared out of the villa. Although the Mark V armor's inherent speed was relatively modest, even with the symbiote's augmentation, it did not reach the velocity of the Mark LXXXV. Nevertheless, their flight still achieved supersonic speeds, streaking across the sky within mere seconds. As Tony's figure receded from view, Lin Yu shifted his focus, leisurely turning to watch his television program. Time passed, and half an hour later, suddenly, a dark silhouette rushed forth and landed steadily in front of the villa. It was Tony, returning from his testing. As soon as they landed, Tony's exuberant voice rang out. "Lin, this symbiote is truly extraordinary. It is utterly unbelievable. Do you realize? It has enhanced the performance of Mark V by several dozen times. Moreover, under its influence, I feel as though my brain has been completely invigorated, functioning better than ever. Just now, I have formed remarkably clear and distinct ideas for the design of the next generation of armor." Facing Tony, who was exuberantly recounting the results of his tests, Lin Yu gazed at him with a calm and serious demeanor and gradually spoke. "Tony, I comprehend your current excitement. In fact, I have long harbored a unique vision regarding the future direction of armor development. Have you ever contemplated the creation of an armor utilizing nanotechnology?" Tony's previously exuberant mood abruptly halted. His mind began to race, earnestly contemplating the possibility he had just heard. After a brief moment, he finally broke the silence, saying, "I am certainly familiar with nanotechnology. However, if we are to apply it to armor..." Before he could finish his thought, he fell into contemplation once more. Observing this scene, Lin Yu sensed that Tony must feel as though the entire world had been reduced to the myriad of concepts and ideas swirling in his mind. Just then, Tony abruptly stood up from his seat and strode directly towards the laboratory. Lin Yu watched this unfold, shaking his head in resignation. He found it difficult to understand Tony's habit of immersing himself in invention and hard work at the slightest provocation. Nevertheless, before officially embarking on the development of the symbiotic armor, Tony would undoubtedly conduct thorough research on how to seamlessly integrate this new technology with the existing armor system. After all, creating a truly powerful and practical suit of armor is no simple feat. It necessitates countless experiments and refinements. The data he had just tested was surely ample enough to occupy him for an extended period of analysis and exploration. In truth, Tony has always maintained a reserved attitude towards augmenting his own abilities through external forces, particularly with regard to superpowers. In his view, only by continuously enhancing his technological prowess and innovative capabilities can he genuinely achieve his goal of safeguarding the world. Consequently, the birth of Iron Man aligns perfectly with this deep-seated belief and pursuit within him. Although the symbiotic armor undeniably falls within the realm of superpowers, it is undeniable that this new equipment provides a robust assurance of Tony's safety. Even with a formidable presence like Lin Yu by his side, Tony remains steadfast in his conviction that it is solely through the mastery of his own technology that he can face the threats and challenges from beyond the world, ultimately safeguarding it. Otherwise, the creation of the awe-inspiring Iron Army in the films would not be possible. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu chose to ponder no further. With a swift motion, he soared towards his villa, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. In the western United States, in the state of New Mexico, a gathering has convened in an open expanse, where a cadre of agents clad in black suits forms a circle, their gazes intently fixed upon an object at the center of the venue. Among these agents stand Lin Yu and Peter Parker. Lin Yu, having specifically dealt with the Meow Meow Hammer incident, took the opportunity to bring Peter Parker along. Peter Parker is widely regarded as the most promising candidate capable of lifting the Meow Meow Hammer. Regarding the nature of this hammer, Lin Yu feels a sense of helplessness. for only those with an utterly pure heart and unparalleled kindness can successfully wield it. Despite possessing a system, Lin Yu harbors doubts about his own ability to lift the hammer, as he has never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Chapter 59. Odin. A gathering of individuals surrounded the hammer, their gazes fixated upon it, enveloped in a profound silence. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity and bewilderment, Coulson broke the stillness, inquiring of Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, regarding this hammer, we have attempted numerous methods to no avail. It appears as though it is firmly anchored to the ground, unyielding. Just a few days ago, an elderly gentleman approached in an attempt to remove it, only to leave with his vehicle utterly wrecked. What shall we do? Lin Yu nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He stepped forward, scrutinizing the hammer from various angles before he spoke slowly. I am already aware of the situation. As for this hammer, you need not concern yourselves any further with it. Take note of the time. It should not be long now. Recently, has there been a man claiming to be the god of thunder seeking to retrieve this hammer? At Lin Yu's words, Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there had been such a man, boldly demanding the hammer and proclaiming himself to be the legendary Thor. However, their agents had effortlessly subdued him with a stun gun. Yet, this matter seemed trivial, and he had not reported it. How did Lin Yu know? Despite his confusion, Coulson replied candidly, indeed, there was such a person. He appeared alongside a female astrophysics researcher and insisted he was Thor. To be honest, I initially believed him. Who would have thought he could be so easily incapacitated by our agents? After speaking, Coulson displayed a look of resignation, shrugging his shoulders, his eyes blinking innocently at another agent nearby. Lin Yu, after a moment of contemplation, continued, very well, you should retreat. This hammer is exceedingly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could result in harm to you. His tone was grave, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Coulson nodded without hesitation. Turning to lead the other S-H-I-E-L-D agents swiftly away, soon vanishing from sight, leaving only Peter Parker and Lin Yu behind. At that moment, Peter Parker, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, Lin, what should we do now? As Lin Yu approached Mjolnir without turning back, he replied, stay here and do not move. I will see if I can lift it. Peter Parker's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of Mjolnir, for Lin Yu had previously stated it belonged to Thor. Lin Yu reached the hammer, paused, took a deep breath, and then firmly grasped its handle with his right hand. With a determined effort, he attempted to lift it. Yet, the seemingly ordinary hammer remained utterly still, as though bound by an enigmatic force to the ground. The atmosphere grew palpably silent. Lin Yu stood still, clearing his throat to shatter the silence. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he feigned composure and spoke. Do not worry. That was merely a minor mistake. Trust me, there will be no issues this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He fixed his gaze intently on the Meow Meow hammer before him, slowly extending his right hand to firmly grasp the handle. Then he summoned the system. System, is there a way for me to lift this damned hammer? Almost instantaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Friendly reminder, dear host. You simply need to channel a small portion of your inner energy to the hammer, and it shall be effortlessly lifted. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? He quickly gathered his focus, mobilizing the energy within his body and directing it towards the Meow Meow hammer in his grasp. However, the hammer remained utterly unyielding. Witnessing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, almost compelled to question the system's integrity. At that moment, an unusual wave of energy surged from all directions, and Lin Yu realized that his surroundings had transformed. The once desolate landscape had morphed into a breathtaking scene filled with exotic flowers and plants, while joyous birds flitted among the branches. The air was infused with a fresh and invigorating essence. Even Lin Yu, accustomed to fantastical visuals and dramas, found himself captivated by the beauty before him. Just as he was lost in this enchanting vista, a deep, resonant voice abruptly interrupted his reverie. Who are you? And why have you dared to disturb the seal I erected for Mjolnir? An ancient voice unexpectedly emanated from behind Lin Yu. Instinctively turning around, he beheld a figure standing there, a one-eyed elder with a mane of white hair. Was this not Odin himself? How had he conjured him? Lin Yu mused inwardly, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, if you do not mind, could you enlighten me on whether you share any connection with Nick Fury? Upon hearing this, Odin's expression turned quizzical, clearly unfamiliar with the name Lin Yu had mentioned. What is this Nick Fury? Please, address my inquiry directly. Odin's brow furrowed as he pressed, where do you hail from? His gaze bore into Lin Yu, tinged with suspicion. For just a moment, Odin had detected an extraordinary energy emanating from Lin Yu, one that did not align with any known power system of their world, its intensity rivaling that of legendary chaotic magic and the power of the Phoenix. This left but one possibility. The Lin Yu before him was not from this world, but rather from an unknown realm. Thus, what could be the purpose of Lin Yu's presence here? Upon contemplating these matters, Odin's expression grew increasingly grave. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu, patiently awaiting a response. In the face of Odin's inquiry, Lin Yu first offered a subtle smile, then playfully quipped, "I hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty, journeying towards the west." "Just a jest. I am simply myself. I am Lin Yu." He sensed that Odin bore him no malice, and his tone became more relaxed. Although he currently possessed an enhanced portion of shadowy divine power, Lin Yu remained cautious, uncertain if he could truly overpower Odin without prior confrontation. Odin's reputation was earned through genuine might. His singular "I" was exchanged for the wisdom of Runas at the Well of Wisdom, endowing him with formidable strength. Chapter 60, Inner Space Lin Yu? Odin slightly narrowed his eyes, a multitude of names and faces swiftly flashing through his mind. Yet he found no recollection of the name Lin Yu. Furrowing his brow, he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, Odin slowly raised his head. Directing his gaze once more towards the enigmatic figure before him, his tone noticeably softened. "My lord Lin Yu, I beg your pardon for my ignorance, as I truly cannot recall your identity. However, since you have graced the 9 realms with your presence, you are indeed a distinguished guest of mine. Should my hospitality fall short, I hope you will be understanding." Upon hearing Odin's words, Lin Yu was taken aback. He was somewhat surprised that this king of the gods could articulate standard Huaxia language so fluently. With a hint of curiosity and jest, Lin Yu chuckled softly, "King Odin, it is an honor to finally meet you. You are the supreme ruler of the 9 realms, renowned throughout the cosmos. As for me, I am merely an ordinary traveler. Devoid of any particular intentions, I simply wish to live in Blue Star and regard it as my second home." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. Verdant mountains and flowing waters, the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, resembling a paradise untouched by time. He turned to Odin and inquired, "The scenery here is indeed splendid. What prompted you to bring me to this place? To be honest, such beauty is intoxicating. And if one could enjoy their twilight years here, it would surely be a delightful experience." Upon hearing this, Odin's face broke into a warm smile as his gaze swept across the landscape, softly responding, "This is the inner space of Mjolnir, reconstructed to reflect the exquisite beauty of Asgard. I must say, Asgard is indeed an exceptional haven for retirement, offering a life of tranquility and peace. I wholeheartedly welcome you to be my guest here. I am certain you will fall in love with this wondrous land." Hearing the term inner space, Lin Yu felt a stir within. Was this not akin to a spiritual vessel? He had been brought to the inner sanctum of Mjolnir. However, Lin Yu refrained from speaking, silently observing Odin's figure. For some reason, he felt a peculiar familiarity with Odin, as though he had encountered him before. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Lin Yu recalled that Odin bore a striking resemblance to an elderly character from a childhood television series, Mu Guing. They shared a near-identical height and hairstyle, the only distinction being that Odin wore an eye patch. Nevertheless, even with this difference, the resemblance continued to deepen. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Odin continued, "This hammer is a weapon wielded by my disobedient son. To ensure its safety, I have placed certain restrictions upon it. It is no exaggeration to say that, in this world, hardly anyone can lift it. Of course, individuals of your extraordinary caliber are exceptions. From the aura emanating from you, it appears that you are in a phase of continuous growth. Furthermore, the energy you possess is remarkably unique, incomparable to any existing power in this world. Just moments ago, I discerned your attempt to engage with Mjolnir, thus I resolved to reveal myself and meet you." Lin Yu's lips curved into a subtle smile as he gently nodded. His ethereal power derived from the legendary primordial beast, Zhu Long. Of course, this Zhu Long is the one from the realm of eternal struggle, not the mythical creature of lore. In this world, beings like Zhu Long do not exist. It is entirely reasonable that Odin, the Norse deity, has never heard of it. Moreover, aside from Zhu Long, the realm of eternal struggle also features the Yang divine power, Jin Wu, which corresponds to the Yin divine power. However, when he might acquire the strength of Jin Wu remains a mystery to Lin Yu, as he has yet to fully harness his Yin divine power. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder how his Yin divine power compares to the phoenix power of this world and the chaotic magic. A whirlwind of thoughts began to intertwine within his mind. Additionally, based on prior observations, Lin Yu harbored certain speculations. For instance, the form he could transform into. The divine monarch seal resembled Erlang Shun. Previously, upon inquiring with the system, he learned that the linked skin of Yue Shan, Yang Jian, was a special item. If this were true, and if Hu Wei's linked skin, Sun Yukong, and Yue Shan's Yang Jian could indeed grant them divine powers, wouldn't he be soaring to new heights? Furthermore, there were linked weapon skins, such as the Rui Jingu Bang and the twin-edged knife. And it appeared that the Great Buddha also possessed a linked skin of Shawujing. If he could truly acquire these powers, then during future explorations of the multiverse, he could traverse freely, regardless of the universe's population control director, Thanos, or the mightiest celestial beings, the rulemaker OA. Encountering him would surely compel them to address him with reverence. Contemplating this, Lin Yu struggled to contain his excitement. So, you sealed your son's divine power and cast him into Midgard merely to train him? And this hammer, was it also your design? Intended to create challenges for him to foster rapid growth? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu endeavored to calm the tumult within, then feigned ignorance in his inquiry. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Odin's eyelids flickered momentarily, a fleeting expression of embarrassment crossing his face. However, the king of the gods quickly regained his composure. He slowly raised the eternal spear, a symbol of supreme power and glory, and delicately pointed it before Lin Yu and himself. In that instant, it was as if he had touched the tranquil surface of water, sending forth ripples that expanded outward. As the ripples spread, a vivid scene began to materialize in the air. Initially, the image revealed a tall man with flowing golden hair. Beside him sat a blonde woman clad in a casual suit. It was Jane Foster and Thor. At that moment, Thor and Jane Foster were ensconced in a quaint CAF. Seated opposite one another, seemingly engaged in a hushed discussion about something significant. Odin gazed quietly at this scene, a hint of helplessness etched upon his countenance. He turned his head, his gaze once again resting upon Lin Yu, and slowly began to speak. Since you have already met my son, you must be somewhat familiar with his current character. As you can see, while Thor possesses formidable strength, his temperament is excessively impulsive and reckless. And he has yet to reach full maturity. To become a worthy king of Asgard and lead our people towards prosperity, he must endure further trials and tribulations, continuously evolving. I have allowed him to descend to experience certain challenges. As your esteemed culture aptly puts it, one cannot become a towering tree without weathering storms. With that, Odin sighed. Lin Yu observed this scene without immediate response, indifferent to the affairs of others, his focus solely on the mission presented by the system. Engaging in battle with the destroyer mech, defeating it, and allowing Loki to witness the strength of the blue planet, all while avoiding unnecessary trouble. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the events leading to the Avengers formation were not merely due to the reckless actions of Nick Fury and others, but were indeed intertwined with the melodramatic family matters of the God of Thunder. Chapter 61. Thor the God of Thunder. The two stood side by side in tranquil silence. Gazing at the picturesque landscape before them, time seemed to stand still in that moment, as a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. Lin Yu maintained his silence, uttering not a word. His profound gaze was fixed on the horizon, seemingly contemplating something of great significance. In truth, he was awaiting Odin to speak first, eager to discern what this king of the gods wished to convey. As anticipated, Odin noticed Lin Yu's prolonged silence, and the atmosphere gradually became somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat and, after a brief cough, broke the stillness with measured words. My lord, I have another request. I hope you can assist me in guiding my child, steering him towards the correct path on his journey of growth, helping him to deeply understand the responsibilities and missions that come with being a sovereign. As soon as he finished speaking, Odin turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, his eyes filled with earnestness, patiently awaiting a response. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu slightly nodded, indicating that he comprehended Odin's intention. He was acutely aware that in order to recruit Thor into his ranks, he must first successfully navigate Odin's concerns. Otherwise, it would all be mere talk. After all, who would willingly relinquish an exalted throne to join some superboy band? Unless, of course, one was utterly mad. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu took a deep breath and solemnly replied, Indeed, for one to truly achieve personal growth and transformation, one must endure numerous tempests and trials. I accept your request, my lord. Regarding Thor, I shall wholeheartedly assist in his development. However, I must forewarn you that during this process, he may inevitably face hardships and suffer some physical injuries. I wonder, does this concern you, my lord? Upon hearing this, Odin's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for Thor. He then looked at Lin Yu and said, This is only to be expected. I hope you will devote yourself to this task. If time permits, you must visit Asgard. I shall host a grand feast in your honor, welcoming you as a distinguished guest. Lin Yu wore a polite smile, exchanging a few courteous remarks before bowing in farewell to Odin. As he watched Lin Yu's figure fade from sight, Odin's gaze lingered in that direction for a long while. Eventually, he slowly withdrew his gaze, furrowing his brow as he fell into deep contemplation. As the supreme ruler of Asgard, Odin possessed immense power and wisdom, enabling him to glimpse fragments of the future. Among the visions that troubled him most was the foreboding prophecy of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, heralding destruction and rebirth. Odin was acutely aware that this calamity was imminent, hence his fervent desire for Thor to mature swiftly, acquiring the formidable strength to confront all adversities and ultimately vanquish his powerful sister, Hela. However, just moments ago, upon first encountering Lin Yu, a wave of unprecedented unease surged within him. In the visions of the future he had previously observed, there was no trace of Lin Yu's existence. However, since their fateful encounter, those once vivid and predetermined scenes of the future had suddenly become shrouded in a dense fog. obscuring the details and rendering the subsequent developments unpredictable. This sense of losing control filled Odin with profound anxiety and concern. He whispered to himself, hoping that this would herald good news. His voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Shaking his head gently, he slowly withdrew the divine power he had exerted, appearing utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, at the moment Lin Yu turned to leave, an overwhelming wave of dizziness struck him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the outside world. His right hand still frozen in the position of having just grasped the hammer. Surrounding him was a group of onlookers, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Among them, Peter Parker was frantically shaking his body, his face etched with worry as he mumbled incessantly. On the other side, Coulson was reporting the current situation to Nick Fury over the phone, filled with trepidation and unease. Coulson was acutely aware that the most formidable entity within their organization had inexplicably become as still as a statue, seemingly devoid of breath. Faced with such an eerie circumstance, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Enough, Peter. If you keep shaking me like that, even if my heart is healthy, you might just jolt it into a problem. Lin Yu could no longer endure the vigorous shaking and spoke up. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Peter Parker halted his frantic movements, stammering, "Lin, I thought you were dead. What happened? I couldn't feel your breath." Lin Yu replied, "If you can talk, then speak more." He looked at Peter with a blank expression, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Are you really pleased that I'm alive? You are truly a wonderful teammate, Peter." His tone was laden with dissatisfaction. Embarrassed, Peter shook his head, retracting his hand, which had intended to pat Lin Yu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He began to stutter in explanation, but his nerves rendered his words incomprehensible. Lin Yu, witnessing this, sighed in exasperation, lacking the inclination to decipher Peter's incoherent babble. He turned around, his gaze meeting Coulson, who was approaching. Without delay, Lin Yu inquired, "Was there any new development during that brief moment?" Coulson had prepared to respond, but upon seeing the seriousness etched on Lin Yu's face, he swallowed the words he had nearly uttered. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke, "Mr. Lin Yu, during your absence, that self-proclaimed god of thunder and the female physicist returned, but we managed to intercept them." As he spoke, he gestured towards the entrance of the camp. Following Coulson's, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon a tall figure engaged in a heated argument with several agents. This man was none other than Thor, whose face was contorted with rage as he bellowed, "How dare you obstruct me? I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin, future king of Asgard. Stand aside." Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. Thor truly had a distinctive character. Despite being blocked, he remained remarkably assertive. Chapter 62. Who is the true god of thunder? Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he grasped Mjolnir with one hand and strode toward Thor. At that moment, Thor remained rooted in place, vociferously proclaiming his exalted identity as the son of Odin, seemingly intent on making his status known to all. However, his fervent declarations garnered little attention, as the agents of SHIELD regarded him with impassive expressions. Even Jane Foster, standing not far away, could only cover her face in exasperation. Could it be that I have misjudged him? This fellow appears to be nothing short of a fool. In the midst of Thor's boisterous shouting, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Yu, who was approaching. Upon noticing that Lin Yu was wielding Mjolnir, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he stood transfixed in place. After a prolonged moment, Thor seemed to awaken from his stupor, staring incredulously at the sight before him, muttering, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. What could this possibly mean?" Almost immediately, he raised his voice, nearly in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Mjolnir. What is the meaning of this?" At this juncture, Thor found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt, his eyes following Lin Yu's every step, fixated on the hammer that swung rhythmically in Lin Yu's grip. His pupils darting up and down. Lin Yu observed this entire spectacle with amusement, suppressing a chuckle as he continued his advance. Eventually, Lin Yu stood before Thor. Halting his steps, he lifted Mjolnir with a light-hearted smile and addressed Thor. "So, you are the god of thunder, Thor? I hear this is your hammer. Tell me, do you long to reclaim it now?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Thor's agitation intensified. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed at Lin Yu. "What have you done to Mjolnir? That is my Mjolnir. Release it at once." In response, Lin Yu set the hammer down on the ground, then, with a playful smirk, pointed at Mjolnir and said, "Very well, since you insist that this hammer belongs to you, why not give it a try and see if you can lift it?" At this, a spark of excitement flickered in Thor's eyes as he rushed to the hammer's side. He bent slightly, grasping the handle with both hands, and exerted all his might in an attempt to lift it. However, the hammer remained firmly anchored to the ground, as if it had taken root. Thor, undeterred, gritted his teeth and exerted himself once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Thor's face, yet he maintained his composure, attempting to explain. "You see, this is not an ordinary hammer. It possesses its own wisdom and consciousness, and it's not uncommon for it to exhibit a bit of stubbornness." Lin Yu, standing nearby, merely smiled at Thor's words, offering no response, but gestured for him to continue his efforts. Upon witnessing the situation, Thor took a deep breath to calm his restless spirit. He reached for the hammer's handle once more, exerting all his strength in an attempt to lift it. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. No matter how he struggled, the hammer remained immovable. As frustration began to creep in, Thor leaned closer to the hammer and whispered, "Mjolnir, cease your antics and cooperate. Do not let me embarrass myself before these onlookers." With that, Thor bellowed loudly, grasping the hammer with both hands and pulling with all his might. Regrettably, the hammer stood steadfast, as if enchanted to remain in place. Thor stared, rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a considerable pause, he erupted in a hysterical shout. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Mjolnir refuse me? I am Thor, the god of thunder, and the son of the great Odin." Lin Yu, unable to bear the spectacle, seized the hammer and addressed Thor. "Enough. One might think you are in a romantic entanglement with this hammer. It is merely a hammer. Look, lifting it is quite simple." Thor paused, a thought flashing through his mind, and then burst into laughter. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, shouting, "What if you can lift Mjolnir? The power of the thunder god will always belong to me. In your hands, Mjolnir is nothing but an ordinary hammer. No way. Mjolnir would never forsake its true master. You must have done something." "Indeed, that must be it." The surrounding crowd, bewildered by Thor's erratic behavior, exchanged confused glances, turning their attention to Lin Yu, who, witnessing the scene, smiled. It seemed that Thor needed a lesson in humility. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to give Thor a proper demonstration. The power of the thunder god? Absurd. Everyone possesses some form of lightning ability. It was time for Thor to witness what true thunderous might entailed. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu grasped the hammer and raised it high. Casting a cold gaze at Thor, he declared, "Listen well, Thor. I have come at the behest of your father, Odin, to teach you a lesson. From this moment forth, you shall remain by my side, obeying my every command. You say I lack the power of the thunder god? Very well, then everyone should step back, keep your distance, the farther the better. Move quickly." As Lin Yu spoke, he gestured for the others to retreat. The crowd, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly complied, clearing a substantial area for Lin Yu and Thor. Once the crowd had retreated to a safe distance, Lin Yu slowly turned around. Firmly gripping the hammer, he raised it above his head. Looking toward Thor, he shouted, "Behold, the god of thunder, Thor, son of Odin. Today, I shall unveil to you who truly deserves the title of the god of thunder." As Lin Yu's voice resonated in the air, the once tranquil sky suddenly erupted with a deafening roar of thunder. In an instant, streaks of violet lightning danced wildly across the heavens like silver serpents, flashing with unrestrained brilliance. Yet, despite their formidable appearance, these bolts of lightning did not disperse chaotically under Lin Yu's command. Nevertheless, the expanse of sky within several kilometers was swiftly transformed into a profound realm of purple thunder. At this moment, dozens of lightning bolts encircled Lin Yu, erupting with dazzling radiance and an exhilarating surge of energy. As the tempestuous lightning raged, Lin Yu's attire morphed into a long robe as dark as ink. His flowing white hair was swept by the fierce winds, dancing wildly around him. His eyes, now entirely consumed by a rich violet glow, exuded an indescribable air of majesty and dominance. In this moment, Lin Yu hovered in the air like a deity of thunder, maintaining a posture of raising his hammer, with violet lightning striking upon it intermittently. Below, Thor stood in astonished disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him, a sentiment echoed by the tiger-skinned son Wukong. Chapter 63. Nick Fury's concerns not far from their position. Jane Foster's eyes widened in astonishment as she surveyed the extraordinary scene around her. Bolts of lightning, shimmering with a violet hue, danced through the air like silver serpents, occasionally striking the ground and igniting a flurry of sparks and smoke. Even more astonishing was the sight of a figure levitating effortlessly above the ground. Entirely unbound by the laws of gravity, the once azure sky had now been transformed into a purple tapestry, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The relentless imagery assaulted Jane's visual senses, as she had never before witnessed such a breathtaking and awe-inspiring spectacle. Her previously held worldview began to crumble before her eyes. Is this truly the arrival of the legendary god of thunder? Jane whispered to herself, still struggling to believe the reality unfolding before her. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had retreated to a relatively safe distance, wore a similarly dumbfounded expression. He stared blankly at the scene, reminiscent of divine thunder descending upon the earth. After a considerable pause, he swallowed hard and turned to Peter Parker, asking with a hint of confusion, "Is this really something a human can do? Has Lin always possessed such abilities?" Peter Parker, equally astonished, attempted to feign composure in response to Coulson's query, saying, "Isn't it? You know Lin has always been a formidable force within the organization. I have never doubted that." Coulson, with a hint of hesitance, inquired, "Is it too late for me to join you?" I'm not envious, you know. I have always been a straightforward and earnest person. Observing Coulson's earnest demeanor, Peter Parker could only shake his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, witnessing Thor's astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, could hardly suppress his laughter. Nearly bursting into fits of mirth, he landed gracefully on the ground and, wearing a teasing smile, regarded Thor with a playful expression, saying, "So, what do you think? Oh, great god of thunder? Do you believe my recent display qualifies me to wield your mighty Mjolnir?" Thor stood utterly flabbergasted by the unfolding events. His mind engulfed in confusion. He instinctively shook his head and stumbled backward several paces, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is happening? How could Mjolnir betray me? It has always been my faithful weapon." Lin Yu found Thor's frantic response amusing, though he strove to maintain a composed facade. Subsequently, he retracted his ethereal state, returning to his original form. With a gentle smile, Lin Yu addressed Thor, saying, "All right, enough of this turmoil, god of the hammer. Come with me, from this day forth. You shall be my foremost enforcer." Upon hearing these words, Thor's anger ignited, his eyes widening as he shouted furiously at Lin Yu. "I am not a god of the hammer. I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin." Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu hastily waved his hand and half-heartedly responded, all right. I understand. You are Thor, the god of thunder. Now, let us be on our way, mighty Thor." With that, he did not even glance back, striding forward. After covering some distance, Lin Yu suddenly remembered there were still some finishing tasks to address. So he halted his steps and turned to shout towards the corner where Coulson stood, "Hey, you over there. Come out and clean up. Coulson." After uttering those words, Lin Yu continued on towards the camp alongside Thor. Meanwhile, far away at the SHIELD headquarters, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Nick Fury sat before a massive screen, his expression dark and silent. His deep-set eyes revealed an indescribable seriousness and concern. Standing beside him, Hill struggled to find her voice several times, opening her mouth as if to say something to alleviate the tension, yet ultimately swallowed her words. She understood that Nick Fury was deep in thought and must not be disturbed. Before Nick Fury and Hill, the enormous screen repeatedly showcased the astonishing scene Lin Yu had just created. Through satellite transmission technology, they witnessed the breathtaking moment when Lin Yu transformed into the god of thunder. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, Lin Yu radiated a dazzling purple light. This spectacle left both of them in unprecedented shock. The overwhelming force capable of annihilating everything, reminiscent of the apocalypse, sent shivers down their spines. Even Nick Fury, seasoned and worldly, felt a sense of helplessness in the face of such a scene. With a furrowed brow, Nick Fury fell into contemplation. Although he had now joined the Guardians Alliance in a personal capacity, the professional habits developed over the years prevented him from entirely relinquishing the responsibility of safeguarding Earth against extraterrestrial threats. Despite Lin Yu's extraordinary power and the formidable strength of the Guardians Alliance capable of confronting numerous adversaries, Nick Fury knew that relying solely on the strength of others was far from sufficient. He was acutely aware of the myriad unknown dangers lurking in the cosmos. With a single misstep, Blue Planet could plunge into an irreversible abyss. Thus, he resolved to remain ever vigilant and thoroughly prepared. Even with the Guardians Alliance's formidable capabilities, he did not place all his hopes upon that team. After all, the world is unpredictable, and no one could guarantee that they would consistently act as anticipated. Consequently, he pondered what other forces could possibly rival Lin Yu and his companions. "I never deny anything, but I doubt everything." This was the truth he had always upheld, guiding him forward. Indeed, he approached every matter with careful consideration, deliberating thoroughly before arriving at a final decision. Yet just moments ago, when he beheld the apocalyptic horror wrought by Lin Yu, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could the plan to protect Blue Planet truly proceed smoothly? Can Lin Yu truly be controlled? Faced with such uncertainties, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for a definitive answer. Lacking even the courage to contemplate the dire consequences that would ensue should Lin Yu spiral out of control. After a prolonged period of silent reflection, Nick Fury slowly turned to Hill, who stood behind him, and inquired, "What is the progress on the investigation concerning the spies?" Upon hearing her superior's question, Hill promptly responded, "We have compiled a preliminary list that includes numerous high-ranking individuals. However, there are still some spies who remain deeply concealed, and we have yet to uncover their true identities." Nick Fury nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the situation, and then instructed, "Please hand me that list shortly. I shall take responsibility for the subsequent handling of this matter." Chapter 64. Loki with a dazed expression. Thor followed Lin Yu into the camp, his demeanor reminiscent of one who had lost all the light from his life. Lin Yu glanced back at Thor and shook his head in dismay. It seemed this young man was beyond salvation. He led Thor to an unoccupied room, its walls painted white, furnished only with a solitary stool. After indicating for Thor to rest, he departed. At the door, Lin Yu paused, turning to whisper a few instructions to Coulson. Let him remain here for now, without interference. If any oddly dressed individuals come seeking him, allow them access. But maintain constant surveillance. Report any unusual occurrences to me immediately. Coulson nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then shifted his gaze away from Thor, no longer concerning himself with the Asgardian deity. As events unfolded in a manner akin to the film, Loki soon made his appearance. He approached Thor with a sorrowful expression. Dearest brother, I bear unfortunate news. Our father Odin has perished from the wrath stirred by your foolish actions. I have ascended to the throne, becoming the new king of Asgard. Our mother Frigga, in an effort to quell this turmoil, has struck a pact with the frost giants. You are to be permanently exiled to the blue planet, stripped of your divine powers, reduced to a mere mortal. Loki stated flatly. Of course. Loki's words were not an exact translation, but the essence remains intact. Upon hearing this, Thor was enveloped in disbelief. Yet, having just witnessed Lin Yu's formidable strength, coupled with Loki's cunning manipulation, Thor's once resolute heart began to waver. Gradually, he turned his gaze toward Loki, tears of regret glistening in his eyes. And with a trembling voice, he spoke. Brother, I am sorry. My mistakes have led to this. Please forgive me. Once again, Thor's words were not a precise reflection, but you understand the depth of the original language. Loki departed unnoticed, astonishingly, as no one realized his exit. He had employed a unique form of magic, not the conventional invisibility spell, but a subtle enchantment that compelled those around him to overlook his presence unconsciously. As Loki revealed himself, Lin Yu had already sensed the faint magical fluctuations. However, he neither intervened nor intended to confront Loki. Before his departure, Loki, true to the film's narrative, arrived at the location where the hammer was situated. In contrast to the cinematic depiction, the hammer lay peacefully atop a pedestal, guarded by vigilant security personnel. In truth, such measures were largely unnecessary, for no one possessed the strength to lift the hammer. Loki approached the hammer, a look of surprise crossing his face as he pondered who might have moved its position. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his right hand, attempting to lift the hammer. The outcome was all too apparent. The hammer stood resolutely in place, as if rooted to the ground, utterly unmoved. Loki, unwilling to concede defeat, swiftly grasped the handle with both hands, exerting all his strength in a desperate bid to raise it. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, the hammer remained as unyielding as a mountain, showing no signs of budging. In that moment, Loki finally recognized that even though he had temporarily ascended to the throne of Asgard, he was still unable to lift this formidable weapon. Nonetheless, his curiosity was piqued by the individual capable of wielding the hammer. Thus, he resolved to scour the entire camp, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone who might possess the strength to lift Mjolnir. After casting an invisibility spell, Loki began to strut boldly through the camp. He weaved through the crowd, and as he passed two agents engaged in conversation, he silently snatched the communicator from one of them. At that moment, Loki inadvertently overheard the agents mention the name Lin Yu. It seemed this individual was the one capable of lifting Mjolnir. Consequently, Loki decided to seek out Lin Yu's whereabouts, eager to witness the prowess of the one who could wield the mighty hammer. Meanwhile, in his office, Lin Yu sensed a powerful magical disturbance drawing closer to his location. Rather than displaying any signs of alarm, a subtle smirk graced his lips, hinting at a touch of mockery. To him, this magical wave resembled a blip on a radar screen, brazenly revealing his position. Furthermore, Loki was carelessly flitting about the camp, mistakenly believing he was hidden from sight, when in reality, he had long since been exposed to the enemy's gaze. With this thought, Lin Yu, who had been attentively listening to Coulson's report, suddenly grew intrigued. He casually gestured for Coulson to depart, then settled comfortably into his chair, patiently awaiting Loki's approach. As the seconds ticked by, Lin Yu felt Loki drawing nearer. At that moment, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one and tossing the box onto his desk. He then propped his feet upon the desk, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed towards the door. Loki soon located Lin Yu's office, and upon entering, he was taken aback to find Lin Yu staring directly at him. This person can see me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a grand sorcerer of the 9 realms, who in this world could possibly pierce the veil of my magic. Reassuring himself, Loki felt a surge of confidence and pride, a smile gradually blooming on his face. He redirected his gaze towards this seemingly ordinary individual, scrutinizing him closely, and wondered if perhaps he had merely misheard moments ago. As Loki stood in a state of profound bewilderment, a clear and steady voice unexpectedly resonated, shattering his contemplations. Loki, is it? Since you have arrived here, why do you not extend a greeting? Do you wish to join your brother Thor in confinement? The speaker was none other than Lin Yu, who regarded Loki with a smile, his curiosity piqued. Loki was momentarily taken aback. This individual could truly perceive him? Almost instantly, the calm demeanor that had characterized his countenance morphed into one of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter. Observing Loki's exaggerated reaction, Lin Yu could no longer contain his amusement, chuckling as he continued to jest. Loki, are you not filled with insatiable curiosity? How does a seemingly ordinary Midgardian such as myself possess the ability to effortlessly pierce through your invisibility spell? After all, you are the god of mischief and deceit from Asgard. At these words, Loki's heart raced with astonishment. It was indeed incredible that this person not only sensed his presence but was also well acquainted with his identity and title. In a brief moment, Loki regained his composure. Inhaling deeply to steady himself, he gradually revealed his form, standing tall and proud, confronting Lin Yu with an air of superiority, proclaiming, "Ignorant mortal. Swiftly answer this king's inquiry. Tell me, by what means do you perceive my presence? Moreover, I have ascended to become the supreme king of Asgard." Lin Yu remained unperturbed, simply gazing at him. Chapter 65. I am the god of deception. Loki, witnessing Lin Yu's utter disregard, felt a surge of indignation rising within him, preparing to unleash a tirade. However, Lin Yu interjected, "Loki, is it? Ah, the new king of Asgard, I presume? Allow me to convey that I am not fond of being regarded with such a lofty, condescending gaze. Therefore, could you perhaps draw a little nearer? I have a few words I wish to share with you privately." Upon hearing this, Loki's ire ignited once more. How dare this audacious mortal belittle him? The new king of Asgard and the god of trickery. His countenance darkened further, and his voice turned steely and frigid. "Mortal from Midgard, mind your demeanor. Before you stands the illustrious new king of Asgard, Loki, the god of deception." Yet, before he could finish, Lin Yu interrupted him once again without mercy. With a smile gracing his lips, Lin Yu beckoned Loki closer, saying, I know, come here quickly. I have a secret about Odin to share with you." Loki felt his patience nearing its limit, but Lin Yu's final words were like a bucket of cold water dousing his burgeoning fury. "Hurry, come quickly. This pertains to a secret about Odin. Do you not wish to hear it?" Lin Yu maintained an innocuous smile, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Loki paused, his curiosity piqued despite his disdain for this insufferable Midgardian. After much deliberation, he resolved to temporarily set aside his wrath to discover what this secret entailed. Loki took a grim step toward Lin Yu, standing silently, awaiting the latter to break the silence. At that moment, Lin Yu sat there impassively, his gaze fixed intently on Loki. He spoke again, just a bit closer now, to the side of this table. His voice was soft yet resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing this, Loki's anger flared once more. It was a profound dishonor for the new king of Asgard to be summoned in such a manner by a Midgardian. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the secret, he stifled his rage and stepped forward, bracing himself against the opulent wooden table, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, "Speak, Midgardian. What is the secret regarding Odin?" Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Lin Yu struck Loki's face with blinding speed. The force of the blow was so tremendous that Loki, unable to react, was sent hurtling backwards, spinning twice in the air before crashing heavily against the hard wall, producing a dull thud. Loki was entirely bewildered, his head ringing, momentarily at a loss. The fury that had once burned fiercely within him was extinguished as if doused by a deluge of ice water, leaving his mind in a state of utter emptiness. Loki? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a brief moment of distraction, Loki regained his senses, a surge of intense humiliation welling up within him. He abruptly rose from the ground, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Lin Yu, wishing nothing more than to rend this treacherous foe who had so brazenly ambushed him, an ancient being of thousands of years, into 1,000 pieces. Yet, just as he was about to act, he discovered a long spear, shimmering with purple arcs of electricity, positioned mere centimeters from his throat. Its tip unwaveringly aimed at his vulnerable jugular. The distance between the spear and his throat was perilously close. A slight movement could spell bloodshed. Moreover, he could tangibly sense a formidable aura emanating from the weapon. The spear was none other than the one wielded by Lin Yu, adorned with the crimson-hued skin known as Yajiao. As it was unleashed, it struck with the force of thunder, casting a pall of despair across the realm. Lightning flashed like a dragon's claw, and indeed, there was no equal to it at the ends of the earth. This was the description of the spear within the realm of eternal strife. Its striking appearance and the accompanying narrative rendered it impossible to resist. Not only was the spear visually captivating, but each ordinary strike was accompanied by the effect of thunder, further amplified by Lin Yu's own ethereal power. Once it struck an adversary, it would undoubtedly plunge them into an inescapable plight of desperation. Facing Loki, who now swallowed hard and forced a smile, he spoke earnestly, "Midgardian, I have never encountered you before. Do you not fear that your actions may tarnish the long-standing friendship between Asgard and Midgard?" As soon as he finished speaking, Loki dared not let his guard down. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu as if sensing that any slight movement might result in the forfeiture of his life. However, in response to Loki's inquiry, Lin Yu remained motionless, spear held aloft, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am merely fulfilling Odin's directive to teach a lesson to that disobedient child. Is there an issue with that?" As he spoke, a barely perceptible chill flickered in Lin Yu's gaze, suggesting that he was wholly unfazed by Loki's threats. Loki perceived a chilling intent in Lin Yu's eyes, a silent promise that should he dare to retort, his life would be forfeit without hesitation. In the face of such a threat, Loki maintained a facade of calm. Yet within, his heart blazed with fury. Since his inception, he had never endured such indignity. It was a profound disgrace. Reflecting upon his life, Loki had weathered countless storms and faced myriad dangers and challenges. Yet he had never found himself in such a humiliating predicament. The last person to impose such overwhelming pressure upon him had been his immensely powerful father. No, rather, his adoptive father. With this thought, the ire within Loki surged uncontrollably. Nevertheless, after a fierce internal struggle, Loki ultimately resolved to endure the humiliation for the time being. As the adage goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Given the current perilous circumstances, any attempt at forceful resistance may not only prove futile but could also lead to greater complications, potentially jeopardizing one's very life. It is imperative to first devise a means of preserving one's existence and safely departing from this locale, as only then may one seek vengeance. Loki's thoughts diverge from this notion. However, as you may comprehend, the profundity of the Chinese language is vast. Thus, he stifled the fury surging within him. Mustering a semblance of a smile, and raised his gaze towards Lin Yu, slowly articulating, "If you do not mind, we can calmly sit down and engage in a proper discussion. What is it that you desire? Having successfully ascended to the throne of Asgard, I am willing to relinquish control of Midgard to you once the situation stabilizes." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu felt a laugh bubbling within him. It seemed Loki was overestimating his ambitions, believing he could govern the 9 realms. Naturally, Lin Yu had no intention of eliminating him at this moment, as he found the individual rather likable, recalling his previous enjoyment of the character in films. Chapter 66. The official arrival of the superhero. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu slowly retracted the long rifle he held, placing it gently upon the wooden table. He then resumed his seat, reaching for a cigarette from the box before him. With a deft flick, he extracted one and ignited it with a lighter nearby. As the delicate blue flame met the cigarette's tip, tendrils of white smoke began to rise, gradually enveloping the space around him. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Yu finally directed his gaze towards Loki, who sat opposite him. Taking a deep drag, he spoke with measured calm. "Not long ago, I had a conversation with your father, Odin. From this moment forth, I shall take it upon myself to guide you in Thor." Before he could finish, Lin Yu inhaled deeply once more, his expression growing serious. "To speak candidly, your father and I have formed a swift camaraderie. It will not be long before I personally visit Asgard. To put it plainly, I could very well be considered your uncle. Yet you, as Odin's son and the esteemed prince of Asgard, the god of mischief, Loki, do not even deign to call me uncle." Upon hearing this, Loki's eyes widened in disbelief, confusion evident on his face. His mind buzzed as he grappled with the notion. An uncle? Where did this uncle come from? How dare this Midgardian brazenly take advantage of him? Noticing Loki's astonished demeanor, Lin Yu tilted his head slightly, releasing a cloud of smoke into the air, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He continued, "Now that I am here to safeguard Blue Star, I advise you to harbor no ill intentions. Should I discover that you dare to covet Blue Star or contemplate any mischief, I must warn you. Do not blame me for being unmerciful. I shall personally see to your resolution." Loki departed, seething with resentment. Before leaving, he assured Lin Yu that he would entertain no further thoughts regarding Blue Star. He glanced back repeatedly, his eyes filled with weariness and unease, as if fearing Lin Yu might suddenly turn hostile and shoot him from behind. Observing Loki's comical state, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. This individual, who typically exuded an air of superiority, was now revealing a timid and cowardly side. Thus, the narrative concerning Thor reached a temporary conclusion. It would likely be several days before the appearance of the destroyer armor. In the meantime, Lin Yu had other pressing matters to attend to. For instance, he planned to attend the Stark Expo to witness Justin Hammer showcase his pride, unmanned armor, and an array of advanced weaponry. Additionally, there was that minor antagonist, Whiplash, whose time seemed ripe for an untimely demise. Lin Yu found little interest in such a character, easily dispatched with a mere slap. Thus, he resolved to let Tony entertain the little villain for a while, to observe whether the system would issue any pertinent tasks. If so, he would then contemplate personally intervening to eliminate this nuisance. Of course, Lin Yu was acutely aware that he must ultimately make an appearance. After all, he would not easily forfeit such a splendid opportunity to significantly enhance his reputation as a superhero. Ever since the incident that catapulted him to global fame, his large posters have adorned countless walls, leading to throngs of admirers gathering wherever he ventured, which proved rather inconvenient. According to Nick Fury, the government expressed considerable discontent regarding the current situation, following Lin Yu's emergence. Not only had he thoroughly disrupted the government's original plans to acquire Iron Man's armor, but he also stirred quite a commotion. Just a few days prior, The benevolent and spirited neighbor, Spider-Man, after successfully rescuing a family from a robbery, unfortunately found himself besieged by reporters. This youthful and idealistic lad, unable to contain his excitement before the multitude of cameras, exuberantly proclaimed that he was a member of Lin Yu's team. He even publicly revealed the name of their faction, the Guardians Alliance. In truth, this was all orchestrated by Lin Yu, who understood that with Spider-Man's innocent and straightforward nature, keeping such a secret would be nearly impossible. After all, who could resist the immense allure of becoming a revered superhero at such a tender age? Consequently, amidst the deluge of media coverage, Lin Yu and Peter Parker were bestowed with the esteemed title of superheroes, marking their official debut in the Marvel Universe. In no time, media outlets worldwide lauded the superheroes for their valiant deeds of altruism. However, there was one notable exception, the Daily Bugle, which steadfastly assumed the role of Spider-Man's detractors, persistently publishing negative reports about him. Lin Yu descended gracefully upon Tony's villa, favoring the elegance of sword flight over the more crude method of merely soaring through the air. After all, who among the Chinese could resist the charm of flying with a sword? Moreover, it was undeniably stylish. Yet, upon entering the villa, Lin Yu discovered that Tony was not at home. He could only greet Jarvis before lazily reclining on the comfortable sofa, casually inquiring, "Hey, Jarvis, where has that rascal Tony gone off to? Also, what day is it today? I seem to have forgotten." Jarvis responded, "Sir is currently attending an event at the Stark Industrial Expo in New York. Additionally, he left you a voice message." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu casually remarked, "Wow, let me hear it." As he spoke, he uncorked a bottle of cherished red wine. The living room soon resonated with Tony's voice. "Lin, how is the progress regarding that hammer? I heard from Nick that there's a rather attractive female physicist over there. You better not lead Peter astray. I'm currently busy at the Stark Industrial Expo. Do you recall the last assailant who targeted me? His name is Ivan Vanko. A minor feud exists between our fathers, but it is merely trivial. However, this Ivan has surprisingly taken my suggestion to heart and doubled the reactor's rotation speed. Now, he is contemplating how to eliminate me. I shall deal with this counterfeit individual. Feel free to join me if you wish. And do refrain from opening my red wine, as you never finish it." Lin Yu paused momentarily while pouring the wine, then shook his head in resignation. Truly, Tony harbors a grudge. Chapter 67. The Armored Knight. Lin Yu gazed into the distance. Undeterred, with a gentle leap, he ascended onto his flying sword, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. At this moment, his destination was the distant New York. The staggering distance of 951 kilometers from Los Angeles to New York may seem insurmountable to an ordinary person. Yet for Lin Yu, endowed with extraordinary abilities, it was but a fleeting instant. The flying sword beneath him shimmered with resplendent brilliance, as the system had proclaimed a speed akin to that of a silver superhero. In a whirlwind of motion, Lin Yu traversed the clouds, gliding over mountains and rivers. Within 10 minutes, the bustling metropolis came into view. Ultimately, Lin Yu landed gracefully atop a skyscraper. Meanwhile, within the Stark Industries Expo Park, a grand exhibition was underway. Justin Hammer made a flamboyant entrance, reminiscent of a scene from a movie, clad in a suit and dancing exuberantly to the music. This man harbored complex feelings towards Tony Stark, feeling both envy for his illustrious achievements and jealousy for his own inability to reach such heights. Deep within, he even nurtured a tinge of admiration for Tony. He had always aspired to surpass this idol, yet regrettably, he was burdened with ambition but lacked the innovation and talent to forge his own path, afflicted by the malady of genius, yet devoid of its fortune. As Justin Hammer concluded his spirited dance, he began to deride Tony Stark, accusing him of making a grave error by withholding his advanced technology from the world. Following this, he proudly unveiled his company's latest technological marvel, the Hammer Iron Warriors. These sci-fi-inspired warriors, equipped with cutting-edge gear, immediately captivated the audience's attention. Just as Justin Hammer was about to elaborate on this so-called self-developed armor, a sudden, piercing sound sliced through the air. This unexpected noise drew the gaze of everyone present, who turned towards the source of the commotion. Tony made a superhero-esque landing. Iron Man had arrived, instantly igniting the fervor within the crowd. The sleek, metallic armor glimmered under the lights, each detail showcasing the perfect amalgamation of high technology and strength. With his arrival, the already vibrant atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. At that moment, Tony's expression was grave, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. He located his friend Rhodey and disclosed Ivan Vanko's nefarious plot. To avert unnecessary panic, decisive action was imperative. The ordinary citizens present needed to be evacuated without delay. Just then, a twist of fate occurred. Rhodey's armor cannon unexpectedly pivoted towards Tony. The members of the Armored Legion behind him, as if receiving a command, likewise turned their weapons in unison, aiming them at Iron Man. This is precisely the meticulously orchestrated scheme of Ivan Vanko. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Tony hesitated not for a moment. He decisively activated his thrusters and soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the armored legions unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets toward him. In an instant, the enormous glass ceiling could not withstand the ferocious onslaught and shattered with a resounding crash. Countless shards scattered, plunging the scene into chaos. Screams and shouts echoed as people frantically fled in all directions. Amidst this turmoil, a faction of the armored suits advanced toward the terrified crowd, while another faction ascended into the air, closely pursuing Tony's silhouette. Thus, a relentless chase unfolded in the skies above. Sparks flew, and the sound of gunfire thundered as the armored battalion controlled by Ivan Vanko transformed into true harbingers of destruction, launching attacks on the surrounding buildings. The skyscrapers trembled before their formidable firepower, bricks and debris plummeting from above, stirring up clouds of dust. These deranged suits unleashed a frenzied assault on the unprotected populace, plunging the area into utter disarray. Lin Yu recognized that the moment had arrived for him to showcase his abilities. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the miniature earpiece that Tony had entrusted to him a few days prior. This was no ordinary device. Akin to what was depicted in Avengers, in-game, it could attach itself automatically. Lin placed the earpiece to his ear, and it swiftly conformed to fit, immediately connecting him to Tony's channel. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, evading high above, received a notification from Jarvis. "Sir, Mr. Lin Yu has joined the channel." Just a second later, Lin's teasing voice resonated in Tony's ear. "Hey, Mr. Mustache, it seems you're in a bit of a predicament. Need a superhero to lend you a hand? My fee is rather modest, just a few bottles of your finest vintage wine." Upon hearing this, Tony could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. "Damn it. You truly know how to seize the moment. Lin, enough chatter. I can manage for now. Hurry and deal with those rogue suits. We mustn't let them harm any innocent civilians." As Lin conversed with Tony, he had already donned the Han Guang armor. The reason for his choice was simple. He had worn it during the last rescue operation for practical reasons. After all, in comparison to other suits, this particular armor boasted superior protective capabilities. Its robust construction effectively repelling enemy attacks, unlike the other variants that were overly reliant on fabric, allowing bullets to penetrate with ease. With everything in place, Lin Yu leaped from the towering building clad in his Han Guang armor, though he had gained the power of the Shadow God, enabling him to manipulate this force to create a being of extraordinary strength akin to Superman. Ordinary physical attacks held no sway over him. In the United States, when making a grand entrance in public, there is a penchant for the style of full-body armor, showcasing this attire with an air of dashing elegance. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Lin Yu executed a superhero-like landing. As he rose to his feet, someone immediately recognized this recently celebrated superhero. The crowd erupted into cheers, their spirits lifted by Lin Yu's presence, a beacon of hope. However, the urgency of the situation allowed him no time to indulge in the cheers of the people. With a grave expression, he shouted to the throngs, "Please evacuate to a safe area immediately. Justin Hammer's armor is poised to obliterate this place." Upon hearing his words, the once jubilant crowd was suddenly engulfed in screams and shouts, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this chaos, Lin Yu acted without hesitation. He swiftly retrieved from the system space a beautifully crafted bow, emanating an eerie blood-red glow, known as Crimson Moon. Gripping the bow with his left hand, he delicately placed his right hand on the string. As he infused it with power, a dazzling arrow, etched with the visage of mythical beasts, gradually materialized, shimmering with radiant red light. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth at an astonishing velocity, piercing the sky towards the armored figures above. Within mere seconds, a series of explosive detonations echoed through the air as several suits of armor were struck, erupting in fiery displays. The sight of this spectacle caused the other onlookers to halt their flight and join in the jubilant cheers. Despite Lin Yu's recent rise to fame, he had yet to acquire a nickname. As the media resorted to calling him the Armored Knight, Lin Yu found this title rather unappealing. Chapter 68, Symbiotic Battle Armor. Lin Yu's gaze was piercing, his hands deftly drawing back the bowstring as a flurry of sharp arrows sliced through the air, whistling towards the armored foes above. Without hesitation, he swiftly stowed the bow into the system's spatial realm and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a gleaming spear, the Yajiao, into his grasp. The armored entities that had previously charged towards the crowd continued their rampage, creating an urgent and perilous situation. Should he persist with the bow? The inevitable explosion of the armor would indiscriminately endanger the innocent bystanders. Thus, Lin Yu decisively opted for close combat. The crowd, which had momentarily halted at Lin Yu's arrival, gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the disappearance of his bow, replaced by the formidable spear. However, Lin Yu paid no heed to their exclamations. He deftly leaped behind an armored foe intent on attacking the civilians. With a swift motion of his arm, the spear pierced through the armor's robust shell. Simultaneously, a surge of potent electrical energy coursed through the spear, swiftly dismantling the armor's power system. The armored figure immediately became immobile, standing rigidly in place. With a light push off the ground, Lin Yu sprang once more, weaving through the chaos of armored adversaries, each swing of his spear dispatching another foe with precision. The onlookers paused in their tracks, cheering for Lin Yu's valiant efforts. While Lin Yu was diligently dispatching the armored threats, Tony's voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece. Damn it. Lin, what's the situation on your end? Hurry up and assist me. I have several of them relentlessly pursuing me. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion etching his features as he was in the midst of neutralizing yet another armored foe. He called out to Tony, Tony, you can't tell me you haven't utilized the symbiote at all. I always thought you were a clever individual. On the other end, Tony was equally bewildered, only just recalling the existence of the symbiotic weapon within him. Despite this realization, he stubbornly retorted, shut your mouth, Lin. He then shouted, rescue. Come out and get to work. This was the name Tony had bestowed upon the symbiote residing within him. While most symbiotes favored names that exuded ferocity and dominance, Tony firmly believed that such a fierce title did not align with his heroic demeanor. After all, his mission was to save the world. Thus, naming the symbiote Rescue was perfectly appropriate. Almost instantaneously after Tony's command, a vast expanse of black fluid erupted across the surface of his speeding armor. This liquid swiftly enveloped him, transforming the exterior into a shadowy guise. With a sudden acceleration, Tony vanished from the sight of the armored adversaries in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko, who was covertly controlling the armored units, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed in disbelief. What is happening? How could Tony Stark's armor slip away so effortlessly? Ivan Vanko murmured to himself, his mind awash with confusion and astonishment. His gaze had just caught sight of an unknown black substance that had inexplicably appeared on Tony's armor. This dark material clung to the surface of the suit like a shadow. Could it be that he had surpassed the latest research achievements and successfully crafted a new generation of armor? The thought flickered through Ivan's mind. But before he could ponder it further, a series of unfortunate events unfolded. Suddenly, several suits of armor lost control, and in quick succession, loud explosions erupted as these rogue armors detonated, transforming into fireballs that illuminated the sky. It turned out that while Ivan was distracted, Tony had silently maneuvered to their rear. From the back of Tony's armor, several agile tentacles shot forth with startling speed, targeting the malfunctioning suits. These tentacles, akin to sharp spears, effortlessly pierced through the exteriors of multiple armors, directly striking their internal power systems, leading to their immediate incapacitation and subsequent explosions. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having just cleared the battlefield of armor remnants, received a notification from the system. Side quest. Assist Tony Stark in completely eliminating Whiplash. Reward, 1,000 experience points. And 1 lucky chest. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk at the meager reward. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing, even a mosquito. No matter how small, is still meat. After all, Whiplash was merely a minor antagonist in the early stages and being a regular human. A reward of this caliber seemed reasonable. With that thought, Lin Yu suddenly took to the skies, racing towards Tony's direction. What transpired next? Influenced by the symbiotic nature of Tony's suit, triggered a butterfly effect. Although Whiplash did manage to confront Tony, their clash did not erupt into the fierce battle one might expect from a cinematic showdown. Rhodey's armor also suffered damage to its power system at the hands of Tony. Observing the scene, Rhodey began to jest, Tony, if your angle of attack had been even slightly off, I would already be in heaven sipping coffee with God. And what's up with your armor? Why has it suddenly turned black? Tony, unfazed by Rhodey's complaints, firmly grasped the whip wielded by Whiplash with one hand while responding to Rhodey's inquiries. Isn't this rather splendid? Countless people yearn to behold the true visage of God yet are forever denied that privilege. It seems I have inadvertently squandered your rare opportunity. As for my armor, it's a bit complicated to explain right now. Let me deal with Vanko first, and then I'll fill you in. Upon hearing Tony's words, Rhodey rolled his eyes but ultimately chose silence. After all, the immediate concern was Vanko. Just then, Tony abruptly turned around, firmly seizing the whip in Whiplash's grasp and forcefully yanking it forward. In that instant, Whiplash felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, catching him entirely off guard. Driven by an instinctive response, the Soul Whip hastily released his grip on the whip to avoid being yanked away by the overwhelming force. After a brief confrontation, a wave of uncertainty surged within him. It is essential to note that he too was clad in battle armor, and logically, their strengths should have been evenly matched, precluding any significant disparity in power. There must be an issue with Tony Stark's armor. Ivan Vanko glanced at the black substance coating Tony's suit. In response to this, Tony mockingly remarked, "Are you merely tickling me?" Irritated, the Soul Whip retorted, "Tony Stark, your family is comprised of thieves. Surely, retribution will come." Tony shot back, "Is verbal sparring all you can manage, Vanko? Show some real strength." Then, recalling something, he added, "Lin, haven't you resolved your situation yet? Are you sure you don't want to come and witness how I defeat this guy?" There was no reply from the earpiece, but from the sky came a voice. Tony, I must say, you are truly insufferable. No sooner had the words left the speaker than Lin Yu made a superheroic landing. Chapter 69. The demise of the Whip of Death. Upon catching sight of Lin Yu, the Whip of Death's eyes instantly filled with a wary glint. Just a short while ago in Monaco, it was this seemingly inconspicuous youth who, with a mere slap, had sent him hurtling far away. Now, as Lin Yu touched down, he made no immediate move against the Whip of Death. Instead, he turned to Tony with a teasing smile and said, Tony, before I deal with this little antagonist, I suggest you swiftly escort Pepper to a secluded spot, perhaps the rooftop, to engage in affairs of your own. I trust you grasp my intent. In cinematic narratives, when the protagonist triumphs over the malevolent villain, he invariably shares a passionate kiss with his beloved heroine. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tony first bore a look of confusion, a flurry of question marks seemingly floating above his head. This was soon replaced by a smirk as he unabashedly responded, the protagonist? Haha, I rather like that moniker, Lin. I must admit, your perception is commendable. However, why not resolve this fellow before discussing anything else? Rodney, standing nearby, shrugged in resignation and interjected, I knew it. A thick-skinned character like Tony would never refuse such a title. As their banter continued, Lin Yu raised a finger towards the Whip of Death. An invisible force immediately bore down upon him. The villain had no time to react. He was lifted into the air as if grasped by an unseen giant hand. Lin Yu chuckled as he turned back, saying, I've noticed this fellow has rigged all his armor with detonation settings. Pepper should still be near the exhibition, and the switch to detonate is his suit. Of course, if you wish for me to accompany you, I'm open to that. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, adding, It doesn't concern me, Tony. Damn. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You're such a jerk, Lin. And I could handle this myself, Tony exclaimed, and without another word, he took off at lightning speed towards Pepper's location. Witnessing this, Rodney pondered for a moment before asking, Lin, are you truly certain you wish to face him alone? As he spoke, he manipulated his armor to mimic the action of tightly binding ropes, pulling them taut. Seeing this, Lin Yu chuckled, noting how the gesture had appeared prematurely. He replied with a grin, Fear not, Rodney. Such minor villains can be dispatched with a mere slap. Upon hearing this, Rodney shook his head in resigned amusement, saying, Very well then, I wish you luck. May you resolve this matter successfully. However, Lin Yu found himself somewhat perplexed, as he observed that Rodney had not departed the scene but stood there, seemingly hesitant and staring at him. Lin Yu teased, Rodney, why do you linger? Do you wish to remain here and become a roasted chicken? Or perhaps you're eager to witness how I dispatch him with a single slap? Before Rodney could respond, the previously silent Whip of Death could no longer contain his seething anger. He could no longer tolerate this individual before him, who repeatedly spoke with such disdain about how effortlessly he could defeat him. Thus, the Reaper Whip glared at Lin Yu and bellowed, Boy, do you truly believe you can escape? Ha ha ha. The battle armor surrounding us is within the blast radius. Once the explosion commences, you will be reduced to mere fragments, with not a trace remaining. Before the Reaper Whip could finish his menacing words, Lin Yu slightly curled his finger, and the Reaper Whip was abruptly yanked towards him at an astonishing speed. The velocity was so great that the remainder of his words was drowned out by the rushing wind, rendering them indistinct. Slap, slap. Two resounding slaps echoed as Lin Yu mercilessly struck the Reaper Whip's face, delivering blows with unrestrained vigor. How dare you interject? Did your father not teach you that children should not interrupt adults while they speak? I truly wonder how you were raised. No wonder your father was unable to contend with Tony's father back in the day, like father, like son. It is no surprise that you two have turned out so wretchedly. As Lin Yu's ire escalated, his hands showed no signs of relent, continuing to rain down blows upon the Reaper Whip's visage. With each slap, a vivid red imprint was left behind, and it was not long before both of the Reaper Whip's cheeks swelled grotesquely. After delivering several more resounding slaps, Lin Yu finally ceased his onslaught. The Reaper Whip was now left battered and bruised, unrecognizable from the arrogant figure he once was. After halting, Lin Yu turned his attention to Rhodes beside him and casually inquired, Rhodes, it seems you had something to say earlier. Please, what is it? Rhodes, taken aback, stood momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. He gazed at Lin Yu, who was both ruthless and somewhat nonchalant, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed peculiar. Taking a deep breath, Rhodes chose to dismiss the previous scene from his mind. Regaining his composure, he slowly replied, My armor was damaged by Tony, rendering its power system inoperative. At present, I can only rely on the residual energy to perform the most basic of functions. With a resigned shrug, he cast an innocent look at Lin Yu. Upon hearing Rhodes' words, Lin Yu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He cleared his throat and then clenched his right hand fiercely. The once arrogant Reaper Whips had suddenly tilted at an unnatural angle, lifeless. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu summoned the power of the Shadow God and soared into the sky with Rhodes. Mere seconds later, An ear-splitting explosion erupted below. In an instant, flames soared into the heavens, engulfing the entire area as if the apocalypse had arrived. The once vibrant exhibition site was rapidly transforming into a desolate ruin. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Tony Stark and Pepper, locked in an embrace, witnessed the spectacle. Pepper, typically in such moments, the protagonists in films share a kiss, Tony mused. Gazing tenderly into Pepper's eyes, his voice soft and magnetic. Pepper did not respond to Tony's words. Instead, she gently tilted her head and embraced him in a kiss without hesitation. The two were enveloped in a romantic atmosphere, completely oblivious to the chaos and clamor surrounding them. Lin Yu had no intention of interrupting their date. Instead, he informed Tony through his headset that he would return first, then escorted Rhodey to a secure location before setting him down. No sooner had he released Rhodey than Lin Yu prepared to take off again. Observing this, Rhodey hurriedly inquired, "Lin, where are you going?" "Los Angeles," came Lin Yu's voice, fading into the distance. Rhodey opened his mouth and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "All right. But why don't you take me back with you?" Chapter 70. The Eternal Realm. If you find it unappealing, feel free to skip it. Thank you. Lin Yu returned to escort Rod away. After retrieving him, they sped towards the military base, and Lin Yu subsequently returned to his villa. Now, all that remained was to patiently await Thor's romantic interlude with his girlfriend, Jane Foster, before Loki's anticipated appearance. However, contemplating the lengthy gap that would ensue post-Thor's narrative, Lin Yu found himself deep in thought. During these years of hiatus, what should he undertake? Should he choose to don the mantle of a superhero, rescuing the ordinary populace ensnared in adversity each day, or perhaps traverse the globe, combating various nefarious forces? Alternatively, could he conceal his true identity and venture to the Middle East, delivering divine retribution upon the arrogant American military? These reflections swirled incessantly in Lin Yu's mind. He had also heard whispers of a clandestine organization known as the Divine Spear Bureau within the Marvel Universe's realm of Huaxia. Although he had only encountered fragmented tales of this organization in the past, he had yet to delve into any related comics. With some leisure time at his disposal, he resolved to investigate it personally. Furthermore, Lin Yu could explore the vast expanse of the universe. After all, the system had once mentioned that the protective barrier akin to a biological stance, generated through his swordsmanship, would suffice to ensure his survival in the cosmic void. Even if he were to concede, relying not on this extraordinary shield, his mastery of the Yin God power would enable him to endure extreme conditions without the necessity for breathable air. Since acquiring the Yin God power, Lin Yu had transcended the limitations of humanity. Though his physical composition appeared identical to that of an ordinary person, the energy and divine force within him had already set him apart from the common populace. In terms of harnessing the Yin God power, Lin Yu remained in the exploratory phase. He had previously inquired of the system regarding the classification of his Yin God power and how it compared to the Phoenix Force and Chaos Magic. The system had assured him that the Yin God power was formidable, especially after undergoing enhancement. Its potency was indeed significant. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yu had only accessed a fragment of the Yin God power. In the Eternal Realm, there existed a polar opposite to the Yin Supreme Deity, known as the Yang Supreme Deity, Jin Wu. These two deities were regarded as the supreme rulers of the Eternal Realm, the very origins of all existence. Moreover, they possessed an extraordinary ability to resurrect infinitely. Regardless of the number of life and death battles they endured, they could rise again to fight anew. It was precisely due to the relentless and fierce conflict between Zhu Long and Jin Wu that a new race emerged, the Yin clan. Amidst the cataclysmic aftermath of the divine battle, the Yin clan persevered and gradually flourished. The individuals of this race inherently possessed immense strength, their bodies brimming with the dual energies of Yin and Yang, granting them extraordinary capabilities and extended lifespans. The Yin clan was further divided into three distinct sects: the Awakening Sect, the Origin Sect, and the Unity Sect. The history of these three sects is profoundly deep-rooted, existing long before the Hidden Clan's migration to the continent of Juku. The Awakening Sect advocates the path of enlightenment, with its adherents firmly believing that true self-improvement can only be achieved through the continuous enhancement of oneself by harnessing the dual energies of Yin and Yang. Day after day, they diligently cultivate their skills, striving to integrate these energies into every sinew and bone, thereby unlocking the infinite potential that lies dormant within their bodies. The Primordial Sect, on the other hand, emphasizes the exploration of the fundamental forces. They regard the Yin and Yang energies contained within themselves as the key to mastering the myriad energies of the world. With a profound understanding and manipulation of this primal power, the followers of the Primordial Sect can deftly command the various essences of their surroundings, transforming them into formidable tools of victory. The doctrine of unity espouses the philosophy of universal understanding. Its followers believe that the soul embodies the Yang essence, while the physical form belongs to the Yin. Everything in existence adheres to this principle. The acolytes of the doctrine of unity excel in the art of spiritual communication, enabling them to converse freely with all entities in the universe. Moreover, they possess the extraordinary ability to absorb souls and transmute them into personal energy. Among the many distinguished members of the hidden clan, the most representative figures are undoubtedly the clan leader, Wan Xiang, and the renowned Master Tian Hai of the Awakening sect. Affectionately known as the Great Buddha, Master Tian Hai has earned such accolades due to his remarkable ability to transform into a colossal Vajra, wielding the dual energies of yin and yang. When he unleashes his four powerful arms, enemies tremble in fear, and thus, whenever the four-armed Vajra appears on the battlefield, victory invariably tilts in favor of Tian Hai. Master Tian Hai's combat prowess is widely acknowledged, with a record of battles that reflect overwhelming victories. However, even the invincible Master Tian Hai faced a devastating defeat in his early years, falling to the formidable clan leader Wan Xiang. This loss was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Tian Hai, who, in the aftermath, came to a profound realization of his own limitations. Yet, as the saying goes, a setback may lead to unforeseen fortune. After a long and arduous journey, Tian Hai unexpectedly acquired the power of the Golden Crow, the Yang Divine Might. When Tian Hai harnesses the power of the Golden Crow to become the Vajra, his corporeal form transforms into that of a divine crow, with arms morphing into lethal claws, all enveloped in an impenetrable layer of golden armor. Consequently, his strength experiences a remarkable enhancement. In the grand tapestry of the eternal cycle worldview, apart from the supreme deities of Yin and Yang, none can rival Tian Hai. Lin Yu eagerly anticipates acquiring the template of Tian Hai, for once the Vajra emerges, no adversary will stand a chance. Beyond Master Tian Hai, Lin Yu also seeks to gain the skills of Wu Chen, a disciple of the doctrine of unity and likewise a member of the hidden clan. Although Wu Chen does not rank among the most elite in strength, he is renowned for his cunning strategies. The epic battle in which numerous heroes of the eternal cycle converged upon Juku to contest the immortal mask imbued with the power of the Candle Dragon was meticulously orchestrated by him. While his strength may not be of the highest caliber, he possesses a unique skill known as sword control, also referred to as sword mastery. With this remarkable skill, Wu Chen often achieves unexpected victories at critical moments, causing considerable trouble for his adversaries. He wields his sword using the energy within him, particularly showcasing a technique that conjures dozens of long swords, quietly suspended behind him. What man could possibly refuse such a breathtaking sight? Furthermore, it is paramount to note that Wu Chen possesses an exceptionally handsome visage. Characters of such striking appearance typically emerge as pivotal figures in tales of cultivation. They are often the esteemed senior brothers of significant sects, endowed with extraordinary skills and an elegant demeanor, or they may be revered sons of sacred lands, blessed with prodigious talents and an extraordinary aura. Although Lin Yu has already mastered the art of flying with a sword, he lacks a proper swordsmanship technique. Should he perfectly amalgamate the two, his combat prowess would experience a tremendous enhancement. Imagine, one day in the future, when he confronts a formidable foe, such as the supervillain Thanos from the Marvel Universe. With a mere wave of his hand, he could instantaneously summon thousands of longswords, all aimed squarely at Thanos. What a spectacle that would be! The strengths of other heroes in the Eternal Calamity world are challenging to categorize, as different heroes manifest distinct capabilities under varying circumstances and conditions. Moreover, when accounting for various skins, their actual combat performances diverge even further. Take Lin Yu's acquired template hero, Yue Shan, for instance. Yue Shan, originally a marquis of the Wuji Empire and a descendant of the Hidden Clan, harbors the power of earth and stone within him. In his ordinary form, he can transform into a towering warrior clad in armor, resembling a terracotta warrior, which has led to him being humorously dubbed the Mudman. However, when he dons another skin linked to the Yinglong model, he transforms into a formidable Gundam. One can only imagine Tony's astonishment at the sight of Lin Yu morphing into a Gundam. Unfortunately, Lin Yu has not yet obtained this transformation. Had he done so, further enhancements and modifications from the system would undoubtedly amplify his combat abilities. With the Yinglong model, he could traverse the cosmos atop a Gundam mech, though it remains uncertain how swift he would be. Another skin unlocked by Lin Yu is the Divine Monarch Seal. This unique skin, inspired by the mythological Erlang Shun, was crafted by the Eternal Calamity officials. Transforming into the Divine Monarch Seal is akin to genuinely embodying Erlang Shun on the battlefield. However, the system has informed Lin Yu that to fully unleash the divine power akin to Erlang Shun, he must wear the linked skin of Yue Shan, Yang Jian. Only then can he entirely harness the might of the Divine Monarch Seal, rendering Lin Yu an invincible force on the battlefield. Chapter 71. Thor, by Odin, Mai. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu relished an extraordinarily blissful existence. By day, the sun poured its golden rays upon the sandy shores of the Maldives, where Lin Yu languidly reclined on a beach chair, surrounded by the azure sea and cerulean sky, in the delightful company of beautiful women. As twilight descended and the city lights began to shimmer, Lin Yu drove his sports car to the Staples Center to witness a Lakers game. Amidst the excitement, he whimsically procured a disguise from the system's marketplace, a prop that could alter one's appearance within half an hour. Having previously conferred with Lakers owner Jerry Buss, fortune favored Lin Yu during halftime as he was selected to participate in an on-court activity. At this moment, none could fathom that the figure standing on the court was, in fact, Lin Yu. He masqueraded as an ordinary fan and skillfully dribbled the basketball from the backcourt, racing towards the front. As he crossed the half-court line, he leapt high into the air, executing a breathtaking dunk that left the audience in awe. The arena erupted as spectators initially stood in stunned silence, then collectively rose to their feet, their cheers and shouts reverberating throughout the venue. Even Kobe Bryant, prepared to interact with Lin Yu, widened his eyes in astonishment. Clearly taken aback by the astonishing spectacle, just when disbelief filled the air, Lin Yu shed his disguise, prompting an eruption of cheers from both the live audience and viewers at home. 3 days later, in the Maldives, Lin Yu received a call from Nick Fury. As soon as the line connected, Fury's voice, laden with complaints, filled the air. "How's the fun? You've become the focal point of the world these past few days. Reports about you are everywhere. Our superstar is reveling in his fame while I, on the other hand, must contend with government officials and inquiries from the United Nations. I feel I should hasten to find a successor to take over my duties, or at this rate, I may not last long." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled, gently gesturing to a bikini-clad beauty beside him. She understood immediately, picking up a bottle of sunscreen and delicately applying it to Lin Yu's skin. With a relaxed demeanor, Lin Yu lifted a glass of juice, savoring a sip before responding at a leisurely pace. "Fury, you must gradually acclimate to this situation. As a decision-maker for the Guardians, dealing with such matters is inherently your responsibility. However, the one who has always made the decisions is you, Lin." Nick Fury retorted without hesitation. Lin Yu's smile deepened at this, and with a hint of playful jest, he replied, "Do not be so harsh. Our organization thrives precisely because of capable individuals like you, ensuring its seamless operation. Thus, those seemingly trivial yet actually inconsequential issues must indeed be managed by you." Nick Fury, on the other end of the phone, wore an expression of exasperation, yet he spoke up. "All right, it is time for you to get to work. I have just received a message from Coulson. There have been some developments regarding the location of the hammer. Thor is currently mingling with several individuals clad in peculiar attire." At this juncture, Nick Fury paused briefly before adding, "Additionally, Tony needs to craft a new suit of armor for Rhodey. However, due to the previous incidents concerning Ivan and Justin Hammer, the official stance this time is less stringent than before." The turmoil at the Stark Industries Expo, where Lin Yu, Tony, and Rhodey thwarted the nefarious schemes of the terrorists Justin Hammer and Ivan Vanko, has been reported in the news. Their valiant efforts not only garnered immense admiration and support from the public, but also earned commendations from the government, particularly for Rhodey. This fortunate soul has thereby obtained the opportunity for an upgrade in his armor. Just a few days ago, when everyone gathered, he was beaming with joy, his face radiant as a blooming flower. Reflecting upon this, Lin Yu raised his left hand, glanced at his watch, and responded to Nick Fury on the other end of the line, "All right, no problem. I will arrive in New Mexico in 10 minutes. By the way, please inform Coulson to retreat immediately. If any losses occur, I shall bear no responsibility." Just before the call was about to be disconnected, Nick Fury's voice echoed, "I will deduct this expense from your paycheck at S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Deduct away, he thought, as the meager salary from S-H-I-E-L-D held little significance for him. He then turned his gaze toward the alluring beauty clad in a revealing bikini beside him, his eyes meticulously scanning her from head to toe. She was a lavish indulgence he had procured, yet nothing had transpired thus far. With a tinge of regret, Lin Yu remarked, "Jessica, I regret to inform you that it seems you may soon find yourself unemployed." "Jessica?" Before she could fully comprehend his words, Lin Yu had already soared into the sky. In that instant, dark divine power surged from his hands, instantly erasing Jessica's memories of the conversation he had just had with Nick Fury. A second later, Jessica, as if awakening from a dream, surveyed her surroundings, her eyes wide with confusion. "Where is everyone? Where is that large person?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu had traversed countless miles, arriving in a small town in New Mexico. As soon as he touched down, he spotted Thor and the 4 valiant warriors of Asgard engaged in conversation. They were evidently unprepared for Lin Yu's sudden descent, their expressions shifting to shock. The 4 instantly entered a state of alert, brandishing an array of weapons. Thor, alarmed, exclaimed, "By Odin." He is well aware of Lin Yu's formidable prowess. Should a conflict arise, those 4 would likely stand no chance against him. He hurriedly explained to the 4 individuals that Lin Yu was one of their own. After speaking, he cast a nervous glance at Lin Yu, fearing that a momentary displeasure might provoke him to punish these people. Fortunately, upon hearing Thor's explanation, the 4 quickly realized it was a misunderstanding. They immediately retracted their hostility and politely apologized to Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. At that moment, he turned to Thor with a smile, teasingly remarking, "So, Thor, are these your little companions? Quite a charming appearance." The four, upon hearing this, genuinely believed Lin Yu was complimenting them, and smiles spread across their faces. Thor, witnessing this scene, offered a somewhat awkward smile and then turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, curiously inquiring, "Lin, what brings you here so suddenly?" "These are all my good friends, who have come all the way from Asgard specifically to ensure my safety." He spoke with a hint of pride, clearly confident in the abilities of his companions. Of course, Lin Yu was not included in that count. Upon hearing Thor's words, Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Oh, I see. An old one-eyed man informed me that you might encounter some trouble, so I came to check on you." Thor, startled by this revelation, urgently pressed, "Who was it? Was it my father?" No, that can't be. Loki clearly told me that father had passed away because of my mistakes." As he spoke, Thor's voice began to quiver, his eyes reddening, tears welling up as if they were on the verge of spilling. Observing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. "Nevertheless," he said, "stop speculating. It wasn't Odin. However, your father is indeed alive. He even invited me to visit Asgard when I find the time." Thor was left utterly stunned by this revelation. Just then, a fierce wind swept through, diverting everyone's attention to the horizon. They beheld a colossal tornado materialize out of nowhere, darkening the sky in the distance. Lin Yu recognized this as an anomaly caused by Loki using the Rainbow Bridge to summon the destroyer here. Chapter 72. The Great Battle Against the Destroyer. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words, struck by the sheer chaos that surrounded Odin's family affairs. The age-old adage rings true: when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. This sentiment aptly encapsulates the turmoil within Odin's household. For instance, the events of Thor 1 were ignited by the mischief of these two unruly youths, and similarly, the catalyst for the Avengers 1 was also instigated by the troublemaker Loki. Moreover, the subsequent series of significant events were inextricably linked to the antics of these two siblings. Even the cataclysmic event known as Ragnarok was set in motion by their sister's moral outrage against her kin. From the perspective of an observer, it is evident that Odin's approach to parenting has been profoundly flawed. Just then, the destroyer made its grand entrance. Fashioned from a unique metal exclusive to Asgard and imbued with formidable magical powers bestowed by Odin himself, the destroyer far surpassed even URU metal in its might. Not only was it significantly more durable, but it was also nearly impervious to external forces. Its visage could unleash devastating beams capable of reducing anything to mere dust. However, in the face of such an imposing adversary, Lin Yu exhibited no sign of interest. He harbored a vague intuition that the crimson weapon in his possession was constructed from a material far superior to the so-called Asgardian metal. Yet, to Lin Yu's incredulity, such a powerful entity was vanquished by a single strike from Thor, leaving him somewhat speechless. It could only be attributed to the demands of the narrative. Were it the Thor from the comics, Lin Yu would have found no fault. However, the cinematic portrayal of Thor's prowess led him to dub him the God of Hammers. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained largely indifferent to the so-called mystical metals. He had previously inquired about the origins of his weapon and armor from the system, which revealed that they were meticulously crafted from rare materials sourced from a mysterious realm of cultivation, further enhanced by the system itself. Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Yu could scarcely believe his ears. The system could procure treasures from a world of cultivation? In this moment, Lin Yu stood quietly at the periphery, observing the unfolding events. His sole purpose for being here was to fulfill the system's mission. Thus, he resolved to await Thor's restoration of divine power before seizing the opportune moment to claim the destroyer's head. After all, one must not disrupt Odin's plans for his wayward children, must one? From his previous triumph over the Soul Whip, Lin Yu had accumulated a total of 3,000 experience points, tantalizingly close to leveling up and unlocking a new template. He had also opened a fortunate treasure chest, receiving a piece of lucky chewing gum as a reward. Consuming this gum promised the possibility of unexpected delights within the next 10 minutes. Lin Yu intended to save it until after the mission's completion, hoping to embody the fortune of a true emperor. Meanwhile, the four warriors of the Celestial Palace had charged towards the destroyer, appearing fearless and resolute in their vow to protect their friend. In reality, as he went to deliver vegetables, a single strike from the destroyer sent him flying. Lin Yu contemplated that they should tell Thor, "You go ahead. We will hold it off. Remember to pay respects to us this time next year." Thor retorted, "No, if we are to die, let us die together." Reflecting on this, Lin Yu found himself rather amused by the dark humor of the situation. Just as he was lost in thought, Thor was abruptly sent sprawling by another blow from the destroyer. Lin Yu understood it was now his turn to take action. Meanwhile, Thor was on the verge of an important awakening of his soul power, or rather, the restoration of his divine strength. As expected, in the next moment, Thor threw his head back and let out a furious roar, extending his right hand skyward. This unexpected transformation left Jane Foster, who was standing nearby, momentarily dumbfounded. Her face a mask of confusion as she observed the scene unfolding before her. Had Thor truly been rendered foolish by that last blow? Just then, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air from a distance, and a hammer, glowing with the brilliance of lightning, sped towards Thor. In the blink of an eye, the hammer landed firmly in Thor's grasp. With the mighty Mjolnir in hand, Thor instantly banished his hunger and returned to his true self. He soared into the sky, where thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. As Thor transformed and took to the air, poised to embark on a grand journey of heroic resurgence. Vanquishing the villain and embracing the heroine in a passionate kiss, Lin Yu swiftly unleashed his dark divine power, freezing Thor in midair. Thor, prepared to unleash his might, suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was he suspended in the air? No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the grip of this force. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the layer of purple energy enveloping him. For a moment, he was taken aback, his face reflecting confusion as he turned his eyes towards Lin Yu. Observing Thor's bewilderment, Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Thor, leave this fellow to me. Watch closely and learn well." With that, he gently lowered Thor to the ground, then turned to face the direction of the destroyer, proclaiming loudly, "Loki, did I not tell you not to come to Blue Star? Have you so quickly disregarded my words?" As his voice echoed, Lin Yu ascended into the air. In that instant, flames erupted around him, swiftly engulfing his entire being. Within the fire, Lin Yu's form began to change, ultimately transforming into the deity he was destined to be. The powerful aura radiating from him expanded outward. Thor, witnessing this transformation, was filled with disbelief. Even Jane Foster, standing beside him, was left speechless, gaping at the sight of this suddenly colossal figure clad in armor. Lin Yu was familiar to them, but was such power something a mere mortal could possess? Even if he were a superhero. At that moment, Lin Yu paid no heed to the reactions of others. Having just landed firmly, he immediately began to gather his strength. He grasped the trident-shaped double-edged sword with one hand and swung it horizontally, then took large strides towards the destroyer armor with fervent determination. As he ran, the long blade in his grasp shimmered with radiant blue light. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, furrowed his brow. He had previously assumed that Lin Yu was merely a somewhat powerful ordinary man, but it was now evident that this was not the case. With little time to ponder further, Loki commanded the destroyer to unleash a beam of energy towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu deftly dodged, and in a sudden leap, he raised the trident-shaped sword high, cleaving towards Loki's direction. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Loki chuckled. How audacious to challenge the hardness of the destroyer. This Midgardian is exceedingly presumptuous. Chapter 73, The Demon Blade made in Loki, commanding the colossal form of the destroyer, unleashed a formidable punch aimed squarely at Lin Yu. As Lin Yu observed the destroyer forsaking its ranged attacks in favor of a direct confrontation, he couldn't help but admire Loki's prowess as a melee mage. In an instant, Lin Yu's longsword and the destroyer's fist hurtled towards each other with astonishing speed. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Yu summoned his strength and brought his sword down with ferocity. The resounding clash reverberated throughout the surroundings, the metallic sound piercing the air, prompting many to instinctively cover their ears. In a shocking turn of events, the destroyer's seemingly invulnerable arm was severed cleanly by Lin Yu's strike. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. Thor, in particular, wore a look of utter shock. Reflecting on his past encounter with Lin Yu and silently thanking his stars for not having made an enemy of him. This was the destroyer, the embodiment of Odin's might, yet it had so easily lost an arm to Lin Yu. Undeterred by his initial success, Lin Yu swiftly transitioned into a more aggressive stance. With a graceful movement, he landed deftly and maneuvered his longsword around the destroyer's head in a fluid arc. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the destroyer's legs were swiftly cleaved off, causing its massive form to crash to the ground. However, Lin Yu was far from finished. He delivered a powerful kick to the destroyer's chest, and with a thunderous impact, the creature's body shattered into countless fragments and metallic debris. Once the threat of the destroyer had been neutralized, Lin Yu gradually reverted to his normal appearance. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the scattered metallic remnants into his system storage. Though he had no immediate use for them, he intended to present them to Tony for the creation of even more formidable armor. Thor, observing the scene, refrained from further comment and turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, calling out, "Lin, my divine power has been restored. I plan to return to Asgard with my friends. Will you join us?" Lin Yu waved his hand with a smile, replying, "I will not accompany you just yet. I intend to visit Asgard on my own in due time. However, you must diligently work on enhancing your own strength, for I shall personally evaluate your progress." Thor, brimming with newfound confidence, raised his Mjolnir high, proclaiming, "My powers have fully returned, aside from my father. I am now the mightiest in all of Asgard." Lin Yu regarded Thor's exuberance with a subtle smile, choosing not to temper his enthusiasm. He believed that Hela would impart the necessary lessons on humility. After surveying the area to ensure nothing of significance was overlooked, Lin Yu waved goodbye to Thor and the others before taking to the skies, vanishing in an instant. As Lin Yu soared through the air on his way back, a notification sound from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The task is complete, and the system level has ascended to 5. The hero template is currently being extracted. A mysterious treasure chest has been obtained, and its extraction is in progress. Ding! The template extraction was successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the hero template, Demon Blade Princess. Ding! The treasure chest extraction was successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a character summoning card X1. Demon Blade Princess, the mightiest on my OG. Skills: Demon Blade Slash. Hurl a massive spinning blade forward, advancing up to 100 meters and hovering for 10 seconds. This skill can inflict damage and block most ranged weapon attacks. During this time, the user can teleport to the blade's position to execute an additional damage-inflicting slash. Resetting the skill upon defeating an enemy. Demon Blade Slash. Return. Propel a spinning blade forward, advancing up to 50 meters and hovering for 5 seconds. This skill can deal damage and obstruct most ranged weapon attacks, allowing for a high-damage horizontal slash during its duration. Demon Blade Slash. Spin. Release a rapidly spinning blade in front, hovering for 10 seconds. This can inflict substantial damage upon enemies and block melee, as well as most ranged weapon attacks. The spinning blade can be utilized in any state. Blade of Unknown Origin. Leap into the air and summon a colossal demon blade that automatically targets the enemy, delivering 3 powerful slashes that progressively increase in strength. Inflicting damage on enemies also applies a weakening effect. A slight recovery of the host's stamina and energy occurs. And the power of the ultimate skill increases with the number of nearby allies. After each slash, the host can teleport and execute consecutive slashes. Blade of Unknown Origin. Recovery. Materialize a gigantic demon blade to strike towards the enemy 3 times, recovering stamina while enhancing energy 5-fold for 3 minutes, allowing for teleportation slashes. Blade of Unknown Origin. Combo Slash. Manifest a massive demon blade to strike the enemy 3 times, restoring stamina and energy. Following these 3 slashes, a finishing triple slash can be executed. The character summoning card, as its name implies, can summon figures from any realm. Note: the summoned individuals are real beings with their own thoughts, yet they possess an initial affinity of 70 towards the host. The Demon Blade Princess? Lin Yu felt somewhat astonished, as she does not actually belong to the original narrative of Eternal Calamity, but is a Shikigami summoned by Hu Tao. When the Demon Blade Princess activates her ultimate skill, she can leap into the air and conjure a gigantic demon blade with astonishing power, dealing considerable damage. However, the lore surrounding the Demon Blade Princess within the backdrop of Eternal Calamity is rather sparse, making it challenging to assess her true strength. Yet, judging by her performance in the game, she appears to be quite formidable. Alongside the Demon Blade Princess, another hero, Yin Zipping, was summoned by Hu Tao. Like Hu Tao, Yin Zipping is primarily a healing support character. As for her combat prowess, it is equally difficult to ascertain, given that, much like the Demon Blade Princess, her backstory is largely undisclosed. Lin Yu then turned his gaze towards another reward, the character summoning card. Could this card genuinely summon individuals from other worlds? A myriad of possibilities flooded his mind. If fortune favored him, he might even summon a powerful figure from the realm of cultivation or a formidable character from the world of anime. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yu posed a query to the system. System, does any world encompass all films, television dramas, animations, comics, and novels? If I were to summon the Emperor of the Wasteland, wouldn't that signify the conclusion? Furthermore, is this process random? Am I permitted to specify whom I wish to summon? Ding. Indeed, any world, including those familiar to the host, may be summoned randomly. Specification is not permitted. Lin Yu remained unperturbed. What if his luck led to the summoning of a useless individual, or perhaps an ordinary person? Would that not render his excitement utterly in vain? Chapter 74. Tony shocked. So you mean to say, you traversed from the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere merely to witness a so-called wayward child's homecoming journey? Tony Stark, engrossed in his experiments within his laboratory, momentarily turned his head, arms outstretched, casting a bemused glance at Lin Yu. At that moment, clad in his Iron Man suit with the helmet retracted, Tony found the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. Lin, I must confess, this tale lacks allure for me. Were I to devote these few minutes to savoring culinary delights, I could easily devour 2 hamburgers. Tony remarked, continuing his work as instruments flickered and emitted a gentle hum. Yet, in the face of Tony's jest, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, placed it between his lips, and ignited it with a lighter. As the smoke spiraled upwards, he inhaled deeply and replied, on the surface, it may indeed appear so. However, I also introduced that wayward child to the concept of the three realms war god. Three realms. War god. What on earth is that term? I am familiar with the concept of a war god, but damn it, it seems I truly need to brush up on your Chinese language. Tony paused his activities, furrowing his brow, expressing his bewilderment. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Wait, does that mean you fought with Odin's two sons? Have you grown powerful enough to reach such heights?" Tony's astonishment was palpable in his words. Lin Yu was not surprised by Tony's reaction, considering Thor and Loki were figures of mythology. Although Lin Yu had previously informed them that the Asgardians were merely slightly more formidable humans, it was entirely normal for Tony to be shocked in the absence of direct experience. However, thinking of the symbiote residing within Tony, Lin Yu rolled his eyes and, exhaling a plume of smoke, gazed through the haze at Tony's busy silhouette, slowly stating, "Tony, truth be told, with your capabilities, you could achieve the same. Do not forget. The symbiotic suit you wear is derived from the progeny of the symbiote king. Moreover, this lineage possesses a characteristic. Their offspring's strength increases with each generation. Your current power is by no means inferior to that of the Hulk. Tony, do you not feel it yourself?" Lin Yu felt Tony was merely teasing him. At this juncture, due to his fusion with the symbiote, Tony had essentially become the undisputed strongest superhero on Blue Planet. In terms of strength, he was not at all inferior to the formidable Hulk. Furthermore, the symbiote endowed him with a myriad of abilities, rendering him a far more formidable entity than one relying solely on brute force like the Hulk. Of course, excluding Lin Yu from the comparison. Today marked the third day since Lin Yu's return from New Mexico. In the preceding 2 days, he had remained in Hawaii, only recalling today that he still had parts of the destroyer to deliver to Tony. Meanwhile, Tony had just eradicated several terrorist strongholds and had returned without even removing his armor. As for the character summoning card, Lin Yu was not quite prepared to utilize it. After all, no one could predict the nature of the character that might be summoned through this card. Should a noble hero, concerned with humanity's fate, emerge, it would be acceptable. However, should an atrocious villain be summoned, Lin Yu would find himself in quite a predicament. Moreover, the characters that this summoning card could conjure come from a myriad of worlds, teeming with uncertainties and variables. If fortune were to frown upon him, he might summon a being from a primordial realm, such as the river of the underworld. At that juncture, Lin Yu could only await his doom with a cleansed neck. To dismiss such troubling thoughts, Lin Yu suddenly fixed a mysterious gaze upon Tony, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Tony, I have something splendid to show you. I assure you, you will absolutely adore it." However, Tony seemed disinterested in Lin Yu's words, not even turning his head, casually responding, "Oh, what is it? I hope it's not another magazine cover girl. To be honest, I haven't the time lately." Taken aback by Tony's response, Lin Yu momentarily faltered, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Clearing his throat, he rose and said, "What are you thinking, Tony? It is certainly not that. This space is a bit cramped. Let us find a larger venue." Upon hearing this, Tony finally turned around, scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe with a dubious glance, before curiously inquiring, "Honestly, I've always been quite intrigued. Where do you conceal your items? Every time I see you, you either produce things in an instant, or they vanish just as quickly. Like your weapons and such. Is it some sort of spatial ability? Or something else entirely?" Clearly, the storage capabilities of the system space had piqued Tony's curiosity. Subsequently, Tony led Lin Yu to the underground garage. As they entered, Lin Yu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, for before him stood a fleet of luxurious sports cars, each worth a fortune. Lin Yu expressed his envy. Observing this, Tony jested, "Lin, you know, aside from being a world-saving superhero, I am also a billionaire." Lin Yu took a deep breath, restraining the impulse to slap Tony in exasperation. Then, with a wave of his hand, a multitude of enormous, scattered objects materialized on the previously empty ground. These items were of considerable size and varied shapes, resembling components of some sort. Tony, who had been observing from the side, immediately brightened, stepping forward to examine the objects, touching and tapping them with awe. After a while, he turned to Lin Yu, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Lin, is this what you wanted to show me? What kind of metal is this? I would wager it cannot possibly be any known material on our blue planet. Jarvis, do a scan." Barely had Tony finished speaking when Jarvis's voice chimed in, "Sir, there are no records of this metal in my database. After analysis, it can be confirmed that this is an entirely new metal substance, previously unseen. The hardness surpasses that of Captain America's vibranium shield by a staggering tenfold." Upon receiving this report from Jarvis, Tony fell into deep contemplation. Jarvis's statement implied that the items brought by Lin Yu undoubtedly originated from an unknown realm, assuring that they were not from Blue Star. With this thought in mind, Tony redirected his gaze towards Lin Yu, eagerly awaiting his response. "These are artifacts from Asgard, Tony. I defeated the armor forged by Odin and retrieved them. I believe you could find this rather indispensable, wouldn't you?" Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Chapter 75, Steve Rogers Odin's Treasures? Goodness. Hearing those words escape your lips always makes me feel as if Asgard has descended upon us, Tony quipped. Lin Yu shrugged slightly, downplaying the moment, and remarked, shouldn't you consider it a testament to my strength? Just look at these materials. If they were bestowed upon you, they would be sufficient to forge an entirely new suit of armor. This substance is far more resilient than vibranium. With it, there would be no one on our blue planet capable of inflicting harm upon you. Upon hearing this, Tony nodded in hearty agreement and strode towards the components. Muttering to himself, you couldn't be more right. Now, I shall officially embark on my new experiment, aptly named the Ultimate Iron Man. What do you think? It is undoubtedly a groundbreaking endeavor. However, Lin Yu found himself lacking interest at that moment, ever since he learned about the opportunity to acquire the dragon transformation skin. His enthusiasm for Iron Man had waned. I shall strike in my Gundam form. After all, the exhilaration of proclaiming such a statement was incomparable to that of Iron Man. Nonetheless, Lin Yu replied, well then, good luck, Tony. The stronger you become now, the greater our odds of triumphing against any extraterrestrial invasion in the future. Tony began the development of a new generation of Iron Man, while Lin Yu grew bored and promptly returned to the villa. 3 months later, the former base of the Guardians Alliance in the basement of Lin Yu's villa had become a relic of the past. In its stead was a large warehouse procured in Tony Stark's name from his own company. Originally intended for the storage of weaponry, it boasted security measures and residential accommodations. After undergoing a series of renovations, this new base was now ready for operation, and all members of the Guardians Alliance officially relocated there. At this moment, Lin Yu lounged comfortably, legs crossed, on a spacious sofa, with Tony Stark adopting a similar posture beside him. On the other side of Stark sat a starry-eyed young admirer, Peter Parker, brimming with admiration. Natasha occupied a single armchair on the opposite side, while Bruce Banner and the newly inducted Hawkeye faced Lin Yu and Tony. This elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had joined the Guardians Alliance a month prior, following a conversation between Nick Fury and Lin Yu. Although they were both mere mortals like Natasha, their extensive combat experience was undeniably invaluable. They took on the responsibility of organizing training for the Alliance members, utilizing their exceptional skills and practical expertise to guide each teammate in enhancing their combat capabilities. Regrettably, Lin Yu had already entrusted the two symbiotes he brought back to Pepper and Tony. He understood that while they were ordinary humans, their contributions in battle could not be underestimated, and thus he spared no effort in ensuring their empowerment. Moreover, he had long conferred with Tony, planning that once the symbiotes had become accustomed to their hosts, they would propagate and designate Natasha and Hawkeye as their vessels. This arrangement would enable the two of them to harness the symbiotes' powers, thus better equipping them to confront potential crises in the future. As for the issue of trust concerning these two allies, Lin Yu felt no anxiety. In the film, Natasha was the first to depart from S.H.I.E.L.D. and join the Avengers. As for Hawkeye, although he had made some missteps under Loki's mind control in the Avengers, Lin Yu understood that such actions were a result of Loki's manipulation. Today marked the long-awaited assembly of the existing members of the Guardians Alliance. At this moment, several individuals sat upon the sofa, awaiting the arrival of another team member. Lin Yu could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly Captain America. In recent months, Nick Fury had been orchestrating Steve Rogers' gradual acclimatization to this new era, hence there was no rush for him to meet the others. Lin Yu was engaged in a discussion with Tony regarding the intricacies of the new armor, and progress was promising, as Tony had already formulated some ideas. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, Bruce Banner, and Natasha shared their recent experiences with one another, given that these three had spent the longest time together during their daily missions. However, Hawkeye remained persistently silent. Initially, the others had attempted to engage him in conversation, but each time they received only terse replies. Gradually, they seemed to have grown accustomed to his taciturn nature. Today was a momentous occasion for the team, with each member's presence being of paramount importance. The Guardians Alliance was officially beginning to assemble. Yet Lin Yu was aware of a looming complication, the stance of the government and other nations. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. If it came to that, he would not hesitate to bring about mutual destruction. While he may not be the most formidable being in this universe, annihilating all of humanity was well within his capabilities, albeit he was uncertain if he could withstand a nuclear blast. Just then, a voice, stern yet laced with sarcasm, broke through. Look at us. A gathering of superheroes finally assembled. Those unaware might assume you are merely a group of ordinary humans planning a party. The group turned to see Nick Fury ambling towards the sofa with a smile, gesturing towards the individuals beside him. Everyone, take a look at who has arrived. Nick Fury exaggerated his expression, aiming to draw more attention from the crowd. In truth, no further introduction was necessary. Everyone present was acutely aware that standing beside Nick Fury was none other than the illustrious and revered Captain America, Steve Rogers. Steve beamed at the group and said, Hi everyone, I'm Steve Rogers. Nick has already briefed me about you all. After speaking, Steve cast a glance at Lin Yu, the only Asian face in the room. Instantly recognizing the strongest superhero that Fury had mentioned numerous times, Lin Yu responded with a benevolent smile, the first to rise and speak. Steve, I recognize you. The illustrious Captain America. Welcome to our team. He then extended his hand for a handshake. The others followed suit, greeting Captain America warmly. Even the notoriously acerbic Tony stood up and remarked, while I am quite curious as to why you prefer donning a circus costume. I grew up hearing tales of your exploits. Steve Rogers paused, momentarily taken aback, casting a hesitant glance at Tony. Observing this, Tony smiled and said, Hello, Captain. I am Tony Stark. I believe I require no further introduction. The others, well aware of the situation, remained silent. Their faces adorned with smiles as they watched the two interact. Steve Rogers took a moment to scrutinize Tony before extending his hand again, saying, You are the son of the scientist Howard, correct? I see now. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Steve Rogers. However, Tony showed no inclination to shake hands, having already settled onto the couch. Steve looked at the group, somewhat puzzled, and Lin Yu teased, Do not take offense, Captain. Tony is simply this way. He only shakes hands with beautiful women. If you wish to clasp his hand, you might need to spend quite a sum to hire a suitably qualified beauty, at least someone akin to Natasha. Chapter 76, Odin's request. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a fit of laughter shortly thereafter. Steve Rogers found himself momentarily bewildered by the unexpected mirth, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and uncertainty. However, as he observed the joyous expressions of those around him, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and he joined in the laughter. Thanks to Lin Yu's jest, the atmosphere transformed into one of lively exuberance. Particularly, the young Spider-Man could hardly contain his curiosity, and he approached Steve Rogers, taking a seat beside him, eager to bombard him with questions. Captain, I'm Peter Parker, though if you prefer, you may call me Spider-Man. That is my nickname. I'm curious, is your strength truly as formidable as the media portrays it to be? Peter gazed at Steve with eager anticipation. I've grown up hearing tales of your heroism. By the way, is that shield in your hand truly capable of withstanding any assault? Be it bullets, cannon fire, or even extraterrestrial weaponry. The excitement in Spider-Man's voice escalated, his hands gesticulating wildly as he animatedly illustrated his points. Faced with this barrage of inquiries, Steve was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively glanced around at the others, hoping for a hint or assistance from them. Yet, at that moment, they were engrossed in their own conversations, oblivious to his silent plea for help. Left with no other choice, Steve inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and earnestly began to respond to each of Spider-Man's questions. Observing the harmony and laughter shared among this group, Lin Yu was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of emotion. Such warm and beautiful scenes had previously existed solely in the realm of cinema, seemingly unattainable. Yet now, he found himself a tangible part of this world, actively engaging in the experience. This surreal feeling rendered everything less than real, yet undeniably unfolding right before his eyes. Don't dawdle, my friend. My two children owe their education to you. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a voice behind him, and he turned with a hint of confusion, only to find himself amidst a dramatically transformed environment. He had inexplicably transitioned from the base's living room to a world alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Lin Yu surmised the situation. As he turned around, he discovered the God King Odin standing behind him, a smile gracing his face. Lin Yu, upon seeing him, returned a slight smile, albeit with a touch of resignation. Your Highness, your method of greeting is indeed unique. I assure you, I shall endeavor wholeheartedly in fulfilling the task you have entrusted to me. Odin, hearing this, chuckled warmly. Loki has slain the frost giant leader, Lao Fei. This child still has much to learn. Lin Yu chuckled in response. Ah, Odin, you are indeed a cunning old fox. When it comes to scheming, your youngest son remains rather inexperienced. It is well known that Odin's youngest son, Loki, is the offspring of the frost giant, Lao Fei. Now, Odin has orchestrated a series of maneuvers that incited the adopted Loki to harbor murderous intent towards his biological father, ultimately leading him to take the life of his own progenitor. Furthermore, he activated the Bifrost to deliver a grand display of might upon the frost giants. Meanwhile, Odin himself vanquished a formidable adversary without the expenditure of a single soldier. Ah, how the wisdom of age sharpens the mind. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu regarded Odin with a knowing glance and remarked, To my understanding, Loki is not your biological son. He is the offspring of the frost giant Lao Fei. The king of the gods truly possesses a calculating mind. Lin Yu's words evidently disrupted the atmosphere, yet he remained unperturbed. His courteous demeanor towards Odin did not imply he was a mere laborer without recompense. It was unreasonable to expect assistance in educating a child without proper compensation. Odin, a being of millennia, felt a twinge of curiosity about how Lin Yu had come by this information, yet he maintained a facade of geniality, replying, "Indeed. Nothing escapes your keen perception, my lord. Loki requires some growth, does he not? A child must undergo certain trials to mature." Instead of addressing Lin Yu's assertion directly, Odin deflected the conversation, hoping to shift the focus. Lin Yu, not one to be easily fazed by Odin's audacity, chose not to confront him. Approaching Odin, Lin Yu extended his right hand, from which a fierce flame erupted. Odin sensed an unfamiliar essence emanating from this fire, one not belonging to this realm. Reminiscent of those from Kunlun, albeit with distinct nuances. Odin remained silent, awaiting Lin Yu's next words. Observing the flames, Lin Yu slowly articulated. "As the king of the gods observes, my flames are imbued with diverse energies. I too harness this energy to fortify myself. This flame is but one of my methods. However, as you can see, its apparent power is not particularly formidable." Odin's eyelids flickered. He had already surmised Lin Yu's intent. As expected, Lin Yu's next statement confirmed his suspicion. "I have heard that the treasury of Asgard houses the eternal flame of Surtur, the fire giant. This flame is not only immensely powerful but is also said to burn eternally. Might I have the honor of witnessing it, my lord?" Upon concluding his request, Lin Yu smiled at Odin, whose amiable expression might mislead one into perceiving him as a simple soul. In truth, he had already set his sights on the treasures of Asgard. Inwardly cursing Lin Yu as a cunning fox, Odin maintained a cordial smile and responded, "Your information is indeed well informed. The eternal flame resides within my treasury. However, acquiring such a treasure was no easy feat, costing Asgard many valiant warriors. Therefore, in the spirit of our burgeoning friendship, I assure you that the next time you visit Asgard, the eternal flame shall be yours." He continued, "The purpose of my visit today is to request that Thor accompany you for further training." Lin Yu was unsurprised. His intentions had always included recruiting Thor, and it was quite natural for Odin to wish for his son to join him. However, Lin Yu chose to remain silent, aware that Odin had more to convey. Odin raised the eternal spear in his hand and pointed it towards the sky, as a vision gradually materialized. Familiar with the process, Lin Yu acknowledged the convenience of this ability. As the imagery unfolded, Odin continued, "These are fragments I foresaw before your arrival. The twilight of the gods is nigh, and Thor's strength is insufficient. Your presence has ignited a glimmer of hope within me. I am aware of the Guardians' alliance you have established, and I wish for Thor to join your ranks if it pleases you. Of course, all matters concerning Thor on Blue Star will be under your discretion, including your commands. I merely hope he may grow into a worthy king." At this juncture, a shadow of melancholy crossed Odin's visage. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he now faced the grim reality of his impending demise. Though there awaited another realm beyond death, it would never be Asgard. Lin Yu refrained from responding immediately to Odin. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, he felt powerless, as this was an inevitable truth, unless his strength was sufficient to confront all tribulations. However, there was no rush. Many years lay ahead, and he too was on a path of growth. Perhaps, in time, he would find a way to confront these challenges. Chapter 77. The arrival of Thor. Lin Yu acquiesced to Odin's request, yet a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to casually inquire, "When will Thor arrive?" Odin smiled softly and replied, "He is already on his way. Since you have consented to this matter, I shall not intrude further upon your affairs. You are sincerely welcome to visit Asgard." Indeed, Odin had discerned their meeting, arriving at an opportune moment. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Odin conjured an ethereal tempest, swirling the environment around them. In but a second, as tranquility returned, Lin Yu found himself in the familiar confines of the base's living room. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed everyone regarding him with a look of perplexity. Amused, Lin Yu teased, "Hey, everyone, what is going on? Why do you all stare at me? Have I transformed into a Mexican SEO Rita?" However, the confusion on their faces remained unrelieved by his jest. Ultimately, it was Tony who, unable to suppress his concern and curiosity, spoke first. "Lin, what just happened? You suddenly became utterly still. We called your name, yet you remained unresponsive, akin to a soulless automaton. Had we not felt your breath, tomorrow's headlines would declare superhero Iron Knight found dead at Tony Stark's base." Lin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, then reached for a cigarette from the table, deftly opening the case and extracting one. With a flick of his lighter, he ignited it. As the delicate flame flickered and a wisp of smoke ascended, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Just now, I had an audience with Odin of Asgard. He informed me that Thor will be arriving shortly." At the mention of Thor, surprise rippled through the group, especially for Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was utterly astonished. What had he just heard? Odin? Thor? Were they not mere figments of Norse mythology? How could such figures manifest in reality? Overwhelmed by curiosity and disbelief, Steve couldn't restrain himself from asking, "If I may interrupt, are you referring to the Odin and Thor from Norse mythology?" With a playful grin, Natasha chimed in, "Indeed, Captain, just as you imagine. However, Steve was too engrossed in his astonishment to pay heed to her banter. He had encountered Hydra and the Cosmic Cube, but those were merely technological constructs. I have been gone for just a few decades, and the world has become this extraordinary? Steve inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Observing Steve's demeanor, the others exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, had Lin Yu not previously enlightened everyone about Asgard, it is likely that each individual present would have deemed it mere fantasy. Utterly incapable of believing that figures confined to myth and legend could one day manifest before their very eyes. At that moment, Natasha approached with a smile, gently patting Steve on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Hey, Captain, you heard correctly. Yes, it is indeed them. Initially, even we struggled to accept this reality. However, not long ago, Thor himself graced Earth with his presence, and young Peter witnessed him firsthand. As Natasha spoke, she cast a glance towards Peter Parker, who nodded in affirmation of her words. Nevertheless, Banner remained fixated on Lin Yu, puzzled as he inquired, Is Thor coming to us? Is he truly considering joining our ranks? The others, upon hearing this, grew curious. Tony took a sip of his red wine and remarked sarcastically, What shall we do if he arrives? Become his servants? I have heard he proclaims himself the son of Odin, the god of thunder, in New Mexico every day. The deity of Asgard joining our Guardians alliance? This sensation of myth merging with reality leaves us somewhat unprepared. Lin Yu inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke slowly, and smiled as he replied, Indeed. Odin has explicitly conveyed to me that henceforth, Thor shall be one among us. To put it simply, this is akin to the Prince of Asgard coming to Earth for a personal trial. Moreover, once Thor officially becomes our comrade, those extraterrestrial forces plotting to invade Blue Planet will have to reconsider their capabilities. After all, Asgard commands a formidable reputation throughout the cosmos, and not everyone dares to provoke them lightly. Come, Thor is nearly upon us. Let us go forth to welcome this prince from Asgard. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu rose first and, along with a few others, made his way towards the lawn outside the base. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Yu and asking, Lin, what is Asgard truly like? Aside from Odin, how formidable are the others? Although the group was not unfamiliar with matters concerning Asgard, having witnessed Thor's prowess firsthand, their notions of Asgard remained firmly within the realm of mythology. Lin Yu smiled softly and replied, Undoubtedly, Asgard possesses extraordinary power. Not only do they wield magical capabilities, but they have also achieved remarkable advancements in technology. They have developed spaceships and equipped themselves with interstellar weaponry. Merely from this standpoint, it is evident that Asgard's technological level far surpasses our imagination. Furthermore, their realm itself is a continent suspended in the cosmos. This unique mode of existence is vastly different from our own blue planet beneath our feet. Therefore, should we aspire to transcend a realm such as Asgard, we have a long and arduous journey ahead of us. As Lin Yu was recounting the wonders of Asgard, a dazzling beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky, casting its radiance upon the lawn not far ahead. As the light gradually dissipated, a figure materialized before the onlookers. It was none other than Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. Witnessing this spectacle, Tony, known for his sharp tongue, couldn't help but exclaim, Damn it, look at the mess this guy has made. I spent good money maintaining this new lawn. It was evident to all that the original turf had been scorched in the center, leaving behind a charred ring as if ravaged by fierce flames. Thor approached Lin Yu and the others, raising his hammer and declaring, Hey Lin, my father commanded me to join your team. Fear not, with me here. Those extraterrestrial invaders shall not dare to tread upon Earth. Thor's words were steeped in the proud essence of Asgard. Tony, already miffed by the damage to the lawn, was further provoked by Thor's proclamation, leading him to retort, So, you are Thor? Are all Asgardians like you? I am Thor, son of Odin, the future king of Asgard. And a Midgardian, Thor corrected him. Wow, the god of thunder, son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, and a Midgardian, Tony replied with a sarcastic tone. He then queried Thor, So, god of thunder, are you really that powerful? Do you think you can withstand a punch from me? Chapter 78, Iron Man vs. Thor. Upon hearing the challenge, Thor's fury ignited. He swung his mighty Mjolnir, hurling it towards Tony with unrestrained force. Taken by surprise, Tony was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. The others gasped in shock, but Lin Yu raised a hand, silencing their impending remarks. They exchanged puzzled glances, awaiting Lin Yu's lead. Let us observe for now, Lin Yu remarked with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Mjolnir, after striking Tony, returned to Thor's grasp. You are woefully weak, Midgardian, Thor taunted, his confidence swelling as he laughed heartily. Yet Tony, undeterred, gradually rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lip. With a smirk, he retorted, You are not so impressive yourself, Thunder God. I am unscathed. What of your lightning? Did you forget to bring it today? As he spoke, Tony strode toward the open field, calling out, Jarvis. Thor looked on, somewhat perplexed. In an instant, a small red and gold device zipped through the air, landing squarely on Tony. In mere moments, He was adorned in his armor, the Mark 7 suit. Inspired by Lin Yu's guidance, Tony had conceived innovative ideas, crafting the suit in advance. However, this version was merely a space-grade alloy, as the components for the more advanced destroyer armor were too precious to waste on the Mark 7. Come forth, Thunder God. Let me witness your true prowess. Tony beckoned, challenging Thor with a flourish of his fingers. Thor, unable to endure such provocation, charged forward, and the battle commenced. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others watch with rapt attention. Observe how, with Jarvis's assistance, Tony's offensive strategies are ever evolving. Were it not for Thor, his armor could engage in close combat, provide long-range fire support, and soar through the skies to disrupt opponents, Lin Yu analyzed, noting the dynamics of the conflict. However, against Thor, the Asgardian's formidable physique renders much of Tony's damage ineffective. Thor's limitations were equally evident. As a deity-wielding Mjolnir, he lacked the ability to fly unaided. Relying solely on his hammer in combat, the onlookers listened intently, nodding in agreement. Yet one among them, Captain America, Steve Rogers, felt a sense of dissonance. The sight of teammates battling struck him as absurd, and Lin Yu's analytical commentary added to his discomfort. Tentatively, he interjected, I say as teammates, shouldn't we intervene to stop them? Before Lin Yu could respond, Banner chuckled. Captain, you may not yet realize, but this is not even a glimpse of their true capabilities. With us here, there is no need to fear unforeseen events. Moreover, allowing Tony to test the prowess of our new teammate is indeed a commendable choice. As Banner spoke, Thor raised his hammer and unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Tony. In an instant, Tony was hurled backward, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. The captain, witnessing this, grew increasingly concerned. Noticing Thor's intent to charge at Tony, he swiftly grasped his shield and dashed towards Tony, raising the shield just as Thor's hammer descended. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the vicinity, the tremendous force generating shockwaves that radiated outward. The others instinctively covered their ears as tinnitus began to set in. Lin Yu and Peter Parker exhibited no reaction, while the rest struggled to maintain their footing. The glass on the ground floor of the newly constructed base shattered instantly, and the trash can at the entrance toppled over. Before Thor could comprehend the situation, he was propelled backward by the recoil. Enough. We are teammates, Tony. Thor, we ought to sit down and have a proper discussion, Steve declared, initiating his righteous discourse. However, by that point, the two had already lost themselves in the heat of battle, oblivious to the call for restraint. Tony recognized that his current armor was insufficient against a being like Thor. A response of equal force was warranted. With this thought in mind, Tony immediately called out within himself, Symbiote, come forth and assist. Right here. The symbiote did not respond in such a manner, but the essence of the sentiment was conveyed. As Tony's words resonated, a dark fluid began to materialize behind his armor, swiftly enveloping his entire being. In an instant, Tony's armor transformed into an entirely black visage. This astonishing display left the onlookers in utter astonishment, particularly Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What is this? Where did Tony Stark procure such an entity? Why have I never encountered it before? As a person plagued by paranoia, Nick Fury harbored a deep-seated aversion to that which he could not comprehend. Nevertheless, observing Lin Yu, who silently smiled at the brawl, he ultimately refrained from voicing his internal queries. What is that on Mr. Stark? Is it a new technology? Peter Parker exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. No. It resembles more of a living organism, akin to a parasite. Bruce Banner interjected, his scholarly background allowing him to discern that this was no mere new technology. It appears Tony has concealed secrets from us. Is this a surprise in the making? What shall we call him henceforth? Parasite Iron Man? At that moment, Hawkeye, who had remained silent until now, interjected with an unexpected quip. Perhaps the Bug Knight would be more fitting? Natasha chimed in jest. However, amidst the laughter, the group remained perplexed by the nature of this new entity. Given that the two combatants were still engaged in their fray, they could only wait until the conclusion of the battle to inquire further of Tony. Meanwhile, the duel between the two had reignited with fervor. Tony's symbiote, having undergone a transformation, experienced a remarkable enhancement in power and began to retaliate against Thor. Even the energy blasts he emitted surged with newfound intensity. Suddenly, several tendrils erupted from Tony's back, unhesitatingly reaching towards Thor. Startled, Thor thought, what is this? Isn't he a man of iron? However, there was no time for contemplation. He immediately raised his hammer and descended into the sky, where lightning crackled around the weapon. Thor's eyes transformed into a silvery hue of electricity. As the lightning collided with the tendrils, a shower of sparks erupted. Despite the tendrils appearing flesh-like, they were, in fact, remarkably resilient, standing firm against the onslaught of lightning. With a loud crash, the two forces repelled each other, sending shockwaves through the air. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers stood by, utterly astonished. This was a battle far beyond his capacity to intervene. What on earth was happening? The others nearby were equally bewildered by Tony's capabilities. What were these unexpected tendrils? Lin pondered, what in the world was happening? What was the nature of Tony's armor? This certainly did not seem to belong to Earth. Unable to contain his curiosity, Nick Fury finally spoke up. Chapter 79, Salvation. I shall devour your head. Lin Yu disregarded Nick Fury's inquiries, for he understood that this confrontation had reached its conclusion. He slowly extended his hands, one precisely aimed at Tony, the other directed at Thor. In an instant, two streams of purple energy surged forth from Lin Yu's palms, rapidly intertwining with Thor and Tony. Under the influence of this ominous power, both Thor and Tony felt an irresistible force overwhelm them, rendering their bodies utterly unresponsive. Damn it! What is this? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered this force, gently placing the two men on the ground. Observing this, Tony took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. Tony, Thor, your childish skirmish can now come to an end. It is time for this prince from Asgard to behold the environment we have meticulously prepared for him, Lin Yu remarked with a smile, his tone light and teasing. However, at that moment, Tony was evidently in no mood for jest. He approached Lin Yu, poised to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Captain America, who was also advancing towards them. Lin, why did you not intervene sooner to halt their antics? We are comrades in arms. We should stand united, not point fingers. Captain America questioned sternly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Steve commenced his lecture. He held a steadfast belief that comrades should unite, as only then could they become unbreakable like steel. This principle not only shaped his leadership style, but also became the cornerstone of his ability to draw countless admirers. After all, who could resist the allure of a person with such charisma and leadership qualities? Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he replied. We are not ordinary individuals. The level of conflict we face is trivial in the grand scheme of things, is it not? Captain America, however, responded with grave seriousness. I recall a saying from China, unity is strength. Decades ago, it was through collective effort that we ultimately vanquished Hydra. We must embody that spirit now. Before Lin Yu could respond, Tony interjected, Old man, with all due respect, you may not be aware, but Hydra has not been entirely eradicated. They have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Captain America was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he turned to Nick Fury, seeking a definitive answer. Upon meeting Captain America's questioning gaze, Nick Fury's expression turned grave as he responded, Indeed, Steve, what Tony states is true. Hydra still exists. This situation has prompted me to formulate the next course of action for our alliance. Steve gazed at Nick with a perplexed expression, inquiring, what does this mean? Before the captain could finish his thought, Natasha interjected with a serious demeanor, stating, Captain, if we sever one head, another will promptly regrow. These beings possess formidable infiltration capabilities. They're akin to phantoms, silently permeating every stratum of society. Recently, we have identified numerous lists. Yet we are still unable to apprehend all hidden spies in one fell swoop. Suddenly breaking his silence, Lin Yu spoke up, All right, everyone. There is no need to dwell on this matter any longer. We can discuss it later. It is time for the meeting. Without hesitation, Lin Yu turned and strode towards the interior of the base. The others exchanged glances and, following suit, hurried after him. Thus, the inaugural assembly of the Guardians Alliance commenced. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was rather tense. Captain America, Steve Rogers, furrowed his brow tightly, still contemplating the question raised earlier. Meanwhile, the others were filled with curiosity regarding the mysterious appendage Tony had exhibited. Noticing the growing awkwardness in the room, Lin Yu swiftly took action, gesturing towards the wine cabinet. Several bottles of red wine were drawn forth by an unseen force, landing gracefully on the table. Lin Yu skillfully poured a glass for each attendee, then, with a smile, surveyed the group and remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, let us set aside these trivial concerns for the moment. Why don't we ask Thor how things have been with his little girlfriend lately? For instance, has he managed to reach home plate? Upon hearing this, the group paused for a moment before erupting into laughter, while Thor looked on in confusion, unfamiliar with the term. Wait, what do you mean by home plate? Jane is a wonderful girl, and I truly like her, he said, chuckling like a youthful spirit of 15 centuries. The previously somber atmosphere lightened due to this exchange. Bruce Banner, noticing the shift, turned his gaze to Tony, inquiring with curiosity, Tony, what was that black object that appeared on your armor earlier? It looked rather like, a parasite. While saying this, Banner gestured to illustrate its shape. Peter Parker chimed in eagerly, Yes, and that long appendage. I thought it was yet another piece of your cutting-edge technology. It was absolutely spectacular. Thor too turned his attention to Tony, despite their earlier clash. Recognizing the adage that one does not truly know another until they have faced off in battle, he found himself intrigued by this individual who matched him in strength. Tony reached for the glass of red wine on the table and downed it in one swift motion. Just as he was about to utter a few words, a dark, Viscous substance surged forth from his shoulder, rapidly coalescing into a diminutive black head before his very eyes. The head, with a fierce gaze, fixated intensely on Bruce Banner and bellowed, "I am no mere parasite. I am the progeny of venom, the king of symbiotes. Should you dare to label me as a parasite again, I shall promptly consume your head whole." Witnessing this spectacle, the others gasped in astonishment. "What is this creature? It appears to possess a life of its own," Banner inquired, his face alight with wonder. Tony, seemingly indifferent, spread his hands and casually responded, "This is something Lin gave me not long ago. According to him, it is a symbiote from another planet. As for the particulars, I believe it would be best for Lin to elucidate." With that, Tony directed the inquiry towards Lin Yu. Chapter 80, the assembly meeting. As Tony uttered those words, the gazes of the others swiftly converged upon Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu, who was savoring a glass of red wine, momentarily froze, and with a resigned smile, he remarked, "Hey, everyone, why are you all staring at me so intently? It feels as if I am a vulnerable maiden, completely exposed before your eyes." Upon hearing this, the attendees were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Once the amusement subsided, they each reached for the exquisite wine glasses placed upon the table, taking delicate sips of the fine vintage. However, despite the light-hearted jest, the atmosphere soon reverted to a grave seriousness. Lin Yu exhaled a plume of smoke, and through the swirling haze, his gaze fixed intently upon the symbiote perched on Tony's shoulder. He spoke softly, as Tony mentioned, "This little creature is a life form from outer space. It belongs to a type of symbiote that can inhabit the human body, significantly enhancing the host's physical abilities, transforming an ordinary human into one endowed with extraordinary strength. Well, perhaps describing it as a monster would be more fitting." As he spoke, Lin Yu gestured animatedly towards the symbiote. "A monster? What a vivid description." Natasha chuckled in agreement. Just then, the previously silent symbiote suddenly opened its mouth and exclaimed, "What monster? I am the descendant of the great symbiote king, Venom." Its voice brimmed with indignation and dissatisfaction. The group, taken aback, displayed expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated that such a diminutive symbiote possessed such a robust self-awareness and capacity for independent thought. It was indeed intriguing. All right. You are the offspring of the symbiote king, young rescue. Now, be a good little creature and keep your mouth shut," Lin Yu said with a smile, casually pointing at the symbiote on Tony's shoulder with his cigarette-laden hand. Upon hearing this, the symbiote fell silent. Aware that the powerful presence emanating from Lin Yu could indeed overpower it, Lin Yu leisurely tapped the cigarette against the already ash-laden ashtray on the table, shaking off the excess ash before he began to speak again. This symbiote, in fact, was brought back from a completely different world. To be precise, it hails from a parallel universe. In that realm, there exists neither the illustrious Iron Man nor the valiant Captain America, let alone the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. is non-existent. In that parallel world, a symbiote army invaded Blue Planet. The situation was dire, and humanity's fate hung by a thread. Thus, I stepped forward and ventured into that world to assist. I successfully helped them defeat the invading symbiotes and aided in establishing 2 trustworthy symbiotes as new leaders to help humanity rebuild their home. As a reward for my valor, I naturally brought back the offspring of those 2 symbiotes. One of them is right here, while the other has been bestowed upon Pepper." Upon uttering these words, Lin Yu reclined on the soft, comfortable sofa, observing the expressions and reactions of everyone present. Upon hearing this revelation, several individuals in attendance furrowed their brows, their faces betraying astonishment and confusion. Particularly, Nick Fury, who was typically composed and calm, now wore a deeply furrowed brow, ensnared in profound contemplation. A parallel universe? Is it true that Iron Man does not exist? Astonishingly, even Captain America is absent? This discovery left everyone astounded. Could it be that this so-called parallel universe is fundamentally different from their own? Meanwhile, Lin Yu had seemingly acquired the extraordinary ability to traverse different worlds. As time ticked by, it was finally Dr. Banner who shattered the silence, taking the initiative to inquire, "Another world? Lin, how's this accomplished? Is it through advanced technological means that enable dimensional transcendence, or is it the result of some unfathomable magic?" "Lin, since I met you, I have begun to doubt the knowledge I have painstakingly cultivated over the years." As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Banner directed his gaze toward the others present, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if hoping to gain their affirmation. As expected, the others nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the typically lively and restless Spider-Man, Peter Parker, could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Moreover, the purple energy you just unleashed must be the same powerful force you exhibited last time in New Mexico, right? Well, that is simply incredible. Lin, I think compared to Thor, you resemble the true god of thunder even more." "Thor? Are you being polite?" Hearing this, Thor was instantly bewildered, a flurry of question marks swirling in his mind. He felt a surge of irritation, sensing an affront, yet he refrained from voicing any rebuttal. For he could not deny that Lin Yu's power was indeed exceptional, perhaps surpassing that of himself, the legitimate god of thunder. Tony gently placed his wine glass on the table, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he could not help but interject, to be honest. I have always thought so. You all should know that since meeting Lin, I have developed a yearning to learn magic. This guy possesses an unfathomable array of extraordinary abilities. At this moment, Lin Yu noticed the curious gazes of those around him fixed upon him. He pondered for a moment before leisurely responding, in truth. The special ability I possess originates from a powerful deity known as Zhu Long. Perhaps you have never heard of this name, but that is inconsequential. Previously, I informed Nick and Natasha that they may refer to me as a member of the hidden tribe. If it helps, you might envision it as a group as mysterious and unique as Asgard. After delivering this statement, Lin Yu raised his wine glass, taking a delicate sip of the fine wine, and continued, as for my tribe, I am currently the sole survivor. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further on the intricate details, for they remain my closely guarded secret. As for the matter of the symbiote, as I previously mentioned, it indeed hails from another realm. To speak candidly, I possess the ability to traverse different worlds. However, this ability is not yet fully stable. Typically, I can only embark on such journeys when I genuinely perceive an overwhelming desire for rescue emanating from someone. To illustrate, it is akin to the magic lamp of Aladdin. Does that clarify things for you? Upon hearing this, the others fell into deep contemplation, as Lin Yu's words significantly challenged their worldview. The formidable deity, Zhu Long, the ability to traverse worlds, parallels to the Asgardian race, and the invasion of extraterrestrial symbiotes upon Blue Star. These revelations led them to perceive that their world was far more complex than they had previously imagined. Until now, their sole purpose had been to establish a team to thwart the invasion of aliens on Blue Star. In the ensuing moments of silence, Steve, who had remained quiet, finally inquired, Lin, according to your assertion, will you frequently journey to other worlds to save others? Indeed, theoretically, that is the case. However, it may not be frequent. It often depends on my mood, as I can be quite lazy and reluctant to embark on such quests, Lin Yu replied casually, leaving Steve somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's thought, Steve continued, if one day extraterrestrials were to invade Earth and you were absent, what then? Nick Fury interjected in agreement. Steve has a valid point, which is precisely why I have long contemplated the establishment of the Avengers Initiative. We must possess the strength to confront impending dangers. Chapter 81. Time and space. In the face of Nick Fury and Captain America's words, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. Their rhetoric bore no weight for him. Conversely, Tony, seated beside him, could not contain his dissatisfaction and retorted without hesitation. Are you suggesting that without Lin, we are utterly incapable of saving the world? Your words imply that we are mere accessories to Lin, or something of that sort. Tony scoffed. And you, old man? If you feel your age has dulled your reflexes and rendered you unfit for fierce battles, perhaps you should return home to engage in some gentle exercise. After all, we are not a sanctuary for the elderly. As he spoke, Tony provocatively raised an eyebrow. However, he soon realized that his remarks might have crossed a line and quickly turned to Lin Yu, hastily explaining, Lin, you know I didn't mean it like that. With that, he swiftly redirected his gaze back to Nick Fury, continuing to voice his grievances. Furthermore, Nick, while I understand your perspective of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances, a concept I recently learned from a Chinese phrase, it signifies the importance of readiness before the enemy arrives. This is precisely why we have convened. Yet, one thing you must grasp, the Guardians Alliance was founded and is led solely by Lin. It is in no way an affiliate of your so-called espionage organization. I believe no one would contest that. Upon hearing Tony's declaration, both Nick Fury and Steve Rogers were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The atmosphere quickly became awkward. Tony's bond with Lin Yu was evidently strong, and witnessing Nick Fury and Captain America cast doubts upon Lin ignited Tony's instinctive protective nature. How could he stand idly by as his friend faced such indignity? As the tension mounted, Natasha promptly interjected, Tony, Captain, and Nick, let us not escalate this. Shouldn't we engage in a constructive discussion? Lin, I apologize. As she spoke, Natasha cast a remorseful glance toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu nonchalantly waved his hand, signaling that he bore no ill will regarding the matter. Taking a deep breath, he smiled at Captain America and said slowly, Captain, I fully comprehend your concerns. Rest assured, if Blue Star were to face a significant crisis or threat, I would not hesitate to step forward and stand at the forefront. As his words settled, Lin Yu gradually extended his right hand, and a surge of purple energy began to materialize in his palm. Gazing at the shimmering violet energy, Lin Yu softly explained, this energy is the very essence that enables me to traverse different worlds. It originates from the powerful deity, Zhu Long, whom I mentioned to you before. It is precisely for this reason that every time I embark on a journey through time, I find myself entangled in the pivotal elements of time and space. The passage of time between our world and another realm exhibits significant divergence. For instance, While I may spend several months in the alternate dimension, merely a few days or even just a fortnight may have elapsed in our own. Do you comprehend this notion? This matter also involves certain paradoxes pertaining to time and space, which Dr. Banner and Tony can elucidate. Upon concluding my remarks, I cast a smile and directed my gaze towards Bruce Banner and Tony Stark, who stood nearby. At that moment, although Tony was internally astonished, his prior encounters with the extraordinary abilities exhibited by me had somewhat fortified his mental resilience. He slightly spread his hands, a look of resignation crossing his face as he remarked, "Indeed, such theories do exist. However, I have grown weary of explaining them. After all, I have become accustomed to Lin's peculiar capabilities. To be frank, this fellow cannot be assessed through conventional logic." Bruce Banner then interjected, addressing the group. "The variance in the flow of time between two worlds signifies that the rate at which time elapses in one realm differs from that in another. This phenomenon can be interpreted as the passage of time potentially varying across different spaces or dimensions. For example, time in one world might flow more swiftly or sluggishly than in another. Such occurrences are frequently depicted in films, yet current scientific understanding cannot substantiate their existence in reality. The concept of time flow is generally associated with relativity and quantum mechanics. According to relativity, the speed of time's passage is contingent upon the observer's reference frame, implying that time may elapse differently across distinct frames of reference. However, this does not imply that the flow of time in one world can independently alter in relation to others. In simpler terms, this scenario is implausible. If what Lin claims is indeed true, then how do you accomplish this, Lin? Bruce Banner excitedly expounded a plethora of incomprehensible terms, prompting eye rolls from the others. It was Hawkeye, who had remained silent for some time, who ultimately steered the conversation back on track. "So, Lin, what you mean is that you can traverse freely between two distinct worlds without causing any delays in our affairs." In response, I nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct. However, I must clarify that I do not possess the ability to traverse between the two worlds at will. I cannot choose which world to visit. Once I depart, there is but a single chance to return. In any case, I have established a unique means of communication in our world. So if danger were to arise during my absence, I could return post-haste. Hence, there is no need for you to worry." After exhaling a plume of smoke, I allowed them little time for contemplation before continuing. "Regarding the symbiote matter, I have conferred with Tony. After the symbiote reproduces, we will procure 2 specimens to hand over to Natasha and Hawkeye. As for now, we ought to commence a more serious meeting." With that, Lin Yu turned to Nick Fury and said, "Well, I have finished my part. That kind of pre-battle declaration is your forte, so I leave it to you, Nick." Nick Fury replied, "Am I merely a tool for you?" Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Nick Fury stood up, placing his hands on the table. Chapter 82. The meeting concludes. Years prior, Nick Fury had begun to conceive of the Avengers Initiative. After years of meticulous planning, this initiative had finally come to fruition. Although reality deviated from his original vision and the reins of control did not rest entirely in his hands, these concerns had become secondary for Nick Fury. What truly mattered was that Lin Yu steadfastly stood with humanity. Reflecting on this, Nick Fury slowly surveyed the assembly, noting that all eyes were now fixed upon him. He inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave, and then he solemnly began, "Several years ago, I encountered Carol, and from that moment, a thought took root in my mind. We must prepare thoroughly before true danger descends upon us." Before Nick could finish his thought, Tony interjected, "We all understand that. So, you envisioned a sort of Superboy party to combat those extraterrestrial beings?" "Nick, please, we've already heard this. Can you be more concise and get to the point?" Faced with Tony's blunt critique, Nick Fury felt momentarily at a loss for words. However, he quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat to mask a hint of embarrassment, and continued, "All right, indeed, as Tony has stated. This is precisely why we find ourselves in this moment today." With a serious demeanor, Nick Fury stood before everyone, his gaze sweeping across each individual present. He inhaled deeply once more and slowly spoke, "Heroes, as Lin just mentioned, this world is not solely composed of humanity. Another realm has been ravaged by an invasion of extraterrestrial life, and had it not been for Lin's assistance, the consequences would have been dire. So, I ask you all, how shall we conduct ourselves in the face of such circumstances?" After a brief pause, his gaze shifted to Thor, and he continued, "Asgard is indeed powerful, but how long can it continue to protect us? Must we rely solely on others to safeguard our home? No, we must possess our own weapons, a force formidable enough to withstand any external threat." At this moment, Thor furrowed his brow and interjected, "Asgard will always protect humanity. That will never change. I fail to comprehend what exactly you fear. At least for now. It appears that your blue planet is not facing any significant crisis." Nick Fury cast a sidelong glance at Thor, his tone calm yet resolute, however. "The cosmos contains far more than just the Asgardians. Prince, you should recall the incident that transpired in New Mexico, which was also due to your actions. If a similar situation were to arise again, could our planet endure it? Therefore, we must be like Steve, ready to raise our shields without hesitation when danger approaches, bravely confronting it. As Nick Fury's words reverberated through the room, the atmosphere gradually fell into silence. Others listened intently to the discourse of the chief agent, their minds quietly contemplating his words. Once Nick Fury had concluded his lengthy and intricate plan, Lin Yu, who had remained silent throughout, slowly extended his right hand, gently tapping the wooden table before him with his slender fingers. The crisp sound instantly shattered the heavy atmosphere of the conference room, successfully redirecting everyone's attention towards him. He then lifted his gaze to meet Nick Fury's, who sat at the head of the table, and spoke. Regarding the plans you just articulated, I must confess, I wholeheartedly concur. It is precisely for this reason that I have taken the initiative to establish this alliance. However, I refuse to remain in a position of passivity. At this juncture, Lin Yu paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before continuing to address Nick Fury. In fact, I have previously expressed my confidence in your personal capabilities. Yet, I harbor reservations regarding your role as the director of SHIELD. Do you understand my stance? As you rightly stated, we ought to be the shield that protects the world, and we must not become mere tools or weapons subject to the whims of politicians. As he spoke, Lin Yu subtly shifted his gaze, swiftly surveying the expressions of the assembled members. A chorus of nods signified their agreement with his sentiments. Observing this, Lin Yu nodded in return, clearing his throat to proceed. Consequently, whether it be your espionage organization, SHIELD, the U.S. government, or the entire Global Security Council, none shall presume to control our team. Thus, I did not reject your earlier proposal for us to temporarily function as a dedicated combat unit of SHIELD. However, now that our alliance has been officially established, I believe it is time for us to operate independently. Should you still harbor doubts about us, you are welcome to scrutinize or supervise us at any time. Moreover, you are, after all, a member of our extended family. Indeed, the collective strength that we embody when united is formidable. It is no exaggeration to assert that we could effortlessly dismantle a small nation. Nevertheless, I steadfastly maintain that the Guardians Alliance must remain autonomous and resolute against external influences. If any government personnel dissent, let them come forth and voice their objections to me directly. I wish to see who dares to disagree. With that, Lin Yu rose to his feet, extending his right hand towards the center, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed those present, asking, "This is my proposition. Who is in favor? Who is against?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Tony Stark swiftly rose in response, extending his arm and addressing all present. "Lin is my brother. I will unconditionally support him. We must not allow ourselves to become mere instruments manipulated by politicians." Following suit, Peter Parker stood up, extending his own hand, declaring, "I'm just a kid. I will follow what the adults decide." Natasha also rose to her feet, uttering a simple yet profound phrase, "We are family." Her words illuminated the room, prompting the others to stand one by one, extending their hands to join together. After a brief moment of hesitation, Nick Fury placed his hand atop the others, signifying their initial consensus in the formal establishment of the Guardians Alliance. Subsequently, the group gathered at the base to indulge in a hot pot meal. Indeed, it was hot pot, a suggestion put forth by Lin Yu. Having spent considerable time in the Marvel Universe, his longing for hot pot had not waned. Seizing the opportunity of their gathering, he advocated for a shared hot pot experience. At that moment, they were seated around a table brimming with ingredients. Under the guidance of Lin Yu, an adept practitioner, they began to learn the art of using chopsticks. Although initially clumsy, they soon grasped the essentials. Pepper excitedly picked up a slice of tender meat to savor, but her inexperience led to a minor mishap as she inadvertently burned herself with the freshly cooked food, exclaiming, "Well." Yet, this small incident did nothing to dampen her enthusiasm. Rather, it invigorated the atmosphere. Pepper had been brought here by Tony, and after much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that she would be considered a member of the Alliance. Chapter 83, Training as everyone indulged in delightful cuisine. Lin Yu received an alert from the system. Hidden side quest completed. Experience points, 1,000. Mysterious treasure chest, X1. The treasure chest is being drawn. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random traversal card, allowing you to randomly traverse to any world for a maximum stay of 3 months. Another journey to a different realm? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Did the system believe he was too leisurely, thus endeavoring to assign him more tasks? He contemplated the reward, but decided to set it aside for the time being, as it was not yet a moment for relaxation. The Guardians Alliance had only just been established and was in a crucial phase of mutual adaptation and cultivating synergy. If he were to vanish for an extended period, it would undoubtedly adversely affect his relationships with the others. With this thought, Lin Yu cast aside the distracting musings and immersed himself in the enjoyment of the delectable hot pot before him. Time flew by, and half a year elapsed in the blink of an eye. Stark Tower, located in Manhattan, New York, serves as the primary office building for Stark Industries' new energy sector. Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, lazily inquiring, "Tony, how goes the progress on that nanotechnology I mentioned previously? Have you not realized that, compared to traditional armors, nanotech suits are far more convenient and practical?" Since the official establishment of the Guardians Alliance, Lin Yu and fellow members had been diligently engaging in various targeted training exercises. More often, however, they were dispatched to eradicate deeply concealed Hydra bases based on intelligence provided by Nick Fury. Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had a profound connection to the annihilation of Hydra, was particularly enthusiastic about these missions. Every time the team thought a task was concluded, he would meticulously inspect every corner, fearing that something might have been overlooked. Ever since he learned that Hydra was not entirely eradicated, he had adopted this thorough approach, feeling that his decades of being frozen in ice merely to eliminate Hydra had been utterly futile. Discovering that Hydra still existed in the world upon awakening filled him with a renewed determination to eliminate their bases. Fortuitously or unfortunately, Lin Yu and his companions had yet to reach Dr. Zola's base. Thus, they had not encountered the divergences depicted in the films. Lin Yu had contemplated how to address this matter, yet the demands of their missions had precluded him from formulating a suitable solution, leading to a temporary delay in discussing it. At this moment, Tony and Lin Yu had just completed a rigorous training task and had retreated to Tony's villa to rest. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tony plopped down onto the sofa, hesitatingly responding, "Lin, I understand your point, but as you know, this endeavor is not straightforward. I require time." Tony, of course, wished to create the nanotech suit, as its development would significantly enhance his own prowess. The nanosuit, designated as Mark 50, made its debut in the film Avengers: Infinity War, which occurred many years ago, yet Lin Yu remains unhurried. This suit is crafted from nanomaterials and boasts an array of transformation capabilities, allowing it to adapt and manifest various weapons as per the demands of combat, such as long shields, round shields, nano-shark cannons, and pulse electromagnetic hand cannons. Moreover, the Mark 85, which appears in Avengers: Endgame, is referred to as Nanosuit 2.0, representing an enhancement of the Mark 50, and played a pivotal role in that film. However, this advanced piece of technology did not materialize out of thin air. It was meticulously developed by Tony Stark to counter the Ant-Man, who can effortlessly navigate through minute crevices. In Captain America: Civil War, Ant-Man, utilizing his unique abilities, stealthily infiltrated Tony Stark's armor, wreaking havoc within by yanking out critical wires. This unforeseen disruption rendered Iron Man's suit incapacitated, though it had yet to be entirely reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Nonetheless, this incident significantly heightened Tony's awareness of potential dangers. Consequently, after another round of upgrades, he successfully created the nanosuit. Thus, this suit can, in a sense, be regarded as a specialized anti-Ant-Man armor. Upon hearing Tony's remarks, Lin Yu extracted 2 cigarettes from a portable case, offering one to Tony. He then took a deep draw from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of white smoke before casually stating, "Tony, everyone is currently training to enhance our mutual coordination, and our tasks are nearing completion. The Hydra base has almost been entirely obliterated." At this juncture, Lin Yu deliberately paused, adopting a mysterious smile as he gazed silently at Tony. Taken aback momentarily, Tony initially struggled to grasp Lin Yu's underlying intention. However, after a brief contemplation, a flicker of realization crossed his face, and he tentatively inquired, "If I am not mistaken, are you suggesting that you plan to venture into another world?" Lin Yu nodded without uttering a word. Tony, brimming with excitement, sat upright. "Where are we going? Can I accompany you? As a scientist, it is my duty to explore such wondrous phenomena." Lin Yu rolled his eyes, propping his leg up and pouring 2 glasses of red wine before responding, "Of course not, Tony. Do you think I am a magician? Though, if you manage to locate the Ancient One, I believe she would take you along." Tony, somewhat deflated by this response, reclined back on the sofa and casually asked, "All right. Where are we headed this time? How long will it take? It's not another world-saving mission, is it? If you encounter another version of me, to check if I have any children, perhaps a daughter?" Lin Yu chuckled. "Indeed, you guessed correctly." After contemplating the system's assertion of a maximum duration of 3 months, Lin Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette and earnestly proclaimed, 3 months, at most 3 months. Should there be any urgent matters, you may contact me using this." As he spoke, Lin Yu handed Tony a dragon-shaped jade pendant, acquired from the system's marketplace. Tony examined it for a moment before inquiring, "How am I supposed to use this? Should I smash it? It appears to be a rather valuable antique." "Precisely. You should shatter it. My mark is embedded within. Should you break it, I will be immediately informed," Lin Yu explained. Rising to his feet, he playfully admonished Tony, "Take good care of the company in my absence. If I return to find the finances diminished, I shall dismantle your armor. Tony, rendered speechless, hastily gestured for Lin Yu to depart. Unfazed, Lin Yu bid farewell and mentally summoned the system. System, activate the random traversal card. Ding. Activation successful. Commencing traversal in 1, 2, 3. As the system's voice echoed, a beam of white light appeared before Lin Yu, and he vanished from sight. Tony stood in stunned silence, astonished by the simplicity of Lin Yu's method of traversal. Is it truly this effortless? It feels as though I could do it too. Chapter 84. No nuclear bomb? A sudden wave of intense yet familiar dizziness enveloped Lin Yu, prompting him to skillfully close his eyes. Prior to this moment, he had inquired of the system regarding the particulars of his current traversal. According to the system, unlike his previous experiences, this time it would assign Lin Yu a specific identity. However, for Lin Yu, who possessed formidable strength, this so-called identity warranted little concern. After all, with his capabilities, he could adeptly navigate any situation, regardless of the identity he assumed. If funds ran low, he could always combat crime. Engaging in a zero-cost acquisition with the local gangs, an opportunity not only to uphold justice but also to alleviate his pressing financial woes. Individuals of his caliber were indeed rare. As the sensation of dizziness gradually subsided, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a pristine white ceiling adorned with various carvings. A chandelier gracefully suspended above. He soon realized he was lying on a soft, comfortable bed, just as he intended to rise and comprehend his surroundings. An unusual feeling coursed through his body. Instinctively, he turned his head to find a stunning blonde with captivating blue eyes gazing intently at him. Her ardent stare was somewhat disconcerting for Lin Yu. At that moment, upon noticing Lin Yu had awakened, the enchanting lady spoke in a gentle tone. Dear Lin, while you are undeniably handsome, with a robust physique and an aura that captivates like a firefly in the night, you still owe for last night's accommodations. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression rife with confusion. After a brief moment of astonishment, he retorted, I am not Zhou Xingqi. What on earth is happening? System, come forth. At this juncture, Lin Yu felt as if his mind was a tangled mess, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. What nonsense was this? Zhou Xingqi? The blonde beauty blinked her alluring eyes, her face a mask of perplexity as she processed his words. Yet, her delicate arms remained securely wrapped around Lin Yu's neck as she playfully remarked, Darling Lin, how was last night? I specifically studied how to serve you better. Accompanying her words was a flirtatious wink directed at him. Lin Yu's head buzzed with confusion, cursing the system for bestowing upon him such a ludicrous identity. He inhaled deeply to compose himself, mustering a gentle smile as he replied, My dear, it was indeed wonderful. Your performance was nothing short of perfection, leaving me thoroughly satisfied. As for the payment, name your price, and I shall oblige. With that, Lin Yu swiftly descended from the bed, deftly retrieving his garments from the hanger and beginning to dress with agility. The beauty, witnessing his actions, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she too rose from the bed. She wore an oversized, loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt on her upper body, evidently belonging to Lin Yu. However, her lower half was entirely bare, with her long, straight legs and curvaceous, well-rounded posterior unabashedly displayed before him. The golden-haired beauty stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, possessing a stunning physique that, even cloaked in such a voluminous shirt, could not conceal her exquisite curves. Undoubtedly, she could be described as a femme fatale. As she leisurely donned her clothing, she softly remarked, Darling, I don't have work today. Would you like to join me for breakfast later? Considering our close relationship, a mere $3,000 will suffice. What do you say? This is a discounted rate. Upon hearing the quoted price, Lin Yu felt no surprise. Given her beauty and figure, such an amount was hardly exorbitant. However, Lin Yu faced a dilemma. Due to his identity being orchestrated by the system, he was unaware of where money might be stored, having seen neither bank cards nor checks. Reluctantly, he began to rummage through the suit jacket draped nearby. After a chaotic search, he eventually retrieved a substantial stack of cash from the inner pocket of the jacket. Without counting, he casually extracted a handful and handed it to the golden-haired beauty, responding, You may go now. I have some matters to attend to. Until next time. At this moment, Lin Yu's primary concern was to ascertain his surroundings and the nature of the world he inhabited. When the golden-haired beauty beheld the wad of cash he presented, a look of surprise and delight illuminated her face. She swayed her hips and approached Lin Yu, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Satisfied, she then opened the door and departed the room. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yu finally had the opportunity to observe his surroundings carefully. He discovered himself in a well-decorated room, spacious and inviting. The large bed, measuring at least 2 meters wide, was particularly striking, adorned with luxurious bedding that suggested a high price tag. While Lin Yu surveyed the space, he suddenly spotted an item that could confirm the time and era. Directly in front of him was a computer desk, and upon it sat a Mac Pro desktop computer, released by Apple in 2007. He had purchased this very model before becoming acquainted with Tony in the Marvel Universe. This information allowed him to deduce that the current time was somewhere between 2007 and 2010. With this realization, Lin Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him. He proceeded to open the wardrobe, selecting a decent outfit before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After all, having just awakened in bed, he felt the need to cleanse himself. Who knew if that woman carried any ailments? Lin Yu had neglected to brush his teeth. Convinced that the toothbrush before him was not his own, once he had attended to his personal matters, he settled before his computer and began to explore the vast expanse of information available online. Half an hour later, after taking a deep breath, he was certain he must have misread something. At first glance, Lin Yu observed that the world around him was devoid of any peculiarities. There were no billionaires clad in battle armor, nor were there eccentric individuals dressed in circus attire, swinging between skyscrapers like a pajama-clad child. There were also no mutants bent on annihilating the planet over trivial disagreements, nor were there men flying about in their undergarments. It was merely an ordinary world. However, this was merely the surface of mundane news, until he delved into international reports, where he gradually discerned something amiss. Had every nation on Earth truly abandoned nuclear weapons? Had they established a global peace organization known as the TPC? What absurdity was this? Was this the product of human imagination? Was he unwittingly thrust into the narrative of Ultramantiga? As he began to comprehend the situation, Lin Yu fell into contemplation. How was he to contend with towering monsters weighing several tons? Even if he transformed into a divine being, he would only stand at 8 meters. What difference did that height make against a colossal beast? Would he simply allow the creature to strike him for 5 minutes before retaliating? After all, Lin Yu was confident that the monster would not breach his defenses. Of course, this was merely Lin Yu's jest. He believed that tackling these monsters was not insurmountable, though it would require some effort. Fortunately, he had recently acquired the template of the Demon Blade Princess and was keen to test whether the powers of this heroic persona could vanquish the kaiju from the world of tokusatsu. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself in New York City, in the year 2007. From the information gleaned from his computer, he discerned that he was a moderately affluent heir, with his parents having tragically passed away a few years prior. As for the blonde beauty, he had no recollection of her, leading him to speculate that she might be a model he knew or perhaps some other acquaintance. At present, no monsters had yet emerged, nor had Ultramantiga made an appearance. Everything was still unfolding. Chapter 85, Goals. And upon gaining this knowledge, Lin Yu resolved to venture outside and explore the nuances of this world. His residence was a quaint villa, a standalone house, with a luxurious Mercedes parked in the garage. For the next few days, Lin Yu indulged in the vibrant atmosphere of New York, finding little distinction from the Marvel Universe. Bored with the experience, he promptly purchased a plane ticket and flew directly to Little Japan, for the narratives of Dyna predominantly unfolded there, rendering his stay in America rather mundane. In Tokyo, as dawn broke, Lin Yu awoke to find a captivating beauty still lost in slumber beside him. This enchanting woman, whom he had encountered since his arrival in Tokyo, had proven irresistible to any man, thanks to Lin Yu's innate charm and the influence of his wealth. Sensing Lin Yu's stirrings, the beauty gradually opened her eyes, her hand gently caressing his sculpted abs, her cheeks flushing slightly as she playfully chastised. Lin Yu, you were quite naughty last night. With a knowing smile, Lin Yu responded. Rai Zero, it seems you were still not entirely satisfied. At this, her face deepened in color, and she said nothing, burying her face against his chest. This enchanting lady, named Rai Zero, bore a striking resemblance to the renowned Akina Nakamori and had been captivated by Lin Yu's allure, choosing to stay in his newly acquired home. However, Lin Yu was not merely indulging in leisure during this time. He was deeply contemplating strategies to confront the monsters that plagued the world. Despite the absence of explicit missions from the system, he had been informed that slaying a monster or assisting Dyna in such endeavors would grant him a reward of 1,000 experience points. The prospect of earning such experience for each monster invigorated him. Was this not an opportunity for exponential growth? Yet, after the initial excitement, Lin Yu grappled with a pressing dilemma: how to effectively vanquish these creatures. While he contemplated employing the abilities of a hero template, he realized that aside from the likes of the Demon Blade Princess and the Divine Seal, few seemed capable of addressing these monstrous threats. If all else failed, he could resort to invoking the power of the Shadow God to conjure a lightning circle, ensnaring the monsters within for extermination. The sheer absurdity of these monsters' existence was perplexing. For instance, Golzan, one of the 3 monsters introduced in the first episode of Dyna, weighed an astonishing 60,000 tons. What an unfathomable concept. That equated to a battleship barreling down the street. How could the road remain unscathed? Lin Yu mused that such durability could be globally adopted. If these monsters truly possessed such immense weight, he believed they were far too benevolent. If he were in their position, he would roll through the cities, wreaking havoc in every direction. Was that not a swifter method of destruction than utilizing energy? Speaking of energy, these monsters could emit formidable energy from within. capable of inflicting significant damage, as evidenced by the discomforting blows endured by Ultraman during televised confrontations. Confronted with these challenges, Lin Yu pondered extensively. After several days of contemplation, he devised a potential solution. However, upon consulting the system, the response he received was a resounding no. The method is rather simple. Since the system informs Lin Yu that defeating a monster yields 1,000 experience points, he only requires 500 experience points each time. The system deducts 500 from his total, subsequently granting him either the Buddha template or an experience card. The Buddha refers to Tianhai, previously mentioned. This transaction resembles a trade between him and the system, where he offers 500 experience points in exchange for a product, a quid pro quo. However, this mutually beneficial arrangement was firmly rejected by the system, which informed Lin Yu, "Even your experience points are bestowed by me. Do you expect to barter with my possessions?" No way. Upon receiving this refusal, Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret. Given the system's usual tendencies, the enhanced Buddha could undoubtedly reach a height comparable to Ultraman. Although the game designates the Buddha as 2 zhang tall, Lin Yu remained oblivious to whether the 2 zhang in the game equates to the same height in reality, approximately over 6 meters. Even assuming it is indeed 2 zhang, would it not be reasonable for the Buddha, after system enhancement, to grow a tad larger? Once again, Lin Yu found himself ensnared in contemplation. Yet unable to devise a solution, he decided to simply relish life. It was not until the system prompted him to explore the potential of his Yin God power that a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Lin Yu promptly embarked on researching his Yin God abilities. Though he had only acquired a minuscule fraction of this power, the functions available for development were plentiful. A myriad of ideas rapidly flooded his mind, and after several failures, he successfully realized one of them. He could harness the Yin God power to perform a divine force attraction after transforming with the God Monarch seal, thereby temporarily activating Erlang Shun's divine ability, Law of Heaven and Earth. This activation would allow his God Monarch seal to enlarge, akin to the transformations of Erlang Shun and Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. Of course, he had yet to attain Yang Jian's skin and lacked Erlang Shun's divine power. However, this augmentation, fueled by Yin God power, was not the genuine divine ability of Erlang Shun. Thus, while enlarged, he could utilize his skills normally. Yet both size and energy in this transformation were sustained solely by the Yin God power. Casting aside the thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yu turned his gaze to Lai Ling beside him. Taking in her exquisite visage and striking figure, a smile crept onto his face. Upon sensing Lin Yu's fervent gaze, Lai Ling felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, a slight blush coloring her face as she coyly addressed him, "Lin Yu Kuan." Without uttering a word, Lin Yu deftly rolled over to the top, took hold of the steering wheel, and with a smile declared, "Lai Ling, you are still quite young. As a seasoned driver, it is my duty to teach you how to drive better." At noon, after bidding farewell to Lai Ling, Lin Yu made his way to a Japanese restaurant in Tokyo. This establishment, named Tempura Kondo, was founded in 1989, with tempura being their signature dish. Lin Yu settled at a southern table, casually ordered a few dishes, and began to indulge in the culinary delights. Around him, other patrons began to fill the space, evidently drawn by the exquisite flavors of this culinary haven. However, Lin Yu felt indifferent, merely sampling the novelty. He preferred hot pot above all else. Before long, everyone was captivated by the news broadcast on the television nearby and began to engage in animated discussions. What is this? Something we've never seen before? Could it possibly be a comedy show? How could such a creature exist? Have you not noticed it's a news report from Tokyo TV? Lin Yu paused his eating, attentively listening to the content of the news. "Attention, citizens. We have breaking news. To the northeast of Tokyo City, a colossal monster towering several dozen meters has suddenly appeared, with an initial assessment estimating its height at no less than 50 meters. Its destructive power is formidable, and it is moving towards the northeast, expected to pass through the Tokyo metropolitan area in 5 minutes. This morning, the TPC World Peace Organization also reported that another monster has been discovered heading from Mongolia, and a flying monster has emerged on Easter Island. Investigations are ongoing regarding these creatures. We urge all citizens to remain vigilant and prioritize safety." Lin Yu gazed at the imposing silhouette of the monster on the wall-mounted television, marveling at its grandeur. Is this the first monster to appear in Ultraman Tiga, Gorzum? I must say, it bears a striking resemblance to Godzilla, and even the name is similar. Could it be modeled after Godzilla? Exiting the Japanese restaurant, Lin Yu soared to the rooftop of a tall building, where in the distance loomed a towering monster. Unlike those depicted in television dramas, this creature was clad in a formidable armor, exuding an exceptionally menacing aura. Lin Yu understood its intention to head towards the pyramid. Yet he had no intention of thwarting Gorzum at that moment. After all, Tiga had not yet arrived. Interfering with the storyline could prevent Tiga from making an appearance. Chapter 86. The means to revive the giant at the TPC base. The victory team had successfully opened the meteorite and translated the words of Yulian through a translation device. "Greetings. I am Yue Shan, the commander of the Earth Guard. The arrival of this time machine on Earth signifies that numerous mutations will soon take place. The initial signs are the monstrous Golzan, who shatters the Earth, and Melba, the creature that rends the sky. The beast Golzan has appeared in Mongolia, Dagu exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face as he looked at his companions. The only beings capable of safeguarding Earth from these impending disasters are the giants within the pyramid. These giants, once the protectors of our planet, concealed their formidable forms within the immense pyramids. Subsequently, they transformed into beams of light and departed from Earth, returning to their homeland. My descendants, your mission is to awaken the giants within the pyramid and vanquish the monsters Golzan and Melba. There exists but one method to revive the giants, which Yue Shan did not disclose before vanishing. While the others remained skeptical of the time machine's claims, Dagu held firm in his belief. However, a statement from the female scientist plunged him into contemplation. Dagu, if you believe in this time machine, it suggests that there existed a civilization in ancient times more advanced than our own. Her words cast a spell of reflection over everyone. The scene shifted as the female scientist and judging returned with analyses from the meteorite, revealing that it originated from a super-ancient era, approximately 30 million years ago. The revelation left everyone in shock. Before long, the base received further news, prompting everyone to take their positions in anticipation of the forthcoming visuals. As the screen flickered to life, a winged creature emerged before their eyes. It was Melba, the monster that rends the sky. Dagu, upon witnessing the scene on the screen, rushed forward, exclaiming, with Golzan's emergence, Melba has also appeared. Now, we must find the giant within the pyramid. Where could the giant in the pyramid be? Captain Jujian inquired, perplexed. I can locate the pyramid. We will find it immediately, interjected Yuri, capturing everyone's attention. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and soon the screen displayed a specific location. Through the analysis of the super-ancient language, they surmised that the pyramid was situated somewhere in the northeastern region of Japan. Thus, in pursuit of the concealed giant, Vice Captain Zhongfang led Dagu, Lina, Judging, Xinqing, and other team members aboard 2 Victory Flying Swallows as they set forth. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had arrived at a mountainous region, guided by the system's location. Before him lay a suspension bridge, and he contemplated the peculiar placement of the pyramid in such a location, wondering about Dagu's whereabouts. I shall venture forth to investigate, he resolved, taking flight into the mountains. In no time, Dagu arrived at the same spot. Gazing at the endless mountain range with a glimmer of determination in his eyes, a woman's voice echoed in his mind, incessantly calling his name. Dagu, Dagu, Dagu. Cease your shouting. He has heard you. Dagu felt a tinge of confusion. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the surroundings, and a colossal pyramid materialized seemingly out of thin air. Could this be the pyramid that would awaken the giant? Dagu stared in astonishment at the scene before him, and without hesitation, he hurried towards the pyramid. Dagu, Dagu. His teammates rushed to follow him. As they caught sight of Dagu, they too beheld the suddenly appearing pyramid. Before they could utter a word, Dagu vanished ahead of them. Could you not wait for them? Lin Yu arrived at the base of the pyramid and stepped inside without a moment's hesitation. Upon entering, Lin Yu beheld 3 gigantic stone statues resembling deities, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. Previously, he had only seen such figures in television shows, where they appeared rather artificial. Now, witnessing them in person was an indescribable experience. Humanity truly seemed insignificant. He recalled that the Ultramen beside Dagu were called Achilles and Harao. It was said that due to financial constraints, the Round Ancient Company had abandoned their project, leading to the destruction of the 2 Ultramen statues in the first episode. Who are you? At that moment, a voice resonated from behind Lin Yu. He turned to see Dagu, who had just entered. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is you, Dagu. Lin Yu smiled at him. Me? How would you know my name? Who exactly are you? Dagu responded, a mix of confusion and caution evident in his tone. The appearance of this stranger within the pyramid was unsettling, particularly since he knew Dagu's name. Lin Yu directed his gaze towards the towering statues and uttered words that left Dagu astounded. The legacy of the Giant of Light. The key to awakening the giant lies in your transformation into light. Dagu, do you not understand? What? The means to awaken the giant is me. Dagu was taken aback, but recalling the voice of a woman that had echoed in his mind, he hesitantly inquired, can I truly do this? But there are 3 giants. Are there not? Lin Yu remained silent, for Dagu had already approached the statue of Diga, reaching out to touch it. A warm, benevolent energy surged forth from the statue. Dagu. At that moment, Zhongfang, Jiwejing, and other teammates arrived, and upon spotting Dagu, they shouted in excitement. Lin Yu and Dagu turned to see them entering, and the breathtaking scene before them rendered Zhongfang and the others momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Zhongfang finally remarked to Dagu, Dagu, you were right. Before Dagu could respond, Jiwejing and the others noticed Lin Yu's presence and, perplexed, inquired, who are you? How can there be someone here? Who are you? Lin Yu. having fulfilled his dream of witnessing the statues, was preparing to leave. Upon hearing their questions, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he smiled as he replied, "Who am I? My name is Lin Yu. As for my identity, it matters little. The sole method to awaken the giant is for Dega to transform into light." "What? Dega transforms into light?" A few individuals gasped, stunned by the response. Before they could ponder further, Zhongfang had already received news. He cast a deep glance at Lin Yu and then shouted to the others, "Gorzin and Melba are heading this way. This place is no longer safe. We must evacuate immediately." Upon hearing this, Daku grew anxious and turned to Lin Yu, urgently asking, "What about the giant? How can I awaken the giant?" At this moment, Lin Yu had stepped to the forefront of the group, not looking back as he replied, "Do not fret. You will know soon enough." With that, he strode forward, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Some readers have commented on the absence of combat scenes reminiscent of Eternal Calamity. The author acknowledges this oversight, indeed. The manifestation of the Shadow God's power occurred prematurely, elevating the protagonist's strength too swiftly. Perhaps it is a consequence of the genre, as numerous elements pertaining to Eternal Calamity have yet to be unveiled, which is a misstep on my part. For instance, the grappling hook feature in the game operates on a principle akin to Spider-Man's web-slinging, allowing the protagonist to traverse between buildings. The Shadow God's power emerged too early. Yet should the protagonist engage solely with the weapons and soul gems available in the game, their strength would remain insufficient. Joining the S-H-I-E-L-D would inevitably invite criticism, and I am reluctant to have the protagonist align with them. Such a choice would necessitate a slower narrative pace, which I wish to avoid, as a weak protagonist would be disheartening for the audience. In summary, within the Marvel Universe, one must possess formidable strength. However, it is too late to alter this trajectory. The narrative must now embrace a powerful theme. I sincerely apologize to those who embarked on this journey for their love of Eternal Calamity. This is my oversight, and I appreciate your support. I will carefully consider the forthcoming content to provide you with a better reading experience. Should you have any constructive suggestions, please feel free to leave a comment. Chapter 87, Eradicating All Filth. At this moment, a colossal and fearsome monster, Golzin, had arrived in the vicinity of the pyramid. Golzin advanced rapidly toward the structure, its imposing form exuding an aura of menace. As it drew closer, the sharp armor atop its head shimmered with a brilliant violet light. This radiance gradually coalesced into a formidable energy, which Golzin then unleashed directly towards the pyramid without hesitation. However, the initial discharge of energy proved insufficient to obliterate the enigmatic structure. Consequently, Golzin swiftly gathered strength once more, channeling a second, more potent energy beam. At last, under the relentless assault of these two powerful energies, the pyramid began to slowly dissipate, the golden luminescence enveloping it gradually fading away. At that moment, another beast, Melba, came hurtling from the skies. In stark contrast to its portrayal on television, the real Melba was of immense stature, its expansive wings casting a shadow over the land while emitting spine-chilling, eerie cries. Following this, the two monsters, fueled by animosity, commenced a frenzied assault on the towering giant statues within the pyramid. As their destruction progressed sluggishly, Melba took to the air, delivering a powerful kick to one of the colossal figures. Within mere seconds, the once parallel trio of stone statues was reduced to but one remaining, Diga. Dagu let out a furious roar, piloting the Victory Hawk with unwavering resolve toward the monster's location. From a distant mountain peak, Lin Yu observed the unfolding chaos, his mind awash with confusion over Dagu's impulsive actions. He could only marvel at the prowess of the ace pilot. None could deter him from his transformation into light. Without such a spirit of sacrifice, how could he embody light at the critical moment, bearing the weighty responsibility of saving the world? At this point, the Victory Hawk had yet to undergo modifications, thus it could only deploy signal flares for interference. A yellow flare shot forth from the aircraft, disrupting the monster's movements. However, the outcome proved futile, as Dagu's craft was struck, flames igniting at its tail. Dagu, jump out. The members of the Victory team urged urgently. Yet, jumping out was out of the question. It was a notion he could never entertain. No one could prevent Dagu from transforming into light. Just as the plane was on the brink of crashing, he transformed into a beam of light, merging into the last remaining Diga. Golzin lifted its massive foot, poised to eliminate its most despised adversary, Diga, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Diga's once petrified form rapidly transformed, rejuvenating to full strength. After sending Golzin flying, Diga rose, adopting a combat stance and launching an offensive against the two monsters. Lin Yu remained puzzled as to how Dagu, as a member of the Victory team, had not been expelled, for he fought with the novice's hesitance, initially overwhelmed by the beasts. Lin Yu sensed something amiss. What was transpiring? Could it be the consequence of his own butterfly effect? He recalled that this was one of the rare moments of glory for Dagu, effortlessly handling two adversaries at once. Was it possible that the monsters had become stronger? Nonetheless, Lin Yu did not dwell on these thoughts. He understood it was time for him to take action. Eager to test the extent of his own strength. However, he did not intend to transform immediately. Instead, he decided to wield the demon blade of the Demon Blade Princess for a few strikes to gauge his capabilities. With this resolve, Lin Yu called out to the system, integrate the Demon Blade Princess template. As his words echoed, a multitude of violet energy manifested in the air, slowly revealing a colossal purple phantom of a demon blade before him. Subsequently, the purple radiance of the blade began to condense, morphing into the image of a woman clad in an intricate ensemble of black, white, and yellow, adorned with a black top hat and wielding a massive longsword. The power that governs me shall ultimately be mine to command. Meanwhile, within the flying swallow, Zhongfang and his companions gazed mournfully towards the crash site. Suddenly, the figure of Lina captured their attention. Look, what is that? All the team members followed Lina's pointing finger, and there, atop a mountain peak, stood a solitary figure, with a female phantom hovering above him. It's the person from the pyramid, Zhu Jing exclaimed, having recognized Lin Yu. Upon closer inspection, the others confirmed it as well. And Lina muttered in astonishment, he doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. There's also a girl. Look, she's flying in the air. Xi and Qing added, equally astonished. The phantom of the Demon Blade Princess glanced at Lin Yu and transformed into a streak of light that entered his body. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of immense energy coursing through him. Acknowledging the tremendous power within, Lin Yu was confident that, at this moment, his physical strength could easily overpower the Hulk, possessing at least 100 or 200 tons of force. The exact measure would require testing, but this was Lin Yu's estimation. Observing Diga engaged in battle with the monsters ahead, Lin Yu realized he could no longer afford to waste time. With a few swift strides, he leapt from the mountaintop. And as he flipped in the air, a flying sword emerged from within him. He landed securely on the sword and soared towards the battlefield. What is this? He's flying on something beneath him. The crew members aboard the Flying Swallow were left utterly astonished, witnessing a series of shocking events in a single day that they would rarely encounter in an entire year. First, there were the towering monsters. Then a colossal statue transforming into a giant, and now a mysterious human had emerged. What on earth was happening in this world? Zhongfang, the vice captain, silently observed everything, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts. In an instant, Lin Yu, standing atop the flying sword, reached the front lines where Diga and the monster clashed. Just as Diga was fiercely assaulting Golzan, he suddenly noticed a figure hovering above him, standing on a sword. For a fleeting moment, he was momentarily distracted. And it was during this instant that Melba seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Diga. Stumbling, Diga managed to sidestep, gazing at the figure before him in shock. This is the mysterious figure from earlier. How can he fly in the air? Who are you truly? Digu, while grappling with the two monstrous beings, communicated telepathically with Lin Yu. Unable to respond in kind, Lin Yu shouted to Diga, you are too weak now. Leave this to me and step back. Digu was perplexed by Lin Yu's words, for he had neither transformed into Ultraman like him, nor possessed anything seemingly capable of confronting the monsters, aside from the flying sword beneath his feet. Upon finishing his declaration, Lin Yu immediately unleashed the power of the Demon Blade Princess, the ominous blade. The flying sword beneath him vanished, and he ascended into the air, radiating a brilliant crimson light. Before him materialized a colossal, entirely red demon sword, its hilt adorned with a gigantic eye. The blade extended over several meters, shimmering with a scarlet glow and exuding an intense energy. It was indeed the Demon Blade Princess's infernal red flame. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. This crimson quality skin dealt damage far superior to ordinary transformations. Diga, having just repelled the assault of Golzan, turned to see the enormous red blade in Lin Yu's hands and was momentarily startled, quickly vacating his position. Now transformed into Diga, he could sense a powerful energy emanating from the sword. Both Golzan and Melba also beheld the gigantic sword and felt its immense power. Although they dismissed the notion that a mere human could slay them, how could they endure such an affront? As Golzan and Melba prepared to coalesce their energy in defense, Lin Yu's massive demon sword descended. A wave of crimson energy surged forth from the blade, hurtling directly towards Golzan. Lin Yu was aware that this power could only strike thrice, so he aimed directly at Golzan, intent on delivering a decisive blow to see if he could vanquish one of the monsters in one fell swoop. The tremendous force of the blade crashed against Golzan's armor, eliciting a painful wail from the creature, though most of the damage was absorbed by its protective shell. Nevertheless, Golzan hastily began to evade, attempting to escape the second strike that Lin Yu had already directed toward him. Yet, while aspirations may be grand, reality often proves starkly different. Lin Yu's technique was automatically guided, rendering any attempt at evasion futile. Chapter 88. Confronting the monster, the formidable blade surged toward Golzan with an unrelenting force, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror within it, as if the specter of death had descended. In a frantic attempt to escape this lethal strike, Golzin twisted its massive body. Yet despite its efforts to evade, it was unable to fully avoid the onslaught. With a deafening crash, the blade struck Golzin with tremendous impact, sending it hurtling through the air, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail that echoed throughout the valley. Before Golzin could recover from the excruciating pain, Lin Yu's third strike was already upon it. At this moment, the once impenetrable armor that adorned Golzin began to yield under the relentless assault. Fissures forming and rapidly spreading across its surface. As the armor shattered, a torrent of thick green blood erupted from within, splattering across the surroundings. Golzin was gripped by genuine fear. This seemingly insignificant human possessed a terrifying power capable of inflicting grave harm. Terror seized its heart, and the instinct for survival compelled it to make a fateful decision, one that betrayed its monstrous nature. It abandoned its companion Melba and chose to flee alone. Without hesitation, Golzin turned and, with its robust forelimbs, began to frantically dig into the ground, striving to carve out a burrow to escape. However, it had underestimated the situation. As Golzin buried its head in the earth, Lin Yu's third strike descended with an overwhelming force upon it. This blow was astonishingly powerful, shattering the already fractured armor into countless shards that scattered in all directions. Devoid of its protective armor, Golzin's grotesque flesh and blood lay exposed without any concealment. Witnessing this disheartening scene, Melba was filled with dread, realizing that the tide had turned. If it did not flee immediately, it would likely be the next victim. Thus, Melba decisively unfurled its massive wings, preparing to escape this place of death. Yet, Ultraman Tiga, standing resolute nearby, would not allow this malevolent creature to evade justice. Daiga deftly maneuvered Tiga, swiftly crossing his arms over his chest, causing the radiant crystal atop his head to glow brilliantly. In an instant, Tiga transformed into his blue aerial form, propelling himself skyward with the force of a released arrow, directly towards the fleeing Melba. Meanwhile, Golzin's immense body had already buried half of itself in the soil, seeking refuge underground to evade capture. At that moment, Golzin was under the debilitating influence of the cursed blade, and Lin Yu would not let this opportunity slip away. Retrieving the enchanted blade, he swiftly activated the divine seal. And in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his chest, surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu successfully transformed, becoming the divine general. In mid-air, Lin Yu harnessed the power of the Yin spirit to execute a gravitational pull. Heaven and earth unite. The sun and moon shine together. As his body spun in the air, just before touching the ground, a flash of violet light erupted, instantly transforming him into a colossal armored giant towering over 50 meters. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu made a superhero-esque landing. The tremendous impact stirred up a cloud of dust, momentarily obscuring the vision of the crew aboard the Flying Swallow. As the swirling dust gradually settled, they beheld a gigantic figure clad in resplendent armor. The giant wielded a long blade that was taller than himself, radiating beams of golden light. Is this yet another giant? Team member Lena gasped in astonishment. This giant emanates an even greater sense of oppression. New City remarked with awe. Meanwhile, Diga Ultraman, who had just kicked Melba down, was equally astonished. He never anticipated that Lin Yu could also transform into a giant. He is also a giant? Upon landing, Lin Yu noticed that only a tail and two severely damaged legs of Golzin remained on the ground. His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden gust at his feet, he dashed toward Golzin. With a swift motion, he plunged his long blade deep into the earth, then without hesitations, grasped Golzin's robust tail tightly. In an instant, purple divine energy surged wildly from Lin Yu's being, and under the influence of this formidable power, Golzin's massive form began to rise gradually. Despite Golzin's weight, Lin Yu intensified his divine output, pulling him from the ground with relentless force. Once Golzin was liberated from the earth's grasp, Lin Yu did not pause. He exerted his strength and slammed Golzin back down with tremendous force. With a thunderous impact, Golzin's colossal body met the ground with a violent crash, causing the surrounding earth to tremble violently, dust billowing and debris scattering. Lin Yu executed his movements with fluid grace, seizing the moment while Golzin was still disoriented. He swiftly retrieved the long blade he had previously embedded in the soil. Then, he slightly bent his knees, gathering all his strength, and leaped upwards with a fierce thrust. In the blink of an eye, he soared high into the air. At that moment, Lin Yu resembled a descending war deity, his long blade shimmering with a dazzling blue radiance. As he plummeted, the blade descended with the force of a thunderbolt towards Golzin, who lay on the ground. With a piercing sound of weapon meeting flesh, Lin Yu's strike cleaved Golzin's seemingly indestructible body in two. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and flesh flew asunder. Golzin's severed body erupted internally, resembling the detonation of a massive bomb, bursting apart with a deafening roar. Countless fragments of flesh splattered everywhere, some even reaching dozens of meters away, painting a scene both gruesome and magnificent. The astonishing scene left Daiga and the members of the victory team utterly speechless. How formidable! At that moment, Daiga could think of nothing else. Yet, without the luxury of contemplation, He swiftly crossed his arms over his chest, channeling energy into a radiant arrow of light. He then formed an L shape with his hands, one horizontally and the other vertically, emitting a beam of white light. Melba, soaring in the sky, was struck with immense force, resulting in a spectacular explosion midair. As the battle concluded, a red light flickered on Daiga's chest, signaling that his transformation time was nearing its end. He turned to Lin Yu, nodding in acknowledgement before taking flight. Lin Yu reciprocated with a nod and reverted to his original form. Zhongfang maneuvered the flying swallow to descend beside him, and several team members disembarked. They surrounded Lin Yu with the same awe one might reserve for a beautiful woman, expressing their astonishment. Lin Yu smiled at them and greeted, Deputy Captain Zhongfang, greetings. Zhongfang was taken aback by the remark, furrowing his brow as he inquired, do you know me? This, senior, how did you accomplish that? I mean, that colossal armored giant? Yet you appear to be human like us. Before Lin Yu could respond, the eager Zhu Jing interjected with anticipation. Chapter 89. Visiting the teacher's home for personal tutoring. This is my unique ability, the power to transform. Do you understand? Just like that giant we saw moments ago. Lin Yu smiled enigmatically as he gazed at the members of the victory team. Upon hearing this, Lina, a team member, looked perplexed and inquired, Giant? What was the name of the giant that just appeared? Before Lin Yu could respond, Zhu Jing, who stood nearby, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, look over there. Isn't that Dagu? Following Zhu Jing's direction, they indeed saw Dagu on the riverbank in the distance, shouting loudly and energetically waving to everyone. Hey, Lina, Xi and Qing. I'm over here. His voice carried across the distance, audible to all. Witnessing this scene, the members of the victory team displayed expressions of joy. Dagu jogged towards them, and the other team members eagerly rushed to greet him, inquiring about his well-being. Dagu, you really worry us. Everyone has been concerned for your safety. Lina could not help but scold him. However, despite her words, joy radiated from everyone's faces. A group surrounded Dagu, playfully teasing him. Ultimately, it was the captain, Zhongfang, and the vice-captain who stepped forward, firmly grasping Dagu's shoulder. With a serious yet concerned demeanor, Zhongfang asked, you had us all worried. Tell us. What exactly happened? Dagu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he explained, there was a minor issue with the emergency ejector, so that SY. Upon hearing this, Zhongfang's tense expression relaxed slightly, and he chuckled as he gave Dagu a light pat on the shoulder, saying, consider yourself fortunate this time. Just be more cautious next time. With a wave of his hand, he added, all right, since everything is fine, let us hurry back to the base. Understood. The team members responded in unison. However, just as they were about to leave, Zhongfang's gaze turned toward Lin Yu, curiosity evident in his eyes, and he slowly inquired, Mr. Lin Yu, I presume you have heard of us. We are affiliated with the World Peace Organization TPC, a team dedicated to handling various supernatural events, also known as the Victory Team. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I have indeed heard of your esteemed name. Seeing that Lin Yu was familiar with their team, Zhongfang seized the opportunity to continue. From our recent encounter, it appears you possess an extraordinary power. This ability undoubtedly marks you as a natural candidate for the Victory Team. Therefore, on behalf of the team, I sincerely invite you to join us. Might you be interested? Zhongfang gazed at Lin Yu with anticipation, awaiting his response. Had Lin Yu initially traversed into the world of Ultraman Tiga, he might have indeed accepted this invitation with enthusiasm, for this organization serves as the pivotal protagonist in the unfolding narrative. However, Lin Yu regarded this journey merely as a travel experience, feeling no inclination to join an organization bound by numerous rules and disciplines. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu met the expectant gaze of Zhongfang with calmness and smiled as he spoke. I sincerely appreciate your invitation. However, I must decline. I have always cherished my freedom and independence, accustomed to living unencumbered by any organization or group. The notion of joining a specific entity does not pique my interest. Nonetheless, even though I have no intention of joining the Victory Team, my aim aligns with yours, to eradicate those monsters to the best of my abilities. As he spoke, a long sword emanating a crimson glow gradually materialized in his hand. Zhongfang, witnessing this spectacle, felt a jolt of surprise. How did he accomplish that? At that moment, this thought consumed Zhongfang's mind, leaving the other team members equally astonished. This individual is truly enigmatic. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhongfang could only respond with a smile. In that case, until we meet again, my friend. As he spoke, Zhongfang extended his right hand with a smile, briefly shaking hands with Lin Yu. After their brief exchange, he turned to the other team members, waving his hand and calling out, Victory Team, let us set off. Destination, Far East Base. No sooner had he finished speaking than the team members sprang into action, following him toward the location of the flying swallow. Dagu, observing the group moving further away, slowly turned back to gaze gratefully at Lin Yu. Taking a deep breath, he sincerely expressed, Senior, I truly appreciate your assistance just now. Without you, our mission would have encountered significant difficulties. Lin Yu smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that it was a trivial matter. He then waved his arm, gently tossing the flying sword into the air. In an instant, the previously modest sword transformed into an immense size, several times larger than before, hovering steadily before Lin Yu. Gradually stepping onto the sword, once he stabilized himself, he looked down at Daegu and imparted a profound message, as the messenger of light. I believe that if you wish to avoid struggling against foes in the future, you should diligently practice your combat skills upon returning. As the earthly representative of Ultraman Tiga, the energy and potential within you are beyond imagination. However, you are still too weak, and this formidable power remains untapped. For instance, many skills await your discovery. Therefore, make sure to train diligently and do not squander the strength you possess. I hope that when we meet next time, I shall witness a more formidable version of you. Do not let me down. With that, Lin Yu waved his hand, accompanied by the sound of the sword's resonance. The flying sword beneath him erupted in a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Striving to grow stronger? I certainly will. Daegu nodded emphatically, watching Lin Yu's retreating figure. What are you doing, Daegu? From afar, the shouts of the team members echoed, prompting Daegu to turn and sprint towards them, calling out, I'm coming. Wait for me. Lin Yu, gliding back to his abode on a flying sword, arrived at his residence nestled in the heart of Tokyo. Observing the stark emptiness of the room, he felt a sense of something amiss. He plopped down onto the sofa and picked up the phone from the table, dialing a number. The call was swiftly connected, and a female voice resonated from the other end. Hello, this is Chirai Zero. How may I assist you? Upon hearing her teasing tone, Lin Yu chuckled helplessly and replied, Zero, the teacher believes there is room for improvement in your grades. Please come to my house. I shall personally guide you. Sure, Lin Yu sensei. Came the cheerful laughter of Zero through the phone.